Another one worked to death again. I keep saying this job isn't meant for human beings. What else can we do if we quit? We can't exactly starve, can we? In the darkness, Feng vaguely heard a few people talking while an unpleasant stench rushed toward him. Feng, his face full of confusion, slowly sat up and looked around. All around him were mountains of piled medicinal herbs, and not far away a few people were busy working through a washing process. Where is this place? Feng was at a loss when a sharp stab of pain suddenly pierced his mind, and an enormous memory that did not belong to him exploded within his sea of consciousness. This place was called Qinghe Feng, a remote corner in the southern reaches of the cultivation world. The body's original owner lived in a village behind the mountain. Everyone there relied on doing odd jobs in the market to barely sustain their livelihood. His mother had died in childbirth, and his father, overwhelmed by grief, passed away within 2 years as well. His elder sister toiled at all kinds of menial labor to raise him, life bitter and harsh, yet she had never once let him suffer hunger or cold. Last night, while the original owner was cleaning the alchemy furnace, he picked up a discarded pill harboring the wild delusion of defying fate and stepping onto the immortal path. And then Feng crossed over. Flat broke and burdened with mixed 5-element spiritual roots. What a catastrophic start. After merging with the memories, Feng only felt an almost tearful despair. At that moment, a boy of about 15 or 16 carrying a basket suddenly stepped into Feng's field of vision. The boy's name was Taiju. He was the original owner's neighbor and also a very good friend. It was his father who had helped the original owner secure this drudge's job in the alchemy room. Seeing Feng acting as if nothing had happened, confusion flickered immediately in Taiju's eyes. Just moments ago, Feng's body had gone stiff. How could he possibly have come back from that? After a long silence, Taiju finally asked, "Brother Feng, you're really all right?" "Didn't manage to die," Feng replied weakly. Taiju tentatively reached out to feel his forehead, and only after that did he breathe a sigh of relief and help Feng up from the ground. "Brother Feng, did you sneak a taste of the waste pills? Those things will kill you if you eat them recklessly. You rest here for a bit first. I'll finish washing these herbs, then come back and we'll go clean the alchemy room together." After a few reminders, Taiju hurried off with 2 large baskets of herbs, his small frame seeming to possess inexhaustible strength. Here, a full day of grueling labor earned only 2 fragments of spirit crystal, and 100 such fragments could be exchanged for a single ordinary spirit stone. The annual poll tax in Qinghe Feng demanded 4 spirit stones per person. If they did not pay the tax, they would be forbidden to work. If they did, they could at least barely cling to life. Watching the busy figures of Taiju and the others, Feng felt as though the sky itself were about to collapse. He had been a wage slave before crossing over, and now after transmigrating was he still destined to be a wage slave? Moreover, in this world, people drew swords and killed at the slightest disagreement. Without status or strength, one might drink hatred on the spot any day. If I had a choice, even becoming a furnace cauldron in Hahuan sect would be better than this. Feng grumbled under his breath, then turned his head to look at the herbs beside him. A line of tiny text instantly appeared before his eyes. 1 year Zhuangding grass, slightly sour to the taste, stops bleeding and replenishes fluids, promotes blood circulation, and dispels blood stasis, with a mild tonic effect for men. Can be synthesized into 10 year Zhuangding grass. Thinking he was hallucinating, Feng hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again. Those lines of tiny text remained as clear as ever. He then shifted his gaze to other herbs, and the same thing happened without exception. According to the text, 2 ordinary herbs could be synthesized into 1 10-year herb. It was essentially ordinary plus ordinary equaling something of premium quality. Feng tried picking up 2 stalks of Zhuangding grass to synthesize them, and in an instant a 10-year Zhuangding grass appeared in his hands. 10 year Zhuangding grass, slightly sweet, promotes blood circulation and dispels blood stasis, with an excellent tonic effect for men. The previously feeble Feng now felt his waist no longer aching and his back no longer sore, and instantly began searching for other items. Ordinary basket can be synthesized into refined bamboo basket, more pleasing to the eye than an ordinary basket. Discarded wooden bucket can be synthesized into ordinary wooden bucket. After tinkering for quite some time, Feng roughly grasped the function of his ability. In essence, 2 identical items could be merged into one with a higher quality result after synthesis. Feng felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest. When cleaning the alchemy room, they cleared out many discarded waste pills every day. If he could synthesize those waste pills into consumable pills, then the grand enterprise of cultivation would be just around the corner. "Brother Feng, are you feeling any better?" Seeing Feng grinning foolishly while holding 2 pieces of wooden bucket boards, Taiju immediately walked over. With such a good friend as Taiju, Feng felt a steady warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, "You helped me with work today. When your brother here makes it big in the future, I'll definitely treat you to a feast at a proper restaurant." Brother Feng saying that is too polite. Last time I was poisoned from secretly eating waste pills, you helped me with my work too. So it turned out they shared the same kind of reckless experience. There's still some time after we finish cleaning the alchemy room. Let's eat something first to pad our stomachs. Taiju took out a large flatbread wrapped in a plantain leaf from his bosom, broke off a piece, and handed it to Qinghe Feng. Only when he saw the food did Qinghe Feng realize how his stomach had long been growling with hunger. He gulped down the hard, dry flatbread with cold water, yet his stomach still felt hollow. Only after taking several more swigs of cold water did he feel slightly better. Once the herb washing work was finished, Qinghe Feng and Taiju stayed behind to wait for the alchemy rooms to be cleaned. The alchemy workshop in Qinghe Feng belonged to the Zhao family, with 8 separate alchemy rooms in total. Normally, aside from the Zhao family's immortal masters refining pills here, other cultivators would occasionally rent the facilities as well. Though cleaning the alchemy rooms was exhausting, it was considered a lucrative chore. Sometimes picky immortal masters would simply discard low-quality pills they looked down on, which naturally benefited the cleaners. However, such opportunities were rare, hard to encounter even once a month. While they waited, Qinghe Feng secretly anticipated how many waste pills might be discarded today. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them waited outside the alchemy rooms for a long time, entering only after the last alchemist left. There were 8 alchemy rooms, 4 for each of them to clean. Carrying a broom and bucket, Taiju volunteered for the largest alchemy room, which had the most work. Before entering his room, he did not forget to remind Qinghe Feng, "Brother Feng, you must never eat waste pills again. It's fine for us to live as ordinary folk in peace. If we lose our lives, there's no getting them back. Don't worry, I definitely won't eat waste pills again." Qinghe Feng smiled, patted his shoulder, then picked up his tools and pushed open one of the stone doors. Luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow were embedded all along the stone walls inside. Neat stone tables were arranged around the room, with a dark red cauldron standing in the center. Below the cauldron lay the waste. Those waste materials were no different from ash and cinder, mixed with charred remnants of herbs and a few small blackened pill-like lumps. These were discarded pills. Qinghe Feng picked up a sooty pill and examined it in his palm. At once a line of text appeared in his field of vision. Discarded body-tempering pill, slightly bitter and astringent, completely ineffective, may cause gastrointestinal discomfort when ingested. Can be synthesized into inferior body-tempering pill. I finally don't have to be a beast of burden anymore. Confirming that his ability worked properly, Qinghe Feng's mood soared. He continued rummaging through the waste heap and eventually found a total of 8 discarded body-tempering pills. He synthesized them all, obtaining 4 inferior body-tempering pills. Inferior body-tempering pill, slightly bitter, strengthens the bloodline and enhances physique upon ingestion, though it may still cause gastrointestinal discomfort. Can be synthesized into lower-grade body-tempering pill. Looking at the 4 pills that had transformed from trash into treasure in his hand, Qinghe Feng felt his heart thundering against his ribs. At last he could defy the heavens and rewrite his fate. Taking advantage of Taiju still being occupied, Qinghe Feng went straight out and walked toward the other alchemy rooms. Each room was refining a different type of pill. Time was short, and he had no leisure to pick and choose. Anything that was black and roughly round he stuffed into his chest, then tied his waistband tight to make sure nothing would slip out. After doing all this, Qinghe Feng returned to the alchemy room and continued cleaning. By the time he finished, night had already fallen. If not for Taiju accompanying him, Qinghe Feng would never have dared walk the night roads in such an environment. When he pushed open his own front gate, darkness pressed in from all sides. Only the brazier in the courtyard cast a faint glow, beside which a woman was mending clothes. Her long hair fell to her waist, and her figure was graceful. Even in such conditions, her needlework remained deft and sure. "Little brother, you're back. I made me filled buns for you. They're still warming in the pot." Seeing Qinghe Feng standing at the door, Qinghe immediately set down her work and hurried into the kitchen in quick, eager steps that set her voluptuous figure subtly in motion. Qinghe Feng did not dwell on it. He simply sat by the brazier, quietly lost in thought as memory surfaced. In his memories, Qinghe was only 6 years older than the original owner. She had grown up washing dishes in a restaurant in exchange for food, raising herself by her own labor. Now, in order to scrape together money to buy him a cultivation technique, she not only took on sewing work for a clothing shop, but also went to the restaurant in the afternoons to wash dishes. In past years, matchmakers had come one batch after another with proposals, all of which Qinghe rejected because she needed to support him. In recent years, fewer came to formally propose, but more single men loitered outside their door. To avoid trouble, she brought her sewing home instead. Having lived 2 lives and seeing himself as a worldly veteran, Qinghe Feng felt he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. With his sister's looks, trouble would inevitably come sooner or later if he remained weak. "The buns are ready, come eat." Qinghe carried a plate of steaming hot buns and set it on the small stool beside him, then squatted nearby, propping her chin on her hand as she watched Qinghe Feng with expectant eyes. "Was the work in the pill room tiring today?" "Not tiring. Did anyone bully you? No. Seeing that at 17 Qin Feng was still thin and small, Qin Yu's eyes reddened despite herself. A moment later she forced a smile and said, I've already saved up 5 spirit stones. Before long I'll be able to have Immortal Master Huang take you as a disciple. Aren't you happy? Qin Feng did not reply, he merely stared blankly at the buns and at Qin Yu's face. She was very beautiful, yet years of hard labor had dulled the radiance she ought to have had. At 23 in another world this would have been the height of her youth. Sadly, this was the cultivation world where women were expected to marry at 16 or 17 at her age. Here children were already calling her an old woman. In just this brief time together, Qin Feng had already accepted Qin Yu from the depths of his heart. You're acting strange today. Seeing him so silent, Qin Yu put on a stern face to scold him, then broke into a smile and asked, were you scolded at work? Qin Feng shook his head, picked up a bun and said, sis, eat with me. On the road Taiju, and I already had flatbread, I'm not very hungry. I've already eaten. Not wanting to argue, Qin Feng simply forced it into her hand. In the end, Qin Yu could not resist him and ate one. As he ate, Qin Feng also gulped down a big ladle of water, barely managing to trick his stomach into feeling full. After tidying the dishes, Qin Yu went back to her spot in the courtyard to continue sewing, while Qin Feng hurried back to his room. He still had important matters to attend to. Once back in his room, he shut the door securely. By the light of the moon outside the window, he took the waste pills from his bosom, laying the twisted, misshapen charcoal-like pellets neatly on the table, sorting them into categories. When Qin Feng's gaze fell upon 4 relatively round pills, a line of tiny characters instantly appeared within his field of vision. Inferior tempering body pill. Slightly bitter taste, strengthens the bloodline and enhances the physique after ingestion, but may cause gastrointestinal discomfort. Can be synthesized into tempering body pill. Synthesize. With a single thought, 2 inferior pills on the table abruptly collided. A faint white light flashed, and in their place appeared a milky white pill. Qin Feng's eyes settled on the pill, and the familiar small characters appeared again. Tempering body pill. Slightly bitter taste, unblocks meridians and invigorates the blood, enhancing the physique after ingestion. The original owner's body had been frail and sickly since childhood, and with poor food and little meat his constitution had deteriorated further. If he wanted a better life, the first step was to improve his body. Qin Feng picked up a tempering body pill and swallowed it. His belly instantly felt as if he had drunk a large bowl of hot soup, warmth spreading through him. Immediately all his discomfort vanished and his strength seemed to increase markedly. It really is good stuff. Having tasted the benefits, Qin Feng carefully put away the remaining tempering body pills as if they were treasures, then continued processing the other waste pills. After a round of simple operations, he had gained 3 low-grade foundation establishment pills and 2 low-grade spiritual energy pills. Qin Feng knew well the uses of these famed medicines. Spiritual energy pills were for Qi refinement cultivators, quickly restoring their spiritual power. Foundation establishment pills were rarer, still the most coveted treasure of any Qi refinement cultivator. Now that he had the goods, Qin Feng grew anxious. For an ordinary person, selling a single foundation establishment pill would be enough to live in comfort without worrying about food or drink. But as a mere mortal, if he took such a pill to the market, he would almost certainly draw dangerous attention. Cultivators would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Once targeted, he might not only lose his livelihood, but his life. Use them myself. Wouldn't that be far too wasteful? Lying on the bed, Qin Feng scratched his head in frustration, unable to think of a perfect solution. In the end, he decided to hide the foundation establishment pills and spiritual energy pills for now and first sell the tempering body pills to see what they might fetch. If that failed, he would think of another plan. Tempering body pills were beneath the notice of true cultivators. The next morning when Qin Feng woke, daylight was already streaming in. Qin Yu was not at home, likely she had gone to the market to deliver goods. As Qin Feng opened the door, he saw Taiju outside, stomping his feet in agitation. Brother Feng, why are you only getting up now? Any later and they'll dock your wages. Clutching his stomach and feigning pain, Qin Feng said, help me ask for leave. I've got diarrhea. All right then. Taiju agreed and immediately turned to run off. Wait. What now? Help me bring back some waste pills. I want to poison the medicine mouse. It stole my flatbread last night. Got it. After Taiju left, Qin Feng washed his face quickly, then sat idly at the doorway, his mind wandering for a long while before he finally set off slowly toward the marketplace. At Qinghe Market, the roadside stalls were already lined up on both sides of the street. Vendors' cries rang out from all directions. Every kind of herb, spirit, grass, cultivation method, and talisman could be found, and people flowed past in an endless stream, each seeking their desired wares. After wandering casually for a while, Qin Feng walked into a general goods shop. As soon as someone stepped through the door, the shop attendant hurried over. What would you like to buy, little brother? Qin Feng did not answer, only began coughing violently, hacking until his ears flushed red before he shakily pulled something from his bosom. I want to sell this. How much do you think it's worth? The attendant frowned, impatience written all over his face, as though worried Qin Feng might die right there in the shop. A tempering body pill. It's barely worth 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone was not even enough to buy a cultivation technique. With no other choice, he could only continue his act. Qin Feng launched into another fit of coughing. Only when the attendant thought he was on the verge of dying did he pull out a cloth bundle from his bosom. Under the attendant's disgusted gaze, Qin Feng slowly unwrapped 7 layers of cotton cloth before finally revealing a pale green pill. This was handed down in my family. Whether I live or die today depends on how much it can sell for. With that, Qin Feng broke into another bout of hacking coughs. The moment he saw the pale green pill, the attendant's eyes flashed with surprise. Huh. You even have a spiritual energy pill. But this is a low-grade one. It's worth about 10 spirit stones. Together the 2 pills are worth 11 spirit stones. Will you sell them? I will. Only then did the attendant's face soften somewhat. He continued, do you want the spirit stones, or are you planning to buy something? The doctor says I won't live more than 10 days. What do you think I should buy if I want to survive? Won't live 10 days. If you truly want to live, I suggest you buy a qi refinement cultivation method. If you can step onto the immortal path, you'll surely gain longevity. To make a sale, the attendant exaggerated wildly, though in his heart he knew perfectly well that the immortal path was not so easily trodden. Then I'll buy a cultivation method and seek longevity. Qin Feng's eyes were as resolute as if fixed on destiny itself, his tone firm and sonorous. A short while later, several entry-level qi refinement techniques were laid out on the counter: green pine qi refinement art, everlasting spring skill, basic qi refinement method, blazing fire art. The quality of these cultivation methods differs, as do their prices. Which one do you want? Qin Feng said nothing, his eyes fixed on the shabbiest-looking manual basic qi refinement method, the most rudimentary introductory qi refining technique with low success rate and poor efficiency. Can be synthesized into 5 elements. Qi refinement art. You want to buy the basic qi refinement method. How many spirit stones does it cost? It's not expensive, just 1 spirit stone. But this broken method is practically impossible to cultivate. I'd recommend the blazing fire art instead, that qi refining technique. The attendant's spittle flew as he tried to talk Qin Feng into buying a more expensive method. Qin Feng insisted that he and the basic qi refinement method shared a fated connection, and that as long as they were identical, he would take as many copies as the shop had. Seeing such boldness, the attendant beamed and flattered him, saying, I also think you, Taoist friend, are favored by destiny. At the very least, you have the makings of one who will ascend to the heavens someday. When leaving the market, Qin Feng carried a bulging bundle containing 8 copies of the basic qi refining technique. He returned home. The first thing he did was lock the door, then he opened the bundle to take out the basic qi refining technique. Now Qin Feng was already familiar with the process. After 3 rounds of synthesis, the 8 books of the basic qi refining technique successfully transformed into a thin book: 5 Emperors Qi Guiding Technique. 5 Emperors Qi Guiding Technique, a top-tier earth-level qi refining technique cultivating all 5 attributes simultaneously with a vast and powerful qi ocean. This technique must be quite extraordinary, Qin Feng thought. He didn't quite understand what a top-tier earth-level technique meant, but through the text he could roughly interpret it as something powerful. In order to embark on the path of immortality as soon as possible, Qin Feng sat under the window studying the technique. The book was in traditional Chinese characters, but it wasn't too difficult to read. At noon, Qin Yu returned. She brought some bags, and upon seeing Qin Feng sitting under the eaves reading, she was curious, but didn't disturb him and went straight into the kitchen. Moments later, the sound of a spatula could be heard. Cultivating immortality is really difficult. Qin Feng had been looking at the technique for a long time. He could understand the words, but stringing them together was another matter. Not to mention the many acupoints mentioned, which completely left him baffled. It's harder than reaching the heavens, Qin Feng sighed, putting the technique back in his room. Then he quickly ran back to the market, where he bought many books about acupoints and various texts concerning immortality. When he returned, Qin Yu had already prepared the meal. From a distance, he could smell the delicious aroma of the dishes on the table. Stir-fried vegetables with pork belly, tomato, egg drop soup, 2 simple dishes along with rice, made Qin Feng's mouth water. You're about to eat, and you still went out. What were you doing? Qin Yu glared at Qin Feng in mock anger, and then pushed a large bowl of white rice in front of him. I went out to buy some things. Why did you buy so many books? Qin Yu didn't ask why he didn't work today, only feeling that his behavior had been somewhat strange these past few days. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Feng said, while eating, sister, I want to cultivate and become an immortal to protect you. Can you really cultivate by yourself? After a while, I'll take you to find Master Huang. Let's talk about it then. Qin Feng neither accepted nor opposed if he couldn't find the path. Learning from a master was still necessary. Even if he had a 5-attribute waste spirit root, he still needed to have dreams right. After finishing the meal, Qin Feng sat in the courtyard reading, while Qin Yu sat beside him doing needlework. As the sky gradually dimmed, Qin Feng planned to put away the book and continue reading the next day when he suddenly noticed a warm yellow light shimmering beside him. You used to hate reading when you were in school, but now you actually like it, Qin Yu said, setting an oil lamp on the shelf beside him, affectionately squeezing Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng smiled without speaking, entirely focused on absorbing the content of the book. The night grew deep and quiet. Qin Yu had already fallen asleep while Qin Feng remained sitting in the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Only when Taizhu appeared at the courtyard door did he put the book away. Brother Feng, you have to treat me to a feast. Taizhu proudly raised a sizable bundle from the darkness and boasted, while cleaning the alchemy room today, I specially swept through all the alchemy rooms. It seems there are still 2 not so serious bad pills inside. They will definitely clean out your family's rat problem. Qin Feng took the bundle and weighed it. There were at least 100 waste pills inside. Smiling, he patted Taizhu's shoulder and said, thanks for your hard work. Taizhu shyly smiled, but his expression quickly turned to one of anger. Brother Feng, let me tell you something, but don't get mad. What is it? Housekeeper Zhao heard about yesterday's incident and told me to tell you not to go. After finishing, Taizhu took out more than 10 crystal-clear items resembling rice grains from his pocket, but they have settled your wages for you. It's fine, I actually didn't want to go anyway. Qin Feng grinned, picked up half of the spirit crystals from Taiju's hand and pushed his hand back, causing Taizhu to panic. Brother Feng, this is your wage, why are you giving it to me? Taizhu stubbornly refused to take the remaining spirit crystals until Qin Feng concocted a lie about an immortal master asking him to help catch rats, after which Taizhu reluctantly accepted the spirit crystals. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept the spirit crystals, Taizhu patted his chest and repeatedly promised, Brother Feng, don't worry, I'll bring back waste pills for you every day from now on. Hurry back and rest. Qin Feng waved him off. Back in the room, he refilled the oil lamp and locked the door. Only then did Qin Feng eagerly open the bundle that Taizhu had brought back, which contained hundreds of black pills of various sizes. Although they were waste pills, each one was of similar size, and in just a moment Qin Feng had sorted all the pills. This time there were a total of 4 types of pills. After synthesizing them all, he obtained 3 lower-grade foundation establishment pills, 6 lower-grade spiritual chi pills, 4 middle-grade beauty pills, and 3 body refining pills. The effect of the beauty pill couldn't achieve eternal youth, but only delay aging. Qin Feng took out one to keep separately, planning to give it to his sister to eat, hoping to find a way to get her a spirit root once he became an immortal. The book stated that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could grant spirit roots to those without them, allowing them to embark on the path of immortality. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed, quietly reading, continually familiarizing himself with various aspects of cultivation. At dawn, there were faint sounds outside, indicating that Qin Yu had gotten up to deliver goods to the clothing store. While quietly reading, Qin Feng suddenly heard a complaint from outside the window. Can't you turn off the lamp when you sleep? Really? Qin Feng ignored it, concentrating on the acupoint explanations in his hands, as he had a strong intuition. If he could finish this book, and then look at the 5 Emperors' Qi guiding technique, he might find a path. Once the day brightened, Qin Feng extinguished the oil lamp and took out the 5 Emperors' Qi guiding technique, sitting by the window to continue his exploration. After a night of hard study, he finally began to distinguish the acupoints related to cultivation. Next, I dare to seek the so-called feeling of qi. Qin Feng followed the book's guidance, sitting cross-legged, attempting to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivators absorb the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to prolong life. The qi emitted from their bodies can manifest countless techniques and transformations. However, all of this felt too distant for Qin Feng. He couldn't even grasp the path of qi refining. In the days that followed, Qin Feng sat in his room at night, claiming to be out working during the day, then finding secluded places to continue sitting and seeking the feeling of qi. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, with Qin Feng making no progress. That evening after dinner, a group of uninvited guests suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Leading them was a man in a black robe around 30 years old, followed by 2 guards. The moment Qin Yu's face instantly showed a look of panic, and Qin Feng frowned. This person was Zhao Kong, a minor minion responsible for tax collection in Qinghe Lane, with a cultivation level of qi refining stage 1, extremely petty and difficult to deal with. While Qin Feng pondered how to defend against him, Qin Yu asked, first, is the immortal master here today? To collect taxes early. Zhao Kang, however, changed his usual demeanor and spoke gently, there's still some time before tax collection. I'm here to bring you siblings an opportunity. Sending opportunities. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhao Kang, feeling that something was amiss. This fellow has never been a good person. How could he possibly offer benefits for no reason? Qin Feng did not believe it, but Qin Yu became curious. Moments later, the siblings would learn what this so-called opportunity was. A genius had emerged from the prominent Wang family in the neighboring village, successfully joining the Chongqing sword sect last year, and the Wang family's reputation had soared in the surrounding area. Now old Master Wang wanted to take a concubine, and Zhao Kong was eager to curry favor with the Wang family, taking the initiative to arrange candidates, which is why he appeared here. Seeing that the siblings were silent, Zhao Kong smiled at Qin Yu and said, "Sister Qin, with such beauty you will surely catch old Master Wang's eye. As long as you become part of the Wang family, wouldn't it be easy for Brother Qin to learn cultivation? Moreover, Brother Qin has a mixed spiritual root that even the immortal sects are unwilling to accept to the scattered cultivators in Qinghe Feng, would surely not teach him anything substantial." If Sister Qin nods, I will have someone bring the betrothal gifts tomorrow. Zhao Kong was exceedingly polite, calling her sister and brother. For a moment Qin Yu felt a bit tempted. She hadn't considered herself, but thought Zhao Kang's words made sense. If even the immortal sects were unwilling to accept Qin Feng, could Master Huang really help him embark on the path of cultivation? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, feeling that the situation was difficult to handle. Accepting this marriage would be tantamount to pushing his sister into a fire pit, while refusing would inevitably offend Zhao Kang and could even provoke the Wang family. Just when the two were in a dilemma, Qin Yu turned her gaze to Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, I feel that with the Wang family as a backing you will surely be able to learn cultivation." Qin Feng shook his head at her, then took out a spirit stone and handed it to Zhao Kong, saying, "Master Zhao, my sister already has someone she admires. Please trouble you to find another suitable candidate for old Master Wang." Zhao Kong did not take the spirit stone, and the warmth on his face gradually vanished. He said sternly, "Since you do not want the opportunity, then forget it." If he sold too many at once, he would attract attention from thieves or even from the shopkeepers. Qin Feng did not leave the market immediately, but wandered aimlessly. "Xiao Feng, if we refuse this marriage proposal, we will offend many people." "Don't worry, sister, I will think of a way." Qin Feng reassured his sister, then returned to his room and locked himself inside again. "I must refine Qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't even pass this hurdle with Zhao Kong, let alone the Wang family." At this moment, Qin Feng sat on the edge of his bed, feeling restless. It had been nearly 10 days, and he still hadn't found the sensation of Qi in the refining process. In a fit of anger, Qin Feng took out 5 low-grade spirit Qi pills from under the bed. Although he had quit his job at the alchemy room during this time, he could still obtain a large number of discarded pills from Taiju every day. The situation was urgent, and Qin Feng wanted to try finding an opportunity through the pills. However, he did not dare to eat freely what cultivators consumed, only daring to lick a small bit. Hiss! A chilling sensation instantly spread through his mouth, followed by a coolness that traveled down his throat into his stomach, even making his organs feel a tremendous chill. But the chill soon dissipated, leaving him feeling refreshed. One more time. After licking the spirit Qi pill again, Qin Feng immediately settled down and began to meditate according to his cultivation method. In a daze, Qin Feng felt his body enveloped in a mass of milky white mist with colorful light spots outside the mist. The milky white mist surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the colorful light spots outside seemed to be drawn by some force slowly. The milky white mist surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the colorful light spots outside seemed to be drawn by some force, slowly approaching Qin Feng and penetrating his body through his pores, flowing through his meridians. Gradually, Qin Feng's consciousness was immersed in his Bodhis meridians, forgetting the passage of time. It was not until Qin Yu knocked on the door to call for dinner that he realized he had unknowingly practiced all night. Opening his eyes, he saw a thin layer of black grime on his body, and Qin Feng was overjoyed. "I am finally close to success." He only needed to practice a few more times to expel all the impurities from his body, and he could officially step into the refining stage. Qin Feng immediately left his room to take a shower. When he returned, Qin Yu had already set the table. To avoid trouble, the small dining table had been moved into the inner room, and the front door was locked. However, today's meal was a bit sparse, consisting only of a dish of dry pickled vegetables paired with thin rice porridge. During the meal, Qin Yu seemed a bit absent-minded, telling Qin Feng, "Xiao Feng, during this time you shouldn't go out. I'm afraid Zhao Kang will cause you trouble." Understood. Qin Feng also did not wish to go out, having finally found the key to refining Qi. He needed to concentrate and make the most of it. While eating, Qin Feng glanced at his sister's room from the doorway and saw 2 or 3 large bags piled inside. It seemed she had taken several days' worth of work at once and did not plan to go out. Feeling reassured, Qin Feng reminded her not to call him for dinner, then hurriedly finished eating and returned to his room to continue his seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 5 more days had passed. That evening, outside the alchemy room of the Zhao family in Qinghe Feng, Taiju had just finished his work and stepped out when he was stopped by Zhao Kang. "Master Zhao." Seeing this, fellow Taiju felt a wave of disgust, but he had to force a smile. What can I do for you, master? Zhao Kan asked coldly. Has Qin Feng not come to work these days? In response to Master Qin Go is unwell and has not come. What are you holding in your hand? These are discarded pills that the alchemy masters don't want taking them home for medicinal use. Zhao Kang merely asked a few questions and then let him leave. Taiju hurriedly ran home. Once back in the village, Taiju immediately ran to Qin Feng's house and knocked on the door. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Sister Yu. It's me, Taiju. What is it? The door was opened by Qinwei, who looked at Taiju with confusion, wondering what could be so urgent. Where's Brother Feng? Qin Yu knew her brother had been busy with cultivation matters lately, so she casually replied he's sleeping. Taiju said anxiously just now Zhao Kang was in the alchemy room asking about Brother Feng. Did he offend Zhao Kang? It should be fine, right? Taiju, you haven't eaten all day. Hurry home and have dinner. All right then, when Brother Feng wakes up, tell him to come find me. After sending Taiju home, Qin Yu closed the door and walked inside absently. Sister, are you worried about Zhao Kang? The sudden voice startled Qinwei, and upon seeing Qin Feng grinning at the door, she felt a surge of anger and lightly slapped Qin Feng. You little rascal, scaring your sister. Let me show you a little magic. Qin Feng revealed a mysterious expression, then placed his hand before Qinwei, slowly exerting force. As the Wudi Qi manipulation technique operated, a tiny red light slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. Upon seeing this, surprise instantly flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. You have. Qin Yu's voice was loud. Had she not covered her mouth with her hand, it might have alerted the neighbors. After being excited for a long time, Qin Yu began to observe her brother's changes, occasionally pinching his face and arms, as if worried that this was a fake. Confirming that it was indeed her brother, she couldn't help but smile foolishly and tightly hugged Qin Feng. When Qin Yu finally calmed down, Qin Feng spoke up. Sister, I've just started and would prefer to keep this under wraps. I will find a way to deal with Zhao Kang. Okay, I will go cook. Qin Yu smiled, nodded, wiped her moist eyes, and turned to walk into the kitchen. Today's meal was very lavish, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. Before eating, Qin Yu specially prepared some food and incense to share this good news with their deceased parents, although she did not know if they could hear. As night fell, Qin Feng did not continue his seclusion. He took the remaining 2 spirit stones and 3 foundation establishment pills to Qinghe Feng. Zhao Kang was also at the first level of the refining stage and had considerable experience, so he had to be treated cautiously. During this time, Qin Feng had learned a lot from reading. For instance, battles between cultivators involve not only the strength of spiritual power, but also who has more powerful magical tools. After more than 10 days of crossing over, he finally saw hope in cultivation. This time, Qin Feng planned to acquire more magical tools for self-defense in Qinghe Feng. The sky was darkening. People continued to move about on Qinghe Street, though the vendors had diminished significantly. Among the passers-by were ordinary folks as well as cultivators, each going about their own business indifferent to one another. Many cultivators were clad in loose black robes or wore veils to hide their faces, and the others wisely kept their distance. For such individuals were heavily guarded, and any approach would provoke disdain. Qin Feng felt as though enlightenment had struck him like a thunderbolt, and he immediately stepped into an ordinary grocery store. Moments later, a figure in a black robe emerged from the shop, silently blending into the crowd. I'm truly a genius. Once clad in the black robe, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of security. Although his strength was lacking, this attire was enough to deter ordinary people from getting any ideas. While searching for a shop, Qin Feng caught sight of Taiju through the gap at the front of his robe. Taiju appeared disheveled, his black clothing marked with numerous footprints, hastily carrying a small bag of black items as he hurried past. It seemed he had run into some trouble today. However, Qin Feng had no chance to greet him and decided to inquire later. After Taiju left, Qin Feng took the opportunity to enter a shop selling items for cultivators. The reason he chose this grocery store was that there were no other customers inside, significantly reducing the risk of being targeted. Esteemed cultivator, what would you like to purchase? Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, a young maid of about 15 or 16 years old immediately approached him, her purple robe faintly radiating youthful charm. Though the girl was beautiful, Qin Feng was clear about his purpose. After stuffing 2 pieces of jerky into his mouth, he mumbled through his chewing, "Do you buy elixirs here?" "We do." "What kind of elixir does the esteemed cultivator wish to sell?" The girl leaned slightly forward, lowering her head in anticipation of his reply. "Foundation establishment pill." After speaking, Qin Feng took out a low-grade foundation establishment pill from his pocket and placed it on the counter beside him. Seeing the foundation establishment pill, the girl's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and she quickly stated the price with a sincere expression. "Is this a low-grade one? If confirmed, our Qiyuan Pavilion is willing to purchase it for 400 spirit stones." 400. Qin Feng's expression within the black robe turned ecstatic. It had taken him 50 days of hard labor in the alchemy room to earn just one spirit stone. Now a single foundation establishment pill could fetch 400 spirit stones. That was equivalent to 2,000 days' worth of wages. If the esteemed cultivator finds the price low, I can add 50 more spirit stones for you. 50 more spirit stones. Though Qin Feng was not familiar with the market, he felt that this price was fair enough. Alright, I also want to buy some other items. Qin Feng directly requested a low-grade yellow-tier storage ring and 10 fire snake talismans commonly used by Qi refining stage cultivators. He had a rough understanding of the prices for these items as he had seen them in books. The storage ring alone cost 300 spirit stones, and the 10 fire snake talismans added up to 50 spirit stones, leaving him with 100 spirit stones. After making his purchases, Qin Feng worried he might not know how to use the storage ring, but the girl's service was thorough. She took a black bag from the counter, retrieved 100 spirit stones, and then right before Qin Feng's eyes placed the fire snake talismans into the brand new storage ring. Finally, she handed the storage ring to Qin Feng. Thank you. Qin Feng stuffed another piece of jerky into his mouth and turned to leave with the storage ring. Though he had not yet acquired any magic tools, Qin Feng dared not sell more. From the girl's reaction, it was evident that the foundation establishment pill was a rarity in Qinghe. If he sold too many at once, he would attract attention from thieves or even from the shopkeepers. Qin Feng did not leave the market immediately but wandered aimlessly while secretly practicing taking items out of and putting them into the storage ring. After confirming no one was following him, Qin Feng stopped in front of a stall that had no customers. The stall displayed numerous minor spells and various techniques. The stall owner was a young man with dark skin engrossed in reading a book, paying no attention to newcomers. Qin Feng ignored him as well and began selecting from the many books. Fireball technique, rolling stone technique, water dragon technique, withered wood curse, fierce sun technique. A dazzling array of spells, techniques, and manuals caught the eye. If a cultivator practiced a spell whose attribute matched their own chi, their training speed would be greatly enhanced, otherwise it would be the opposite. Qin Feng had a 5-element spirit root and the 5 sovereigns chi guiding technique. He cultivated simultaneously refined 5 types of chi, allowing him to practice spells representing all 5 elemental attributes. After much selection, Qin Feng finally chose a thick book among the many titled 18 Techniques of Chi Refining Dominance. From the name alone, it sounded quite domineering. Qin Feng reached for the book to take a look, but the stall owner pressed his hand down with a bamboo stick. The stick was thin yet bore great weight. The stall owner looked at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction and disdainfully said, "How can you not know the rules?" Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment and immediately understood, asking, "How many spirit stones?" 30. He took out 30 spirit stones and placed them on the stall. The stall owner withdrew the bamboo stick, accepted the stones, and continued reading his book. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to him, directly putting the book into the storage ring and turning to leave. Returning to the village. The sky had already been dark for quite some time. As Qin Feng passed by Taiju's house, he noticed that the lights were still on, and he could vaguely hear his mother's intermittent cries. The front door was merely ajar, and as he pushed it open, the smell of medicinal soup wafted out. Qin Feng stepped into the doorway, and immediately several men inside turned to cast cold glances at him while Taiju's father squatted at the entrance, his face clouded with worry as he smoked a pipe. Qin Feng, feeling anxious, asked Taiju's father, "Uncle Han, what happened?" Han Tinia glanced at Qin Feng expressionlessly and coldly replied, "Taiju was beaten by Zhao Kang." Furrowing his brows, Qin Feng took a step further inside, standing at the doorway of the main room to see the situation. Taiju's mother was sobbing by the bed, making it impossible to see Taiju's face. All he could see was a green pillow stained black by something with a small bag of black items beside it. Qin Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. Why had Zhao Kang beaten Taiju? And furthermore, this family seemed to harbor significant hostility towards him. To hell with it, once I master the spells, I will deal with him. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, then turned and ran back to fetch something. Although he hadn't worked in the alchemy room during this time, Qin Feng had still synthesized quite a few treasures through Taiju. He had body-refining pills and blood-boosting pills that could be consumed by mortals, and even the life-saving golden bull gallbladder pills used by the wealthy. Moments later, Qin Feng returned. The 3 types of elixirs were ground into powder and placed into 3 bowls. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, the men in the room seemed to have made an agreement and directly blocked the doorway. Taiju's mother also came out upon hearing the commotion, angrily yelling at Qin Feng, "You disaster. Your whole family is a disaster." "Aunt Tinia, what do you mean by that?" Seeing Qin Feng pretend not to understand, Taiju's mother immediately pointed at him and launched into a tirade of curses, and Qin Feng understood the gist. Just moments ago Zhao Qing had come here and without a word had nearly beaten Taiju to death, threatening that either Qin Feng's family had to move away or Taiju's family had to move away. In a brief moment Qin Feng understood. How maliciously he had incited discord. This person had already paved the way for his own demise. However, saving Taiju was the priority. Qin Feng did not waste time arguing with them, protecting the bowls stacked in his hands as he pushed through. Having entered the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, his physical capabilities had greatly improved and a mere 3 or 5 village men were no match for him. Reaching the bedside, Taiju was already breathing more out than in. Qin Feng hurriedly took the medicinal soup beside him and like water poured in the powdered elixirs one after another. To ensure the medicinal effects took effect quickly, Qin Feng did not care whether it was appropriate, grasping Taiju's hand to channel spiritual energy into him. Cough cough. Moments later, a look of pain crossed Taiju's face and his chest began to heave violently. With a pained expression, he leaned over the bed to cough. Blood clots the size of his thumb began to ooze from his mouth. It was uncertain which part of the process had worked, but fortunately he had survived. As Taiju woke up, Qin Feng left. He had rushed home to fetch medicine and hadn't had the chance to check. After learning the reason behind the events, Qin Feng was very worried about his sister's condition, fearing that she had already been scolded by Taiju's fierce mother. Qin Feng knocked on Qin Yu's door, but there was no response. Straining his ears, he could barely hear her steady breathing. It seemed she was asleep. Without further delay, Qin Feng returned to his room and lit the oil lamp. He pulled out all the pills he had been hoarding from under the bed, stuffed them into his storage ring, and then continued to practice the Qi induction technique. Practicing the spells would emit light, so Qin Feng planned to wait until daytime to try. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Yu got up early, packed the clothes she had sewn, and went out to deliver them. Qin Feng could hear everything clearly as he practiced. If the events of last night hadn't happened, he might have still worried about his sister's safety. However, since Zhao Qing had resorted to such dirty tactics, he likely wouldn't come at them aggressively in the short term. The Qi induction technique ran through 2 complete cycles. Before long, Qin Feng heard footsteps outside and guessed that his sister must have returned. She entered the house, and after a moment of silence, he heard rustling sounds as if she was searching for something. Feeling something was off, Qin Feng stopped his training and immediately stepped out of his room. He noticed that the ancestral tablets of their parents were gone and other items had been packed into a new large sack. Qin Yu was now in her own room packing things, continuously putting items into the sack. "Sister, what are you doing?" Qin Feng called out from the doorway. "Brother, we are moving. We're not staying here anymore." Qin Yu didn't look up, focused on her packing. She only stopped when Qin Feng stepped forward to stop her eyes red as she said, "We can move somewhere else, and I can still take care of you." In her extreme sadness, Qin Yu still instinctively treated Qin Feng like a child, even forgetting that her brother was a practitioner. Seeing his sister being bullied made Qin Feng feel upset as well. He looked up and said, "Sister, this matter has already been resolved. Taiju helped me rescue her last night, and in a couple of days, I will be able to deal with Zhao Qing." The last sentence was spoken in a very low voice, yet it was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu dropped the clothes in her hands, her face filled with anxiety as she stared at Qin Feng and said, "Brother, don't do something so foolish. Killing someone comes with consequences." After all, she was still a woman. Qin Feng sighed, wiped her tears, and forced a smile as he said, "Don't be sad and don't cry." "All right." Qin Yu immediately agreed. Qin Feng nodded and then helped put the packed items back in place. Although she verbally agreed, Qin Feng decided that after eating he would head out to the mountains. He planned to first test the power of a fire snake talisman and then practice other spells. No matter what, Zhao Qing had to die within these 2 days. "What are you two doing?" A slightly awkward voice from a woman came from the door as the siblings busily worked. Taiju stood at the door with a silly grin on his face while Taiju's mother stood behind him, flustered, continuously fiddling with a basket of eggs. "Feng, you really are going to move because of Zhao Qing? If you move, I won't live anymore." Taiju's face showed anger as he took a few steps forward to help unpack the items. Qin Yu looked awkwardly at Taiju's mother. Although yesterday's unpleasantness was a misunderstanding, the words spoken by the countrywoman were still rather harsh. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Sister, Auntie brought us eggs. You should go and receive them quickly. Xiaodui, Auntie's hen, has been laying 2 eggs a day, recently bringing some over for you to help eat." Taiju's mother showed an embarrassed smile on her face, and after Qin Yu glanced at Qin Feng, she went to fetch the eggs. "Xiaodui, I was wrong about yesterday, and I apologize. I'm no longer angry, but you have to bring some eggs for my brother Feng tomorrow." All right. The 2 women helped each other save face. Qin Yu carried the eggs into the kitchen while Taiju stayed behind to help Qin Feng unpack. Once everything was tidied up and they sat down to rest, he looked seriously at Qin Feng. "Feng, I want to do something big. I don't want to be an ordinary person anymore." Taiju looked pensive while Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, with my 5-element roots, I don't even want to join a sect, and you without any roots want to fly to the heavens. Feng, actually, I have a secret I haven't told you. You have a secret. Qin Feng was surprised as he glanced at Taiju. This kid had been following him since he was in diapers, and he never expected he had such depth. What is it? Do you think him strong? A few days ago when I was delivering herbs to the pill room, I met a celestial master who said my bones are extraordinary. Qin Feng chuckled and rubbed his cheeks, then seriously patted Taiju's head, saying, you should settle down for a couple of years. Within 2 years I will ensure you have a good life. This statement came from the depths of Qin Feng's heart. With the capability of synthesis in 2 years, he could at least become a high-level practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. It wouldn't be difficult to guarantee Taiju a prosperous life. Feng, I'm not joking. Taiju frowned as he looked at Qin Feng, seeming somewhat angry. He continued, that celestial master said he didn't have roots like me when he was young, but now he can kill at the Qi refinement stage. After hearing Taiju's story, Qin Feng understood. That person was likely an evil cultivator, and an aged one at that. As for whether Taiju wanted to take him as a disciple to seize a new life or truly pass on his skills, he couldn't tell. Since he can kill at the Qi refinement stage, can you ask him to help us deal with Zhao Kang? He can't do it anymore. After refining the pills, I had to support him out. Taiju pouted, then stood up and walked towards the door with Qin Feng following him. He turned around, his gaze resolute as he said, Feng, I know practitioners can be good or bad, but rest assured whether I am good or bad, I will never forget your life-saving grace. After saying that, Taiju went home. If nothing unexpected happened, he should also be bidding farewell to his parents. Xiao Taiden, Qin Feng, dinner's ready. Qin Yu came out from the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes. Seeing Qin Feng standing alone at the door, she immediately asked, why didn't you invite him to dinner? He is busy with something. This child. During dinner, Qin Feng instructed Qin Yu not to go out, using the excuse that he would be going into the mountains to help Taiju find herbs. As he went out, he happened to see Taiju also leaving. His small figure carried a large bundle as he was saying goodbye to his parents. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Taiju turned his head and grinned widely, then skipped away towards Qinghe Feng. Xiao Taiden, see you next time. Qin Feng waved at his back, a helpless expression on his face. Although he possessed special abilities, his capabilities were limited at the moment. The only thing he could do was to dissuade Taiju, but he had firmly decided to step into cultivation. With no roots, the only way for him was to become an evil cultivator. After watching Taiju's figure disappear from view, Qin Feng turned and walked in the opposite direction. By the calculations of the days, Zhao Kang should be coming to the village to collect taxes in the next couple of days. Perhaps it was for embezzlement, he always came alone when collecting taxes. He must quickly learn some techniques of practitioners. Qinghe is built against Wulong Mountain, so is Qinghe Village. Stepping out of the village, Qin Feng took advantage of the deserted surroundings to dive into Wulong Mountain. The mountain is densely forested with thick undergrowth. Small beasts occasionally scurry across the path, but Qin Feng pays them no mind, focusing solely on his journey. Occasionally hunters can be found around the mountain's periphery, but Qin Feng is unwilling to reveal his identity, so he ventures deeper into the mountains. After entering the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, Qin Feng's physique has already surpassed that of ordinary people, moving faster than many seasoned hunters. Using spiritual power to enhance his leg strength is quite taxing. After half an hour, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Fortunately, he has arrived at his destination. Before him stands a sheer cliff with a cave about 2 to 3 meters above the ground and a vine hanging down just enough for a person to climb up. A few days ago, during his Qi refinement, Qin Feng had climbed up through here. Returning now, he is familiar with the route, grasping the vine with both hands and swiftly entering the cave. Inside, the space is vast, and above there is a skylight. A few wild monkeys, seeing someone enter, immediately scurried down the vines. Time is of the essence, I must indulge a bit now. Qin Feng grimaced as he took a spiritual energy pill from his storage ring. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a surge of spiritual power, rapidly replenishing his energy reserves. At this moment, 5 beams of light, each of a different color, floated in his energy sea, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ordinary cultivators with mixed spiritual roots can typically only practice 2 types of spiritual powers simultaneously, but due to the uniqueness of Qin Feng's cultivation method, he can practice them all at once. After restoring his spiritual energy, Qin Feng began to select spells recorded in the 18 techniques. This book is an autobiography written by a peak Qi refinement stage loose cultivator, detailing the 18 powerful spells he learned throughout his life. According to the book, mastering these 18 spells would render one invincible among Qi refinement stage practitioners. Earth Wall Technique, Water Shield Technique, Gold Blade Technique, Fire Dragon Technique, Tai Rejuvenation Technique. The 18 spells are all commonly used by Qi refinement stage practitioners, but ordinary cultivators lack the energy to practice so many techniques. Feng also found it mentally taxing. If he were to learn them all, who knows how long it would take. Ultimately, he chose the gold blade technique and earth wall technique. One is for attack, the other for defense. Coupled with the fire snake talisman, I refuse to believe I can't take down that scoundrel Zhao Kong. With a content expression in his eyes, Feng began to recite the incantation and hand signs for the gold blade technique. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had passed. After memorizing the incantation and hand signs for the gold blade technique, Feng began to hold his breath and concentrate, attempting to cast the spell. As the gold attribute spiritual power circulated to his hand, making the hand signs, Feng could feel the gold spiritual power gradually becoming turbulent. After 2 breaths, Feng suddenly fixed his gaze on the stone wall ahead and forcefully executed the hand sign with one hand. Gold blade technique. Boom. In an instant, golden light burst forth in the air, but the spell failed. Damn me. Feng adjusted his emotions and began to repeatedly practice the gold blade technique. The more failures he encountered, the more excited he became. If it were too easy, one might suspect whether they had truly cultivated a genuine immortal path. After an hour, the gold blade technique failed again. Half a day later, the gold blade technique failed again. By evening, the gold blade technique succeeded. A 3-foot-long golden knife appeared out of thin air before Feng, swiftly slashing towards the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall trembled slightly and debris began to fall. Looking closely at the spot where the knife struck, the golden blade had sliced through the wall as easily as cutting tofu. This thing packs a powerful punch, but it really consumes spiritual energy. The moment the gold blade technique succeeded, Feng felt all of his spiritual energy being instantly drained, and his vision went white as he nearly fainted. If it weren't for the spiritual energy pill, he would probably have to spend the night here. While recovering his spiritual energy, Feng also summarized the key points of casting the spell. After a moment, he began to consecutively cast the gold blade technique, successfully doing so 5 or 6 times before stopping. At this time, outside the cave, the sky gradually darkened. Feng realized that there was no hope for practicing the earth wall technique today, but before leaving, he had to try the fire snake talisman. Boom! Suddenly, a violent red light burst out from the cave, and after a while, Feng emerged covered. The power is considerable, but the attack range is a bit too large. When Feng returned home, the sky was completely dark. The familiar glow of the fire pit illuminated the yard where Qinghe was sitting nearby mending clothes. Brother, you're back. I'll go make you something to eat. Seeing Feng enter through the door, Qinghe immediately got up and went into the kitchen where the food was already heating in the pot, ready to serve. After finishing his meal, Feng returned to his room, lit the oil lamp, and began to practice the breath-holding technique. Techniques like the turtle breath technique are used by mortals to feign death. Only the breath-holding technique can truly conceal the spiritual energy in one's body, making it impossible to guess one's realm and spiritual energy. A night passed. Feng barely learned the breath-holding technique. As long as he maintained the breath-holding state, he would eventually master it over time. The next morning, Qinghe was cooking in the kitchen while Feng sat at the door, lost in thought. During this time, he not only entered the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, but also learned the gold blade technique and the breath-holding technique, along with a storage ring and various pills. Most importantly, he still had 9 fire snake talismans left. This item is quite powerful. When he used it at the time, Feng felt that if he had taken a few steps forward during the explosion, he might have lost his life. I wonder if Zhao Kong can withstand it. Feng sat on the small stool, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, and inadvertently smiled. Do. A series of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the yard. After a moment, several people dressed in black robes entered, led by Zhao Kang. Each person was holding silks and packages, while 2 in the middle carried a red box. Brother Qin, you must have come to a decision during this time, right? Lord Wang has sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. Let's see where to put them. Zhao Kong, holding a folding fan, stood beside a middle-aged man with a goatee. It seems these people are from the Wang family. Qin Yue, who was in the kitchen, peeked out and immediately came out. Zhao Xianxue, have you made a mistake? We never agreed to this marriage proposal. Qin Yangzi is indeed as beautiful as rumored, and my master truly wishes to marry Qin Yangzi. He will certainly not mistreat you in the future, so please rest assured, Qin Yangzi. Zhao Kang's expression remained unchanged as he said, the Wang family has already chosen a date of the first day of next month is an auspicious day. They will come to pick you up, so please prepare. The group paid no mind to the attitudes of Qin Yu and her brother, leaving the betrothal gifts behind as they departed. Among them, the happiest was undoubtedly Zhao Kong. He had been stuck at the first layer of the Qi refinement stage for a long time. By currying favor with the Wang family, if their genius disciple returned and provided just a little guidance, he would surely be able to break through his cultivation. What are we going to do now? Qinghe fretted, pacing around in the yard, while Qin Feng sat quietly, not saying. The Wang family merely has a clan member who entered the Eternal Life Sword secta. Aside from that, everyone else in the Wang family are mortals. What is so impressive about that? They may be powerful, but my fire snake talismans are no less impressive. The afternoon of the second day, Qin Feng sat in the courtyard, reading faintly, hearing the commotion of the entire Qinghe village. Someone lamented, "Master Immortal, I am the only one able to move in my household. Can the tax collection this year be delayed a bit? If you don't pay the tax, will the immortal from Qinghe Feng let you work? Enough of the nonsense. If you don't pay the spirit stones, hand over the travel pass." Wasn't it the case that the work badges were given only after paying the tax in previous years? Why do we need to hand over the travel pass this year? This is the will of the immortal from Qinghe Feng. Will you pay or not? The ordinary folk before Zhaokang the cultivator felt like fish on a chopping board, unable to resist. Since childhood, Qin Feng had witnessed this countless times and had long grown accustomed to it. "Brother, this is our family's tax. When the person comes, just hand it over to him." Qinghe walked out from the room, shoved a cloth bag into Qin Feng's hands, and returned to her room. The bag contained 8 excised milky white diamond-shaped stones. These were the spirit stones. A moment later, Zhaokang strolled leisurely to Qin Feng's doorstep, took a glance, and then turned to the next house. What was going on? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and chased after Zhaokang, asking, "Master Immortal, why aren't you collecting my family's tax? You lucky lad, the Wang family has already paid your tax for you." Zhaokang said this and headed towards the home of Taiju. During this time, Taiju's parents were so preoccupied with their son's situation that they had no time to work in the market. They probably couldn't afford the tax either. Moments later, a commotion of cries and chaos erupted from the neighboring yard. Qin Feng immediately rushed over to take a look. Taiju's mother was on the ground crying while his father stood at the door with a kitchen knife. Zhaokang was holding a strange talisman and was casting a spell. If he completed the spell, it was likely that 2 lives would be lost right there. "Master Zhao." Qin Feng rushed forward to block him, shoving the package in his hands towards Zhaokang. "Let me pay for their tax." "You." Zhaokang glanced at the cloth bag in Qin Feng's hands, and the murderous intent in his eyes diminished significantly. "All right. But during this time, remember to buy your sister some good food. Don't let down the Wang family's goodwill." Zhaokang patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and continued on to the next house. "Xiao Feng, your spirit stones. We will find a way to return them to you." Taiju's parents looked at Qin Feng with complex expressions, almost kneeling before him. "Uncle, Aunt, don't do that. Taiju and I are good brothers. I will definitely take care of him in his absence." Qin Feng calmed their emotions before turning to leave. Collecting the taxes. The sky was completely dark. Qinghe village was about 4 miles from Qinghe Feng. Zhaokang walked back towards Qinghe Feng, a smile plastered on his face. "Today, I earned over 100 spirit stones again. A Qinghe village truly is my blessed land. Too bad I can only collect tax once a year. If this doesn't work, I need to think of other taxes." While hurrying, Zhaokang kept tossing a heavy small bag the size of an egg in his hand. Surrounded by darkness, a chill wind blew, and Zhaokang suddenly shivered. In this situation, ambushes were most suitable. If someone were to attack him from the grass, wouldn't that be dangerous? Glancing at the reeds beside him, Zhaokang felt a chill in his heart, immediately putting away his bag and quickening his pace towards Qinghe Feng. Why does today feel so strange? As Zhaokang hurried along, he felt that something was off. "Master Zhao." Suddenly, someone shouted from the tall reeds beside him. Zhaokang turned his head to look, and a jolt ran through his body. What the hell? All he could see was a small red snake about 3 feet long lunging at his chest. He had no chance to react before it struck. Countless flames erupted instantly, and all he could see were fire serpents. Fire serpent talisman. This was the last time Zhaokang's mind processed anything. Immediately after, he was engulfed in raging flames, and in the blink of an eye he was reduced to charcoal and fell into a deep sleep. Being young is wonderful. Qin Feng jumped out from the bushes, quickly searched Zhaokang's body, and after obtaining the storage bag, he swiftly fled into the distance. Although Zhaokang was guilty of serious crimes, it was Qin Feng's first time taking a life, and his heart raced with tension. Qin Feng did not dare to return home immediately. He found a patch of reeds outside the village to hide in for half the night, and only sneaked back to his room when dawn was approaching. Will anyone investigate Zhaokang's death? Qin Feng lay on the bed, beginning to contemplate. There were many cultivators coming and going around Qinghe Feng, but it was rare to see them brawling. There should be some kind of unwritten rules binding them. However, Qin Feng was too lazy to think too much and sat on the bed to begin cultivating. It was not until Qin Yu called him for dinner that he went out. Outside, a group of people dressed in brocade clothing with knives at their waists were patrolling. A robust, middle-aged man with a bulging temple came to visit Qin Feng's house. At a glance, Qin Feng could tell he was not a cultivator, but definitely a master among ordinary people. The middle-aged man asked expressionlessly, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals last night?" Suspicious individuals? No, not at all. Qin Feng replied with a puzzled face, while Qin Yu looked terrified, fearing these people were causing trouble for them again. "If you see any suspicious individuals, report it to Qinghe Feng immediately." The man casually said a sentence and then left. Qinghe Feng also had its own government office, but its status was far inferior compared to cultivators. Report it. With Zhao Kang's death and no cultivators investigating, it was just the government officials handling it. Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, Taiju's mother ran in with a gossipy expression, saying to Qin Yue, "Something big happened last night." "What happened?" Qin Yu asked absent-mindedly. "I heard that last night the Wang family from the neighboring village was exterminated." Qin Feng reached out with his chopsticks to pick up some meat, but as he moved, the meat immediately fell off. He hadn't even made a move. Who the hell exterminated the Wang family in advance? Qin Feng did not react, but Qin Yu asked with great excitement, "Is that true?" Taiju's mother described animatedly, "It must be true. The officials are now investigating the murderer everywhere. I suspect the Wang family bullied others everywhere, and a master immortal couldn't stand it, so they acted against them." Taiju's mother said smugly, while Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, her eyes somewhat strange. After Taiju's mother left, Qin Feng immediately defended himself. "Sister, it really wasn't me." "Who said it was you?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes, humming as she went to the kitchen to fry 2 more eggs for Qin Feng. While the siblings were happily eating, another person arrived outside. This time it was a graceful young girl dressed in a purple long dress, holding a small compass and a black incense stick. Qin Feng recognized the girl at a glance. The other party did not know him and walked into the courtyard with a puzzled expression, stopping at the door. The thick smoke produced by the burning black incense seemed to recognize people drifting straight towards Qin Feng. Upon seeing a beautiful young girl standing at her doorstep, Qin Yu immediately stood up and asked gently, "Miss, is there something you need at my house?" The girl remained silent, staring intently at Qin Feng while one hand flipped over and a small purple flying sword 3 inches long suddenly appeared in her grasp. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Yu instantly realized that the beautiful young girl before them was a celestial. Qin Feng's expression darkened as well. What frustrated him most was why the black incense smoke was drifting towards him. Clearly there was no wind. The girl glared at Qin Feng, angrily pointing the flying sword at his forehead as she said, "Hand over the 5 spirits technique, and this celestial maiden may grant you a swift death." Is there a misunderstanding here? I truly don't know what the 5 spirits technique is. Qin Feng looked bewildered at her, raising his hands in surrender. "The seeking incense has found you, and you still try to argue." Qin Feng glanced at the black incense in her hand, noticing the smoke was still creeping towards him. "This is really damn frustrating. I truly don't know about the 5 spirits technique." Qin Feng expressed his annoyance, realizing it might be Zhao Kang's fault for not cleaning up properly as he had taken his bag. You keep arguing." The girl showed a look of disdain, and with another hand gesture, the smoke from the seeking incense changed direction and headed straight for Qin Feng's room. Only then did Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had hidden the bag outside in the corner long ago, and there was nothing in the room now. The girl slowly walked into the room while Qin Feng and Qin Yu followed behind with puzzled expressions. Aside from a simple bed, the only thing left in the room was a large wardrobe. A few crumpled pieces of used paper were discarded at the bedside. The girl disdainfully kicked them aside and then focused her gaze on what was under the pillow. Because the smoke from the seeking incense lingered there. The girl threatened Qin Feng with a small flying sword, saying, "Go. Take the item out." Qin Feng disdainfully walked to the bedside, reaching his hand under the pillow to search while he explained with a frown, "Do you think I don't know my own room? There really is something." Qin Feng slowly lifted the pillow, revealing what was underneath, a yellowed leather book and a small porcelain vial. There was a withered blood handprint on the book, and the vial also had several, but they had already dried and turned dark. The room fell silent for a moment. "Still claiming it's not you? This lady will let you know the price of lying right now." The girl's voice instantly rose, and the flying sword in her hand pointed directly at Qin Feng's brow. "It's really not me." Qin Feng immediately placed his hand over the blood handprint on the book, explaining, "Look, my hand is much larger than this." While comparing, Qin Feng noticed that the index finger of the blood handprint was slightly bent, and his eyes flickered for a moment. Let me try again." The girl put away the flying sword and personally compared Qin Feng's hand with the blood handprint, then checked the pills in the porcelain vial. She only sighed in relief after confirming the items were not lost. "Consider yourself lucky, as someone must have thought they couldn't escape and hid the items in your home." Anyone who dares to steal from our Qi Yuan Pavilion is simply looking for death. The girl mumbled as she glanced at the compass in her hand, confirming that the man before her had not lied before putting the items away and leaving. This all happened quickly and left just as quickly, during which the siblings had not exchanged a single word. Xiao Feng, was it really not you who stole? Qinghe looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression. With both the officials and the cultivators searching for something today, she felt somewhat uneasy. I'll go ask. Qin Feng, feeling puzzled, rushed out the door and called out to the girl, Celestial Master, what exactly is going on? Perhaps feeling that it was impolite to have pointed a sword at someone several times, the girl turned around and casually said, last night someone went to the Wang family to kill and rob, violating the rules of our Qi Yuan Pavilion. After the girl left, Qin Feng still looked confused. What are the rules of the Qi Yuan Pavilion? Moreover, that handprint resembles what Taiju would leave behind, as his left index finger looks just like that. Forget about it for now. Qin Feng turned back, and while Qinghe was not paying attention, quickly dug out Zhao Kang's bag from the corner and headed straight for the back mountain. After hiding the bag, Qin Feng ran to the river and washed up vigorously. In the evening, at the entrance of Qinghe Feng, a monk in a black robe stood in front of an herbal vendor, taking out a spirit stone and asking, Madam, do you know what the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion are? I don't know. Brother, do you know what the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion are? Isn't it just a shop selling things? After inquiring for a long time, Qin Feng roughly understood the rules of Qi Yuan Pavilion. This shop seems to have a strong backing, and if something is stolen or if someone is killed while buying something, Qi Yuan Pavilion will be responsible for retrieving it. In cases like the Wang family, which was exterminated, they would even help manage the items until the other descendants of the Wang family come to collect them. Taiju, why did you have to exterminate the Wang family and steal? In a moment, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. The handprint left on the book would become an important clue in finding the murderer. In the future, Taiju would undoubtedly encounter trouble. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no idea where he was. What can I get for you, fellow Taoist? In the Qi Yuan Pavilion shop, as soon as Qin Feng walked in, the girl in purple greeted him, still managing the shop alone. I want to buy some items. I heard that the items sold by your Qi Yuan Pavilion come with after-sales service. Of course, what would you like to purchase? Though the girl did not understand what after-sales service was, she could guess some meaning from it. Qin Feng chewed on beef jerky, feeling a bit troubled. This after-sales service, while offering a degree of safety, also meant there was no privacy. If they could find the items, it naturally also meant they could find the buyers later. Seeing that the black-robed man was hesitating, the girl continued to explain, Are you worried about being tracked by Qi Yuan Pavilion? We Qi Yuan Pavilion are a branch of the Spirit Realm's Xian Yuan building, and we would never engage in such unethical acts. Alright, I want to sell Foundation Establishment pills. Qin Feng flipped his hand and took out 2 Foundation Establishment pills from his storage ring, placing them on the table. These are low-grade Foundation Establishment pills. If there are no issues, Qi Yuan Pavilion is willing to purchase them for 400 spirit stones each. I've already inquired. The selling price for Foundation Establishment pills at other shops is 1,000 spirit stones. Having had her trick exposed, the girl's expression did not change as she spoke again. How about 850 each? If other shops could offer this purchase price, I will pay you double. The selling price was 1,000 and the purchase price was 850. Qin Feng felt this price was reasonable, but unfortunately he had been tricked by her last time. This girl looked cute and petite, but she was truly ruthless when it came to tricking people. What items does the fellow Taoist want to buy? Do you have any formations? Yes. Do you have any beginner flying swords? Yes. 2 Foundation Establishment pills were sold for 1,700 spirit stones, which made Qin Feng's pockets feel a bit fuller. With money in hand, he naturally had to consider enhancing his cultivation. Amidst the girl's puzzled expression, Qin Feng chose 2 beginner Misty arrays and 4 beginner Spirit Gathering arrays. After taking them home and synthesizing them, he would obtain 1 intermediate Misty array and 1 advanced Spirit Gathering array. If he bought them here directly, the prices for beginner and intermediate would differ by more than 10 times. Is that all you want? Yes. A total of 6,850 spirit stones. So expensive. Qin Feng felt frustrated just as he was about to take out the last 8 Foundation Establishment pills from his storage ring. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him as he asked, How many spirit stones can you offer for high-grade Foundation Establishment pills? The acquisition price of a medium-grade Foundation Establishment pill is 2,000 spirit stones each, while the high-grade is 5,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng was unsure if this girl continued to deceive him, but selling high-grade Foundation Establishment pills was certainly more profitable. Under the black robe, Qin Feng flipped his hand and instantaneously took out 4 low-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The scent of the pills wafted through the air. Low-grade foundation establishment pill. When consumed at the peak of the qi refining stage, it can enhance one's physique with a 10% chance of breaking through foundation establishment. Can be synthesized into medium-grade foundation establishment pill. After synthesizing 2 medium-grade ones, Qinghe Feng continued to create high-grade ones, but at this moment a fragrant aroma unique to the pills wafted from beneath the black robe. High-grade foundation establishment pill. When consumed at the peak of the qi refining stage, it can enhance one's physique with a 70% chance of breaking through foundation establishment. At the highest level, it cannot be synthesized further. Did 2 medium-grade pills directly synthesize into a high-grade one? Smelling the aroma, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Qinghe Feng's eyes while the girl in front of him showed a curious expression. After pondering for a moment, Qinghe Feng asked, "What if I want to sell a high-grade foundation establishment pill? How much would it be?" The girl displayed a curious expression, and after thinking for a moment she replied, "A high-grade foundation establishment pill can at least be sold for 10,000 spirit stones." 12,000. All right then. As he left the Qiyuan Pavilion, Qinghe Feng's storage ring was filled with several sets of beginner formations, 4 low-grade yellow-tier flying swords, and over 6,000 spirit stones. This transaction was quite profitable for Qinghe Feng. The only regret was that the 5-spirit technique was still at Qiyuan Pavilion. He dared not inquire, fearing she would guess. Although Qiyuan Pavilion bore no malice, Qinghe Feng was aware of his current ability to withstand risks. Any risk could potentially shatter the fragile life he shared with his sister. At this moment the sky had darkened and fewer people wandered the market. Qinghe Feng found an alley and shed his black robe before making his way back along a small path. Halfway there he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Turning his head, Qinghe Feng saw a short figure in a black robe following him. Even though he had been spotted, the figure showed no reaction, simply standing there with not a hint of life, but instead emanating a foul odor. Qinghe Feng felt a chill run down his spine and mustered his courage to ask, "Do you need something from me?" "Brother Feng, it's me." A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the black robe, sounding like iron sand scraping against a pot, sending shivers down his spine. Qinghe Feng had a rough idea of who it was, but remained silent, simply gazing at him. The figure in the black robe also ceased speaking, awkwardly raising a hand to pull out a heavy package and toss it in front of Qinghe Feng. "Deliver this home for me. I can't meet them right now." The grating voice echoed again, causing Qinghe Feng's brow to furrow instantly. He had just guessed it was Taiju, but he worried it might be Taiju's deceased master's possession. He recalled his parents' reasoning that possession was unlikely and asked, "Taiju, what has happened to you? Did that damned immortal trick you?" "No. He practiced the Incorpse technique and passed it to me." Qinghe Feng didn't understand what the Incorpse technique was, but from the words he could guess that it involved either refining others' corpses or turning oneself into a corpse. Given Taiju's appearance, it seemed he belonged to the latter. Once Qinghe Feng confirmed the package on the ground was fine, he picked it up and stored it in his storage bag. Upon seeing the package vanish, Taiju in the black robe paused for a moment, and Qinghe Feng was also taken aback. You've become a cultivator." The sound of scraping revealed no joy or sorrow, only surprise. Qinghe Feng nodded and then asked him, "Did you have anything to do with the Wang family situation? They wanted to marry Sister Wei, so they had to die. So you also took the 5-spirit technique from under my pillow?" Taiju remained silent, but nodded. A warm current flowed through Qinghe Feng's heart, and he felt the sentiment was a bit too strong. Forcing a smile, he said, "Even in this state you still think of me. I'll remember this. Brother Feng will take you out to drink and eat meat when you recover, and then we can go enjoy some brothel wine." "All right." Taiju nodded, then turned and slowly crouched down. In that moment, Qinghe Feng noticed the exposed ankles had grown thick tufts of black hair resembling some beast. Before he could examine it closely, Taiju took off. Using his hands to push off the ground, he vanished into the distance like a wolf. Upon returning home, the lights in Taiju's house had already gone out. To prevent his parents from worrying about Taiju, Qinghe Feng directly pushed open the gate to his house and knocked on the door. When a large bag of spirit stones was handed to Taiju's father, and he was informed that Taiju had become a disciple of a small cultivation sect, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned red. After the sadness came joy. He immediately pulled out 10 spirit stones to repay Qinghe Feng for the tax he helped pay a few days ago, but Qinghe Feng insisted that Taiju had already given it to him, so he let it go. After leaving Taiju's home, Qinghe Feng leisurely made his way back home. Zhao Kong was dead and the Wang family had been destroyed. The small brazier in the yard was lit, and Qinghe was sitting by it sewing clothes. "Brother, what were you doing at Uncle Han's house?" Qinghe asked while busy with her needlework. "Taiju asked me to deliver spirit stones to them, so I just relayed a few words. The rice in the pot is still warm. Are you hungry?" "I am." Qinghe Feng grinned, and Qinghe set down her work, pinched his face, and then got up to serve the rice. A large bowl of white rice topped with some leftover vegetables and 2 fried eggs. Qin Feng quietly ate while watching his sister work. After a while, Qin Feng spoke up, "Sister, why don't you stop working? With my current spirit stones, we could spend our entire lives without running out. What meaning is there in living without moving? Only pigs eat and sleep all day." Qin Yu pouted, showing no concern for how many spirit stones Qin Feng had. "All right then, but you should do less work and not wear yourself out." After finishing the meal, Qin Feng pulled Qin Yu back to the room, forcefully stuffing her with 20 spirit stones and a beauty-enhancing pill. After doing all this, Qin Feng returned to his own room. He lit the oil lamp and took out all the items he purchased today: 2 sets of beginner Misty Formation, 4 sets of beginner Spirit Gathering Formation, and 4 flying swords. Beginner Misty Formation. After casting the formation, it can confuse cultivators at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage and has no offensive power. Can be synthesized into Intermediate Misty Formation. Synthesize. Intermediate Misty Formation. After casting the formation, it can confuse Qi refining cultivators, preventing them from entering the formation. The difference between the beginner and intermediate formations was so stark. One merely interfered with vision, while the other prevented entry into the formation. After storing the Misty Formation in the storage ring, Qin Feng continued synthesizing the Spirit Gathering Formation and flying swords. Moments later, he obtained a set of Advanced Spirit Gathering Formation and a yellow-tier high-grade flying sword. Advanced Spirit Gathering Formation gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the formation with a concentration 5 times greater than the outside. Yellow-tier high-grade fire sword, greatly powerful, more efficient in spirit energy consumption, and can release fierce flames to scorch enemies. Flying swords and magical artifacts are not much different in combat. It's mostly about who has better durability, and only during actual combat can the effects be seen. However, the Spirit Gathering Formation brought great shock to Qin Feng. With 5 times the spirit energy enhancement, a day of cultivation within the formation equated to 5 days outside. With this Spirit Gathering Formation, even with 5 spirit roots, I should be able to quickly enhance my strength. Satisfied, Qin Feng stored the items in his storage ring, intending to set off immediately to the cave in the back mountain for cultivation. As he stepped outside, Qin Feng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow darting from his yard into the adjacent alley, accompanied by a strong wave of spiritual energy. A cultivator. And of considerable level. Qin Feng was shocked, pretending to yawn as he walked into the restroom to relieve himself, then continued to return to his room to sleep. Once back on the bed, Qin Feng did not sleep but quietly stared out the window. After a moment, that shadow appeared again. However, it merely stood motionless in the yard, seemingly observing something. Creak. Qin Feng heard the sound of Qin Yu opening the door outside. Sigh, this kid didn't even lock the door again. After complaining, she yawned and slowly walked towards the outhouse. Qin Feng secretly held a small flying sword in his hand, his heart racing. If that shadow dared to make any unusual moves, he would fight to the death. The moment Qin Yu stepped outside, the shadow disappeared again. Moments later, Qin Yu returned, gently locked the door, and then went back to her own room. Only then did Qin Feng let out a breath of relief. Meanwhile, that black shadow appeared again on the window paper, stretching long under the moonlight. Not knowing what the other party intended, Qin Feng did not plan to act rashly. However, he could guess that this person might be investigating Zhao Kang's cause of death, or perhaps a relative of the Wang family. A night passed, and the shadow completely vanished only as dawn approached. Qin Feng got up early, sat under the eaves reading, and after finishing his meal, he hurried towards the back mountain of the village with all his belongings. Bang! Inside the cave, Qin Feng attempted to control the flying sword to strike the stone wall, instantly scaring away several wild monkeys. This strike consumed nearly a third of the spiritual energy in Qin Feng's dantian. The flying sword consumes more spiritual energy than activating a talisman. I am still too weak, Qin Feng sighed, then took out a misty formation from his storage ring to set up around the cave. This formation consists of 36 small flags and 18 large flags. After placing them all in the designated positions, the entrance to the cave suddenly vanished, appearing as just a stone wall. Qin Feng held a stone the size of an egg, injecting spiritual energy into it, and the formation instantly opened, revealing the entrance of the cave. Upon entering the cave, Qin Feng set up a gathering spirit formation, and it took a whole half an hour to arrange both formations. The moment the gathering spirit formation took shape, Qin Feng clearly felt the spiritual energy within the cave become much denser. Moreover, an endless stream of additional spiritual energy rapidly gathered from all directions. 5 times the spiritual energy, it truly feels wonderful. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the gathering spirit formation and began operating the 5 Emperors Qi guiding technique, instantly feeling thick spiritual energy drilling into his body through his pores. As strands of spiritual energy entered his body, they coursed through his meridians, cleansing the impurities of his body until they finally returned to his dantian. At this moment, 5 strands of differently colored spiritual energy were slowly rotating in Qin Feng's dantian. As he absorbed more spiritual energy, these 5 strands continued to grow stronger. The spiritual energy of an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator was simply insufficient to control a flying sword, but Qin Feng possessed 5 strands of spiritual energy, requiring only a third of it for a single use. This made Qin Feng both happy and worried. Cultivating 5 types of spiritual energy would grant him 5 times the spiritual energy of an ordinary person in the future, but what about foundation establishment? What about the nascent soul? These were thoughts Qin Feng dared not entertain. For now, he just wanted to quickly enhance his strength. With the aid of the gathering spirit formation, Qin Feng's cultivation speed was rapid. Unknowingly, a day passed. By evening, Qin Feng returned home for dinner. Qin Yu understood Qin Feng's current identity, so she did not inquire about his matters, but quietly prepared the meal. At night, that shadow appeared again, still quietly standing in the courtyard as it had the previous day. The other party made no unusual moves, and Qin Feng did not intend to alarm them. Thus 10 days passed in succession. This afternoon, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the gathering spirit formation, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, every strand of spiritual energy within him was immense, and he faintly felt on the verge of a breakthrough. "I'm about to break through." Qin Feng was overjoyed and operated his technique to continue absorbing spiritual energy. Boom! Within the dantian, 5 strands of spiritual energy exploded like fireballs, the fierce impact causing Qin Feng to feel a surge of blood and qi. Once stabilized, each strand of spiritual energy had transformed into 2 strands, and now Qin Feng possessed a total of 10 strands of spiritual energy. Foundation establishment, second layer. I've finally broken through. Qin Feng's complexion was flushed with excitement as he clenched his fists, testing the changes in his body. His 5 senses and 6 perceptions felt lighter, and his bodhi's reaction speed and strength had also increased significantly. Breaking through to the second layer of foundation establishment in about a month of cultivation, I have surpassed Zhao Kang and his ilk by a great margin. Qin Feng stood up excitedly and dashed down the mountain. After his realm broke through again, his speed now rivaled that of ordinary beasts, quickly becoming a shadow in the dense forest. Qin Feng did not return home immediately, but headed straight towards the place where Zhao Kang's Qiankuan bag was hidden. The Qiankuan bag had Zhao Kang's residual divine sense, making it impossible for outsiders to open. But now that Qin Feng's realm had broken through, he was able to directly forcefully refine the divine sense and claim the Qiankuan bag for himself. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A gray squirrel was digging a hole under a tree. Sensing the approach of a bipedal human, it quickly scampered up the treetop, watching the human below warily. Seeing that the other party was only digging something under the tree, it let out a sigh of relief. As it dug through the leaves and unearthed the soil, a dark red Qiankuan bag suddenly appeared in its view. Qin Feng happily tucked the bag into his chest. The moment he turned around, Qin Feng suddenly bent down. Bang! The large tree was penetrated by a golden flying sword illusion, creating a hole as thick as a waist. I despise ambushers the most. Qin Feng spat out the tree debris in his mouth, already gripping the fire sword tightly. Not far away, a figure slowly stood up from the grass on the slope. It was a woman around 30 years old, holding a golden talisman. At this moment, her expression was furious, her face filled with murderous intent as she glared at Qin Feng. "You little villain, dare to harm my junior brother Zhao. Today I will take you back to the sect for punishment." Zhao Kong was just a loose cultivator and yet had a sect. In an instant, Qin Feng deduced the cause and effect. This female cultivator had likely found the location of his hidden Qiankuan bag and was waiting here to catch him unawares. From the recent fluctuations of spiritual energy, Qin Feng sensed that the other party's realm was higher than his, and he was no match for her. Zhao Kong deserved to die, Qin Feng said expressionlessly, then swiftly ran up the mountain. The woman's face revealed a look of disdain as she slapped a blue talisman onto her legs, her speed skyrocketing as she closely followed Qin Feng. "Do you think you can escape? If you obediently surrender, we might consider giving you a quick death." The woman threatened Qin Feng as she pursued him. Though the golden talisman had immense power, for some reason, she did not use it again, only closely tailing behind. Qin Feng initially planned to run towards the misty formation, but thought better of it. This woman could die anywhere, but she must not perish near his cave. Changing his mind, Qin Feng took another direction and ran towards another mountain. Both of them were extremely fast in their chase. The woman trailing behind was growing increasingly alarmed. How could a mere foundation establishment second-layer cultivator run with such sustained speed using spiritual energy? After a while, Qin Feng reached a large rock on which the words Wang Family Town were inscribed. Bang! Qin Feng used his legs to push off the ground, forcefully leaping like a rabbit behind the large rock. "Is this all you can do with your little tricks?" The woman stopped abruptly, disdainfully staring at the other side of the large rock. "I'm right here. You bastard. You dare to ambush me." Qin Feng's voice echoed from behind the large rock, while two dark red little snakes rapidly flew towards the woman. Sensing the energy fluctuations of the fire snakes, the woman's face turned pale with anger as she quickly unleashed a golden glow to protect herself. Behind the large rock, Qin Feng, worried that he might not defeat her, gritted his teeth and activated two more fire snake talismans, one on the left and one on the right, to surround the woman. The fire serpent talisman possessed enough power to threaten a cultivation initiate at the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Qin Feng could not gauge the woman's exact cultivation realm, so he activated 4 talismans in rapid succession. Boom! Boom! The first 2 fire serpent talismans struck her luminous shield with tremendous force, instantly fracturing its surface with jagged fissures. Still insufficient. Qin Feng immediately unleashed 2 more fire serpent talismans toward the woman while simultaneously summoning his blazing flame sword and channeling spiritual energy into it with frantic intensity. In an instant, the blazing flame sword blazed with intensified radiance, its entire body glowing crimson, like a white-hot branding iron. At the same time, Qin Feng began weaving finger seals to prepare the golden blade art. "I refuse to believe I can't finish you off." Though brimming with confidence, Qin Feng's heart remained unsettled. Damn it. Inside the crumbling shield, the woman, now clearly outmatched, watched Qin Feng's relentless barrage of techniques and turned ashen with fury. She swiftly drew forth a golden sword talisman and wove its activation seals, launching it directly at Qin Feng. Boom! 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 2 fire serpents surged once more from the left and right, crashing violently into the luminous shield, shattering it outright. Meanwhile, her golden sword talisman collided head-on with the final 2 fire serpents. In that split second, searing flames erupted skyward. The talisman was utterly consumed by the serpent's infernal might, and the explosive backlash hurled her backward several zheng. At that very moment, she saw 2 weapons descending upon her, a blazing crimson flying sword and a golden broadsword, both hurtling with lethal precision. "Fellow cultivator, spare my life. I can pretend I know nothing about Zhao Kang's affair." Qin Feng remained silent, but inwardly he poured yet another torrent of spiritual energy into both the blazing flame sword and the golden blade art. Seeing this, the woman's composure shattered. Desperately, she attempted to reconstruct her luminous shield. Crack! The golden blade art descended with crushing weight, cleaving deep fissures across the shield's surface, immediately followed by the blazing flame sword. The already fractured shield splintered completely under the sword's thrust, piercing straight through her torso and leaving behind a fist-sized wound that gushed blood steadily. Who are you?" Trembling uncontrollably, she stared in abject terror at the gaping wound in her chest. Qin Feng said nothing, only watched motionless and silent. 2 breaths later, her legs went rigid, then collapsed. She lay still, lifeless. Qin Feng glanced briefly at her corpse. Her cultivation realm slightly surpassed his own, making the refinement of her storage pouch exceedingly troublesome. To claim it would be akin to grasping a scorching ember. After brief hesitation, Qin Feng chose instead to conceal her storage pouch within a hollow tree trunk. Having done so, he departed swiftly. En route, he located a secluded ravine and began refining Zhao Kang's Jiankuan pouch. With equal cultivation realms, the residual spiritual imprint of a deceased cultivator stood no chance against Qin Feng's will. Within half an incense stick's time, he had fully refined the pouch, revealing 1,386 spirit stones and a lozenge-shaped sapphire blue stone the size of a chicken egg. Judging by its dense spiritual resonance, Qin Feng surmised it must be a mid-grade spirit stone. Additionally, the pouch contained a low-grade inferior flying sword, 3 manuals of yellow-rank foundational arts, Qingling pills, spirit stride talismans, and other rudimentary cultivation items. A single mid-grade spirit stone equaled 1,000 low-grade ones. Qin Feng had never imagined Zhao Kang possessed such wealth. He transferred all items into his own storage ring and hurried home without delay. Under the veil of night, the courtyard remained unchanged. The familiar small brazier glowed warmly. The aroma of sweet savory dishes lingered in the air. Yet Qin Feng felt none of the peace he once knew. The stronger his cultivation grew, the more peril he perceived, hidden and ever-present. The shadow lingering in the courtyard remained unidentifiable. The Wang family's disciple, now admitted into the Eternal Life Sword sect, would surely return for vengeance, and Zhao Kang's master, who stood behind it all, what was his cultivation realm? That night, Qin Feng spent hours staring fixedly at the window. Outside, the black silhouette stood unmoving in the courtyard, vanishing only when passers-by walked by or when Qin Yu rose in the night. Half a month passed in silence. Qin Feng's cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. On his way home that day, a figure clad entirely in black robes blocked his path halfway. Taishu. Brother Feng, yesterday I secretly returned to the village to visit my parents, and I noticed something strange about Sister Yu. After so long apart, Taiju's voice had regained its natural timbre, yet his body remained stiff and unnatural, and beneath his black robe thick dark fur bristled visibly. My sister. What's wrong with her? Every time you leave, a black-robed figure visits your home, and then Sister Yu locks the door, only opening it again just before your return. Yesterday I thought it mere coincidence, but last night that same figure stood watch in your courtyard. You truly didn't notice. Taiju's tone carried layered emotion, helplessness, suspicion, and quiet dread. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. A black-robed figure. Male or female. Could Sister Yu have found a suitor? Yet such intimacy seemed alarmingly swift. Brother Feng, what do we do now? Taiju's voice trembled with concern, clearly sharing Qin Feng's mounting unease. After a pause, Qin Feng asked quietly, Taiju, what is your current strength? I can handle a Qi refinement 4th layer cultivator, no problem. Then tonight let us fight side by side and unveil this mystery. That's precisely why I sought you out. We must protect Sister Yu from deception. Back home, Qin Feng did not retreat to his room to study. Instead, he sat quietly beside Qin Wei, observing her as she sewed with needle and thread. Her breathing remained steady, a faint unique fragrance clung to her. Unconvinced, Qin Feng employed the Qi observation art he'd recently cultivated, but no matter how closely he scrutinized, she bore all the hallmarks of maidenhood, her face and gaze devoid of the soft radiant joy of romantic infatuation. Brother, is something wrong today? Sensing his unwavering gaze, Qin Yu assumed her face was smudged and quickly touched her cheek. Sister, has anyone troubled us lately? Not at all. Her reply came effortlessly, and Qin Feng meanwhile continued observing her Qi flow through the Qi observation art. Yet every sign, her demeanor, her aura, her pulse, confirmed she spoke no falsehood. After brief casual conversation, Qin Feng retired to his room. Qin Yu continued her work until the braziers' glow dimmed, then withdrew to rest. At midnight, a fierce wind swept across the land. Even indoors, the rustling of branches and weeds whispered ominously through the night. Moonlight flooded the room as Qin Feng lay awake, eyes locked on the window. Beside his bed rested his flying sword, fire serpent talismans, and 3 spirit Qi pills, every potential tool laid out and ready. Qin Feng resolved inwardly, the moment conflict erupted, he would unleash full force without restraint. With Taiju's aid, even if they could not slay the intruder, they would certainly create sufficient commotion. The Qinghe market lay nearby. The local overseers would inevitably investigate any disturbance. Once satisfied all preparations were complete, Qin Feng redirected his gaze to the window, where unnoticed a black silhouette now stood. No matter how violently the gale raged, the shadow remained utterly still. Damn it, this insult goes too far. Qin Feng clenched 3 spirit Qi pills between his teeth and thrust his flying sword outward through the narrow gap in the window. In the darkness, the blazing flame sword erupted with a searing crimson light streaking unerringly toward the black figure. To prevent escape, Qin Feng flung the window wide and leapt outside in one fluid motion. Thud! Just as the sword neared its mark, an overwhelming force slammed into it, sending it careening away. Qin Feng's spiritual connection to the blade transmitted the impact directly to his consciousness, jolting him with sharp pain. At that instant, a beast-like black shape erupted from the nearby thicket, its twin claws gleaming coldly beneath the moonlight. Die! Taiju's voice rang out icy and sharp. Qin Feng responded, instantly activating 2 fire serpent talismans aimed at the creature. Then, rushing into the courtyard, face etched with urgency, Qin Yu cried, Stop! All of you, cease this at once. Bang! The shadow did not strike, but the iron pillar was sent flying by an immense force. This scene left Qin Feng dumbfounded. Their combined attack had failed to even scratch the surface of their opponent. How strong must the other party be? Although the atmosphere was tense, it gradually calmed down with the arrival of Qin Yu. The shadow stood quietly in place, allowing Qin Feng to finally get a clear look at them. The black cloak did not fully cover the figure, and Qin Feng could barely make out that it was a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s with striking beauty and was currently gazing at him with an appreciative look. Most crucially, she bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yu. Realizing that things were not simple, Qin Feng immediately turned to Qin Yu and asked, Sister, who is she? Qin Yu smiled and stepped in front of Qin Feng, whispering, It's a misunderstanding. I was just thinking about when to tell you. I didn't expect you to find out. What's going on over there? A light turned on in the neighboring house of the iron pillar, and soon a figure appeared in the yard looking over. The iron pillar took a deep glance at that figure, then vanished into the bushes like a shadow, while the cloaked woman slipped into the house ahead of him. Qin Yu shouted to the neighbor, And there's nothing wrong. Little Feng accidentally knocked over the food bowl. I was wondering what happened. Get some rest, we need to go to the market tomorrow to collect the meat. Back inside, after lighting the oil lamp, the room gradually brightened. The woman quietly sat on a stool curiously observing Qin Feng. Qin brought a cup of water and placed it in front of the woman, speaking gently, "Mother, drink some water." Mother. Hearing this title, Qin Feng's eyes widened as he asked the woman, "You are my mother?" The woman took a sip of water, then smiled and shook her head, saying, 24 years ago I gave birth to Xiaowei, but I had some matters to attend to, so I entrusted her to your father and mother to care for. I never expected that after just over 20 years, both your older brother and sister would no longer be around. If you wish, you may also call me mother like Xiaoyu does." "My sister isn't my biological sister." Qin Feng was shocked and unsure of how to express his emotions, but Qin Wei unfazed approached him and hugged him gently, saying, "Little Feng, don't worry. Your sister will not abandon you, we will still be the same as before." Qin Feng blushed deeply and wriggled free from Qin Yu's embrace, awkwardly scratching his head. When the woman looked at Qin Feng, a flash of purple light flickered in her pupils, and she then exclaimed in surprise, "You possess 5 innate spiritual roots and have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. That is indeed extraordinary talent." Qin Feng felt a bit disheartened. All the time he spent cultivating his breath-holding technique was seen through. Seemingly guessing what Qin Feng was thinking, the woman smiled and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am Xiaoyu's mother and certainly mean no harm to you. May I ask what realm you have attained, senior? You can reach the 3rd level of qi refinement in just 1 month and afford advanced gathering arrays and flying swords, so you must have had your own fortuitous encounters. To know my cultivation level, you'll have to work hard yourself. However, your friend practices a rather unique technique, and in the future, he will likely be pursued by righteous cultivators. It's getting late, you 2 siblings should get some rest. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, the woman stood up to leave and Qin Yu hurriedly chased after her. "Mother, please stay a little." Qin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. He had painstakingly hidden himself for so long, and even set up a mid-level concealment array to hide his cave. Yet she saw through it all in one glance. The world of cultivation truly is filled with prodigies. He took a long while to calm down. Ultimately, he realized he was simply too weak. If his strength were a bit greater, he could have seen through her as well. Fortunately, she bore no ill intentions, and even reminded him about the iron pillar. "Little Feng." Qin Yu rushed in with a joyful expression, habitually pinching his cheek, and said happily, "Tomorrow I can start working at the Misty Rain building in the market. They provide meals and lodging for 3 spirit stones a month, so you can rest easy and focus on your own matters." Misty Rain building. I've never heard of such a place before. I'm not sure what exactly it entails either. Mother said it's a shop run by an old friend of hers. She told me to just go. If you miss me, you can find me at the Misty Rain building. What is your mother's name? I don't know. I heard someone call her, and it sounded like her surname was Li. After a long inquiry, Qin Feng roughly pieced together the situation. The shadow he discovered earlier was most likely looking for Qin Wei, as cultivators have many means to track their own bloodlines. The woman began to appear frequently in Qin Yu's life, accompanying her to shop during the day doing handicrafts. After becoming familiar, she used a blood-dropping method to prove their relationship. Qin Feng had just observed that the mother-daughter relationship between them was likely genuine. The shock of his biological sister becoming a half-sister was still quite significant for Qin Feng. Fortunately, her identity was remarkable, so it didn't tarnish his sister's reputation. After chatting for a while and reminding her to rest early, Qin Feng went outside. Outside, the wind howled. The grass rustled with sounds now and then. Qin Feng walked straight to the bushes outside his home, expressionless, and kicked the shadow hiding beneath. "Stop hiding, they've seen us in our underwear." The iron pillar rubbed his backside and sat up on the grass, confused, and asked, "Brother Feng, what is going on?" Qin Feng did not explain. He directly reached for the iron pillar's black cloak. The iron pillar wanted to dodge, but couldn't move faster than Qin Feng. Under the moonlight, the iron pillar's eyes glowed red, his face pale as paper, and black spiderweb-like patterns spread over his skin, covering his body from neck to toe, resembling a monster. "Brother Feng, will I scare you looking like this?" The iron pillar attempted to put on the hood, but Qin Feng opened his hand to stop him. "Scare what? I've watched you grow up, it's just a few more hairs, that's all." Qin Feng said nonchalantly, but inside he felt somewhat shocked. Because the iron pillar now had no heartbeat, his blood was not flowing, and the only difference from a dead person was the ability to move and his awareness. Feeling Qin Feng's unchanged attitude, the iron pillar's eyes instantly became moist. A real man crying over nothing. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and then asked him, "I'm going back to my cave to cultivate now. Where have you been staying these days?" The iron pillar fell silent, his face showing a stiff, awkward expression. "You have nowhere to go." The two traveled at an astonishing speed. One sprinted with all his might while the other moved on all fours like a beast. In just a moment, Qin Feng along with Taizhu arrived at his cave dwelling. The cave was simple and bare, with nothing but the gathering spirit array. Taiju's eyes shone with envy as he said, "Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to obtain a gathering spirit array. Your cultivation speed will surely increase significantly from now on." Qin Feng, not wanting to appear arrogant, replied earnestly to Taiju, "I can't use it all by myself, if you can feel free to use it together. The path I walk is different from yours, and I do not require spiritual energy." Taiju forced a smile and found a clean spot to prepare for a long sleep. Qin Feng looked at Taiju curiously and asked, "What cultivation method are you practicing? Show me a glance. You want to practice too? However, I wouldn't recommend it, sister. You still needs you to take care of her." Though reluctant, Taiju still pulled out a tattered book from his pocket. The corpse refining technique. Corpse refining technique: place oneself in a dead state, and then revive, refining oneself into an indestructible corpse, entering the Tao through the corpse. The progress is slow, and it requires a large amount of fresh blood. It turns out it is a cultivation method similar to that of a vampire. Qin Feng had always been curious about Taiju's cultivation principles, and now he finally understood. He wasn't worried about Taiju indiscriminately killing innocents. He was more concerned that Taiju's low cultivation level would lead to him being hunted down by those so-called righteous cultivators. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng said to him, "I know a powerful expert who can improve cultivation methods. Your corpse refining technique is too low level. How about I help you refine it later?" "Sure, whatever, I've noted it down anyway." Taiju waved his hand dismissively and then lay down on the ground to fall into a deep sleep. Qin Feng said nothing more and began to cultivate with all his might. The moment the 5 Emperors Qi induction technique was activated, the gathering spirit array sensed the depletion of spiritual energy inside and immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, maintaining 5 times the spiritual power within the array. After a few hours, Taiju crawled up from the ground with a very peculiar posture. The black patterns on his face had increased, even reaching his lips, which were now black. "I'm so hungry. Brother Feng, I'm going to find something to eat now," Taiju muttered and then walked straight out of the cave. Only after Taiju's figure disappeared did Qin Feng open his eyes, silently putting away the 2 fire serpent talismans in his storage ring before continuing his cultivation. When dawn broke, Taiju returned. His complexion had returned to normal, his belly round and full, and he was exuding a strong bloody smell, but it was not the smell of human blood. After returning, Taiju sat cross-legged in a corner of the cave to cultivate, never disturbing anyone. "Taiju, I'm going to the market for a while." Qin Feng called out to Taiju and then quickly left the cave, heading towards the market. After a moment, Taiju opened his eyes and pulled out a pair of sharp claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen. After examining the claws for a long time, Taiju raised his hand and slapped himself hard, annoyed, saying, "Brother Feng treats me so well, yet I still doubted him. I truly deserve to die." The morning in Qinghe Square was bustling with activity. Vendors had set up their stalls along the streets waiting for customers, and the shops lining the streets had opened, but there were very few customers. Qinghe Square was ultimately remote both in terms of spiritual energy and geographical location. How could there be many cultivators gathered here? Qin Feng donned a black robe, wrapping himself tightly, and leisurely chewed on some beef jerky while following behind Qin Yu. As she walked, she also searched around. After squeezing through 2 streets, she spotted their destination at a secluded corner. It was a 3-story small building entirely painted red, with a sturdy sign hanging above that read Yanyu Tower in bold characters. In front of the door, many grains, noodles, and meats were laid out, with countless commoners queuing to receive them. "This is the place." Qin Yu's face lit up with joy as she excitedly walked inside, holding a sword-shaped jade pendant. The servant at the entrance initially wanted to stop her, but upon seeing the jade pendant in her hand, immediately changed his demeanor. "Miss, what brings you here?" This scene was clearly seen by Qin Feng standing behind, and he quietly speculated. Yanyu Tower was likely not just any friend's place, it was highly likely related to Qin Yu's mother. "Dear customer, today is the grand opening of our Yanyu Tower in Qinghe Square. If you buy a sword today, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Buy a sword. What sort of sword? If you have enemies and it's inconvenient for you to deal with them yourself, you can come to our Yanyu Tower to buy a sword to help you resolve it. The price of the sword is determined by the strength of the target." Qin Feng understood and realized that Yanyu Tower was probably an open assassin organization. To test the waters, he casually asked, "Can you kill a nascent soul stage cultivator?" The servant's expression changed slightly, and he replied with dissatisfaction, "If the customer can afford the price, we can sell even a sword for a nascent soul stage cultivator. If you're just joking, you'd better go elsewhere." Qin Feng nodded and turned to leave, his peculiar behavior causing the servant to complain about his bad luck. The people at Yanyu Tower are quite something. They may not be cultivators, but they possess a strange aura. The cultivation world truly is a place of diverse talents. Qin Feng sighed, then headed straight to the largest cultivation store in Qinghe Square. Since the corpse refining technique Taiju practiced was too obscure, Qin Feng wanted to see if he could buy a few similar ones to help him synthesize a higher-level cultivation technique. While being strong alone is certainly beneficial, having a reliable helper isn't a bad thing either. Sorry, dear customer, we don't have what you're looking for. The person attending to Qin Feng was a middle-aged man, and upon glancing at the corpse refining technique, his expression immediately darkened. If you don't have it, then that's that. Not wanting to cause trouble, Qin Feng directly turned to leave for the next shop. Sorry, we don't have such items in our store. You dare to show yourself in broad daylight as an evil cultivator. After several setbacks, and just as Qin Feng was about to give up, he suddenly saw the Qi Yuan Pavilion before him. Although the shop was small, it was somewhat familiar. Qin Feng adjusted his black robe and walked in confidently while chewing on beef jerky. The girl inside immediately recognized him, and her eyes lit up. Friend, you're back. What do you want to buy this time? Qin Feng remained silent, simply placing the corpse refining technique on the table. The cover of the corpse refining technique was dirty and ragged, carrying a foul fishy odor. The girl frowned, and Qin Feng awkwardly covered his nose. Damn Taiju, he has no sense of hygiene whatsoever. Friend, your appearance doesn't seem like that of an evil cultivator. How did you come to possess this? Moreover, our Qi Yuan Pavilion doesn't accept this kind of technique. Probably no one in all of Qinghe Square would accept it. Qin Feng, chewing on beef jerky, nonchalantly asked, I want to buy it. Can I? Buying it is quite difficult. Though this is the most basic technique among evil cultivators, very few people sell it. 500 spirit stones per book. Deal. The girl's face brightened, and she confidently declared, I Zlinger do more business than everyone else in Qinghe Square combined. If you have other transactions in the future, be sure to come find me. Even though the girl agreed so readily, Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret in his heart. I overpaid. Qin Feng ended up buying 3 copies of the corpse refining technique, spending a total of 1,500 spirit stones. With enthusiasm, Zlinger hurried back into the room and quickly emerged with 3 identical copies of the corpse refining technique. The alchemy furnace and the foundation establishment pills are quite valuable. Among all the items, only the true fire charcoal and the refined herbs are somewhat cheaper. Qin Feng ordered 30 sets of materials for refining foundation establishment pills and 20 fire serpent talismans, and exchanged for a slightly larger yellow tier intermediate storage ring. Altogether, it cost over 36,000 spirit stones. Not to mention emptying his savings, even the waste pills that Taiju helped steal in the past were all used up. As he left Qinghe Square, Qin Feng hummed a little tune, feeling satisfied. Although he appeared destitute now, refining 30 sets of foundation establishment pills would at least yield over 100 waste pills. After synthesizing them through his extraordinary methods, it would soon lead to a massive fortune. With his sister not at home, Qin Feng decided not to return and headed straight to his cave dwelling. Upon arriving, Qin Feng was instantly stunned. He saw that someone had chiseled out another opening on the stone wall beside his cave, which resembled a 3-room 1-hall layout. At that moment, Taiju was crouched at the cave entrance studying something. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, he immediately approached holding something in his hand. Brother Feng, can you help me check if this map is real? Taiju looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, as he had only learned to read from Qin Feng while skipping school to collect bird eggs. The map only had the words Shuntian Prefecture Jining Mountain written on it, along with many bizarre patterns that Qin Feng couldn't decipher. It's likely real. What is this map? My deadbeat master said this is the place where the evil cultivator of the Golden Core stage perished, hiding many treasures. Should we go there in a while? With our current cultivation, we could be killed by a simple mechanism, and not to mention the others. Let's talk. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, then pointed at the adjacent 3-room 1-hall layout and asked, Are you planning to stay here? Taiju grinned, revealing his sharp fangs as he replied, I don't know where else to go. If you ever move, remember to call me. I will follow you for life. Back in the cave, Qin Feng directly merged the 4 books of the corpse refining technique into 2, and then the extreme corpse emperor technique, cultivating with corpses as the path training speedily requires absorbing malevolent turbid and miasmic qi into the body to restrain all entities. After merging, the extreme corpse emperor technique was vastly superior in both cultivation method and malevolence compared to the corpse technique. Most importantly, the cultivation speed was quick, comparable to Qin Feng's current 5 emperors qi drawing technique. After handing over the integrated technique to Taiju, Qin Feng returned to his cave to enter closed-door cultivation once more. The cultivation speed of the 5 emperors qi drawing technique was already fast, and with the enhancement of a high-level spirit gathering array, Qin Feng's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, as he was inexperienced at first, all the herbs were burned to ashes, and not even a waste pill was left. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng finally broke through to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. Within his qi, 5 colors of spiritual power slowly rotated, abundant and vigorous. Stretching his body, Qin Feng's bones crackled, and he felt a wave of refreshment. After the breakthrough, his body had also grown stronger. He felt that he could easily crush a cow with a single punch. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave the cave for some fresh air, a sudden explosion echoed outside Taiju's cave. After the explosion, many angry curses followed. "You rodent! You harmed my senior brothers and sisters and dare to build a cave here. Come out and die. If you don't show yourself within 3 breaths, don't blame us for collapsing your dog hole." Qin Feng walked to the cave entrance and looked outside through the elusive array. He saw a group of young cultivators dressed in various styles, filled with murderous intent, blocking the entrance to Taiju's cave. Behind them stood an old man with white hair and a goatee leading the group. The old man's gaze was gloomy, emanating an extremely strong aura. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this old man was extraordinary, with at least the strength of the 6th layer of qi refining. As if sensing someone watching him, the white-haired old man turned around only to see a stone wall and couldn't help but express his confusion. Clearly empty, why did he feel as if someone was observing him? Before he could think further, a surge of black smoke suddenly erupted from the cave. "You dare trespass into my cave seeking death." Taiju's figure instantly appeared at the cave entrance, his eyes glowing with purple light and his fangs subtly extending while his long hair flowed behind him like ink. Just standing at the entrance, the black mist around him seemed to come alive, spreading everywhere. The young cultivators in front were taken aback by the scene and retreated behind the white-haired old man. "Why you? You are an evil cultivator. You are doomed. My master will not let you go." The young cultivators shouted while the white-haired old man's expression changed slightly. He immediately cupped his fists towards Taiju and said, "Daoist Qin Feng, long time no see." "What did you call me?" "Daoist Qin Feng. Revered Qin." The white-haired old man looked confused while Taiju frowned and remained silent. Pfft. Inside the elusive array, seeing the scene, Qin Feng almost burst into laughter. This group was likely Zhao Kang's sect, having had 2 disciples killed, and now they had come knocking. They found the right place, but cried at the wrong grave. Seeing that his master had no intention of striking, the young cultivators grew impatient. "Master, he is an evil cultivator. Good and evil cannot coexist. A master, quickly take action to eliminate this demon." The white-haired old man glared at them, then smiled apologetically at Taiju, saying, "My disciples are young and impulsive. Daoist Qin, please do not take offense. I came today to ask if Daoist Qin has seen my rebellious disciple Zhao Kang and Qinling." "I have seen them. I killed them, what of it?" Taiju's gaze darkened as he stared at the old man, his voice hoarse, like thousands of ghosts howling. "These 2 have long oppressed the common people in Qinghe Square, committing numerous evils. Daoist Qin's elimination of them can be seen as clearing my sect's reputation. I the old man am extremely grateful. Farewell." The old man once again cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left without looking back. Only after everyone had departed did Taiju retract the black mist, sitting at the cave entrance, looking gloomily in Qin Feng's direction. "Brother Feng, why didn't you come out just now? If we teamed up, we could definitely have dealt with them all." Qin Feng stepped out of the elusive array, covering his stomach with a smile mimicking the old man's gesture. "Why is Daoist Qin so angry?" "Sai, I could have taken the blame for you. What bad luck this is." Taiju sighed helplessly, then pulled out a dark red Qianquan bag and tossed it to Qin Feng. A few days ago, while hunting in the mountains, he encountered a female corpse that had been mangled by wolves. At that time, he found it strange, who kills and leaves the corpse's belongings behind. Now he finally understood. However, Taiju still felt resentful about that group just now, as the duck that was about to land on his lips simply flew away. "Taiju, you must remember a few things. Cultivating immortality is not merely about killing and fighting. Everyone finds it hard to cultivate, and sometimes there's no need to fight to the death. However, one must always guard against others. I will help you set up a couple of arrays later." After saying this, Qin Feng headed straight to Qinghe Square, leaving Taiju sitting at the cave entrance deep in thought. Cultivating immortality is not about killing and fighting. What is it then? Taiju propped his chin in one hand, repeatedly pondering the meaning of this sentence. As Qin Feng passed by Qinghe village, he glanced at his home. The broken eaves and shattered walls were left charred and covered in black ash, with the remaining undestroyed debris reduced to ruins. At the former entrance of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, carrying a flying sword on his back. He remained motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Qin Feng squinted at the middle-aged man, who emanated a strong aura of menace. After confirming that there was no trace of his sister within, Qin Feng asked the man in a deep voice, "Brother, was this your doing?" The man, initially poised to become angry, was instantly silenced by the notable fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng. He explained, "This is a misunderstanding. My master by Wang Daoren ordered me to wait here for the return of Qin Xianzun and to compensate him with 1,000 spirit stones. I am Qin Feng. Go back and tell your master that my parents' spirit tablets and 3,000 spirit stones are here. If you don't want to die, obediently bring me 5,000 spirit stones or it will be an endless fight. You're not an evil cultivator. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feng in horror, his feet moving uncontrollably to the side, and then he dashed away towards Qinghe Feng. Not wanting to waste time explaining, Qin Feng leisurely followed behind the middle-aged man, intending to personally demand the spirit stones. However, halfway there, Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. Along the way, every few steps he encountered the corpse of a cultivator. It had never been like this before. Could something significant have happened? Qin Feng harbored doubts within as he followed the man into the market, passing through several alleys before finally entering a lavish courtyard. Master, someone has come. The middle-aged man rushed into the courtyard shouting loudly, and immediately 5 or 6 agile figures emerged. The courtyard was filled with the scent of incense. Moments later, the old man Bai Wang stepped out from the main hall. Seeing Qin Feng's overwhelming aura, he did not become angry, but instead clasped his hands in greeting, finishing the formalities before asking, "This friend, you say you are Qin Feng? You burned my home and still do not know who I am." Qin Feng could no longer concern himself with politeness, directly employing the Qi observation technique to assess Bai Wang's foundation. A 6th-layer Qi refinement would attribute cultivator. Although he may not be treated as a mere dog, defeating him within 5 moves is not a problem. Upon feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Bai Wang's pupils instantly revealed a look of surprise. He had felt this kind of gaze before at the entrance of that demon cultivator's cave. Bai Wang immediately realized he had chosen the wrong sect to join, and this individual seemed even more formidable than that demon. Once he gathered himself, Bai Wang immediately began to smile apologetically, saying, "Please do not hold it against me, friend Qin. This truly is a misunderstanding. I will compensate you with 5,000 spirit stones right away." After saying this, he pulled a Qianquan bag from his waist, held it in his hand, placed spirit stones inside, and threw it to Qin Feng. Thud! Qin Feng did not reach out to catch it, allowing the bag of spirit stones to fall to the ground, then pointed to a young woman. "You take the spirit stones out." "Okay." The woman trembled slightly, immediately picking up the bag and extracting exactly 5,000 spirit stones. "It seems I may have overreacted." Qin Feng sighed with relief. However, at that moment, the young woman suddenly began to tremble and foam at the mouth. The scene fell into silence, with Qin Feng and Bai Wang Daoren exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng raised the blazing fire sword with one hand and formed a hand seal for the golden blade technique with the other. "Rest assured, I won't cause too much commotion." Qin Feng's expression turned cold as the blazing fire sword and the golden blade technique simultaneously surged toward the opponent. Fear flickered in Bai Wang Daoren's eyes as he quickly cast the earth wall technique to block in front of him while simultaneously slapping a movement charm on himself, intending to flee. "You will not escape." Qin Feng coldly fixed his gaze on him while the hand that had originally held the flying sword had unknowingly formed a finger seal. Bai Wang Daoren's eyes turned fierce as he took out a golden talisman that emitted a yellowish glow and infused it with spiritual power. Buzz! In an instant, a gigantic transparent golden bell enveloped Bai Wang Daoren, completely blocking the blazing fire sword and the golden blade. A golden bell talisman. "If you had obediently compensated me with spirit stones, you wouldn't have needed to waste such a precious item." Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of regret as he once again unleashed the golden blade technique at the golden bell while the blazing fire sword relentlessly hacked at it. "My golden bell talisman, even a foundation establishment cultivator cannot break through. Friend Qin, you should conserve your strength." Bai Wang Daoren's expression was dismissive as he prepared to take his leave. Suddenly his expression changed as he realized that his feet had been ensnared by resilient vines unbeknownst to him. This was Qin Feng's newly learned wood vine technique. "Master." Seeing Bai Wang Daoren at a disadvantage, over a dozen disciples nearby turned red with rage, drawing their flying swords and talismans to attack Qin Feng. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly enveloped the courtyard, accompanied by an overpowering voice, "If you move again, I will turn you into dried corpses." Taiju's eyes emitted a purple glow. His disheveled appearance was terrifying. The young disciples, already afraid of him, immediately became paralyzed with fear. You are working together." Upon seeing Taiju, Bai Wang Daoren's eyes revealed a look of terror. Taiju glanced at the golden bell shield of Bai Wang Daoren and then at the incessantly attacking blazing fire sword. "Brother Feng, let me help you, this is taking too long." As his voice fell, Taiju dropped to all fours like a wild wolf, pouncing toward Bai Wang Daoren. Bang! 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 The area around the Golden Bell was engulfed in black mist, and the only sound that could be heard was the incessant pounding, as if countless claws were scratching a metal pot. In just a moment, a crack appeared on the Golden Bell. To Baiwing Dao, around that crack represented not just the Golden Bell, but also his heart, causing him to shout, "Friend. Shall we cease hostilities, friends?" Taiju did not respond, and the frequency of attacks increased while Qin Feng silently manipulated the flying sword to intensify its assault. Crack. The Golden Bell shattered, reverting to its talisman form. Baiwing Dao Ren's expression changed drastically, hurriedly forming hand seals to cast a spell in resistance, only to be pierced through the chest by the blazing fire sword. "Run!" Someone shouted from the crowd, and at that moment they could no longer care about Taiju's intimidation, each fleeing faster than the last. Qin Feng stepped forward smoothly to search the corpses while Taiju swept through the house. After clearing out all the valuables, Taiju worriedly asked, "Brother Feng, are you aware of what happened to your family?" "I have settled matters with that old fellow." Taiju's expression turned serious as he said, "On my way down the mountain earlier, I passed by and found many cultivators dead in the mountains. I don't know what has happened recently. You should return first. I will investigate what has happened." "Okay." After leaving the alley, Qin Feng immediately headed toward the Misty Rain building. Recently, chaos has erupted near Qinghe Feng, indicating that something major has occurred. The Misty Rain building must know the reason. Emerging from the alley, Qin Feng walked down the street. Only then did he realize that the number of street vendors had significantly decreased, and even the people on the street were sparse. Whether it was common folk or cultivators, everyone was hurrying by, and a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. It seemed that one could not stay in seclusion for too long. Qin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he were disconnected from society. The entrance of the Misty Rain Tower was eerily quiet. Countless attendants were busy packing luggage, and even those who ventured inside went unnoticed. Upon entering the hall of the Misty Rain Tower, he found that the things that needed to be moved had already been taken away. Qinyu sat behind the counter, her expression sorrowful, and her aura was markedly different from before, as if she had practiced some special path. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised and immediately called out, "Sister, what are you doing?" Qinyu looked up, a smile breaking across her face as she hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter. "Brother, where have you been all this time? I've tried to find you several times but couldn't." Qinyu embraced Qin Feng and then reached out to touch him here and squeeze him there, as if afraid he was missing an arm or a leg. "Sister, I just went into seclusion for a while, and when I came back the atmosphere fell off." "What exactly?" Qinyu turned and poured a cup of tea for Qin Feng, then sighed and said, "I was looking for you during this time to tell you about this matter. Everything was fine until half a month ago, when my mother received news that the Emperor of the Jin Kingdom entered the immortal path to defy fate, collaborating with the Howren sect to set up the Tai Great Formation within the borders of the Jin Kingdom. This formation is said to be able to plunder the essence of heaven and humanity, and once activated there will be no spiritual energy within the Great Formation, and the common people will face various natural and man-made disasters. All those who received the news have been migrating during this time. In short, one cannot stay in the Jin Kingdom." Qinyu spoke fluently about various formations and spiritual powers, indicating that she had learned quite a bit at the Misty Rain Tower during this period. "So, where do you plan to go?" "The headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower is in the Zhao Kingdom, but I want to go with you. Wherever you go, I will follow." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Qin Feng. A wry smile crossed Qin Feng's face as he quietly sipped his tea. He had originally planned to acquire more items and reside at the cave in the back mountain for the long term, intending to cultivate and later establish some medicinal fields. He never expected that the Dog Emperor of the Jin Kingdom would pull such a stunt. Qin Feng did not care about the Howren sect or the Emperor of the Jin Kingdom, he only cared about his sister's safety. After all, she was his only family in this world. After finishing his tea, Qin Feng asked someone for a map. The map was detailed with countries, dynasties, sects, and cultivation families clearly marked. Qinghe Feng was located in the northern part of the Jin Kingdom, and on the map it belonged to the southernmost part of the cultivation world. Moving northward for 300 miles would bring one into Zhao Kingdom territory, where spiritual energy was more abundant. After examining the map, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Why was it so difficult to settle down and live a... Qinyu stood beside the counter, propping her chin with one hand, and said with a confused expression, "If you don't go to Zhao Kingdom, you at least have to leave Jin Kingdom. The path I'm on now is different from yours, and following you would only make me a burden. I don't care where you go, but you cannot stray too far from Zhao Kingdom. If you plan to travel far, you must let me know." Qinyu turned her head, her eyes revealing a hint of pleading. In the past 2 to 3 months, her life had undergone a tremendous change. Although she did not suffer in the Misty Rain Tower and her mother treated her well, Qinyu still missed the days when they lived in a thatched hut. "Sister, don't worry, I definitely won't be too far from you." After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decided to head in the direction of Zhao Kingdom. First, it's not too far from my sister. Second, it's convenient for Taiju. If I leave, I will surely take my parents along, and Zhao Kingdom is just right. The brother and sister chatted for a while before parting after having a meal at a nearby tavern. The Tai Great Formation would be activated within half a month at the latest, and although it wouldn't result in immediate deaths, the Misty Rain Tower was a business, and they had to evacuate immediately. To reassure Qin, you shared many things about the Misty Rain Tower. For instance, she practiced a path that involved killing to enter the way similar to Tai Yu's corpse path. In addition, there were also ghost paths, poison paths, incense paths, and so on. The master of the Misty Rain Tower was named Li Qingqing, who had assassinated 3 nascent soul cultivators, among other achievements. Knowing this news made Feng very happy. Because the stronger Li Qingqing was, the safer his sister would be. Only then could he focus on his cultivation. As for where to cultivate, it was not important to Feng. Returning to the cave, Feng initially wanted to tell Taiju about the news, but unfortunately he was not home. The cave was a mess, looking much like a wild boar's den. Feng returned to his cave to cultivate, and it was only by evening that Taiju came back, leisurely carrying half a wild boar leg. Clang! After throwing the wild boar leg onto the ground, he pulled out a bunch of seasonings from his pocket, and then shouted towards Feng's cave, "Brother Feng, come out, let's roast some meat together." When Feng stepped out of the cave, he had already built a fire and was cutting meat with a knife he had found from. When the roasted meat sizzled and emitted a fragrant aroma, Feng took out 2 jars of wine from his storage ring. "Brother Feng, I don't drink wine, you can have it all." Taiju mumbled something indistinctly, then tore off a wild boar leg and started to chow down. Feng nodded and while eating began to tell Taiju about the Jin Kingdom and Howren sect. Upon learning that the Tai Great Formation would absorb the essence of heaven and humanity, leading to suffering for the people, Taiju immediately felt that the meat in his hands had lost its flavor. That dog emperor, why the hell does he have to drag my parents into this while cultivating immortality? And what the hell is this Howren sect? One day I'll make them pay. Taiju chewed on the meat, his eyes flashing red. If outsiders saw the scene, they would likely faint from fright. Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, Feng comforted him, saying, "We are too weak now, and we can only flee. You should focus on your cultivation. If you one day become a celestial sovereign or demon sovereign, it wouldn't be a problem to sacrifice an entire realm of beings, let alone one country. Time is pressing. I still need to go to Jiming Mountain to seek my opportunity." Taiju said anxiously, then added, "Brother Feng, I'll go back to notify my parents to pack up and wait at home. How about we head to Jiming Mountain tonight?" Jiming Mountain in Shuntian Prefecture is about 100 miles from Qinghe. If all goes smoothly, a round trip in one day is more than enough. It's the resting place of a golden core cultivator, and there should be many good things there. Cultivating immortality for himself while Taiju practiced evil cultivation meant there was no possibility of unfair sharing. "So shall we depart tonight?" "Sure. The sooner the better." Taiju's face lit up with joy, and he immediately dropped the roasted meat and ran quickly towards Qinghe village. Feng then went to Qinghe to buy some fire snake talismans, swift travel talismans, and various other talismans. Nightfall. In the dense forest behind Qinghe village, 2 shadows swiftly darted through the trees. One shadow moved with remarkable strength, leaping several jang with each bound. The other shadow ran normally, its footwork light and agile, easily covering distances of 8 to 9 feet with each step slightly faster than a galloping horse. In the pitch-black forest, visibility was nil, with only the crisp sound of dry leaves crunching underfoot. For the 2 of them, 100 miles could be traversed in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. "It seems we've arrived at Jiming Mountain ahead." Taiju stood atop a massive rock, excitedly pointing at the large mountain shaped like a rooster in front of them. Jiming Mountain is located in a remote area devoid of human presence for dozens of miles, and with the cover of night, this is indeed the best time to search for treasure. "Brother Feng, let's go. Keep your voice down just in case there are any cultivators meditating nearby. That would be troublesome." Hearing this, Taiju immediately became alert, carefully scanning the surroundings. The 2 slowed their pace, cautiously approaching Jiming Mountain. Upon arrival, Taiju took out a map, glanced at it, then retrieved a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket, taking out some powder to apply to his nose. He then began sniffing around. Such a simple and unrefined method left Feng dumbfounded. Is this method reliable? Hee, of course. This is all taught to me by my late master. Taiju grinned with pride and continued to search for the location of the nascent soul cultivator's resting place. As time passed, Taiju applied the powder 2 more times before stopping. Found it. It's just ahead at the position resembling a chicken's rear end. Taiju excitedly pointed at the large slope ahead, which indeed resembled the rear end of a rooster according to its shape. Just as he was eagerly preparing to move forward, Feng suddenly changed his expression and grabbed Taiju. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Without a word, Feng anxiously glanced at the surrounding environment before pulling Taiju towards a nearby ravine. The ravine was low and surrounded by scattered rocks, making it an ideal hiding spot. Once they hid in the ravine, Taiju also sensed something was off and muttered in frustration, "I finally came to search for treasure, yet someone else is here too. They are probably just passing by, let's wait and see." Feng hid in a crevice of the large rock, peering intently outside. Both of them held their breath, using their breathing techniques to minimize their presence. Before long, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed outside the ravine. Hearing the noise, Feng and Taiju exchanged glances, both frowning. The one flying must at least be of Foundation establishment level. Crack. A woman dressed in black swiftly descended beside the ravine, her footsteps incredibly heavy. She surveyed her surroundings and then confidently walked towards the ravine. Although her spiritual energy was chaotic, she was certainly stronger than an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator easily identified as a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, she was now injured at the brink of exhaustion, otherwise she wouldn't be hiding here. Feng felt his heart racing. He desperately wanted to rush out and tell her there were people here, but he was afraid of the pursuers behind her. Huh. The woman stopped in her tracks after taking just a few steps. She curiously glanced towards Feng and Taiju's direction before decisively choosing another crevice in a large rock, clearly having noticed the two. "Brother Feng, what should we do now?" Taiju's face was filled with anxiety, tightly gripping a pair of black claws. If it weren't for Feng holding him back just now, he would have charged out. "Let's wait and see. If it comes to it, we can escape through that gap over there." Feng pointed towards a nearby crevice, where they could fly high once they squeezed through. Seeing that the other party had already noticed them, Feng decided not to pretend any longer. He flipped his hand to take out 5 fire serpent talismans from his storage ring, holding them in one hand while applying 2 movement talismans to his legs. Feng's movements were light and nearly silent. But Taiju was different. He kept rummaging through his storage ring, the 2 black claw weapons clattering beneath his feet. "If you don't want to die, then be quiet." A cold voice rang from the other side of the mountain, causing Taiju to hush up a bit and pick up the 2 claws again. Just then, another sound of something slicing through the air echoed outside. Before long, a long object resembling a wooden boat about 3 zhang in length floated outside the ravine. Standing atop it were 5 or 6 young men and women in blue robes, each wielding flying swords. Though the fluctuations of their spiritual energy were not as powerful as the woman from before, their numbers compensated. They were all at least of the great perfection stage of Qi refinement. Hiding behind the rock, Feng tightly gripped the fire serpent talismans. At that moment, the people outside began to speak. "That demoness just vanished from here. She might be hiding nearby. Everyone, don't panic. To catch that demoness, I've brought my master's Tianwen compass. This time, she definitely won't escape." The young man at the front held a palm-sized purple compass. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the needle on the compass immediately began to spin. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from the ravine, causing the scene to fall silent. Feng frowned at Taiju, who immediately shook his head, indicating that it wasn't him who made the noise. At that moment, the 5 people outside had all jumped down from the flying boat, holding various weapons, cautiously observing the positions within the ravine where someone might be hiding. The leading young man wore an indifferent expression and shouted, "Demoness. As long as you hand over the longevity grass you stole, our longevity sword sect can consider letting you go." Silence. The ravine was deathly quiet, with no response whatsoever. Prior to this, Feng had already discussed with Taiju that as long as the other side didn't act, they wouldn't act either. Though a little cowardly, a turtle that retracts its head still lives long. Thus the ravine was steeped in an awkward atmosphere. "Brother, why are we wasting our breath with her? Let's just take action. Since you refuse the toast and instead seek punishment, we'll take your head back to complete our mission." The young man's expression revealed anger as he took out a pair of mother and son rings, both shooting towards the ravine. The other 4 also launched their attacks simultaneously, and the massive stones inside the ravine were instantly cleaved, cracks appearing everywhere. "Do you really think I am a soft persimmon?" Just as the massive stones were about to collapse, she took action. She slowly stood up, first casting a shield upon herself before unleashing her flying sword to counter the attacks. The difference in cultivation levels was too great. Even in her weakened state, she could easily handle the attacks. In her spare time, she also tossed out a few excised black round projectiles. Puff! As the spheres hit the ground, they erupted into a cloud of black smoke. "Everyone be careful, that's soul-destroying smoke." The moment they saw the black smoke, the members of the longevity sword sect's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. At this moment, she turned her head to look towards the hiding place of Feng and Taiju. "I almost forgot about you 2 little mice." Puff! Another black projectile came flying. Feng quickly pushed Taiju towards the gap leading outside, then activated a fire serpent talisman aimed at the demoness. After completing this series of actions, Feng jumped into the gap and began to flee. Brother, could those two who ran away be her accomplices? No matter, let's deal with this demoness first. At the foot of Jiming Mountain, a woman in black was engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Chongqing sword sect. After Feng and Taiju escaped from the ravine, they did not go far but instead ran to the opposite peak. The two sat on the grassy summit, quietly observing the commotion at the foot of the mountain. Taiju excitedly said, "Brother Feng, shall we make a surprise attack later and wipe them out? We'll search for treasure after they leave it to live long. We must not draw too much attention." While killing and snatching treasures was thrilling, Feng had further plans. The Zhao kingdom was within the territory of the Chongqing sword sect, and if they caused trouble now, life would become restless later. Moreover, the Wang family's issues were not yet resolved, so it was crucial not to provoke trouble. Currently, he was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, too weak. As a transmigrator, Feng preferred to develop cautiously. The battle at the opposite peak had ended, though they were far away. Both Feng and Taiju could see clearly. The Chongqing sword sect suffered heavy losses, with only 2 individuals managing to escape on a flying boat. The woman in black was already injured, and after this fight she was barely hanging on like a candle in the wind. If Feng and Taiju had even a hint of malicious intent, she would not escape. Taiju patted his chest, looking pained, as he said, "I feel heartbroken. That woman must have many good things on her, and we just let her go." Taiju's expression of loss left someone speechless. Cultivating was about outlasting others, not daily battles, but unfortunately he did not yet understand this. As the woman in black disappeared into the horizon, Feng silently turned and walked in another direction. "Brother Feng, you are going the wrong way. We need to go to Jiming Mountain. Let's come back tomorrow. Today we'll just pass by here." "Why?" Taiju looked puzzled, but he quickly followed Feng away. Half an hour later, a woman in black emerged from the grass at the summit of Jiming Mountain, the same person who had fought with the disciples of the Chongqing sword sect. "Those two should have just passed by. It seems I was overthinking it." She glanced curiously at the opposite peak, then turned and flew away on her flying sword, disappearing into the night. 3 hours later, the sky began to lighten and the morning sun rose, illuminating everything. In the grass at the mountain's peak, Taiju was quietly munching on beef jerky, while Feng was intently watching the opposite peak. After finishing his 3rd piece of beef jerky, Taiju could no longer hold back and urged, "Brother Feng, she's probably really gone. Let's get moving. If we delay any longer, the Tai Great Formation will activate." "All right." Feng put away the concealment formation and then walked with Taiju towards Jiming Mountain. As the saying goes, an uncle can endure, but an aunt cannot. If that woman was still lurking around, it would be time to deal with her. He did not want to cause trouble. He was not afraid of it. The moisture in the mountains was heavy. Dew clung to the weeds and the branches of the trees dripped with water. As the sun shone, mist began to rise in the mountains. Upon reaching the location they had scouted the day before, Taiju pulled out a small dark red flag covered with vivid drawings of various ghosts. After planting the small flag in the ground, Taiju drew a pattern around it with blood, chanting, "When the heavenly gate opens, the ghost gate comes out. With the help of 10,000 souls, I ascend the divine platform of the boundless evil spirits, may they perish." As the incantation took effect, the ghosts illustrated on the flag began to contort and roar as if coming to life, sending chills down Feng's spine. Truly terrifying. No wonder evil cultivators are not well received. Who wouldn't feel uneasy seeing this? Moments later, over 30 black, misty figures flew out from the flag, starting a search around the entire mountain. Taiju wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with an excited expression, showcased the flag to Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, look at my magical tool." "What is this?" "This is the legendary 10,000 Souls flag. Very few can refine something like this. I'm among the lucky few." Taiju waved the 10,000 Souls flag, instantly stirring a dark mist, creating an eerie and chaotic scene. Feng frowned and stepped back a few paces, unable to hide the disgust on his face. Taiju felt embarrassed and quickly explained, "Don't be fooled by how scary it looks. There are many benefits." "What benefits?" "In the future, if you have any enemies, just tell me, and I will capture their souls in the 10,000 Souls flag, making them unable to reincarnate for eternity." "Is that really a benefit?" Feng was too lazy to argue with him, using the Qi observation technique to try and discern the situation, but unfortunately his cultivation was too shallow to see through. At that moment, a burst of black mist erupted from the nearby grass and a rough stone slab shot up from the ground. It had over 10 black grooves that looked like some kind of symbols. "Finally found it." Taiju directly summoned the ghosts back into the 10,000 Souls flag and excitedly walked over. As 2 gourds of wild boar blood were poured onto the stone slab, the ground began to tremble. Immediately after, a shimmering light appeared on the nearby stone wall, evidently revealing an entrance. Only then did Feng realize the pattern was a formation. What Taiju had just done was akin to a thief opening someone else's door. Entering the stone wall revealed a passage that went down into darkness. Oil lamps hung on the stone walls on either side of the passage. As the light illuminated the area, the lamps lit up one by one. Although it became much brighter, the oppressive feeling was intense. There won't be any issues, right? Feng felt a bit anxious. With his ability to synthesize, was there really anything good he couldn't obtain? Don't worry, Brother Feng. For you righteous cultivators, this place may seem a bit terrifying, but I'm here. Taiju patted his chest confidently, saying, I'm like family to the ghosts inside. What are you afraid of? To prove his reliability, Taiju directly walked ahead to lead the way. Feng followed behind, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 zhang, while holding the golden bell talisman he had received from Daoist by Wang, ready to activate it at any moment. As they approached the end of the passage, 3 arrows, infused with spiritual energy, suddenly shot out from the stone wall beside Taiju. Bang! 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 The arrows, as thick as a thumb, pierced his shoulder, abdomen, and neck. Feng's heart tightened and he rushed forward. Are you okay? Damn it, good thing I'm dead. Taiju cursed as he pulled out the arrows and threw them harshly on the ground, spat at the wall, and continued forward despite the 3 gaping wounds on his body. Bang! 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 A few steps later, more arrows shot out. Taiju managed to block 2, but still got hit in the chest. Damn you. Just wait until I get in there. If I don't tear your corpse to pieces, I'm not Zhang. Taiju's forehead throbbed with veins pointing angrily into the passage, while Feng looked on in disbelief. Is this what it means to be family? If it were a slightly weaker evil cultivator, they would probably be riddled with arrows by now. Taking the last few steps down the stairs, Feng was filled with trepidation while Taiju charged down furiously. At the end of the passage was a massive cavern artificially excavated. The ground was littered with rotting white bones, and stone tables and benches were all around. Further in, a ragged skeletal figure was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. Taiju took out a black claw from his pocket and cursed, that dead thing shot me with 4 arrows. If I don't smash you today, I'll take your surname. Oh, really? The skeletal figure creaked as it turned around, and only then did Feng see that blue flames burned in its eye sockets. In that moment, Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This was not a resting place for the dead, it was clearly an immortal waiting in seclusion for a fated person. The white skeleton sat quietly on the bed, resembling a living person, its eye sockets filled with flickering flames. Feng attempted to gauge its power, but found it utterly inscrutable. Brother Feng, be careful. I'll handle him. Taiju stared intently at the skeleton, purple light suddenly spilling from his eye sockets. It seems Taiju intends to fight with all his might. How reckless. I am merely old, not dead. I truly wish to know who informed you of my supposed demise. The skeleton made no move, yet an ancient voice echoed from within its frame, bouncing eerily around the cave. Taiju remained silent, a dark mist enveloping him as he drew out the Wandering Soul's banner, sneering. Since you are not dead, then become the main flag of my Wandering Soul's banner. Wandering Soul's banner. Now that's intriguing. The skeleton showed no fear, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly flames, and soon a soul materialized before the stone bed. The figure was shrouded in black mist obscuring its face, but this time Feng could discern its approximate strength. Though devoid of spiritual power fluctuations, it was undeniably strong. Taiju's breathing quickened as he fiercely brandished the Wandering Soul's banner. Kill! Dozens of souls erupted from the banner, also shrouded in black mist, screaming as they charged at the elder. Taiju, hold on. Feng called out, then donned a black robe and retrieved 8 fire serpent talismans from his storage ring. Basic fire serpent talisman: when it strikes a target, it can cause significant damage sufficient to threaten cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Can be combined into intermediate fire serpent talismans. After combining all 8 fire serpent talismans, Feng obtained 4 intermediate fire serpent talismans, then combined 2 into advanced fire serpent talismans. Advanced fire serpent talisman: upon striking a target, it can generate a soul shock enough to threaten cultivators at the early stage of golden core. Can be combined into superior fire serpent talismans. Can it still be combined? Feng squinted at the 2 advanced fire serpent talismans in his hand. The inscriptions had turned golden, the paper of vibrant crimson, as if the 2 talismans originated from the fires of hell, their terrifying heat palpable even in hand. Sufficient to threaten early golden core cultivators. Feng hesitated. If he combined them again, his opportunities to attack would diminish. Brother Feng, quickly attack its skeleton. At that moment, Taiju turned to Feng and shouted, then charged at the elder with bare fists. Taiju was enveloped in black mist, black veins appearing on his face, but each of his punches wrapped in black mist was effortlessly countered by the elder. Kid, lend me your body for a year, and I will take you as my disciple. The elder's voice was hoarse, prompting Taiju to strike even harder, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. How utterly arrogant. Feng forcefully hurled the blazing flying sword at the elder. The flaming sword struck directly at his chest, but the elder neither dodged nor avoided it. The sword pierced through him without any effect. This old man must be in a spirit state now. Feng was astonished, quickly reversing the sword to attack its skeleton. Could you, a 5th level Qi refinement cultivator, wish to attack my true form? You truly overestimate yourself. The elder cast a disdainful glance at Feng, then continued his brawl with Taiju. It seemed he had no intention of dealing with Feng. You truly look down on others. Feng, feeling a surge of anger, struck the skeleton fiercely with the blazing sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the blazing sword was deflected. Brother Feng, you need to pull out more tricks. As long as we destroy its skeleton, we win. Taiju managed to remind him amidst the chaos, then landed a heavy punch on the elder's nose. Of course he himself was not unscathed. I'm going all out now. Feng took a deep breath and activated the advanced fire serpent talisman in his hand while the elder's spirit attempted to intervene, but was yanked back by Taiju. Buzz. A humming sound reverberated in the air as the fire serpent talisman came to life, transforming into a 3-foot-long red snake, its body emanating a terrifying heat as it locked onto the skeleton. The initiation of an advanced talisman is indeed different. Feng felt confident in this move. The previously disdainful elder suddenly lost his composure and hastily said, "Two young friends, why not cease hostilities? I can grant you an opportunity. You scoundrel, killing you would still be our fortune." Before anyone else could respond, Taiju was the first to answer, intensifying his attacks, resembling a frenzied ghost in combat. Without hesitation, Feng directed the fire serpent to charge fiercely at the skeleton on the stone bed. The moment the fire serpent burst forth, Feng immediately ran towards the corner passage. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed through the entire passage, with stones occasionally falling from the walls. Cough, cough. Taiju's voice came from within, sounding distressed, while the elder fell silent. Once everything was quieted down, Feng returned. A large hole had been blasted into the stone wall, the corpse reduced to dust with only a few bone fragments and a dark storage ring to attest that someone had once been there. Brother Feng, your attack was too vicious. You nearly killed me too. Taiju, his robe tattered face blackened from burns, spat out the stone dust with a look of distress. And what of that old man? I've already collected him in the Wandering Soul's banner. Taiju grinned, his face filled with excitement as he pulled out the banner, giving it a gentle flick, releasing a swirl of black mist. You go too far. This is sheer bullying. The elder's eyes flashed with rage, but he could not muster any offensive means. Now controlled by the Wandering Soul's banner, even if he was unwilling, he could only become a puppet. Quickly open your storage bag. As your master, I have become powerful, and you can also aspire to become a ghost emperor. Taiju kicked him, sending him sprawling before the shattered stone bed. The elder's spirit flashed with murderous intent, yet his body uncontrollably picked up the storage bag, undoing the mental restraints placed upon it. The secret chamber fell silent once more. The elder pulled out a pile of scrolls, books, various magical tools, talismans, spirit herbs, and pills from the storage ring. Among them, the most astonishing was a small black flag, its design identical to Taiju's Wandering Soul's banner, but with a denser, lingering ghostly aura. This Wandering Soul's banner is excellent. Fusing the souls within will definitely enhance my power. Brother Feng, pick whatever you desire. This Wandering Soul's banner is of no use to you, so it belongs to me for now. Taiju picked up the Wandering Soul's banner with great affection, while Feng focused on the pills and scrolls. He selected 3 items from the numerous treasures. A volume on Qian Dan scripture, a low-level Qian technique for the Thunder Sword, and an intermediate Qian bird formation technique. Seeing that Feng had only selected these few items, Taiju became anxious, angrily stating, "If we agreed to split evenly, then we must split evenly. You take all the items for orthodox cultivators, and those for evil cultivators are all mine. I don't fight with others, many items are of no use to me." Feng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to walk towards the tunnel exit. Taiju was loyal, and Feng sincerely regarded him as a friend, which is why he only selected 3 items. He only hoped that Taiju's future path would continue to expand. Returning to Jinming Mountain, the outside world was already at noon, the scorching sun blazing and insects swarming. Feng glanced back at the restored stone wall, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. This was undoubtedly a high-level formation, but unfortunately his current abilities were insufficient to take it away. Taiju eagerly emerged from the formation and casually handed Feng a flying sword. This is a low-level Qian artifact, the Thunder Sword, part of the same set as the Thunder Sword technique. I didn't see it just now. It was right there, you must have deliberately overlooked it. Alright, let's hurry back. Taiju grinned broadly, then suddenly turned serious and said to Feng, "I lied to my mother earlier saying I joined the Shuntian Prefecture's wolf gang to learn martial arts and earn spirit stones. If she asks about you, Brother Feng, please don't let it slip." I will tell Auntie that Taiju is no coward. Adjusting for a moment, the two transformed into shadows swiftly racing towards Qinghe 100 miles away. There are more people in the daytime forest. One often encounters groups of cultivators on their journey and occasionally hunters with long bows and hounds or herbalists carrying their medicine boxes. When they were about to reach Qinghe Feng and Taiju finally took off their black cloaks and changed back into normal clothes. As they approached the back mountain of Qinghe village, an old man and a young girl walked towards them from the den. The old man was dressed in a brown robe and wore a felt hat while the girl wore a purple long dress, exuding a lively youthful aura. Feng immediately recognized the identity of the girl and, not wanting to deal with her, slipped into the nearby bushes to pretend he was relieving himself. Stop. Just as Feng was half a foot into the bushes, the girl also recognized him. What are you two sneaking around for? Xiling Air wore a scrutinizing expression as she quickly approached to assess Feng and Taiju. Do you need to manage when someone is urinating? Feng looked at her speechlessly while covering Taizu's left shoulder. Xiling Air blushed slightly and then threatened, last time you pretended to be an ordinary person, now you can't keep it up, can you? Feng rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to her, while Taiju kept glancing between Feng and Xiling Air, his expression curious. Seeing that Feng seemed unwilling to engage with her, Xiling Air changed the subject and said, all the cultivators in Qinghe have run away, why aren't you two leaving? Feng replied blandly, isn't it because you stopped us? If you want to go to the nearest Zhao kingdom, I have a batch of mountain master orders from the Chongqing sword sect, I'll sell them to you for 10,000 spirit stones each. Do you want one? Mountain master order. Feng looked puzzled, and seeing his interest, Xiling Air immediately explained the origin of the mountain master order. Recently, the news of the Haoran sect deploying the Tai Grand Array in the Jin Kingdom has spread throughout the cultivation world, prompting many cultivators to migrate. More cultivators mean increased management difficulties for the sects, so major sects are quite resistant to cultivators and refugees. The Chongqing Sword Sect has issued the Mountain Master Orders, listing every mountain under its jurisdiction for ownership sale. Possessing a token grants recognition from the sect, while those without tokens will be dealt with harshly if they cause trouble. Feng was unable to produce 10,000 spirit stones at the moment, and could only give up, not believing that he couldn't find a place to stay in this vast world. Taiju, standing beside him, was tempted and asked, if we have the Mountain Master Order, can we bring our families? As long as they are cultivators, that's fine. Seeing that the two had no intention of purchasing anything, Xiling Air didn't linger and left directly. The Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world is unwilling to accept cultivators or refugees, which complicates matters. Taiju, however, felt gloomy. Feng also sensed that the situation was somewhat tricky, although entering the path of cultivation meant a separation between immortals and mortals. Abandoning one's parents was something no one could do. After returning to Qinghe, Taiju went back to the village while Feng headed to the Misty Rain Tower, only to find that Qinghe was not there. Upon returning to the village, he found his home reduced to ashes, with only his sister remaining. There were no other ties. Next door, Taiju was chatting with his parents in their house, and Feng did not disturb them, silently walking towards his cave on the back mountain. At this moment, outside the cave, a woman in a black tight-fitting outfit sat on a stone beneath the rock wall, with a long sword at her waist and a long wooden box on her back. When Feng saw her, she also noticed him, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Sister, you didn't leave. Feng rushed over in 3 steps, rubbing his hands as he sat down beside Qinghe. Now she was no longer the timid woman she once was. There was a mysterious aura about her that was indescribable, and Feng simply felt that his sister had become more beautiful. Qinghe pretended to be angry and glared at him, then complained, "Where have you been? I've been waiting for you here for half a day and haven't seen you. And your cave looks like a wild man's dwelling. I just went to Misty Rain Tower to find you, but no one was there. They left first. I came to see you, and then went to catch up with them." Suddenly, Qinghe thought of something and took out 2 jade tokens from her bosom, handing them to Feng, saying, "This is the Mountain Master Order from the Chongqing Sword Sector, 1 for you and 1 for Taiju. Sister Wei, just give them all to Brother Feng, he is your own brother." A crisp voice sounded from behind the two, and Qinghe smiled, because Taiju had been there for a while, he just hadn't spoken. Feng patted him on the head and admonished, "You little brat have always liked this kind of stuff since you were young. Next time I'll knock a big bump on your head." Hee. Taiju grinned and then took out a paper bag from his pocket, revealing a steaming meat pie inside, saying, "Just now my mother said, sister, you came to find you, so I knew you were all here. I brought it right out of the oven." The steaming meat pie smelled incredibly enticing, and without hesitation Feng grabbed one and started eating. Taiju also had one, then handed the remaining one to Qinghe. "Sister Wei, you should eat too. Now our lives are getting better." "Okay." Qinghe smiled happily, then handed the remaining Mountain Master Order to Taiju, but he pushed it back. Now you're tough and don't want sister use things. I can't take my parents to the Zhao Kingdom and am planning to go to the Zhou Kingdom. Taiju lowered his head munching on the oil pie, and it was hard to see his expression, but from his tone it was clear that he was not in a good mood. I thought it was something serious. Qinghe sighed in relief and continued, Uncle Han and Auntie can follow us to the Misty Rain Tower. It will be fine with me taking care of them. Sister Wei, Brother Feng, you have always taken care of me. This time, I don't want to hold you back. I plan to take them to the Zhou Kingdom. This continent has numerous dynasties and nations, but as long as there are cultivators, any place is part of the cultivation world. Among the many cultivation worlds, only the Zhou Kingdom is an exception because their evil cultivators gather and the major sects are all evil and crooked. Taiju happens to be an evil cultivator, so going there would be like a fish in water, but the path ahead could easily become increasingly deviant. Just as Feng was about to persuade him, Taiju suddenly stood up, wiped the grease off his face, and said solemnly, Brother Feng, I will never forget the life-saving grace you have shown me. Taiju will always remember, and Sister Yu has treated me like a real brother since childhood. Today I Taiju guarantee to you both. Even if in the future Taiju becomes a thoroughly wicked person, as long as you two are here I will still be the same Taiju. After saying that, Taiju wiped his eyes and turned to leave. Yu's eyes turned red as she called after his retreating figure, Taiju, take care of yourself. Feng also shouted at him, from now on be cautious in your actions, and don't always think about other people's storage bags. Taiju walked slowly, and upon hearing these words he stumbled slightly, then ran down the mountain in a rush. Sigh. Yu sighed, took out a handkerchief to help Feng wipe his hands clean, and then said, you should come with us to the Misty Rain Tower. I can manage on my own. Can you protect me for a lifetime? Silly brother, what if I can protect you for a lifetime? As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. After parting ways one after another, Feng sat silently in place, starting to daze off. He could feel that his sister's strength had soared during this time. Perhaps she has her own path to walk. Why do I feel a bit reluctant? Feng rubbed his cheeks and after adjusting his state, took out the Mountain Master Order from his arms. An item made of high-quality jade engraved with runes valued at 10,000 spirit stones. It shouldn't be that simple. With the activation of spiritual power, the Mountain Master Command immediately conveyed the location information of Wenyo Mountain at the end of the Qingyun Mountain range, 300 miles to the west, shaped like a lying ox, abundant in spiritual energy valued at 100,000 spirit stones, and with this command one can acquire ownership of Wenyo Mountain. After receiving this information, Feng discovered that the Mountain Master Command could not be bound to a master. This means that as long as one possesses sufficient strength, they are qualified to obtain ownership of Wenyo Mountain without spending spirit stones. Such a worthless item is valued at 100,000 spirit stones. Feng, with a pained expression, put the Mountain Master Command into his storage ring, feeling that if he hadn't already held it, he wouldn't have wanted it at all. So damn expensive. Returning to the cave to continue cultivating. Early the next morning, Feng ran down the mountain to take a look at Tai's house, only to find that they had already moved. The villagers displayed expressions of gloating when they saw Feng. To them it was clear that Feng's family had been burned down, and even Tai's family had been affected and moved away, which was truly unfortunate. I am a righteous cultivator. Understanding the looks from his fellow villagers, Feng took a deep breath to calm his emotions before leaving. If Taiyu saw such looks, all these people would have to enter the 10,000 souls banner to assist him in his cultivation. The 3 streets of Qinghe were now deserted. Only some ordinary folks and shops opened by the government were still operating normally, and it was hard to see a single cultivator on the streets. Where have all the cultivators gone? It's probably because there are too few cultivators around here, and they can't make money from business, so they left. Feng walked around the street, and many citizens were discussing the recent changes in Qinghe. Some of them knew about the matter of the Tai formation, but relocating hundreds of miles was too difficult for mortals. Upon returning to the cave, Feng began packing up the Spirit Gathering Array and the Misty Array. Aside from the 2 sets of arrays and the alchemical waste, beside them there was nothing else in the cave. Moments later, a few monkeys chattered as they climbed down the vines from above the cave, looking at Feng with resentful expressions. This place is yours again. Feng smiled and waved at the monkeys before walking straight out of the cave. He applied 2 movement talismans to his legs, took out a map to confirm his direction, and then hurried on his way. Zhao country is very close, but the Chongqing sword sect is far away. Wenyo Mountain is even more unknown in terms of location. He must first find the Qingyun Mountain range. Although he possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refining after a long journey, Feng still felt his legs sore. He could only walk and rest repeatedly. Half a month later, following the Qingyun Mountain range, Feng finally found his own mountain peak. Standing atop a high point, Qinghe Mountain was over 100 feet tall with a gently undulating profile, and the peak was flat like the back of a plowing ox. It was extremely suitable for building a cave and cultivating medicinal fields. Most importantly, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in Qinghe, allowing for faster cultivation. Surrounded by remote mountains and rivers, one could feel no traces of other cultivators. Feng was puzzled, logically speaking, since the Qinghe Sword sect had openly sold the Mountain Master command. There should be talents occupying most of the mountain peaks, so why was it so desolate? Night was approaching. Feng could not think too much about it. He applied 2 movement talismans to his legs and prepared to rush to Qinghe Mountain. At that moment, suddenly a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations came from the grassy slope behind him. Moments later, a woman dressed in white emerged from it. The woman was stunningly beautiful, slender, with several green small bottles hanging at her waist, exuding an air of otherworldliness. It was obvious she was a cultivator, and her cultivation was even higher than his. To avoid any misunderstandings, Feng immediately stopped and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Fairy, please don't take offense. I am merely passing through and am about to leave." The woman glanced at the movement talismans on Feng's legs and then smiled, asking, "Did you also purchase the Mountain Master command from the Qinghe sect?" Feng nodded and pointed to Qinghe Mountain, which was 100 feet away. It turned out that the Mountain Master command had been circulating for over 100 years. Although those who possessed the command could occupy the mountain peak marked by it, the Qinghe Sword sect would send people every month to collect management fees. The amount of the fee was determined by the greed of the patrolling disciples. If one did not pay spirit stones, they would not enjoy the protection of the Qinghe Sword sect and would face disruptions from many rogue cultivators. Feng was completely speechless, feeling that this method seemed a bit familiar. After finishing her explanation, the woman asked Feng, "What is your name?" "I am Feng, a junior. My cultivation is not much higher than yours. You may call me Senior Sister Ding from now on." After saying this, she turned and disappeared up the slope, clearly indicating that this mountain peak was also covered by an array that obscured vision. Senior Sister Ding. Feng was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't help but think of the enchanting girl he encountered on Jinming Mountain that night, who also seemed to have the surname Ding. As the sky grew darker, Feng did not think too much and immediately turned to rush towards Qinghe Mountain. The terrain on the mountain was gentle, and near the edge of the mountain body, there was a peak towering over 10 feet, perfectly suitable for establishing a cave. Feng took out the Firefly flying sword, ready to get to work, but suddenly thought of something and immediately switched to the Thunderbolt sword. Bang, bang, bang. With the enhancement of spiritual power, the Thunderbolt flying sword was extremely sharp, cutting through hard soil and rock as easily as slicing tofu. In just a moment, a simple cave was established. By now, the sky had turned dark. Feng took out the Misty Array and quickly planted flags around Qinghe Mountain. Although the Misty Array was only a mid-level array, its range could easily cover the entirety of Qinghe Mountain. Just as Feng was busy, everywhere a flying boat emitting a blue light cut through the night, heading straight for Qinghe Mountain. When it was still 100 feet away, the people on the flying boat began to introduce themselves. "I am Zhang Shun, an inner disciple of the Qinghe Sword sect, here to congratulate you fellow Taoist on becoming the master of Qinghe Mountain." There were 2 people coming. The one speaking was dressed in white, standing with his hands clasped, carrying a silver-white flying sword on his back, while behind him stood a slightly weaker man dressed in black. The strengths of the 2 were uneven, but either one could easily crush Feng, who was at the 5th layer of qi refining. The flying boat hovered before Feng. Although there was no sign of attack, the pressure made Feng feel uncomfortable all over. "The arrival of the 2 immortal masters brings Feng great joy, but my cave is quite crude and truly cannot accommodate such esteemed guests." Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, deliberately displaying a puzzled expression. The black-robed man on the flying boat spoke indifferently. "Since you have taken residence in Qinghe Mountain, you must adhere to the rules of our Qinghe Sword sect. Every month you must pay 2,000 spirit stones to receive the protection of the Qinghe Sword sect. If you fail to pay, the Qinghe Sword sect will not be responsible for any incidents that occur." As soon as the words fell, Feng's expression immediately darkened, and he couldn't help but curse the other party's parents in his heart. He had just thought that these sect disciples were ruthless, but he never expected them to be even more despicable than Zhao Kang. "If you are unwilling to pay, we will not force you." The black-clad man displayed a threatening expression, directly shifting his gaze to the adjacent mountain peak. Following his gaze, Feng saw more than 10 figures dressed in black standing on the peak next to Qinghe Mountain, and he could feel that each of them possessed strengths of the 8th or 9th layer of qi refining from a distance. The man in black said calmly, "If you don't want to pay now, you will have to wait until next month if you change your mind." With that, he began to steer the spiritual vessel away. "Wait a moment, esteemed seniors." Qin Feng quickly called out to them and obediently took spirit stones from his storage ring, fully aware of this routine. If he didn't pay the so-called management fee, the nearby group of loose cultivators would rush over immediately. Seeing Qin Feng retrieve the spirit stones, the man in black smiled and praised, "You truly are an open-minded person. I am Wang Ting, and this entire mountain is under my jurisdiction. If you need anything in the future, just mention my name." After accepting the spirit stones, Wang Teng's attitude changed drastically. He congratulated Qin Feng a few more times before piloting his flying vessel away. As for the man in white, he had remained disdainful and silent since the beginning. "Let them jump around for now. Once I come up with a plan, I will deal with them." After the two left, Qin Feng continued to set up the misty array, secretly sentencing those two to death in his heart. The misty array was quickly completed. Qin Feng did not rush to set up the gathering spirit array, but instead made do in the cave for the night. Early the next morning, Qin Feng hunted a flower deer in the mountains and then directly went to the neighboring peak. "Senior Sister Ding, do you have time? If you're free, we could roast some meat together." Qin Feng approached the slope of the mountain, throwing the hunted flower deer onto the ground while taking out some firewood he had specially collected from his storage ring. Moments later, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations came from the slope. Ding Shuli stepped out of the cave smiling as she looked at Qin Feng and asked, "How many spirit stones did they take from you last night?" 2,000. Those bastards are truly greedy." Qin Feng cursed without holding back, causing Ding Shuli to cover her mouth and laugh, comforting him. "Your strength is currently low. Anyone here can easily bully you. Once you break through to Foundation establishment, they won't dare act recklessly anymore." "How much does Senior Sister Ding contribute each month?" "They can only bully you low-stage Qi refining cultivators. When they encounter tougher opponents, they won't even dare to show up." Ding Shuli's expression was disdainful when mentioning Wang Ting and the others. Qin Feng understood that the cultivation world also adhered to the principle of picking on the weak. Senior Sister Ding's strength was at least at the Foundation establishment stage. Such individuals should be courted even by the Chongqing sword sect, as having one more friend means one less enemy. As for Qi refining cultivators, very few are taken seriously. Qin Feng silently began to process the deer meat. Upon smelling the blood, Ding Shuli frowned and said, "Actually, it was fine before. A low-level cultivators like you only needed to pay 500 spirit stones each month. However, the requirements have been raised in the past 2 months. If you're unwilling to stay here, you can sell your mountain master order. I won't be eating the deer meat. I need to enter closed-door training for a while, so try not to disturb me unless there's something important." With that, Ding Shuli left, leaving Qin Feng feeling awkward alone. However, Qin Feng quickly realized she was a Foundation establishment cultivator, while he was merely a lowly Qi refining cultivator. Under such circumstances, not making things worse for him was already quite generous. How could she possibly consume such low-grade game? Silently putting away his things, Qin Feng took out a map from his storage ring, applied a couple of speed talismans to his legs, and disappeared into the dense forest. 500 miles north of Wonia Mountain, there was a bustling market for cultivators named Taizan Feng. Its scale was several times that of Qinghe Feng, and there were many more people, all of whom were cultivators. Qin Feng covered his body in a large black robe, silently searching for suitable items. During this period, he had not combined any waste pills, and his previous stock and the funds from Daoist Bay's estate had been nearly exhausted. Now he could only find a way to acquire spirit stones. "It's a pity I can't synthesize spirit stones, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome." Qin Feng sighed and directly spent 1,000 spirit stones at a stall at the entrance of the market to buy 8 stalks of longevity grass. In this cultivation world, longevity grass is considered hard currency. Not only is it a raw material for refining various rare pills, but it can also be consumed directly to prolong life and strengthen the body. The older the longevity grass, the higher its value. Qin Feng found a secluded corner to prepare for operation. He was now very adept at using his synthesis ability, able to complete it just by holding the items. 10-year longevity grass, a relatively rare herb that may increase lifespan upon consumption, otherwise it is quite ordinary. Can be synthesized into 100-year longevity grass. Synthesize. Synthesize again. After 3 rounds of fusion, 4 stalks of 10-year longevity grass transformed into a single stalk of 1,000-year longevity grass. After repeating the process, he obtained 2 stalks of 1,000-year longevity grass. The roots and stems of the 1,000-year longevity grass shimmered, radiating a green light, with leaves resembling orchids, now much broader, filled with countless golden veins, exuding a fragrant aroma. Just smelling its scent rejuvenates the spirit. What a marvelous item. It's a pity I won't know its value. Qin Feng cherished the 1,000-year longevity grass in his hands for a while before putting it into his storage ring and stepping out. On the street, stall owners were demonstrating spells while the flying sword stalls were filled with sharp auras. Selling pills. Master Chen's latest premium foundation establishment, pills only 20,000 spirit stones each. High-grade flying magical tools of the yellow tier usable by Qi refining cultivators at a discounted price. Selling spirit beasts with ancient ferocious bloodlines. The street was filled with the sounds of various vendors all selling items necessary for cultivators. From basic daily necessities to high-level magical tools and treasures, even humanoid puppets and beautiful slave girls were all available. It was Qin Feng's first time entering Tai's Hanfang. Qin Feng found everything to be novel and eventually couldn't resist stopping by a stall selling books. He knew in his heart that without a sect or a mentor, he would never understand many things without studying. Reading was the only way to understand the cultivation world. The books displayed at the stall were quite ordinary, exuding a faint ink fragrance, with some still having wet ink. The stall owner was a white-haired old man at the 8th level of Qi refining who was currently holding a brush and writing something. Buying books. He didn't even lift his head as he continued writing, saying, "I've been cultivating since I was 8 years old, and now I'm 128. All these books on my stall are my lifelong observations and experiences, and if any are proven false, I will pay 10 times the price." Qin Feng didn't respond, silently examining the books. They covered various topics from basic knowledge to cultivation techniques, medicinal herb distinctions, alchemy weapon, refining array formation, and talisman crafting. Qin Feng asked, "Can I take a look first?" "Sure, feel free to look. These are all genuine items written by me. Each book costs 5 spirit stones. Pick as you like." Qin Feng casually flipped through a few pages and then calmly said, "I'll take them all." The old man was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feng, his face turning visibly red. He then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "You truly are a discerning friend. Everyone else says my books are useless fabrications, but I never expected someone to have such keen insight. If you take them all, I will only charge you 3 spirit stones per book." The stall had about 20 books, and even together they wouldn't cost too many spirit stones. It wasn't easy for the old man to write these books, having cultivated for over 100 years to reach the 8th level of Qi refining. Qin Feng couldn't bring himself to take advantage of him, and directly took out 100 spirit stones before starting to collect the books from the stall. "You are a good person, and good people will be rewarded." Seeing 100 spirit stones piled before him, the old man instantly smiled widely. Qin Feng then asked, "Old man, is there a Qiyuan pavilion in this market?" "Qiyuan pavilion? There are 2 Qiyuan pavilions in Taizanfang now. Do you want to go to the old one or the newly opened one?" After navigating through 3 crowded streets, he finally arrived at the entrance of the newly opened Qiyuan pavilion. Inside the shop, several maids dressed in white were attending to customers, while an elderly man in a black robe sat behind the counter, the very person who had traveled with Zilinger that day. Recognizing the place, Qin Feng adjusted his black robe and walked directly inside. Immediately a maid approached him and asked, "Master, do you wish to buy or sell?" Qin Feng glanced sideways and noticed that the old man had no intention of getting up, so he leaned in and whispered to the maid, "I have a millennium longevity herb. Go call your manager." The maid's smile widened as she replied, "Then please follow me to the private room." She led Qin Feng through the corridor of the shop. Inside the corridor, there was only one room. Upon reaching the door, the maid knocked and said, "Miss, a distinguished guest has arrived. Come in." A cold voice responded. Entering the private room, he saw a young woman in a purple gauze dress sitting on a long bench, absent-mindedly playing with a small black wooden box. She bore a hint of sorrow on her brow, looking quite different from the usual. Recognizing Zilinger, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. In the world of cultivation, people often resorted to deception. It was safest to do business only with those one was familiar with. "Miss, this master says he possesses a millennium longevity herb." Zilinger lifted her head to glance at the man in black and asked with a strange expression, "Do you truly have a millennium longevity herb? How much are you willing to offer?" Zilinger smiled and said, "If it is indeed a genuine millennium longevity herb, it is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones." Trying to swindle me again. Upon hearing the quoted price, Qin Feng turned to leave. Before coming to Qiyuan Pavilion, he had already inquired about the price. A millennium longevity herb started at 150,000. This girl seems young, yet she has quite the knack for fleecing customers. Just as Qin Feng reached the door, a peal of silver bell-like laughter came from behind. All right, I'm not joking anymore. 16,000 spirit stones. If you have the goods, at least let me see them." "Your business style is indeed quite rare," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, then took out a millennium longevity herb from his storage ring and placed it on the small table beside Zilinger. Seeing that it was indeed a millennium longevity herb, surprise flickered in Zilinger's eyes as she picked it up for a closer inspection. As the shop had just opened, she was worried about not having good items to attract cultivators. Although millennium longevity herbs were not extremely rare, those of such age were indeed hard to come by. Confirming that the item was genuine, Zlinger directly took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Feng. Inside are 165,000 spirit stones. Please count them. Not enough. Qin Feng said flatly, taking out another millennium longevity herb from his storage ring and placing it on the table again. As Zlinger was about to get angry, her eyes widened at the sight of the second herb. The presence of 2 millennium longevity herbs was an irresistible temptation for certain ancient alchemists. Please wait a moment. To showcase the generosity of Qiyuan Pavilion, Zlinger put away the previous storage bag and pulled out a small pink bag from her bosom. Inside are 350,000 spirit stones. Consider it a gesture of friendship from Qiyuan Pavilion. The pink bag still carried a faint fragrance, causing Zlinger to blush slightly. This was her personal savings. If she weren't unable to produce such a large sum in a short time, she would be reluctant to part with her closed storage bag. After confirming the amount of spirit stones in the storage bag was correct, Qin Feng then said to her, I also want to buy some additional items. I hope the manager can attend to me personally. All right, given that we are old acquaintances, I will personally attend to you, Zlinger said happily as she accepted both millennium longevity herbs, then clapped her hands and stood up. Qin Feng paused for a moment. Old acquaintances. Zlinger stiffened for a moment, and seeing that she had let it slip, she decided not to pretend anymore and smiled, saying, Did no one tell you that a lowly black robe like that can't conceal your face under the gazing technique? Qin Feng felt dizzy. What about frequently wearing a black robe while traversing the streets and alleys? Perhaps in the eyes of other cultivators, he was just a fool. He was indeed suffering the loss of being uneducated. Sighing, Qin Feng decided to stop pretending and turned to walk toward the main hall outside. To avoid such situations from happening again, Qin Feng bought 16 sets of the lowest grade black robes and requested 8 sets of the basic disguise formation. Now that he had established a foothold, he naturally needed to properly set up defenses. The disguise formation was merely one of the formations he wanted to implement. Qin Feng then asked Zlinger, Do you have any offensive formations? We have the intermediate flying sword formation and the advanced golden light formation. Other formations will probably take a little longer to become available, she replied. How many sets of the flying sword formation do you have? 2 sets. I'll take both sets. Zlinger nodded silently and began to jot down the items Qin Feng needed in her small notebook. Perhaps feeling that she was making money too quickly, she felt a bit dizzy. By selling the millennium longevity herbs, she would make a substantial profit. Now with Qin Feng also buying heavily in the shop, she would profit again. Qin Feng continued to select many items and returned directly to the previous private room to avoid being eyed by others. After Zlinger finished counting the goods, she handed the storage bag back to him. 16 sets of low-grade black robes, 8 sets of the basic disguise formation, 2 sets of the intermediate flying sword formation, 50 basic fire snake talismans, 100 low-grade spirit recovery pills, and 8 books of basic body refining techniques. These items were not numerous, but each type had a very large quantity. Zlinger's excited little face turned red as she said eagerly, You have spent a total of 365,000 spirit stones. Just return the previous storage bag to me, and well, consider it a friendship established. The price was fine, it was just that he had bought a large quantity. After handing over the pink storage bag, Qin Feng directly changed into the new black robe in the private room. Before leaving Qiyuan Pavilion, Zlinger also briefed him on some trivial matters. In the evening, when Qin Feng returned to Nyo Mountain, he discovered a figure standing on a huge rock outside the mountain. The person was none other than Wang Teng, whom he had met the previous night. He wore a warm smile as he said, Brother Qin, you are truly meticulous. You have set up a disguise formation upon arriving here. If I hadn't asked Sister Ding, I would have thought you were angry and avoiding me. Wang Teng laughed as he walked up and threw his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder, taking out 2 live fish from his storage ring. These are spirit fish unique to my Chashing sword, sect specially brought for you to taste, Brother Qin. The 2 fish were tied together by straw, their gills opening and closing, emitting waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. Brother Wang, you are too kind. Qin Feng smiled as he accepted the spirit fish, then waved his hand to dispel the disguise formation, leading Wang Teng up the mountain. The entire mountain peak was still overgrown with weeds except for a small peak at the top that had been opened up into a rudimentary cave. Wang Teng stood outside the cave, not wishing to venture further. He looked at Qin Feng and asked, I heard you came from the direction of the Jin Kingdom. Have you heard of the Qinghe Square in the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world? Upon hearing Wang Teng's question, Qin Feng's heart instantly became alert. The Wang family's attempt to forcefully marry Qin Yu was almost common knowledge. Once he admits to being from Qinghe, it would be like getting yellow mud stuck in his pants. Whether it's shit or not, it is still shit. Qin Feng decided to open his eyes and speak nonsense, feigning regret as he said, As a wandering cultivator with no ties, I truly haven't heard of Qinghe. Brother Wang, are you from Qinghe? Since I joined the sect last year, I haven't had a chance to return. I've heard there have been major events in the cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom recently. A few days ago, I went back to take a look, alas. Wang Ting's smile gradually darkened, his gaze still fixed intensely on Qin Feng's eyes. As a latest-age qi refinement cultivator, the difference between each realm is vast. Wang Tung currently possessed an 8th-level qi refinement cultivation, and just a simple glance could intimidate quite a few lower-tier cultivators. Qin Feng looked at him in confusion, then his eyes brightened. He immediately took out 200 spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over. These spirit stones, Brother Wang, please keep them for me. Buy some things for your parents next time you go home. Good. Wang Tung laughed heartily, pocketing the spirit stones. He then glanced around the mountaintop before taking out a flying boat and soaring into the sky. On the flying boat, Wang Tung held a book, his expression gradually contorting into a grimace, his teeth gritted. The book was marred with black stains and bore a small bloody handprint. Damn it. If I find out who killed my Wang family, I will ensure they suffer for all eternity. Wang Tung roared viciously, his resentment growing heavier as he prepared during the earlier interrogation. As long as the other party admitted to having been to Qinghe, he would have immediately struck to capture them. Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go. Unfortunately, the other party had never been to Qinghe, and they even offered spirit stones as a bribe. How could such a coward have killed someone and then come to the territory of the Chongqing sword sect? As night fell, Qin Feng sat at the entrance of his cave-dwelling, grilling fish over a fire. The flames illuminated his face, yet inside, he felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, has he found out? He thought. He kept looking at my hands. Could it be that he brought back that book from Qiyuan Pavilion? Qin Feng absent-mindedly flipped the fish, conflicted about whether to invite Taiju from the Zhou Kingdom. Living on Wonia Mountain, he found it inconvenient to take action, but Taiju was different. He was a demonic cultivator. The righteous and the demonic could never coexist, and killing 1 or 2 righteous cultivators was quite reasonable. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. After sprinkling some seasoning, Qin Feng dug in heartily. Though called spirit fish, consuming it did not enhance his spiritual power, merely offering a slightly better taste. Clearly that guy Wang Tung had dismissed him as a beggar. Casually tossing the remaining half of the grilled fish aside, Qin Feng lay down on the ground. Living a stable life is truly difficult. After resting for a moment, Qin Feng got up and began running around Wonia Mountain, busy setting up the flying sword array and a new hiding array. To prevent being spied on by Sister Ding from the other side, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to modify the flying sword and hiding arrays on his way back. Combining 2 sets of intermediate flying sword arrays resulted in a high-level flying sword array capable of easily slaying Foundation establishment cultivators and could even threaten those in the early Golden Core stage. With such an array installed at the mountaintop, as long as he did not provoke Golden Core cultivators, he would essentially be invincible. After combining 8 sets of beginner hiding arrays 3 times, they transformed into a top-tier human-level array. Qin Feng did not understand how high this level was, but the hiding array at this level was much more powerful, capable of resisting the divine sense probing of latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, providing a strong sense of security. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng began his work. When laying down the array flags and encountering stones or hard soil, he would immediately take out his flying sword as a chisel, punching small holes before embedding the array flags. In an instant, the sounds of clanging echoed around Wonia Mountain, and Qin Feng was completely absorbed in it. The higher the level of the array, the more array flags were needed. Each flag's position required a special orientation. After a busy night, he had only laid out 1/3 of the array flags for the 2 sets. Clang, clang, clang. Ding, ding, ding. Over the next 2 days, the sounds of hammers striking metal echoed around Wonia Mountain from time to time. On the adjacent mountain peak, the surface appeared overgrown with weeds and desolate, yet within it held great potential. In the center of the mountain, a luxurious small courtyard was built with fish ponds, spirit plants, and spirit herbs everywhere. At this moment, Ding Shuli, dressed in black, was sitting at a stone table grinding herbs. The stone table was filled with many jars and bottles, as well as corpses of 5 poisons and other toxic substances. After tossing all the poisonous mists into a black jar, a large amount of black smoke instantly billowed out. Ding Shuli activated her true qi to seal the jar before storing it in her storage bag. She moved quickly, but the weeds next to the stone table were still affected, instantly turning a sickly yellow. Only then did Ding Shuli turn her head, frowning as she glared at the busy figure around Wonia Mountain. What kind of array takes 3 days and nights to complete, making such a racket? The hiding array was supposed to be able to block sound. Ding Shuli didn't care at all about the extra person on the adjacent mountain. Ever since the people from the Chongqing sword sect came to inquire about Qin Feng, she had felt that this person must have secrets. After 3 days of setting up the array, Ding Shuli felt like she was about to collapse. Just then she noticed Qin Feng suddenly looking over towards her cave dwelling. This guy, has he discovered something? Ding Shuli frowned, glancing around. Her intermediate hiding array was still operational, everything seemed normal. On the other side, Qin Feng stood at the mountaintop cave dwelling, excitement written all over his face, his hands on his hips. Hee, the array is finally completed. Now I can run around naked on the mountain and no one will see me. Qin Feng grinned in the direction of Ding Shuli's cave dwelling, then directly unleashed 2 streams of spiritual power to activate the hiding and flying sword arrays. With the array in place, Millennium Mountain truly belonged to him. Every movement within the array would go unnoticed, and later-stage nascent soul cultivators would never come to such a desolate place. After securing the mountain's great array, Qin Feng began earnestly establishing his cave dwelling. With an alchemy room, training area, and living quarters, the entire setup took only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, courtesy of the sharp blade of the Thunderbolt flying sword. After laying down a gathering spirit array in the training area, Qin Feng combined 100 low-grade spirit replenishing pills into mid-grade spirit replenishing pills. Mid-grade spirit replenishing pills, consuming them enhances internal spiritual energy and accelerates realm progression, effective only for chi refinement stage. Can be synthesized into high-grade spirit replenishing pills. Finally, I can start cultivating. I've been stagnant for too long, it's been quite a frustrating experience. With the cave dwelling and arrays fully constructed, and now with spirit replenishing pills to aid his cultivation, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming excitement within. After checking that all the arrays were functioning properly, Qin Feng swallowed a spirit replenishing pill, sitting cross-legged in the gathering spirit array, directly entering a state of cultivation. Now, outside Millennium Mountain, Wang Tong held a black incense stick hovering in the air on his flying boat, his face dark as he scrutinized the mountain before him. At this moment, the entire mountaintop was deserted, overgrown with weeds, clearly set up with an array. He forced a smile and shouted, "Qin Daoyo, quickly open the array, brother Wang has matters to discuss with you. Aren't you there?" After calling out several times, Wang Tong threw in another 5 or 6 sound transmission talismans. After a full half an hour, there was still no response. Wang Tong's expression grew increasingly grim as he turned his gaze to the neighboring mountain. Sister Ding is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Considering my brother's face, she should help me break this kid's array. Is senior Sister Ding there? Wang Tong shouted as he arrived at another peak, and soon a cold, graceful figure appeared in the clearing. I also find his formation strange. Ding Shuli, who had witnessed everything, was curious about the power of Qin Feng's formation, which is why she appeared as soon as Wang Tong called her. That charming yet aloof aura left Wang Tong captivated. Given the disparity in their strengths, he dared not think much and immediately lowered his head, saying, "Senior Sister Ding, if you are willing to help me break his formation, I am willing to offer you a longevity pill." He then took out a small green vial the size of a thumb from his storage ring and presented it with both hands. The longevity pill is a special elixir exclusive to the longevity sword sect, capable of extending life by 3 years, and outer disciples can only receive 1 each year, making it quite rare. Ding Shuli asked indifferently, "Do you have a grudge against that kid? The more he avoids me, the more likely he has a grudge against me." Wang Tong did not elaborate further, but the hatred in his eyes was almost bursting forth. "Let me try first." Ding Shuli revealed a hint of curiosity in her eyes and soared toward Millennium Mountain. Before making a move, she took out a sound transmission talisman and threw it into the great formation. "Qin Shidi, if you do not open the mountain gate formation soon, I will force my way in." The sound transmission talisman is made from special materials possessing only the ability to transmit sound, and any formation will unconditionally allow the passage of sound transmission talismans. After waiting for a long time without any response, both felt that Qin Feng was doing it on purpose. A hint of coldness appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes as she took out a purple flying sword and infused it with spiritual power. "Go!" With a flick of her jade hand, the purple flying sword surged in size, transforming into a giant sword 3 zhang long, directly stabbing toward the formation of Millennium Mountain. Buzz! In the void, a white flash directly blocked the flying sword, and countless mist appeared out of nowhere. In just a moment, the entire Millennium Mountain was enveloped in mist, obscuring the view inside. His disorienting formation is even more formidable than my formation. It is at least a high-level disorienting formation. Ding Shuli realized with a single move that she could not break Qin Feng's mountain protecting great formation on her own. At the same time, she felt increasingly puzzled. How could someone at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage possess such a valuable high-level disorienting formation? Seeing that even foundation establishment cultivators could not break through Qin Feng's formation, Wang Tang's anger grew. The fact that the other party was avoiding him surely held some hidden agenda. Inside the Millennium Mountain formation, Qin Feng sat on the steps of his cave dwelling, one hand propping up his chin while the other held a high-level fire serpent talisman, feeling quite frustrated. Just as he was about to enter a state of cultivation, someone outside began throwing sound transmission talismans one after another, even attempting to break through the mountain gate formation with force. This is truly pushing it too far. After adjusting his state, Feng hid 2 high-level fire serpent talismans in his sleeve, then stepped out of the disorienting formation with a confused expression. Senior sister Ding, brother Wang, I was just about to enter seclusion for cultivation when I opened my eyes and saw 7 or 8 sound transmission talismans. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something urgent? Feng looked at Ding Shuli and Wang Tong with curiosity, wearing the pleasing smile typical of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator. Ding Shuli silently took a step back and curiously scrutinized Feng. Wang Tong straightforwardly took out a bloodstained book and asked Feng, I want to know if you have ever seen this book. The bloody handprint on the 5 Spirits art book is too familiar to Feng, and this was the 2nd time he had seen it. He shook his head in confusion. Still stubborn even when facing death. Wang Tong's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. He made a gesture as if to retrieve something, causing Feng to shudder and retreat 5 or 6 zhang, while simultaneously gripping the fire serpent talisman tightly in both hands. What are you nervous about? Wang Tong sneered, then raised the object in his hand, which was a long black incense stick emitting thick smoke. Feng was quite familiar with this item, and not long ago Zilinger used it to find his home. This is a soul-seeking incense. As long as you have touched it, you cannot escape within 1,000 miles. Wang Tong's smile grew increasingly sinister as he moved the soul-seeking incense closer. Now that the facade had been torn, it was sufficient to prove that Feng had touched the 5 Spirits art. As time passed, the black smoke from the soul-seeking incense grew denser, all drifting toward the direction where Feng stood. Witnessing this scene, Feng's heart raced. A few days ago, when he visited the Qiyuan Pavilion, Zilinger mentioned something about Wang Ting and cast some. Could it be that it won't work now? Feng stared closely at the drifting black smoke, while Wang Ting squinted, ready to act with his flying sword. Just as the black smoke was about to touch Feng's body, it suddenly took a turn and drifted away to a distant place. The scene fell silent. Wang Ting darkened his face and snuffed out the soul-seeking incense, forcing a smile, as he asked Feng, it seems this was a misunderstanding. Brother Qin, why were you so nervous? You are both at a much higher realm than I. What if something happens? Feng stammered, unable to finish, but the meaning was clear. Brother Qin, don't say such things. I was just testing whether you were lying. After putting away his items, Wang Ting chatted with Feng for a few moments, then took out a flying boat to leave with Ding Shuli. Testing my ass. Feng revealed a disdainful expression towards their retreating figures, then turned and returned to the cave dwelling to enter seclusion for cultivation. Wonia Mountain is rich in spiritual energy. With the assistance of a 5-fold gathering spirit array and spirit replenishing pills, Feng's strength rapidly ascended. Feeling the boredom of seclusion, Feng would sometimes go down the mountain to hunt for food and at other times read books or practice his martial arts. As time passed, Feng's body underwent significant changes and his understanding of this world deepened further. The stars turned and shifted. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and his cultivation level finally reached the 8th level of qi refining. Inside the cave-dwelling, Feng sat cross-legged in the gathering spirit array, his body seemingly shrouded in a layer of mist. The majestic spiritual power within his meridians washed over his body like a torrential river, ultimately converging in his qi sea. After reaching the 8th level of qi refining, the spiritual power was no longer in strands, but rather in large clusters resembling dense mist floating in the qi sea. Rising 3 small realms in 3 months is quite fast indeed. After ceasing his cultivation, Feng opened his eyes to feel the unending spiritual power within him, finding it immensely pleasurable. During these past 2 to 3 months, aside from Wang Ting visiting once a month, no one else came to disturb Feng, allowing him to enjoy his peace. At that moment, a sound transmission talisman flew in from outside the formation, accompanied by Wang Ting's voice. Brother Qin, this month's management fee is due 2,000 each month. If this continues, even if I don't cause any trouble, I'll still be seen as a fat sheep. I need to do something about this. As he exited the cave dwelling, he saw Wang Tong controlling a flying boat hovering outside the formation, and besides him, Ding Shuli was also on board. Brother Wang, the spirit stones from last month were saved through extreme frugality and selling off assets. Can this month's fee be lowered? Feng directly pleaded. Wang Tong smiled and explained, I am here to offer you an opportunity. What opportunity? Feng's eyes revealed a puzzled expression, though inside, he felt immensely frustrated. Why is it that someone always wants to offer me opportunities? The sect recently needs to recruit a batch of outer disciples who can receive a monthly salary of 100 spirit stones. If Brother Qin is willing to join the sect, we will be family, and the management fee for Wonia Mountain will naturally be waived. Unfortunately, Feng has a mixed spirit root and had already attempted to join the Longevity Sword sect once. Feng was not lying back then when the longevity sword sect was publicly recruiting disciples at Qinghe. They did not look favorably upon his mixed spirit root physique, not even granting him the chance to become an outer disciple. Seeing his confused expression, Wang Tong smiled and explained, Brother Qin can rest assured I am a person of some standing in the sect. While I can't guarantee anything else, I can at least ensure you become an outer disciple of the sect's Divine Pill Peak. The Divine Pill Peak, as its name suggests, is the location for alchemy within the longevity sword sect. For ordinary cultivators, it is akin to a cold palace. In such a place one can neither learn spells nor escape the endless chores and the endless herbs to tend to. Let alone achieving immortality, a low-ranking outer disciple could be worked to death in such a place. But Feng is different. For him, the Divine Pill Peak would be a massive repository of elixirs perfect for his search for discarded pills. Brother Qin, have you made up your mind? Seeing the other party silent, Wang Tong narrowed his eyes once again, revealing a threatening demeanor. Feng was overjoyed internally, but still pretended to hesitate, saying, Does Brother Wang want me to go? Of course. Sigh. Then I shall go. Truly a coward. Seeing Feng agree, Wang Tong immediately displayed a triumphant smile, then took Feng and Ding Shuli toward the direction of the longevity sword sect. In the void, clouds and mist swirled around. Looking down, the towering mountains loomed like majestic giants, with the ranges undulating like great dragons. This was Feng's first time riding a flying artifact, and a look of shock spread across his face. After a moment, the speed of the flying boat slowed, revealing grand luxurious buildings rising high as celestial cranes danced in the air and spirit birds scattered everywhere. The Chongqing sword sect covered a vast area with formations on the peaks emitting a dazzling light resembling a fairyland. When the flying boat reached the first building, Wang Tong directly landed on the ground and began to walk. Apart from Wang Tong, other disciples of the Chongqing sword sect also made their way inside in small groups. Sister Ding, Brother Zhang has already arranged everything for you. When you get to the place, just look for him. Wang Tong had a flattering smile on his face, while Ding Shuli merely responded with a faint HM. Entering the mountain gate, they walked along the winding stone path for hundreds of feet, and a flat area suddenly appeared ahead, where already over 100 people had gathered. As they approached, Feng realized that all these people were scattered cultivators from outside, consisting of men and women of all ages, with varying strengths, each wearing expressions of both excitement and anxiety. In front stood a bald elder in a blue robe, turning a string of black prayer beads in his hand while reciting scriptures with closed eyes, exuding a strong sense of oppression even without the use of divination techniques. After a moment, the elder opened his eyes and glanced at the crowd before asking, How many from the artifact refining peak have arrived? Immediately, someone in the crowd responded, A total of 28 people have arrived from the artifact refining room. How many from the Divine Pill Peak? In the crowd, a figure in white carrying a flying sword answered loudly, 7 from the miscellaneous roles, plus 1 guest elder. Good. The bald elder nodded and continued to inquire about other numbers. Wang Tong signaled to Feng and said, You should follow Brother Zhang, he will arrange things for you when you reach the Divine Pill Peak. Zhang Shan and Ding Shuli turned to leave, chatting and laughing. 6 scattered cultivators immediately followed suit, and although Feng was puzzled, he quickened his pace to blend into the group. During the journey, Zhang Shan took the initiative to chat with Ding Shuli, expressing concern and introducing the sect rules, being extremely considerate. As for the scattered cultivators behind, he ignored them entirely. A brown-noser deserves no mercy. Feng secretly cursed in his heart and began to observe the surroundings. Of the sect's internal architecture was scattered, clearly indicating that each peak served different purposes. Soon they arrived at a mountain that resembled a triangular tripod with a stone tablet at the entrance reading Divine Pill Peak. The mountain was filled with medicinal fields where some were fetching water to fertilize the crops, others were using tools to plow the land, and some were harvesting spirit herbs with hoes. They reached the mountain top. Zhang Shan led several people to receive 2 sets of miscellaneous work uniforms, distributed identity tokens with blood oaths, and then arranged daily tasks and accommodations. After all this was done, he expressionlessly announced the rules to everyone. You are now miscellaneous disciples of the Divine Pill Peak. What to do will depend on the management's arrangements. Do not damage the sect's property. Most importantly, do not show disrespect to the sect's disciples. Violations will result in light punishments of cultivation cancellation or severe ones leading to the extermination of 9 clans. After saying this, Zhang Shan left, leaving several scattered cultivators standing there glancing at each other. After a moment, a middle-aged man angrily exclaimed, Damn it, it said we are here to be miscellaneous workers, but truthfully, we are just here to be laborers. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Everyone realized they had been deceived by the disciples of the Chongqing sword sect, but unfortunately the identity tokens were already bound, and it was easy to enter but hard to leave. The crowd was filled with anger and Qin Feng pretended to curse a few times before starting to examine his surroundings. The Divine Pill Peak was the place where the sect focused on alchemy, and even elders and some inner disciples would choose to refine pills here. As long as they could manage to secure the task of cleaning the alchemy rooms, they could pick up discarded pills until their hands went numb. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was already blooming with joy. The next day before dawn, a sound of gongs suddenly echoed outside the miscellaneous disciples' rooms. Inside the dormitory, Qin Feng got up with the veteran miscellaneous disciples and then went outside to wait for the management to assign today's tasks. Standing in the crowd, Qin Feng's face showed confusion. These people were clearly cultivators, the worst among them being at the second level of qi refining, yet they looked like they were half dead. After a moment, Qin Feng followed a man to the riverbank to fetch water for the medicinal garden. The wooden bucket used for fetching water was a specially made artifact, and Qin Feng was unsure how much water it could hold. Anyway, it took a while for the bucket to fill when placed in the river. The key point was that the management stipulated that these filled wooden buckets could not be placed into storage rings, otherwise they would lose their spiritual essence and kill the medicinal materials. After filling 2 buckets with water, Qin Feng squatted down, resting his shoulders on the carrying pole, and exerted his physical strength, yet the wooden bucket did not budge. Even with his feet sinking into the mud, the bucket remained unmoved. Ultimately, he had to use his spiritual power to assist. Only then did the bucket wobble and barely lift off the ground. It's really damn heavy. Qin Feng secretly cursed in his heart, instantly understanding why those miscellaneous workers looked half dead. In the evening, the miscellaneous workers returned to their rooms one after another after finishing their labor, gathering in small groups to play with stone tiles or using soundproof barriers to quietly cultivate in corners. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a hint of vitality among them. "Bro, let's gamble a bit." The man who led Qin Feng to fetch water during the day called out to him, and Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. They gambled spirit stones and minor spells, but all were low-level spells that seemed unworthy of mention. After a moment, the person who won the most frowned and cursed, "You all damn dogs using the breath-concealing technique. I've had this thing to wipe my ass for a whole year." The breath-concealing technique might be valuable in the eyes of ordinary scattered cultivators, but in a place crowded with cultivators it appeared quite lowly. The man had at least 10 identical breath-concealing techniques laid out before him. After everyone finished, Qin Feng directly bought 16 copies of the breath-concealing technique at the price of 2 spirit stones each, then rushed straight to the latrine. Dao-1 formula. Using this technique can conceal one's own aura, capable of resisting detection from 4 major realms above, and practicing it to perfection allows one to conceal their physical body, a top-tier heavenly grade technique. Cannot be synthesized further. From the literal meaning, Qin Feng could roughly guess that the Dao-1 formula was perhaps the most advanced technique for concealment and breath-holding in this world. In the following days, apart from fetching water, Qin Feng also took turns doing tasks such as planting spirit herbs, gathering spirit herbs, and cleaning medicinal materials, but he had yet to be assigned the task of cleaning the alchemy rooms. Because this task was easy, it was all occupied by those with connections. Everyone was a cultivator, and coupled with the sect's rules against fighting privately, everyone practiced openly, while Qin Feng secretly practiced the Dao-1 formula to the introductory stage. On this day, Qin Feng was assigned to fetch water again. Along with him was an old man at the 3rd level of qi refining, and when they went for the second trip, the old man exhausted his spiritual power and was directly crushed down by the carrying pole, dying painfully. Another one dead. Damn, Wang Teng, you really gave me a good opportunity. Watching the tragic scene before him, Qin Feng's desire for revenge against Wang Teng deepened. Even though his work partner had died, the work still had to be completed. Qin Feng had encountered this situation many times and had grown numb. As expected, after watering the medicinal materials, the sky had already darkened. Qin Feng quickened his pace toward the sleeping quarters, operating the Dao-1 formula, hoping to practice it to the perfected realm as soon as possible. Passing through a bamboo grove, he glimpsed 2 white figures through the scattered bamboo leaves. Qin Feng's eyes revealed curiosity, and he immediately slowed his pace to sneak closer. Amid the rustling of bamboo leaves, he could vaguely hear the conversation between the two. "Sister Ding, I can agree to everything else, but this matter really can't be done. Stealing sect medicinal materials is a serious crime." The speaker's tone was humble, undoubtedly Zhang Shun the brownnoser. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he took out a recording stone from his storage ring. This item not only records images, but also captures sound, making it a means to hold something against the two. What does it matter if a few stalks of medicinal materials are missing? The two were locked in a stalemate, and Ding Shuli was evidently getting a bit angry. Zhang Shun anxiously explained, "Every stock of these medicinal materials has been strictly accounted for. Even if they wither, they must be submitted for the elder to handle personally. Sister, please spare me. I don't want much, just find a miscellaneous worker to take the blame, can't you?" Miscellaneous workers are all low-level cultivators, who would have the guts to steal? Ding Shuli fell silent for a moment before saying, there's a guy named Feng who's quite strong. I feel he's not simple. It would be better to. The two quickly decided to steal the medicinal materials and frame Feng while also turning him into a puppet to dominate his sect and formations. Outside the bamboo grove. Upon hearing their plan, Feng felt his scalp tingle. If it weren't for just using the recording stone, he would probably face disaster the next day. What a venomous woman. Feng squinted, pondering how to deal with this matter. He had many treasures on him, and if they attempted to forcefully take action, they would find it difficult to deal with him. It would be better to confront them hidden. If they succeeded in stealing the medicinal materials, it would be impossible to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Feng was preparing to step out, he noticed Zhang Shun leaving on a flying sword. It seemed he wanted to leave early, creating an alibi while providing Ding Shuli with time to steal the medicinal materials. He absolutely could not let her steal them. Feng took out the golden bell talisman and held it in one hand while raising the recording stone with the other as he walked out. Who? Ding Shuli instantly took out her flying sword, but Feng was quicker to reveal the golden bell talisman and the recording stone, sneering as he said, Sister Ding, you wouldn't want the secret we just discussed to be exposed, would you? Is it you? As soon as Ding Shuli recognized the person, she visibly sighed in relief, controlling her flying sword to make scratches in the air, then coldly threatened, throw over the recording stone or I will kill you. Seeing the disdainful expression in the other person's eyes, Feng felt a surge of anger. She had always maintained a superior attitude, and even in this situation she still looked down on others. Feng could not help but become furious, sneering, if you are unconvinced you can try to break my golden bell talisman. In an instant, spiritual power surged into the talisman, and a golden bell appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping Feng within. To be safe, Feng cast several hard earth techniques at her feet and took out a fire serpent talisman. Golden bell talisman. Seeing Feng covered by the golden bell, Ding Shuli's expression turned serious. The golden bell talisman could withstand attacks from golden core stage cultivators at its maximum, and while it could be used to consume time, the risks were enormous. Once a fight broke out, it would surely attract the attention of others. Ding Shuli sighed, put away her flying sword, and then asked, what do you want? Take off your clothes. Impossible. Ding Shuli's face turned pale with anger as she gripped the flying sword tightly. You just conspired with Senior Zhang to take my life. I have no intention of harming you, sister. Isn't it excessive to just take a look at your body? Feng revealed a cold smile while raising the fire serpent talisman in her hand, threatening, this is a high-level fire serpent talisman. If Sister Ding is unwilling, I will risk my life to hand the recording stone over to the sect elders. At that time it won't just be you, as Senior Zhang will probably suffer too, right? Ding Shuli remained silent, and in the darkness, only the rustling of leaves in the nearby bamboo forest could be heard. After pondering for a while, she finally looked up and coldly asked, if I show you my body, what if you don't give me the recording stone? Sister should know what kind of life we have as servants. If it weren't for the restrictions on servants, I would have left long ago. Later I will have you take me out of the Chongqing sword sect. After we are outside, I will give you the recording stone. Good. Ding Shuli immediately put away her flying sword, then slowly placed her hand on her chest to untie her clothes while secretly sneering. After all, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old child, once outside the Chongqing sword sect. Even the golden bell talisman could not protect her. As each piece of clothing came off, the blush on Ding Shuli's face became more and more pronounced. Is this okay now? Take off your undergarments too. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Ding Shuli's eyes, yet she had no choice but to comply with Feng's demands, soon ending up completely naked. Feng nodded in satisfaction, then took out a recording stone in an activated state from the nearby bushes, which happened to capture the scene at that moment. What do you see here? You. Shameless. Ding Shuli's face turned pale as she immediately waved her hand to put on a black robe. Inside the black robe, Ding Shuli trembled with anger. If it weren't for the protection of the golden bell talisman, she would have wanted to slash her opponent with her sword. If Sister Ding harms me with stolen herbs tonight, these 2 recording stones will surely spread throughout the entire Chongqing sword sect by tomorrow. After speaking, Feng turned and walked away, enveloped in the golden bell talisman, leaving Ding Shuli seething with rage as she stood rooted in place. Returning to her residence, many of the servants continued to play cards, drink, and the scene was chaotic. Feng silently stood at the door, following anyone who went to the restroom. Half an hour later, those who were playing cards stopped, and those drinking ceased as everyone began to wonder what Feng was doing. Little Wang, what did Feng say to you? He didn't say anything. Zhang Lizi, you are the most honest here. What did little Qin say to you? What could he say? He said he would escort me to the restroom. Feng just smiled widely at everyone without explaining. They were all telling the truth. She hadn't said anything at all. In the days that followed, Ding Shuli seemed to have vanished without a trace, and Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Time passed and a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, although there was little progress in her cultivation, Qin Feng managed to grasp many details about the Changxing sword sect. Zhang Shan was an inner disciple of the Shindan Peak, possessing considerable strength and junior alchemy skills, and held significant prestige at Shindan Peak, making it quite challenging to deal with him. As for Wang Ting, he was not favored by the Peak Masters, merely an outer disciple, and there was always an opportunity to eliminate him. This morning, during the task assignment, exceptionally, Qin Feng was allocated to the team responsible for cleaning the alchemy rooms. Aside from Qin Feng, everyone else was connected to influential relationships, and although puzzled, Qin Feng still followed them to the working area. At the base of Shindan Peak, there were 12 major alchemy zones arranged in order from A to D. The higher the ranking, the more intense the fire in the alchemy zone. Qin Feng was responsible for cleaning 9 alchemy rooms in Zone B. Upon arriving and discovering that she was the only one assigned in the entire Zone B, Qin Feng immediately felt that something was amiss. An elderly servant carrying a water bucket walked out, and upon seeing a 17- or 18-year-old boy take over, revealed a look of pity on his face. Qin Feng quickly took out 2 spirit stones and handed them over, asking, "Senior brother, this is my first time working in the alchemy room. Is there anything I should avoid?" The old servant's face lit up at the sight of the spirit stones, and he patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, "Recently a guest elder has been frequently coming to refine pills. Whenever he blows up a furnace, he gets furious, and then..." He made a gesture across his throat and left quickly, showing a face of wishing Qin Feng good luck. Qin Feng frowned, and her resentment towards Wang Teng and the person in charge deepened. They only sent their trusted ones when the job was easy. When the job became difficult, they let others go to their doom. If she was not mistaken, there should have been several lives lost in this alchemy room in Zone B. That damn Wang Ting. Qin Feng cursed silently, then quietly walked to the passage inside the alchemy room to wait. At this time, only 2 alchemy rooms were in use, and the others had been cleaned. Now she just needed to wait here until the people inside came out before going in to clean. Bang! Suddenly an explosion sounded from the innermost alchemy room, a dull noise ringing in her ears, followed by a hoarse shout from an old man. "Come. Quickly come and clean the alchemy room." "Coming." Qin Feng replied, immediately grasping her tools and pushing open the heavy stone door of the alchemy room. She saw an elderly man with white hair standing at the door of the alchemy room, his expression twisted and close to madness, while inside the alchemy furnace was billowing thick black smoke, and the stone walls were splattered with what looked like medicinal mud. As she passed by the old man, she could sense a strong aura emanating from him. Qin Feng silently began her work, secretly praying that he wouldn't cause her any trouble. Having finally snagged a good job, she hoped nothing would go wrong. As Qin Feng diligently cleaned the alchemy furnace, the old man cheerfully approached and kindly asked, "Young man, do you think I will succeed in my next batch of pills?" Qin Feng wiped his brow with a rag, sweat pouring down his back. He now understood how the menial servants had met their ends. This was nothing short of a death sentence. "Do not fear. This old man merely seeks auspicious words from your lips." Qin Feng glanced toward the alchemical furnace, where ashes concealed numerous failed pills, and immediately replied, "Venerable elder, your next batch shall surely succeed." "Excellent." The elder's mood brightened instantly. He withdrew a spirit stone and bestowed it upon Qin Feng before resuming preparations for the next batch of medicinal ingredients. Once the chamber was nearly spotless, Qin Feng departed the alchemy hall and resumed his post in the outer corridor. During this time, other alchemists arrived one by one to claim vacant furnaces. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed once more from the elder's alchemy chamber. With a thunderous clang, the stone door burst open. The elder strode forth, fury blazing in his eyes, his gaze wild, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. "Venerable elder, please wait. I'll inspect it for you at once." Qin Feng moved first, stepping forward toward the chamber, but the elder suddenly raised a hand to halt him, then extended both a flying sword and a storage pouch. "Venerable elder, what is your intent?" "Young man, do this old man one final favor, and the storage pouch shall be yours." Pain contorted the elder's features as he added, "Sever my head." At that sight, Qin Feng instinctively staggered backward several paces. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never this an eccentric, unpredictable twist even the most seasoned cultivator would scarcely conceive. He doubted he could even steady his flying sword before being struck down on the spot. At such a realm of cultivation, did one still need pretext to kill? "I beg you, cut off my head." Seeing Qin Feng motionless, the elder dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. Qin Feng whirled around and hurried to the chamber's entrance, hastily reassuring him, "Venerable elder, do not despair. Even after a furnace explosion, there remains a sliver of chance to recover finished pills. This junior disciple will inspect it at once." With that, he slipped into the alchemy chamber. His words were no mere comfort. Ancient texts indeed recorded such rare occurrences, though the odds were as slender as plucking a needle from the ocean's depths. The stone chamber lay in utter disarray. Acrid ash and choking black smoke filled the air, and beneath the furnace lay charred remnants of failed pills, blackened lumps of ruin. As he picked up a ruined pill, a line of text shimmered into view before his eyes. Discarded Fengshen pill, rank 3 human air, failed pill, ingestion yields no effect, may cause diarrhea. Synthesizable 3-veined Fengshen pill. High-grade pills are classified into heaven, earth, and human tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Pill quality is determined by vein count. The term 3-vein denotes the lowest tier within the human rank. To avoid arousing suspicion, Qin Feng selected only 2 discarded Fengshen pills for synthesis. The Fengshen pill gleamed with golden radiance, crystalline yet translucent. 3-vein Fengshen pill ingestion triggers a violent surge of spiritual energy, temporarily elevating the cultivator by 1 full realm, followed by half a month of profound weakness. This pill was formidable indeed, truly worthy of its human tier designation. Awe surged through Qin Feng. Without hesitation, he rolled the pill several times in the herbal ash, then cupped it reverently in both hands and dashed out of the chamber. Breathless, venerable elder. Look, could this be the pill you refined? The elder sat slumped on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. At Qin Feng's frantic arrival, a flash of murderous intent flickered across his face. I commanded you to end me. If you refuse, then I shall. His gaze locked onto the object in Qin Feng's hands. His eyes flared with sudden brilliance. He snatched it, scrutinized it closely, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. It is done. At last, it is done. Clutching the Fengshen pill, his hair wild and disheveled, he capered wildly down the corridor. Alchemists from neighboring chambers peered out in annoyance, then hastily withdrew their heads. Only after a long while did he cease his frenzy, smoothing his tangled hair before turning his gaze upon Qin Feng. What is your name? This junior disciple is Qin Feng, but the pill is entirely your achievement, venerable elder. The elder waved dismissively, then studied Qin Feng's aura with earnest scrutiny. 5 element roots, Qi refinement level 8. Your talent falls somewhat short of mine, yet you are my savior. Henceforth I Qinghe Dan formally declare you my closed-door disciple. Boom. 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 6 nearby chambers exploded in rapid succession. Then silence fell. Not a single cry for cleanup rang out. Wretched incompetence. The elder glared contemptuously at the surrounding chambers, then softened his expression and tossed a token toward Qin Feng. This is the Divine Pill Peak Lord's token. I must depart for a time. I shall return shortly to find you. And with that he hurried away, leaving Qin Feng standing bewildered in place. The Divine Pill Peak Lord's token. Hadn't that elderly servant earlier referred to him as an honorary elder? Just then figures began emerging from neighboring chambers. All wore robes emblazoned with the longevity sword, sect insignia, their auras formidable. Upon seeing Qin Feng, each wore a warm, welcoming smile. Junior brother Qin Feng. Congratulations, senior uncle Qin. We heartily congratulate you on becoming Master Ji's closed-door disciple. May you guide us henceforth. The speaker stood nearest, dressed in brown robes, appearing 30 years old, yet already at Foundation establishment late stage. Though others wore standard inner disciple attire, they too offered enthusiastic congratulations. Such extraordinary deference left Qin Feng perplexed. He furrowed his brow and asked, You say Master Qinghe Dan is the Divine Pill Peak Lord? Indeed, senior uncle, Master Ge is precisely the Divine Pill Peak Lord, your master and our grandmaster. Yet only senior masters address him directly as Ge. All others refer to him respectfully as Master Ge. The man introduced himself as Qin Shaohan, a true transmission disciple of the Divine Pill Peak. By rank he naturally stood beneath Qin Feng. After asking further questions, Qin Feng gradually grasped. Master Qinghe Dan had been stalled for years at the alchemist master level, unable to break through to refine human tier pills, until fate brought Qin Feng to witness his breakthrough, thus securing his position as closed-door disciple. Qin Feng stared unblinkingly at the token in his palm, still unable to believe his fortune. He, a mere menial servant, had just ascended to become the closed-door disciple of the Divine Pill Peak Lord, one of the 12 great peaks of the longevity sword sect. And Qinghe Dan, truly the name itself felt absurdly perfunctory. Noticing Qin Feng's dazed state, Qin Shaohan bowed deeply. Senior uncle, please set your mind at ease. Master Ji's decision is no jest. Simply await his return. This junior nephew shall now arrange others to handle duties here. No need. Qin Feng swiftly waved him off. Qin Shaohan's eyes widened in surprise, but he bowed again. Then, should senior uncle require anything, please send word to Jade's spirit cave. I shall attend at once. This junior nephew takes his leave. Go ahead. Only after Qin Shaohan departed did Qin Feng's face bloom with unrestrained exhilaration. With his new status, he could now openly collect every discarded pill across the entire Divine Pill Peak. But formal recognition as Master Ji's closed-door disciple was required first. Moments later, he had gathered all ruined pills from several chambers and strode confidently out of the alchemy corridor, heading straight for the foreman overseeing the menial servants. The foreman was a corpulent, grotesque, middle-aged man known as Wang Ba Pai, the Skinflayer Wang. Spotting someone leaving the alchemy zone before shift change, his eyes bulged with fury. "Brat, do you wish to die for abandoning your post?" As Wang bellowed his curse, his enormous foul-smelling foot rose beneath his robe, then froze midair the moment Qin Feng revealed a yellowish wooden token. Carved upon it were the characters Peak Lord's Token. A terrifying aura erupted from the token, so overwhelming that Wang collapsed to his knees, unable to bear its weight. "You? How do you have the Peak Master's order?" Even kneeling on the ground, Supervisor Wang's face was still filled with disbelief, for just this morning Qin Feng was merely a submissive servant. Slap. The loud sound of a slap echoed, instantly leaving a bright red handprint on the fat face. "What? What do you want to do, eh?" Seeing the order was akin to seeing a person. Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation, and a look of grievance instantly appeared on his face as his plump body trembled incessantly. "Go find someone to clean up my alchemy area, I'm going back to rest." Qin Feng kicked him down again, and then took back the Peak Master's order, clapping his hands as he strode away. Although the Divine Pill Peak was vast, news spread rapidly. On his way to the servants' rest area, many passing inner disciples greeted him actively upon seeing him. Faced with the compliments of the crowd, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Having a sect merely meant different resources, but ultimately cultivation relied on oneself. There was nothing worth celebrating. Moreover, that Gogodan appeared to be a madman, so he had to be prepared for the other party to go back on their word. After walking for a while, Qin Feng sat down to rest on a giant rock by the roadside, admiring the beautiful scenery below. Just sitting here, he could overlook a large part of the Chongqing Sword sect scenery. At this moment, crowds surged on other peaks, and countless inner and outer disciples seemed to be rushing in one direction. Suddenly, a dense sound of footsteps came from behind, and Qin Feng immediately turned to take a glance. He saw countless figures in white rushing down the mountain, and among the crowd were a few young men and women in casual clothes, one of whom was Chen Xiaoan. Upon seeing Qin Feng sitting on the giant rock by the roadside, Chen Xiaoan immediately stopped to speak. "Uncle Qin, are you here enjoying the scenery?" Chen Xiaoan's attitude was respectful, while the others frowned as they sized up Qin Feng without saying a word. Qin Feng didn't care about their attitude and asked what happened. "Recently, the Ghost Gate sect wants to conduct a blood sacrifice in a city in our Zhao country. We had repelled them once before, but unexpectedly they have returned. Now the elders of the sect are gathering personnel to set off immediately to eliminate the evil cultivators. Then you all should hurry." Qin Feng waved his hand at the few of them, then turned to continue enjoying the view below. Being just a servant now, he had no obligation to participate in the battle, and had not received any notification to do so, so he didn't need to concern himself with any major conflicts. Only after the crowd walked far away did a worried expression emerge on Qin Feng's face. Because the Ghost Gate sect was within the territory of the Zhou country and was the largest cultivation sect in the Zhou country, Qin Feng was very worried that Taiji would join the Ghost Gate sect to take shortcuts. Next to the servants' rest area was a separate small courtyard, which was the room exclusively for Supervisor. Qin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Inside there was only a bed, a table, and daily necessities. The bedding was messy, covered in white and brown spots, and there were many strands of hair or other items left by female servants on the ground, making one frown. Qin Feng did not touch any other items. He simply found a clean spot on the ground to sit down, cast a soundproof barrier, and then began to cultivate. By the evening, a plump figure entered with a woman, and upon seeing the figure in the room, he was immediately frightened and trembled all over, pulling the woman out again. In the following days, Qin Feng only sat in the room cultivating, and when hungry, he would have Wang Fatty bring him food. Without the enhancement of the spirit gathering array, Qin Feng felt his cultivation progress was slow, but he could only pass the time with cultivation. After all, Gogodan, that old guy, hadn't returned yet. 5 days later, Wang Fatty nervously pushed open the door and conveyed that Peak Master Go had notified him to go to the Divine Pill Peak's main hall. Qin Feng stopped cultivating and directly let Wang Fatty lead the way ahead. At the top of the mountain stood a purple palace. In front of the palace door was a flat space paved with stone slabs, and at the edge was a 3-zhang tall black giant cauldron. As he entered the main hall, more than 10 pairs of eyes instantly turned to look at him. Some gazes seemed to carry strong aggression, making Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable, yet being outnumbered, he could only endure. Inside the hall sat an old man in a white robe who was indeed Gogodan, whom he had met before. 5 people stood beside him, 4 men and 1 woman. Near the entrance, more than 10 young people were also standing, and Qin Shaoan was among them. Evidently, these people were all disciples of Guodan. Seeing Qin Feng standing there in a daze, Guodan felt both angry and amused at the same time. He immediately asked with a stern face, "You see your master, and yet do not kneel." Disciple Qin Feng pays respects to master. Qin Feng immediately performed the bowing ceremony to Guodan, but just as he stood up, a storage bag flew straight at him. "Everything you need to learn is inside. I still have to go out for a while. I'll let your fifth senior sister arrange the rest." After speaking, Guodan removed his feet from the chair, put on his shoes, and directly vanished from the spot. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, squeezing the storage bag in his hand, feeling that this master-disciple ceremony was somewhat farcical. Yet the others seemed unperturbed, their expressions showing little fluctuation. Among the five, the young-looking woman stepped forward, first smiling at Qin Feng, then began to explain the situation at the scene. For senior brothers and one senior sister with 18 disciples, these people were the core members of the Divine Pill Peak. Moreover, the Divine Pill Peak had over 100 inner disciples, several guest elders, as well as numerous outer disciples and servants. After greeting several senior brothers and receiving bows from the disciples, Qin Feng followed the fifth senior sister to select a cave abode. All the way, the fifth senior sister asked various questions while explaining the techniques of alchemy, but Qin Feng felt as if he were in a dream, absorbing nothing. The Divine Pill Peak had a total of 33 cave abodes, but the spiritual energy was quite average. After all, those who ascended the Divine Pill Peak were mainly to go further along the path of alchemy rather than focusing on cultivation. After casually selecting a cave abode, Qin Feng bid farewell to the fifth senior sister and then closed the stone door of the cave. The cave abode was divided into several spaces with stone beds and stone tables all included, and at the innermost position there was a hot spring shrouded in mist. Beside it was an alchemy room containing earth fire. Although the earth fire was not as fierce as that of the dedicated alchemy room halfway up the mountain, it was sufficient for refining ordinary pills. On the other side was a training room equipped with a twofold spirit gathering array. Looking at the furnishings in the cave abode, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. Not to mention other things, just the presence of an alchemy room with earth fire was something that external cultivators could only long for. The items in the storage bag were even more extravagant. 20,000 spirit stones, a high-grade yellow-tier alchemy furnace, a low-grade black-tier wooden spirit boat, materials for foundation establishment pills, materials for spiritual energy pills, and over 30 various commonly used pill formulas. Even though Qin Feng had never lacked spirit stones, seeing so many good things still made his heart race. It seems that Guodan is serious about taking me as his close disciple. Overlooking the mountains and rivers in the void, a majestic aura surged within his heart. Qin Feng lost interest after a moment of observation and accelerated towards Wonio Mountain. In just a short while, he felt someone closing in behind him, accompanied by an overwhelming killing intent. Ding Shuli. Qin Feng turned his head, his heart tightening, and immediately urged the speed of the wooden spirit boat to its maximum. The two chased each other until they quickly reached the vicinity of Wonio Mountain. Without hesitation, Qin Feng charged into the maze formation, then turned and looked at her indifferently. "You with the surname Qin have the guts to hide in there for a lifetime." Ding Shuli, having witnessed the power of Qin Feng's formation, did not exert effort to attack it, but stood quietly on the opposite mountain and shouted at him. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes at her and activated the maze formation to obscure his vision. Inside the cave there were still fire snake talismans and other items left behind. Qin Feng stored all the fire snake talismans into a storage ring. After synthesizing all the useless pills he had scavenged from the alchemy room, he decided to go out and teach that arrogant woman a lesson. If I don't show her a thing or two, she might really chase me relentlessly in the future. Upon seeing Qin Feng's figure, Ding Shuli immediately appeared on the neighboring mountain, filled with killing intent, and coldly said, "Do you really dare to come out? What advice do you have, senior sister Ding?" Qin Feng stood on a hill outside the formation, holding a golden bell talisman in one hand and 3 high-level fire snake talismans in the other. "Since you dare to come out, I will send you to your death." Ding Shuli's face darkened as she soared through the air, a small black porcelain bottle appearing in her hand, which she hurled violently at Qin Feng. Bang! The thunderbolt flying sword appeared, instantly shattering the porcelain bottle. After it broke, a large volume of black smoke immediately filled the air. At this point, Qin Feng had basically confirmed in his heart that Ding Shuli was the black-clothed woman from that night at Jinming Mountain. He saw the black smoke seemingly possessing a will of its own, drifting directly towards him. Qin Feng immediately cast a fireball technique towards the black smoke. Bang! The fireball passed through the black smoke and struck a rock behind, yet the black smoke remained unaffected, continuing to drift closer. "Are you using poison?" Qin Feng squinted at the poisonous mist and attempted to cast an earth wall technique to defend against it, but at that moment a purple flying sword was already slashing down towards him. Buzz. The golden bell talisman was instantly activated while Qin Feng also urged a fire snake talisman towards Ding Shuli. Ding dang. The purple flying sword struck the golden bell talisman, instantly creating a fine crack, while the surrounding poisonous mist surged in, continuously corroding the bell's radiance. The other party was a Foundation establishment cultivator. If I don't unleash all my firepower once the golden bell talisman shatters, there might be no chance left. Seeing the poisonous mist depleting the power of the golden bell talisman, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and took out 20 high-level fire snake talismans. On the other side, Ding Shuli, seeing the formidable little fire snakes, revealed a look of surprise in her eyes and immediately took out a blue small shield artifact. After infusing her spiritual power, the blue shield instantly expanded several times, completely shielding her within. Boom! As the fire snake struck the blue shield, a violent explosion erupted. Although she was not injured, her face was as dark as water, clearly not feeling well. As expected of my dear senior sister, even the high-level fire snake talisman can withstand it. Qin Feng showed an appreciative expression on his face, but I wonder how much you can endure. After saying that, he hurled 2 more high-level fire snake talismans. Ding Shuli's expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side, yet she was still closely pursued by the fire snakes. With no other choice, she could only use her shield to defend again. Boom boom. 2 violent sounds echoed as the blue shield already had several fine cracks on it. Qin Feng did not stop continuing to activate fire snake talismans. After all, he had plenty of them. You a mere servant, where did you get so many high-level fire snake talismans? Seeing more fire snakes rushing in, Ding Shuli's face turned extremely ugly, and standing on her flying sword, she quickly retreated. Senior sister Ding, don't run. Qin Feng put away the golden bell talisman and held it in his hand, then took out the wooden spirit boat and chased after Ding Shuli. Damn it. Feeling Qin Feng closing in, Ding Shuli immediately turned around to cast a water dragon technique as an attack, but was blocked by Qin Feng with the golden bell talisman, and he retaliated with the fire snake talisman. In the blink of an eye, Ding Shuli escaped back to her lilac mountain, relying on the formation on the mountain to stop. Upon returning to the cave, Ding Shuli felt as if her lungs were about to explode. As a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator, she was actually being chased and beaten by a mere chi refining stage servant disciple. If this got out, wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off? Just then, Ding Shuli suddenly sensed that her maze formation was being attacked, along with Qin Feng's mocking voice. Senior sister Ding, come out. Are you going to hide in there for a lifetime? Bang bang bang. Fire snake talismans came crashing down on the lilac mountain maze formation one after another. The power of high-level fire snake talismans was considerable enough to rival golden core cultivators, and a mere intermediate maze formation naturally couldn't withstand it. After 3 fire snake talismans exploded in succession, the mist within the maze formation significantly reduced, clearly on the verge of shattering. Ding Shuli's face changed drastically. She immediately dispelled the formation's mist and walked in front of Qin Feng, asking through the formation, "What exactly do you want?" Though there was a huge disparity in power, Qin Feng understood in his heart that he could only contend with her, relying on the fire snake talismans. If it came down to a true struggle, neither could do anything to the other. Looking at her disheveled hair and haggard appearance, curiosity flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he immediately said to her, "I just want to see my senior sister." Though he never specified what he wanted to see, Ding Shuli had already guessed it. Clenching her hands into fists, her silver teeth gritted together with a rattling sound. She desperately wanted to rush out and tear him to pieces, but he held the golden bell talisman and numerous fire snake talismans. The threatening meaning in Qin Feng's gaze grew stronger as he said, "Senior sister Ding, I'm not doing anything. Is it all right if I just take a look?" Ding Shuli felt a surge of rage, nearly spitting blood. Although she wanted to leave, Qin Feng couldn't stop her, but she had invested a lot of effort into this lilac mountain cave. How could she easily abandon it? Besides, he had seen her before. Thinking of this, a faint blush appeared on Ding Shuli's face, and with a cold tone she said, "I can let you see, but from now on we owe each other nothing. It seems senior sister Ding is planning for us to go down together." Qin Feng picked up a fire snake talisman in each hand, ready to activate them, causing Ding Shuli to step back in fright, hurriedly reaching to untie the strings of her clothing. Outer robe, long skirt, undergarment. Standing behind the transparent maze formation, one person silently admired while the other blushed and revealed herself. The temperature in the air seemed to rise at that moment. Qin Feng's face turned beet red while Ding Shuli closed her eyes as if she were the fish at the mercy of the butcher. After watching for a long time, Qin Feng turned and navigated the wooden spirit boat away, leaving behind a phrase, "I'll let you off today. If I'm in a good mood next time, I'll come see you again." Ding Shuli, humiliated, immediately donned a black robe and shouted at his retreating figure, "I will definitely kill you. Then I'll be waiting." Qin Feng casually replied, increasing his speed of departure. On the way to Taizan Square, Feng felt his heart still racing while also questioning whether he had become too perverted. Seeing a cold murderous woman submit under his pressure brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. But soon Feng adjusted his mindset. I may not be a good person, but Ding Shuli is definitely a bad person. The moment she made her decision that night at Shinden Peak, she was destined to face my wrath. In the world of cultivation, the so-called righteousness and evil are all false, only the law of the jungle is real. At this moment, the wooden spirit boat had already arrived near Taizan Square. Feng found a secluded spot to land, donned the black robe he had synthesized, and then leisurely walked into Taizan Square to inquire about matters. Friend, is there a Yenyu Tower nearby? There is, but the location. Seeing the other party start to stammer, Feng immediately stuffed 2 spirit stones into his hands, successfully obtaining the exact location of Yenyu Tower. As Jiangchen entered the Iron Mountain Square city, a cacophony of sounds immediately hit him, surrounded by vibrant flowers and countless passers-by. After traversing several streets, he finally found the Misty Rain Tower. Upon stepping through the entrance, a servant immediately approached to greet him. Immortal Master, are you here to buy a sword? I am looking for your young master Qinyu. Who are you? I am Feng. So, it is young Master Qin, please follow me. Upon hearing Feng's name, the servant's face instantly lit up with a warm smile as he led Feng to the 3rd floor of the Misty Rain Tower. The 3rd floor was a vast open area filled with numerous scrolls, and over a dozen spirit birds were feeding. A woman dressed in black sat quietly in a chair by the window, her face obscured by a veil, making her features hard to discern. After exchanging a few words with the girl, the servant hurriedly left, but Feng felt puzzled. It was not surprising for them to call him young Master Qin, yet this girl was clearly not Qinyu. The woman lifted her veil, revealing a delicate face, and respectfully bowed to Feng, asking, young Master Qin, you are here to see the young lady, right? Is she here? The young lady has instructed all the branches of the Misty Rain Tower to report immediately if there is news of you. Oh, and there is something your friend sent for you to collect at the Misty Rain Tower, but you will have to wait a few days. How long will I have to wait? If young Master Qin does not mind, I can notify the young lady right now. She will bring the items over in 3 days at most. The woman showed a look of inquiry as she walked over to a palm-sized blue spirit bird. Feng recognized this spirit bird from ancient texts, the Qifeng bird, known for its speed and stealth, capable of traveling thousands of miles a day, serving as a messenger in the cultivation world. Then please notify her, I would like to meet her. 3 days might seem long for mortals, but for cultivators it was merely the blink of an eye. After leaving the Misty Rain Tower, Feng casually found a shop and purchased 20 spirit fruits and 40 purple ginseng flowers for 600 spirit stones. He then rented a room at a nearby inn. While battling Ding Shuli today, Feng became acutely aware that his methods were too singular. First, he lacked enough golden bell talismans, and second, his fire snake talismans were monotonous. He needed to acquire more magical treasures to ensure victory. At this moment, on the table in his room lay 16 reddish-brown fruits and 32 purple ginseng plants resembling ginseng. He cast a soundproof barrier in the room and set up a divine sense restriction. Finally, with curiosity, Feng picked up a brown spirit fruit to see what it could ultimately synthesize. Common spirit fruit, a fruit produced by the fire spirit tree. Consuming it can refresh the mind and calm the emotions. Can be synthesized. After synthesizing the 16 spirit fruits 3 times, he successfully obtained 2 fire spirit fruits. Fire spirit fruit, a fruit from the fire spirit tree. Consuming it can improve the fire spiritual root and increase the speed of cultivation. Can be synthesized. 100-year fire spirit fruit improves the fire spiritual root, increases cultivation speed, and has a chance to break through bottlenecks. Feng was unsure of the price of a 100-year fire spirit fruit, but trading 16 ordinary spirit fruits for 1 true spirit fruit was undoubtedly a profitable deal. As the number of synthesis uses increased, Feng had now become adept at it. After synthesizing the 32 purple ginseng plants 4 times, he successfully transformed them into 2 Tenthesandier purple ginseng plants. Tenthesandier purple ginseng, an extremely rare medicinal herb that improves one's constitution, increases spiritual energy absorption, and has a chance to enhance bloodlines. In fact, he could continue to synthesize as long as he had enough materials. However, Feng did not dare to continue. Medicinal herbs that took 10,000 years to grow were already exceedingly rare. If he accidentally synthesized a sentient ginseng that attracted heavenly phenomena, it would be beyond his control. A little stability in life is better than complete security. If he lacked spirit stones, he could always synthesize a few more. Now it's time to buy supplies. Feng stored the medicinal materials in his storage ring, donned a black robe, and set off toward the Qiyuan Pavilion. Besides Qiyuan Pavilion, there were many other shops along the street, some larger and more imposing. However, the shopkeepers inside always gave him a feeling that they were not as reliable as Zelinger. As Qin Feng entered Qi Yuan Pavilion, he saw Zilinger leading a middle-aged female cultivator in a gray robe as she shopped. A maid immediately approached him. "Esteemed guest, how may I? I'll just browse around myself." Qin Feng interrupted her introduction and began to look around the shop. Although the shop was newly opened, its business seemed to have improved significantly with a constant stream of cultivators coming and going, and the shelves around the shop were filled with many good items. There were numerous medicinal herbs, pills, and various types of magical artifacts. After a while, Zilinger finished her tasks and walked into the back passage looking quite fatigued. Qin Feng waved at her and Zilinger's expression was puzzled, but she quickly walked over. "Esteemed guest, do you need any assistance?" "I come to sell some items." Qin Feng mumbled with his mouth full of beef jerky. A sly smile appeared on Zilinger's face as she playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin Feng before turning around to lead him toward the back passage. Once inside the room, Zilinger slumped into a chair and asked, "What good items do you have this time?" 100-year fire spirit fruit and a 10th sandier purple ginseng. Is Qi Yuan Pavilion's budget sufficient? Do you really have these two items? Upon hearing the items Qin Feng wanted to sell, Zilinger's eyes lit up with excitement as she stood up and said, "Recently, there has been someone looking to buy these two items from Qi Yuan Pavilion. If you have them, I'll offer you 300,000 spirit stones for the 100-year fire spirit fruit and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the 10th sandier purple ginseng." One medium-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which means one purple ginseng can sell for 1 million. Both items are documented in ancient texts and their prices are quite comparable. In the room, Zilinger stared intently at Qin Feng as if she wanted to snatch them away. Qin Feng asked, "Can you produce 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones right now? Do you perhaps have 2 10th sandier purple ginseng?" "You may doubt my Zilinger's financial capability, but you must never doubt Qi Yuan Pavilion's financial strength." Zilinger rolled her eyes and walked over to a black stone cabinet. After performing a few hand seals, she retrieved a purple storage pouch and tossed it to Qin Feng. "This contains 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Take a look." The medium-grade spirit stones were more concentrated in spiritual energy and emitted a blue glow resembling beautiful crystal gems. After confirming there were no issues, Qin Feng directly took out the 100-year fire spirit fruit and the 2 10th sandier purple ginseng from his storage ring. As the 3 spiritual items appeared in the room, the air was instantly filled with the fragrant aroma of the purple ginseng and the sweetness of the spirit fruits. The moment she saw the spiritual items, Zilinger immediately showed a delighted expression as she approached to examine them. After a moment, her eyes revealed curiosity. "Where did you get so many good items?" "Hey, I'm not doing this on purpose. You can rest assured I have no ulterior motives." Noticing that Qin Feng was silent, Zilinger immediately stuck out her tongue, showing a playful demeanor. She then took out a storage pouch containing 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and handed it over. However, Qin Feng did not take it, but instead said, "I still want to buy some things." "I guessed you would want to buy some." A sly smile reappeared on Zilinger's face as she pulled out her ledger and asked, "What do you want to buy this time?" "I want some magical artifacts that can subdue or trap others, as well as some defensive artifacts and talismans. Additionally, I need flying artifacts, preferably identical ones, the more the better." Zilinger soon returned, starting to recommend the high-end magical instruments available at the Qi Yuan Pavilion to Qin Feng. The 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope. An exquisite mystical instrument of the Xian rank which can transform into 9 long dragons to attack the enemy once activated. Upon contact with the target, the remaining 8 dragons will instantly arrive to bind the target, tightly sealing the spiritual energy of any cultivator below the golden core stage. A mid-level mystical instrument of the Xian rank consisting of a large and a small shield. When activated, one glows bright while the other remains dark, providing defense against both physical and mental attacks. A high-grade golden light talisman capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators at the late golden core stage. Perhaps knowing that Qin Feng was wealthy, Zilinger directly took out the treasured 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope from her shop. In addition, the Yin-Yang Mother Shield is also quite valuable, and these 2 items combined are worth over 600,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng examined the 9 Dragons Binding Sky Rope and the Yin-Yang Mother Shield in his hands, feeling the unique materials even without infusing them with spiritual energy. He was very satisfied with these 2 items. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage and those with divine transformation generally use mystical instruments of the Xian rank. Higher grade ones are not only rare but also have an uncertain market value. It is only due to his wealth that he could afford them. An ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator would be considered wealthy if they could manage to acquire just 1 or 2 yellow rank instruments. Qin Feng quietly contemplated whether there were any omissions in the combination of the 2 instruments. Inside the room, Zilinger, sitting on the chair, noticed Qin Feng's infatuation with the binding sky rope, and her contempt for him deepened. Now she began to suspect whether this guy intended to use these magical items for nefarious purposes. Ignoring Zlinger's expression, Qin Feng excitedly packed the 9 dragons binding sky rope and the Yin-Yang mother shield, then asked, "How many golden light talismans do you have in your store?" "Only 5, but if you find that insufficient, we have other defensive magical treasures." "What is your store's most abundant flying magical instrument?" "A low-grade yellow-rank wind-chasing boat, 5,000 spirit stones each." "How many do you want?" 9 dragons binding sky rope, Yin-Yang mother shield, 5 golden light talismans, and 32 low-grade wind-chasing boats. Qin Feng shamelessly asked Zlinger to give him 200 junior fire serpent talismans. They only cost 5 spirit stones each, and she had no reason to refuse such a big client. In the end, he spent a total of 860,000 spirit stones. He handed over 260,000 low-grade spirit stones and added 600 mid-grade spirit stones, then swaggered out of the Qiyuan pavilion with his items. Returning to the inn, Qin Feng immediately took out all the junior fire serpent talismans, golden light talismans, and wind-chasing boats. 200 fire serpent talismans could be combined into 50 high-grade fire serpent talismans whose explosive power was enough to threaten early-stage golden core cultivators. Along with those he had left over before, Qin Feng now possessed a total of 72 high-grade fire serpent talismans. Next, Qin Feng combined 2 exquisite golden light talismans, and after 5 combinations, the 32 low-grade wind-chasing boats became a high-grade mystical instrument known as the Divine Wind Boat. Exquisite golden light talisman emits golden light based on the user's body size, preventing any evil spirits from approaching within 10 feet and suppressing all malevolence. Capable of withstanding attacks from latest-stage golden core cultivators. High-grade Divine Wind Boat, low spiritual energy consumption with a smooth shape that can traverse the void, achieving speeds comparable to those of latest-stage nascent soul cultivators. He stored the items in his storage ring. Only then did Qin Feng feel a sense of security, possessing so many treasures that even facing golden core cultivators, he could retreat unscathed. After finishing all his tasks, Qin Feng sat in his room to pass the time with cultivation. Outside the Dailang mountain on a clearing, Zheng Shun held a long jade box in his hands, continuously releasing sound transmission talismans towards the mountain protection array. "Ding Shimmy, I brought the longevity grass I promised you some time ago, and I've arranged for you to be a guest elder. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise to me? I only want a little, just once." Zheng Shun stood outside the array, desperately pleading, but all the sound transmission talismans seemed to have sunk into the sea, receiving no response. As time passed, impatience appeared in Zheng Shun's eyes. He took out another sound transmission talisman and said, "Now everyone in the sect knows that Qin Feng is the closed-door disciple of Master Good. I personally witnessed you chasing after him that day. You wouldn't want this secret to be exposed, would you? If you agree to be with me, I guarantee this matter will stay buried in my heart." Before he could finish speaking, a figure in a black dress appeared beside him in an instant. Ding Shuli's gaze was icy as she drew her purple flying sword and pointed it at Zheng Shun, gritting her teeth and saying, "You dare to threaten me? Shimmy, I truly like you. As long as you agree, I promise to keep this matter secret. If I can't kill him, can I not kill you?" Feeling the threatening tone from the other party, Ding Shuli's anger surged, almost driving her to madness. 3 small white porcelain bottles flew out, attacking Zheng Shun in a surrounding manner. The purple flying sword also grew larger, with the wind transforming into a 10-foot-long giant sword that attacked simultaneously. "Shimmy, are you really going to turn against me? Aren't you afraid I'll return to the sect and tell Master Good? Go ahead and tell your old lady below." Ding Shuli's eyes revealed intense hatred, and she continued to form hand seals, casting a fire serpent technique to attack Zheng Shun. Zheng Shun was momentarily stunned. He couldn't understand why Ding Shuli was so furious, but with various attacks already coming at him, he could only hastily take out his magical instruments to defend himself. As an inner disciple of the longevity sword sect, Zheng Shun's cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, and even when falling into a disadvantage, he could still handle it calmly. A moment later, Zheng Shun successfully gained the upper hand. Ding Shuli's expression darkened, and she had no choice but to retreat into the mysterious disappearance array to defend against Zheng Shun's attacks. "Shimmy, are you injured?" Zheng Shun's eyes showed concern, but his heart was filled with joy. He thought of ways to break the array, but in a short time he could do nothing but gradually wear down the array's spiritual energy. 3 days later, in the Yanshan pavilion of Tai's Hanfang, Qin Feng, clad in a black robe, ascended to the 3rd floor. Qin Yu was sitting on a chair by the window, silently observing the figure ascending the stairs. Having not seen each other for several months since parting at Qinghe, Qin Feng excitedly took off his black robe and hat, calling out, "Sister! Brother! You didn't get hurt, did you?" Qin Yu rushed up to embrace him, then habitually began to inspect him, asking, "No." Qin Feng smiled, cleverly wriggling out of his sister's embrace. "You've gotten darker and stronger, Taller than me now. Look at you acting all shy. Qinghe rolled her eyes, turning around to pick up an iron cage from the nearby table. Inside was a palm-sized black bird resembling a crow with glowing red eyes that were extremely eerie. This is the underworld bird that Taiju sent from Yanshan Pavilion for you. From now on you can use this bird to send messages between you two. Then Qinghe took out an envelope wrapped in cowhide paper from her storage bag, saying this is a letter Taiju. After handing over these two items to Qinghe sat quietly on the side waiting. The letter contained only a few short sentences. Brother Feng, long time no see. After parting at Qinghe Feng, my cultivation has greatly increased, and I successfully became an inner disciple of the Ghost Gate sect. I've been fighting with those bastards from the Longevity Sword sect lately. I need to make some achievements to become a true disciple. If you receive the underworld bird, please send me a reply. After putting down the letter, Qinghe Feng turned his gaze to the underworld bird in the cage, beginning to ponder whether he could be considered a member of the Longevity Sword sect. Is Taiju doing well? Seeing Qinghe Feng finish reading the letter, Qinghe immediately walked over. That guy is doing quite well. He has become an inner disciple of the Ghost Gate sect. The Ghost Gate sect seems to be an evil sect, but it doesn't matter, he is still him. Qinghe showed a nonchalant expression, and Qinghe Feng felt it was of no concern. Having just joined the sect apart from his cheat master and fifth senior sister, he had no regard for the rest. Qinghe Feng extended his fingers, squeezed out a drop of blood for the underworld bird to swallow, then found paper and pen to write a reply to Taiju. Finally, he stuffed the letter into the underworld bird's mouth and released it. After swallowing the blood of the two individuals, even the underworld bird could accurately deliver letters from afar, so Qinghe Feng was not worried about it finding him in the future. In the following time, Qinghe Feng accompanied Qinghe in the market shopping for goods. It wasn't until the next evening that he piloted the Divine Wind boat and quickly headed towards Wonio Mountain. By the time he reached Wonio Mountain, it was already dark. Qinghe Feng piloted the Divine Wind boat hovering outside the mountain gate, curiously looking towards Ding Shuli's mountain. At this moment, two people were fiercely attacking the mountain protection array on Ding Shuli's peak. One of them was Zhang Shun and the other was Wang Ting. Both of them noticed Qinghe Feng at this time, and surprise appeared in Zhang Shun's eyes. You're not dead. Qinghe Feng frowned and looked at the two, asking in confusion, why would I be dead? Having failed to break Ding Shuli's mountain protection array for 3 or 4 days has made Zhang Shun extremely anxious. Now seeing Qinghe Feng lively and a brilliant plan suddenly emerged in his mind. He sneered, since you're not dead, then I'll kill you for Ding Shimmy. Seeing Zhang Shun and Wang Ting's unfriendly expressions, Qinghe Feng couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Why are all the cultivators in the cultivation world so alike, always resorting to violence? They are not as simple as the people in Qinghe. As Qinghe Feng pondered, Zhang Shun had already approached him in midair with a flying sword in hand. In his eyes, Qinghe Feng was merely a useless servant disciple, easily disposable. Observing the relentless advance of his opponent, a look of fear flashed in Qinghe Feng's eyes, and he immediately turned the flying boat to flee, though his speed was much slower than before. Still trying to escape. Zhang Shun's eyes filled with disdain as he unleashed his spiritual power, instantly catching up. With the full force of a late Foundation establishment cultivator, Zhang Shun's speed was astonishing, and in just 2 breaths, he had closed in on Qinghe Feng. At that moment, Qinghe Feng suddenly turned around, staring in terror at something behind Zhang Shun, shouting, Senior Sister Ding, don't kill him. What? Zhang Shun frowned, his eyes instantly filled with malice. Turning his head to look, he found nothing behind him. Realizing he had been tricked, Zhang Shun immediately formed a water shield technique in front of him. In the instant the water shield formed, 2 3-foot-long fire serpents arrived in succession. One fire serpent struck the water shield, causing a violent explosion, while the other serpent burrowed straight into Zhang Shun's chest. Is this an advanced fire serpent talisman? Seeing his water shield instantly shattered, shock filled Zhang Shun's eyes. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he lost consciousness. Boom! In the night sky, a sudden explosion of fierce firelight erupted, and when the light flickered and vanished, Zhang Shun's figure was gone, leaving no trace, not even his storage bag. Alas, it's a pity Taiju is not here, otherwise I could have added a soul of a Foundation establishment cultivator to the 10,000 souls banner. With a sigh, Qinghe Feng steered the Divine Wind boat towards Wangtang on Lingxiang Mountain. Zhang Shun was a late Foundation establishment cultivator, and had he not used some tricks, he would have likely escaped. That's why Qinghe Feng had played a ruse. He never expected it would go so smoothly. Meanwhile, on the other mountain peak, seeing Qinghe Feng turn back, Wang Tang was instantly terrified, wanting to flee, but fearing a worse fate, he could only force a smile and say, Brother Qinghe, this is all a misunderstanding. If you have any requests, just speak. Qinghe Feng looked at him expressionlessly, took out the thunderbolt sword from his storage ring, and said calmly, the misunderstanding is between me and senior brother Zheng, not with you. We have no deep grudges, it's not worth it to resort to violence and cultivation. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Teng's face as he raised his hands in a gesture of complete non-aggression. However, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Even so, Feng did not intend to let him go. After pondering for a moment, he said lightly, "Would Brother Wang care to listen to a story?" "What story?" "In fact, I am from Qinghe, and my elder sister, born beautiful, caught the attention of a wealthy family in Wangjia village who insisted she become a concubine. Fortunately, I stumbled upon an opportunity to enter the immortal path and eliminated that entire family." After finishing the short story, a hint of cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, but he still wore a smile echoing Feng's words with anger. That wealthy family wanted to forcefully marry a commoner. A brother Qin did well to kill them. Feng shook his head with a look of regret, sighing, "What a pity. What a pity." Wang Teng asked in confusion, only to look up and see a small crimson snake lunging toward him. "You dare to sneak attack?" Upon seeing the fire serpent, Wang Teng's face changed drastically, and before he could react, he was engulfed in the blazing fire. "Now it's no longer a pity." Looking at the remnants of the corpses on the ground, Feng casually remarked before shifting his gaze to the grand formation at Ding Shuli's mountain gate. Both Zhang Shen and Wang Teng were dead, now only senior sister Ding remained. In the dark of night, Lingxiang Mountain was silent. Feng stood in place, silently gazing at the mist above the mountain, calculating how many fire serpent talismans he would need to break the formation. At that moment, the mist on the mountain began to dissipate, gradually revealing a slender figure. Ding Shuli looked haggard. Though she did not want to face Feng, she had no choice but to come out. Having witnessed Feng's methods, Ding Shuli realized that his skills were far superior to that of Zhang Shen the incompetent. If she did not appear, the mountain-protecting formation would surely be overwhelmed by an unending barrage of fire serpent talismans. Ding Shuli stood within the formation, expressionless, as she explained, "They just wanted to kill you and frame me. It was not my intention to kill you." Feng, holding a fire serpent talisman, asked lightly, "So you no longer wish to kill me?" Seeing his cold gaze, Ding Shuli felt a wave of panic in her heart, but one cannot hide their intent to kill. She merely coldly stared at Feng without speaking. It seemed she had encountered someone not afraid of death. Feng understood this and took out 5 advanced fire serpent talismans, preparing to infuse them with spiritual energy. At that moment, Ding Shuli actively opened the formation. She stood there, slowly closing her eyes, raising her pure white neck. Clearly, she no longer intended to resist. But would it not be too easy to let her die like this? Feng stood still for a moment, then took out the 9-dragon binding rope from his storage ring. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the 9-foot-long rope began to extend while emitting a green glow, flying straight toward Ding Shuli. In an instant, it bound Ding Shuli from her shoulders to her feet, nearly wrapping her like a dumpling. Ding Shuli suddenly opened her eyes, only to find her spiritual power suppressed by an inexplicable force, her gaze instantly filled with panic. "What? What do you want?" Feng remained silent, standing still as he used the Qi observation technique for a moment, confirming that her spiritual power had been suppressed before slowly approaching her. Ding Shuli struggled hard to break free from her restraints, while Feng silently watched. The previous 2 times he had seen her, he felt a fire burning within him. Now, observing her up close, the feeling of desire surged once more. Ding Shuli was a striking beauty, exuding an ethereal aura, and with her perfect curves displayed under the binding of the 9-dragon rope, she appeared even more alluring. Sensing the wickedness in Feng's gaze, Ding Shuli shouted immediately, "If you dare to do anything to me, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Since senior sister Ding is not afraid of death, I can only choose another way to punish you." Feng hoisted Ding Shuli over his shoulder and turned to steer the divine wind boat back to his cave on Wonia Mountain. After throwing her to the ground, Feng began to rummage through many ancient books from his storage ring. Female cultivators who have reached a certain level of cultivation value their purity greatly. Now Ding Shuli was truly afraid and angrily cursed, "You damned rogue, may you never have peace. The way you treat me, don't you worry, someone will treat your sister the same way." Slap. A loud slap echoed in the cave, leaving 5 finger marks on Ding Shuli's face, and she fell silent instantly. Feng narrowed his eyes at her, his tone icy as he said, "You are unworthy to be compared with my sister. Do you understand?" Ding Shuli's expression turned aggrieved, and after a nod, she immediately burst into tears. Her sobbing sounded akin to a funeral wail, disturbing the peace. Feng directly tossed the book in front of her, letting her read it herself. Upon noticing the title "Puppet, Refining Method" written on the book, terror instantly filled Ding Shuli's eyes. Ding Shuli trembled as she asked, Do you want to turn me into a puppet? Otherwise, do you think Feng's expression revealed disdain as he picked up the puppet refinement method from the ground and began to look for the necessary materials. Leaning against the stone wall, Ding Shuli became even more flustered and immediately burst into loud cries. Qin Feng impatiently said, "Can you be quiet?" She didn't listen, instead crying even louder, and he had no choice but to turn her over and give her a hard slap on her backside. Smack. The cave fell silent for a moment, and a flush appeared on Ding Shuli's face as she angrily shouted, "Bastard, I will kill you." Smack. The reply was yet another merciless slap, and this time she dared not curse loudly, merely staring at him with a resentful look. Qin Feng ignored her and quickly flipped through the books. In fact, the techniques for puppet refinement were not as terrifying as they seemed. It merely involved laying down control restrictions within the target's heart and divine sense. To perform the puppet refinement method, one had to go through various cumbersome processes and expend a large amount of materials. After just a brief look, Qin Feng decided to give up as it was simply too troublesome. Wasting time on this was less beneficial than using it to cultivate. Gradually, the cave became quiet. As the oil lamp flickered, Ding Shuli carefully asked, What do I need to do to avoid becoming a puppet?" Qin Feng casually glanced at her body and asked, "How old are you? Where are you from?" I am 20, from the snowy region." "You traveled all the way from the snowy region to Zhao country just to steal a few longevity herbs?" Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a hint of sadness and then fell silent, as if this conversation had stirred her past. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to ask much more, but the fact that she had tried to harm him was a reality. Now she had to pay some price. So he politely asked, "Are you willing to give your body to me?" As he spoke these words, Qin Feng's face turned slightly red. Having been a virgin in both of his lives, he had extreme curiosity about this aspect, but little experience. Ding Shuli fell silent. It seemed she was caught between being forced and willingly submitting. "I have a condition." Ding Shuli closed her eyes and said, "Fine, but we clear our debts afterward. 3 days, this is the first day." Until the red plum blossoms, Qin Feng realized that she, like himself, had no experience. This night was destined to be sleepless. Morning. When the first sunlight hit Mount Nyoshin, Qin Feng, looking exhausted, carried Ding Shuli out of the cave. After sending her to Lilac Mountain, he took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance before casting a spell to retract the 9 dragons binding sky rope. Ding Shuli glanced at him expressionlessly and then limped through the mist of the mountain gate formation. Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, secretly regretting whether he had been too violent, but the deed was done, and there seemed to be no point in regretting. Returning to Mount Nyoshin, Qin Feng swallowed a spirit recovery pill and then sat in the 5-fold spirit gathering array to begin seclusion cultivation. With the enhancement of the spirit gathering array and spirit recovery pill, he cultivated for 7 consecutive days. His strength remained at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and Qin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless, sighing. This must be what they call a bottleneck. Experiencing a bottleneck in cultivation is something every cultivator encounters, requiring a certain amount of accumulation to find a breakthrough opportunity. However, Qin Feng was not anxious. It was just a bottleneck. If it really came to it, he could go to Iron Mountain Workshop again and get some century-old spirit fruits. For now, he considered it a rest. He walked straight to the cave entrance, sat on the steps, and began to read the Flying Thunder Sword technique. The Flying Thunder Sword technique focuses on speed, dominance, and aggression. While ordinary cultivators can wield swords to kill, such actions pale in comparison to the Flying Thunder Sword technique, like an average person wielding a long sword against a skilled swordsman. The Flying Thunder Sword technique is not exclusive to lightning attribute cultivators. Water attribute cultivators can also generate thunder with water after achieving mastery. Qin Feng possessed a complete set of 5 elemental attributes, so he faced no obstacles in practicing it. Realizing that this technique was quite valuable, Qin Feng immediately began to cultivate it. In the void above Mount Nyoshin, a dark flying sword darted back and forth, crackling with electricity, but it failed to produce thunder. The consumption of spiritual energy for the Thunderbolt Sword technique was much faster than ordinary flying sword techniques. After practicing for less than half an hour, the spiritual energy in his sea of Qi was depleted, forcing him to return to the cave to recover it. In the evening, he practiced the 5 Emperors breathing technique, while during the day he practiced the Thunderbolt Sword technique. Qin Feng felt that his days were quite fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. That night, while cultivating, Qin Feng suddenly sensed the identity token in his storage ring vibrating. Taking out the identity token of the Shin Dan Peak, a stream of information instantly entered Qin Feng's mind through the token. There is something going on in the sect. Hurry back. What could it be? Qin Feng, with a gloomy expression, put away the token, gathered all his belongings into the storage ring, and then drove the Divine Wind boat out of the Mount Nyoshin formation, flying towards the direction of the Changsheng Sword sect. Meanwhile, on the opposite mountain, a cold figure rose on a flying sword, clearly having received the same summons. Ding Shuli merely cast a faint glance at Qin Feng, said nothing, and accelerated away. Qin Feng paid her no mind, leisurely following behind her, and when no one was watching, he directly ascended to a height of 10,000 meters. Chirp. A hoarse bird call echoed in the void as Qin Feng extended his arm palm open and a shadow flew out from the clouds landing in his hand. The nether bird steadied itself and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a letter which read, "The Supreme Elder of the Changqing Sword Sect has seized my Ghost King Sect's ghost, which Holy Maiden. A bloody battle will commence in 3 days. Brother Feng, please do not go. I am already severely injured and recuperating in the sect, hehe." Seeing the lewd undertones in the words, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. This kid Taiju finally got it right. In a battle of this level, low-level cultivators would only become cannon fodder. I am a disciple of Shen and Peak, I shouldn't need to fight, right? Worrying about Taiju, Qin Feng immediately began to worry about himself as well. After all, quite a few people from Shen and Peak had gone last time. He took out some paper and a pen, quickly scribbling a few sentences for the nether bird to take back. Only then did Qin Feng continue towards the sect. Upon arriving at Shen Dan Peak, a large crowd had already gathered in the open space at the entrance of the main hall. Something seems off. Qin Feng frowned as he surveyed the crowd ahead. Among these people, many were high-ranking miscellaneous disciples, outer sect disciples, and guest elders, but there were very few true inner sect disciples, and none of the true inheritors. In front of the crowd, an unfamiliar old man in black was boosting the morale of the crowd. Recently, the Ghost King sect has frequently invaded the cities of Zhao country, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of civilians. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. As cultivators of Zhao country, we cannot turn a blind eye. For this battle against the Ghost King sect, those who kill 1 person will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Those who kill 10 will be awarded a place as an inner sect disciple. Inspired by the black-clad old man's words, many cultivators on the scene became excited, their faces flushed. If they could transition from miscellaneous disciples or outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples, it would be a leap to the sky. These impassioned words sounded ironic to Qin Feng. The so-called invasion of cities was just a facade. The Supreme Elder had seized others' belongings, and now they needed people to fight in a brawl. At the back of the main hall entrance, he could vaguely see several true inheritors walking inside. Qin Feng's curiosity grew. Clearly they were calling for cannon fodder, so why were even the true inheritors summoned? Moreover, wasn't his status at least a small upper echelon of Shendan Peak? Qin Feng felt confused, but still walked towards the main hall low-key. As he passed by the guest elder's camp, he turned a corner and walked straight up to Ding Shuli. Her eyes immediately showed a look of panic and she whispered, "There are so many people here, what are you trying to do?" Qin Feng said nothing, stuffing 5 rolled-up high-level fire snake talismans into her hand. After hesitating for a moment, he also put a god-sealing pill into her other hand. Noticing Qin Feng's intentions, Ding Shuli's expression became complicated. "Remember, you still owe me 2 times. After saying this, Qin Feng turned and walked towards the main hall while Ding Shuli, angered, bit her silver teeth but felt helpless. Seeing the high-level fire snake talismans and the pill with 3 special patterns in her hand, a flush instantly appeared on Ding Shuli's face. Is he concerned about me? When entering the main hall of the Divine Pill Peak, the core personnel were already mostly gathered, including the Master, 5 senior brothers and sisters, and 18 junior disciples. Qin Feng clasped his hands in salute towards the figures at the front of the hall while Gugodin waved his hand dismissively, and the 5th senior sister returned the gesture. The other 4 senior brothers stood expressionlessly, either focusing their gaze on the master or completely ignoring the others. Qin Feng observed their attitudes and quietly stood beside the 5th senior sister. She smiled and said to Qin Feng, "Junior brother, you might not understand yet, but our Divine Pill Peak doesn't have so many rules. Next time you can just walk in openly without needing to flatter anyone." "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister." Qin Feng understood that the 5th senior sister was standing up for him, and his fondness for her increased even more. At that moment, Gugodin, sitting in a chair, casually munched on a handful of peanuts, occasionally sipping tea from a cup beside him, showing no intention of speaking. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. With the imminent conflict between the 2 sects, shouldn't the master be inspiring everyone with grand speeches to boost morale? Noticing Qin Feng's expression, the 5th senior sister quietly explained, "Don't think too much, we are just putting on a show. Once those people outside leave, it'll be over. Aren't we supposed to be going to war with the Ghost King sect? You don't understand the norms as a new disciple, but remember, as long as we don't use core strength, it's mostly for show. You'll understand more of this in the future." Qin Feng nodded, withdrawing his gaze to stand quietly observing with a calm heart. After the 5th senior sister's explanation, he had a rough understanding. Essentially, it was just the cannon fodder going to battle while the rest acted as a facade to boost their confidence. This kind of tactic is commonly employed by emperors in the secular world. However, he never expected that the immortal cultivation world would also operate in such a manner. A moment later, the gathered cultivators outside the hall began to move down the mountain, evidently setting off to clash with the Ghost King sect. It was only then that Gogodin set down his teacup, raised his head to look at everyone in the hall, and said, "Recently the sect has a high demand for medicinal pills. If you don't have anything particularly important, try to complete more tasks at the Alchemy Pavilion. It's a rare opportunity." He spoke intermittently about many things, but Feng found it all confusing and hard to understand. Until the others left, Gogodin kept Feng behind. "Master." After everyone had left the hall, Feng once again clasped his hands in salute to Gogodin. "Feng, do you know why I took you as my closed-door disciple?" Gogodin leisurely sipped his tea, his gaze fixed on the dirt under his fingernails. Feng shook his head, unsure why he had been accepted as a disciple. "I've been stuck at the third-grade alchemist level for a long time. If it weren't for meeting you that day, I might have succumbed to my inner demon long ago. Thus you are my benefactor. As long as I am at the Divine Pill Peak, you will enjoy the best treatment." Gogodin spoke to himself, but Feng felt his heart sink. Though he held no particular feelings for the Eternal Life Sword sect, Feng had already come to regard the people of Divine Pill Peak as his own. He even foolishly dreamed of helping the Divine Pill Peak flourish, only to realize that he was merely a lucky charm for them. Feng looked at Gogodin with confusion and asked, "What does Master mean I should do?" "You won't need to attend this kind of meeting in the future. Arrange your own matters as you wish." Gogodin's meaning was already quite clear. It was merely a chance encounter that led him to owe Feng a favor, so he granted him the title of closed-door disciple to allow him to live a comfortable life. After leaving the hall, Feng specifically sought out Steward Wang to help him gather discarded pills, and he took some unregulated medicinal seeds and tools for planting before leaving the sect to return to Millennium Mountain. Back in the cave, Feng lit an oil lamp and took out some medicinal seeds from his storage ring. Bloodgrass, monkey head flower, tranquil leaf flower, snow spirit grass. He had dozens of seeds for various medicinal materials. Feng wanted to try synthesizing the seeds, but unfortunately the seeds could not be synthesized. He then proceeded to try many other items such as copy techniques and spirit stones. None could be synthesized. "It seems I can't take shortcuts." Feng sighed, and once morning arrived, he directly took his tools and walked out of the cave. Weeding and tilling. Feng was very familiar with all the processes thanks to his experience as a miscellaneous worker at the Eternal Life Sword sect. The flat land on Millennium Mountain was about 10 acres, which was incredibly easy work for Feng as a cultivator. Using his flying sword to cut grass and channeling his spiritual energy to use tools for tilling, he finally dug trenches and ridges to delineate various medicinal areas. In just 2 days, Millennium Mountain had transformed, adding 10 acres of arable land full of medicinal plants. Each type of medicinal material was planted on half an acre, and all the fields combined just happened to cultivate 20 types of rare medicinal plants. Cultivating is truly a labor-intensive task. That noon, Feng hurriedly crossed through the dense forest with a load of water. The water bucket and carrying pole were specially made at the Divine Pill Peak with a large capacity. Despite currently being at the 8th level of Qi refining, he still felt the burden on his shoulders was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the load of water he brought back to Millennium Mountain was just enough to irrigate 10 acres. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Feng was stopped by a man. The man had a handsome face, fair skin, and looked to be in his 30s, emanating the cold demeanor common among cultivators. Feng recognized this person. He was Ling Tian, Gogodin's eldest disciple and Feng's senior brother, though they had never exchanged a word before. Seeing the other party holding a purple compass and looking at him with a cold expression, Feng had already guessed the purpose of his visit and asked, "Senior brother, is there something you need?" "Recently an inner sect disciple died nearby. This area is very close to your cave. You should know something, right?" Feng set down the water bucket and asked, "What does senior brother want to know?" "Outer disciples can be killed at will, but inner disciples are nurtured with countless efforts by the sect, and we will not allow them to die in vain." Ling Tian continued, then lifted the compass in his hand, saying indifferently, "This is the Earth-grade magical tool, the Inquiry Heaven Compass. It can not only locate the body, but also find the murderer." After saying this, Ling Tian directly infused spiritual energy into the compass, causing the needle to spin. After a moment, the needle stopped pointing directly at Feng's direction. Even if he changed positions, the needle still pointed straight ahead. Feng couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Zhongshan was just an ordinary inner disciple. Oh, what qualifications did he have to make the senior brother personally investigate with the sect's Earth-grade magical tool? Moreover, if the senior brother already knew he was the murderer, why was he just standing there motionless? Initially, Feng was just a small miscellaneous worker with no connection to him. If the other party were to enforce the law impartially, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. Feng quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. It seemed he was about to be extorted. The senior brother was well prepared, clearly coming after him this time. "I heard you have a flying artifact that is incredibly fast. Just as Qin Feng was unsure of what to do, Ling Tian was the first to speak. He wore a friendly smile as if it were merely a casual inquiry. Finally, the truth was laid bare. Qin Feng's expression remained neutral, but in his heart he had already cursed Ling Tian's elders repeatedly. Ling Tian shook the compass in his hand and infused it with spiritual power. The needle began to spin rapidly, this time pointing towards a nearby stone. With a smile he said, "Actually, this is not the asking heaven compass. There are no such powerful artifacts in this world." Qin Feng forced a bitter smile and asked, "Then why are you so certain that Zhang Shan was killed by me? That night as I passed by I saw someone dueling and took a secret glance just in time to see you use the fire serpent talisman to kill Zhang Shan and an outer disciple. Let me show you that flying artifact and I promise the secret will remain between us." Ling Tian's gaze grew increasingly warm with an unspoken threat. "Since you want to see, I shall show it to you." Qin Feng took out the chiffon boat from his storage ring and handed it over. The unactivated chiffon boat was only palm-sized, a faint azure color, crystal clear, and resembling slender bamboo leaves with intricate Dao patterns enhancing its speed, truly remarkable. "It's actually a top-tier Xian-grade artifact. Truly you are not an ordinary person." The moment Ling Tian received the chiffon boat, his eyes lit up with excitement as he began to play with it. After a moment he shifted his gaze back to Qin Feng and said, "Please retract your divine sense from my chiffon boat lest I inadvertently harm you while refining it. So domineering, just having touched it makes it yours." Qin Feng was furious inside, casting a subtle glance. The other did not conceal his cultivation level, exuding an aura that was at least that of late Foundation establishment. For an existence of this caliber, regardless of whether the fire serpent talisman could successfully ambush the Chongqing sword sect, would never let it go easily. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng chose to retract his divine sense from the chiffon boat. Immediately the other returned to his previous indifference. "At least you know your place. Rest assured the matter of Zhang Shan will just pass." After obtaining the chiffon boat, Ling Tian left without hesitation, returning to Wonia Mountain. After activating the formation, a trace of anger appeared on Qin Feng's face. "You Ling Tian, why must you steal my belongings? You have chosen the path to your own demise." Qin Feng was so furious that he didn't even want to water the plants. He sat down on the field ridge contemplating how to kill Ling Tian without anyone knowing. He is most likely at the late Foundation establishment level. It's not hard to kill him, but the difficulty lies with the sect. With Ling Tian's alchemy talent and strength, he was a key figure in the sect. If he were dead, the Chongqing sword sect might really bring out something to hunt for the culprit. After much thought, Qin Feng finally thought of the NU Tower. How dare a mere Foundation establishment cultivator steal my things? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He threw the water ladle in his hand to the ground, took out 2 Xinqing talismans, slapped them on his legs, and headed straight towards Tai's Hanfang. Without the chiffon boat, he had no flying artifact at all. Although he could fly using a sword, Qin Feng was reluctant to do so. If someone else were to target him again, even the Benlei sword could be stolen. The rugged and winding mountain path was not easy to traverse. After running for a long time, his legs would ache and his hatred for Ling Tian grew ever stronger. "Damn that scoundrel, I will kill you tonight." Just as he was about to enter Tai's Hanfang, Qin Feng initially intended to don a black robe, but then thought better of it. His cultivation level was too low. What if Ling Tian were secretly tracking him? Wealth should not be flaunted. If the other knew that he had over 1 million spirit stones in his storage ring, he might very well be tempted to kill and rob him. Passing through a bamboo forest, he soon reached the entrance to Tai's Hanfang. As Qin Feng stepped into the market, a figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared in the bamboo forest behind him. This kid is indeed wealthy. He just had his chiffon boat stolen and now comes to Tai's Hanfang. It seems he intends to buy another one. Ling Tian, fully cloaked in his black robe, spoke with an inexplicable excitement, sensing that his fate was about to change drastically. After using a secret technique to lock onto Qin Feng's aura, Ling Tian immediately followed him. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tai's Hanfang, Qin Feng walked leisurely among the crowd, feeling increasingly uneasy as he made his way to the NU Tower. As he passed by Qi Yuan Pavilion, Qin Feng casually entered and found Zilinger. "Oh, you've changed your style today." Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't wearing a black robe, Zilinger immediately laughed and asked, "Is the rope you bought last time useful? If not, I have others here." Qin Feng kept a serious face and said to her, "I might be in trouble. Can you help me with a favor?" "You can get into trouble." Zilinger raised an eyebrow, her expression gradually turning serious. Without speaking, Qin Feng directly took out paper and a pen from his storage ring and wrote a brief letter. He then said to Zilinger, "Could you send someone to the NU Tower to deliver this letter for me?" Moments later, Qin Feng, treated by the maids outside, bought 2 high-grade fire serpent talismans and walked out of Tai's Hanfang with an air of confidence. This kid is in such a hurry, just buying 2 fire serpent talismans. Ling Tian, hidden among the crowd, felt a bit disappointed. After leaving ties on Feng, he found a secluded spot to take out the chiffon boat, then soared into the sky amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Why do I feel so calm now? After running for several hours as he was nearing Millennium Mountain, Feng suddenly felt a sense of calm, completely free of the earlier agitation. Forget it, my sister will surely arrange something as soon as she receives the news. I should head back. Returning to Millennium Mountain, Feng placed all the spirit stones, artifacts, and skills he had into a rarely used storage bag, then dug a hole in his cave abode to bury it. The only items in his storage ring were the Yin Yang mother and child shield, the Lihua flying sword, several Shenxing talismans, a Fengshen pill, and 10 fire serpent talismans. These items were woefully inadequate for Feng, yet they were already top tier for an ordinary qi refining cultivator. In the evening, Feng left Millennium Mountain planning to return to the sect overnight. After all, since Ling Tian was close to being dead, his unique identity would undoubtedly cause a stir in the Changqing sword sect, and he needed to create an alibi. Just as Feng left the cave halfway up the mountain, a figure in white flew over on a sword, stumbling and landing on the nearby Dingxiang mountain. It was evidently Ding Shuli returning. Feng shouted, "Sister Ding, what happened?" Without a response, he dashed towards Dingxiang mountain. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the formation had already closed. Perhaps sensing his arrival, it opened a small gap immediately, and as Feng entered, it closed again. The scene inside was vastly different from outside. There were numerous houses, courtyards, spiritual springs, and various medicinal herbs, all exuding a mysterious aura. This was the spiritual energy generated after the number of spiritual items reached a certain level. At that moment, Ding Shuli looked pale, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, continuously stuffing pills into her mouth. After consuming the pill, Ding Shuli turned back to the room in the courtyard to heal his injuries, remaining silent. Feng felt particularly tormented as he stood in the courtyard, wanting to move around, but fearing she might have set up a formation and wishing to express concern only to be ignored. After a moment of hesitation, Feng decided it was better to leave first and called out to the room. As he approached the formation, it automatically opened a gap. Night fell. The stars in the sky freely spilled their brilliance as Feng quickly ran towards the Changqing sword sect with his legs adhering to the spirit movement talismans. Not far into his run, he spotted 2 figures in black appearing in his line of sight. The 2 were standing on a black flying boat hovering in midair, observing him. Feng was momentarily stunned as, sensing something off in their gazes, he immediately realized it was his sister coming. "Sister," Feng tentatively called out. Qinghe jumped directly from the flying boat to stand in front of Feng, asking with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" After speaking, she habitually began to check if Feng was missing any body parts. Feeling his sister's care, Feng was instantly moved. After all, he had merely sent a letter requesting help from the NU tower, yet she brought the tower's highest combat power to rush over. If she hadn't encountered him here, it was likely that Ling Tian would have been dealt with tonight. "Sister, I'm fine," Feng replied, his face reddening, and then he bowed to the figure on the flying boat, saying, "Junior Feng, greetings to the senior." Li Qingqing landed beside him, smiling and nodding at Feng, her eyes carrying a hint of admiration as she said, "It's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has progressed again. It's just a matter of luck." Feng humbly responded, then turned his gaze to Qinghe and said, "Sister, the opponent is just a foundation establishment practitioner. How could we trouble senior to take action personally? We were out on a mission and just happened to run into you here," Qinghe said with a grin, reaching out to pinch the muscle on Feng's arm, seemingly delighted by the act. Li Qingqing said lightly, "It's true we're on a mission, but it wasn't on the way, at least 1,000 miles detour." "Mother," Qinghe playfully protested, her face glowing slightly under the moonlight. Soon she began to inquire about Feng and Ling Tian's matters. Upon learning that Ling Tian had stolen Feng's chiffon boat, a trace of murderous intent appeared on Qinghe's face, and even her soft, gentle hand turned notably cold. As she spent more time in the NU tower, her temperament underwent significant changes. Once merely gentle, she now exuded a combination of softness and firmness, and just like when she was a child soothing Feng, she said, "Xiao Feng, don't worry, in a couple of days I'll personally help you deal with him." Feng looked surprised and asked in confusion, "Can you handle a foundation establishment practitioner? For us martial practitioners, dealing with low-level cultivators is as easy as cutting vegetables." "Cough cough, don't worry about it." Qinghe laughed, patting her chest, and after chatting a while longer, the siblings parted ways. Before leaving, she couldn't help but pinch Feng's nose. On the flying boat, Li Qingqing patted Qinghe's back with a face full of concern. Her tone conflicted as she said, "Xiao Ya, he already has a Dao partner. You still have a chance to disperse your cultivation and rebuild. Please listen to me, and don't continue, all right?" Qinghe stood at the back of the flying boat, her aura icy as if encased in ancient ice, with a faint silver light flickering in her eyes. "Mother, how did you see that he has a Dao partner?" Li Qingqing fell silent. With her cultivation level, it was easy to discern that Qin Feng was no longer a virgin, but stating such a thing would make it less interesting. I have no regrets. I promise to protect him for a lifetime, Qin Yu said, revealing a gentle smile, her gaze swimming with happiness, as if she had returned to the time at Qinghe. Li Qingqing sighed and said no more, only feeling that her daughter's fate was harsh. From the first day of their reunion, her demand was to protect Qin Feng. On the first day of training, when asked what she wanted to learn, she still wished to learn formidable skills that could protect Qin Feng. Although Qin Yu was now making rapid progress in the martial arts path, the cost was racing against time. If she did not reach that height within 10 years, she would suffer backlash from the killing intent. Damn Ling Tian. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the sect, it was already dawn. Having traveled all night, his legs were already sore and difficult to bear, but Qin Feng felt it was all worth it. He had only spent some effort and spirit stones while Ling Tian had lost his life. To avoid raising suspicion, Qin Feng swaggered into the Chongqing sword sect, directly heading towards the Shin. Upon arriving at the sect, Qin Feng planned to stay for a while longer, not only to prolong his stay, but also to attract others' attention. When Ling Tian died, he would have an alibi and no suspicions. As Qin Feng passed through the alchemy area halfway up Shindan Peak, manager Wang immediately rushed over. Qin Xianshi, why have you come in person? I've already packed everything and was just getting ready to send it to you soon. Manager Wang forced a greasy, flattering smile, quickly taking out a silver-white small iron bottle from his storage ring, saying, everything is inside. As per your request, regardless of whether they are round or flat, I've collected them, although it's only been a few days, so the quantity is not large. This small iron bottle contained a vast universe, and with a sweep of his divine sense, Qin Feng could immediately feel the number of waste pills inside, at least over 1,000. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he weighed the small bottle and said, you did very well. Once this Xianshi thoroughly researches the alchemical principles and successfully refines the foundation establishment pill, you won't be missing out on rewards, Fatty Wang. No hurry, no hurry. I'm only at the 6th level of qi refinement. Take your time, Xianshi. Only through careful work can we produce fine results. Wang Fatty's face turned red with excitement. Though he said there was no hurry, his eyes already revealed a gleam of joy. After emptying the pills from the bottle into his storage ring and returning the bottle to Wang Fatty, Qin Feng instructed, during this time, I'll be staying in the Xianma cave. Just bring the collected pills to me daily when you have the time. All right. Don't worry, Qin Xianshi. Wang Fatty was already so excited that he felt weak all over, let alone delivering once a day. He would be willing to do it 10 times a day. After all, what Qin Feng promised was the foundation establishment pill, a precious item that ordinary loose cultivators would have difficulty obtaining even once in their lifetime. As he left the alchemy area and walked half a mile up the mountain, he saw a stone path winding around the entire Shandan Peak with a total of 33 caves constructed nearby. Qin Feng's cave was located at the 17th position with the stone tablet at the entrance, inscribed with the words Xianma Cave, a name Qin Feng had chosen when he first occupied the cave. He hadn't expected it to be marked so soon. With a rumble as spiritual power and divine sense were infused, the heavy dark stone door at the cave's entrance slowly opened. Qin Feng had no time to admire the flashy scenery outside. He directly entered the cave, closed the door, and began to fuse the waste pills. At this moment, a disciple dressed in white walked straight to the entrance of the first cave, the Dan Wang cave among the 33 caves. He tossed in a sound transmission talisman and then quickly left. Inside the cave, Ling Tian sat on the 3-layered glazed jade lotus king mat, expressionless, as he looked at the sound transmission talisman in front of him. At this moment, Ling Tian already knew about Qin Feng returning to the sect, and he was also aware of manager Wang collecting waste pills. He just couldn't understand what Qin Feng wanted with the waste pills. Could it be that he intends to study alchemy techniques through those waste pills? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile appeared in Ling Tian's eyes as he immediately stood up and left the cave, heading towards the main hall of Shindan Peak. Ling Tian was overjoyed to have snatched a top-grade mysterious artifact from Qin Feng. However, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease, lately feeling a strong aversion towards Qin Feng. Cultivators possess unique insights into their own emotions. Ling Tian already had a plan in mind: either find a way to get rid of the person from the Chongqing sword sect or find a way to eliminate him. After arriving at the hall of Shindan Peak, he immediately bowed toward Gugo Dan and said, Master, the sect has a large demand for pills recently, but we truly cannot keep up with the workload. As far as I know, 5th junior brother Qin Feng has made some progress in alchemy. It would be better to assign him some simple tasks to silence the rumors. Gugo Dan frowned, feeling that his eldest disciple had a point. Many people in the Chongqing sword sect knew that he had taken in a closed-door disciple. If the supply of pills progressed too slowly this time, the Shindan Peak would inevitably draw the sect master's displeasure. Gugo Dan asked. He should have returned to Wonia Mountain by now. Master Junior has a deep emotional connection with the sect. He returned early this morning. Then go arrange it. Gugo Dan waved his hand casually and focused intently on the alchemy manual in his hands. With the master's permission, a hint of joy appeared in Ling Tian's eyes as he turned and left the hall pondering what task to assign to Qin Feng. On the other side, inside the Xianma cave, on a stone table lay a wooden box containing dozens of pills with some leftover unrefined waste pills scattered on the ground. Qin Feng's hands became a blur as he quickly synthesized the pills. Every time he picked up 2 waste pills of the same attribute, he produced a slightly better quality pill. This cycle continued, quickly reducing the number of waste pills while slowly increasing the number of pills in the box. Half an hour later, all the waste pills were completely synthesized and Qin Feng took a quick glance. There were about 12 types of pills in the box, including foundation establishment pills, spirit continuation pills, beauty pills, and yang enhancement pills. Basically all the pills needed by cultivators, with each type exceeding 10 pieces. Although the levels of these pills were not as rare as the God-sealing pill, selling them all would still be worth several million spirit stones. As long as I completely monopolize the waste pills, I will never run out of spirit stones in the future. Looking at the densely packed pills in the box, Qin Feng felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. No matter how high his spiritual root or innate Tao body was, it could not compare to his synthesis ability. If this trend continued as long as he wished, he could break through to the transformation stage or higher with absolute certainty, even if it meant using pills or having someone enlighten him. However, Qin Feng did not have such plans at the moment. The 5 Emperors Qi technique is a top-grade earth-level technique specially designed for 5 spiritual roots. He only needed to progress steadily in his cultivation. The cave was equipped with basic living necessities and a bronze mirror hung on the wall. Approaching the mirror, his appearance immediately came into view. With a wheat-colored complexion, he wasn't exactly as handsome as Panin, but he was still quite easy on the eyes, overall appearing quite mature. Qin Feng placed all the pills into his storage ring and then popped a beauty pill into his mouth. This pill required only 1 to maintain eternal youth, making it even more precious than the foundation establishment pill. At that moment, a dark yellow talisman suddenly floated into the cave and a woman's voice followed. "Junior brother, are you free right now? I am your 5th senior sister." Opening the stone door of the cave, a figure dressed in a light yellow gauze skirt with an alluring figure stood at the entrance of the cave. It was indeed 5th senior sister. Seeing Qin Feng open the cave door, she immediately showed a worried expression and asked, "Have you offended the eldest senior brother?" "5th senior sister, why do you say that?" "Currently the sect is in urgent need of pills. All the alchemists at Shandan Peak are busy refining pills. The master has also agreed to let you take on the sect's alchemy tasks, but the task assigned by the eldest senior brother is to produce foundation establishment pills and tranquil spirit pills. These 2 types of pills require at least a latest-stage alchemist to produce, and he knows you have only recently." 5th senior sister was so anxious she was stamping her feet. She added, "Once a sect task is accepted, failing it will result in punishment. Foundation establishment pills and tranquil spirit pills." Qin Feng was taken aback, and he roughly guessed the situation. The eldest senior brother wanted to drive him to desperation. Not only did he steal his chiffon boat, but he also wanted to expel him from the sect. This was too much. After thinking for a while, 5th senior sister said, "6th junior brother, why don't you wait until the materials arrive? You can send them all to me, and I will help you refine them." Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed as he replied, "Senior sister, I want to try it myself first, but I forgot to bring my alchemy furnace in my haste to leave." Not bringing such an important item as an alchemy furnace and still wanting to complete the task. 5th senior sister was momentarily stunned, but eventually took out a pink small furnace from her storage ring. "This is the Qianhua furnace I used last year. If junior brother doesn't mind, you can give it a try." "I don't mind at all." Qin Feng quickly accepted the Qianhua furnace and then turned to rummage in the cave for a while, retrieving a beauty pill and handing it to her. "Junior brother, what is this?" "It's a beauty pill. Consider it a trade for senior sister's alchemy furnace." Is this a beauty pill?" 5th senior sister's eyes showed a look of surprise. After hesitating for a moment, she still accepted it. The value of the beauty pill far exceeded that of the alchemy furnace. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, 5th senior sister took out many books on alchemy from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng, reminding him, "If you can't complete the task, don't force yourself, or remember to find senior sister." "All right." After seeing off 5th senior sister, Qin Feng quietly sat at the entrance of the cave, pulling out several other alchemy notes written by different alchemists to read. About an hour later, 2 outer disciples arrived at the entrance of Qin Feng's cave. "Elder Qin, we have brought the medicinal materials for you." Qin Feng nodded and pointed to the empty space inside the cave, indicating for them to place the materials. The materials for various pills were packed in matching cloth bags. As the quantity of materials taken out increased, they gradually piled up into a small mountain in the empty space. Feng was stunned. It wasn't his task just for 2 types of pills. The materials on the ground must have at least 200 sets. Seeing that the two had no intention of stopping, Feng immediately darkened his face and approached them asking, "How many more are there?" In response to Elder Qin, the materials for Foundation Establishment pills and Tranquil Spirit pills are each 200 sets. The Grand Elder said that in 20 days you only need to submit 300 pills. Feng nodded and said nothing further. The average success rate for each furnace is 3 pills, so submitting 300 pills is reasonable. However, the time is too short. To produce 300 pills in such a short time, even Gugo Dan might not be able to complete the task. However, Feng was not overly concerned. With his synthesis ability, would he be unable to produce waste pills? With 400 sets of materials, he could easily complete the task. After the two left, Feng directly closed the stone door of the cave and began to examine the materials inside, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Qianhua furnace was entirely pink, adorned with many delicate flowers, clearly an item meant for a woman. But at this moment, Feng had no time to think about that. He directly placed the Qianhua furnace over the fire mouth in the alchemy room and prepared several sets of Foundation Establishment pill ingredients beside it. As spiritual energy was infused, the Qianhua furnace immediately expanded a bit, and the ground fire below sensed the spiritual energy slowly venting outward. In an instant, the temperature within the entire cave began to rise. Following the sequence, he tossed the ingredients into the furnace, his divine sense intensely focused on the changes in the ingredients to determine the appropriate fire intensity. Feng had grand ambitions, planning to refine at least 8 pills in this batch. Bang! Moments later, a muffled sound emanated from the Qianhua furnace, causing even the lid to tremble slightly. The instant the furnace exploded, Feng shut off the ground fire and poured out all the waste from the furnace. The ashes emitted a fragrance of medicinal herbs mixed with a burnt smell. Feng rummaged through the dust for a while and found 8 blackened, completely carbonized pills, excitement instantly flashing in his eyes. It worked. I truly am a genius. The 8 discarded pills could be combined into 2 low-grade Foundation Establishment pills, meaning this batch had successfully produced 2 Foundation Establishment pills. At this efficiency, he only needed a total of 150 sets of materials for both Foundation Establishment pills and Spirit Calming pills to complete the task. The rest naturally would go into his own pocket. Having tasted success, he immediately focused entirely on refining pills. After a long while, when the materials were exhausted, upon exiting the alchemy room to fetch more materials, Feng noticed several sound transmission talismans floating by the stone bed in the cave. These sound transmission talismans came from the 5th senior sister and 2 other senior brothers, as well as some unknown individuals. Everyone conveyed one message, urgently notifying Feng to go to the Divine Pill Peak's main hall immediately. What could have happened that was so urgent? With a puzzled expression, Feng stepped out of the cave to take a look. It was already deep into the night. Just at that moment, a black-clad outer sect disciple was rushing towards him. Upon seeing Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief and gasped, "Qin Xianshi, you finally came out. Sect Master Ge is in a fit of rage right now. What happened? You have to hurry, go to the Divine Pill Peak's main hall." The disciple's face was flushed, his hands on his knees as he desperately caught his breath, clearly having run very fast. "All right, I'm going right now." Feng dusted off his clothes, closed the cave door, and slapped 2 movement talismans onto his legs, rushing towards the Divine Pill Peak's main hall, all the while feeling apprehensive. Everyone had clearly told him not to go to the hall unless necessary, yet now they were urgently calling him over. It was evident that something good had happened. On the way, a smile crept onto Feng's lips, unable to be suppressed. Upon arriving at the hall, nearly all the core personnel of the Divine Pill Peak were present, yet there was no sign of Ling Tian. Gugun's expression was one of sorrow as he sat in the central chair of the hall drinking in silence. The tables and chairs beside him were all utterly smashed. The others stood silently with their heads down. Sensing that the situation was dire, Feng cautiously slipped in through the side entrance and stealthily moved beside the 5th senior sister. Feigning ignorance, he whispered, "Senior sister, what happened?" The 5th senior sister cautiously glanced at the master beside her, then turned her head to whisper in Feng's ear, "Something happened to the senior brother. It hasn't been determined yet who did it." "What?" Feng deliberately displayed a shocked expression and quietly asked, "When did this happen? Isn't the senior brother very strong? It happened less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Apparently the sect has already dispatched people to investigate. Yanyu Tower is professional. It would be surprising if they could figure it out. Feng secretly rejoiced while maintaining a calm exterior, discreetly observing the reactions of those around him. Although the 5th senior sister was in low spirits, she did not seem overly saddened, perhaps just feeling a sense of camaraderie. The other three senior brothers also stood with their heads down in silence, some even displaying worried expressions, perhaps concerned about the pill refining task. The most heartbroken were undoubtedly Gugudun and a few disciples of Ling Tian. At this moment, among the true disciples, two rather good-looking female cultivators were quietly sobbing their tears, making them look pitiful. Gugudun raised his head, his gloomy gaze sweeping over everyone, and then he hoarsely said, "Everyone is here for..." After saying this, he strode out of the hall and took out a palm-sized flying artifact resembling a black boat. As the flying artifact activated, everyone instinctively stood up. Though they were unsure of what was happening, Qin Feng followed suit, standing closely beside the fifth senior sister. Moments later, Gugudun angrily brought the crowd of disciples to the main peak of the Chongqing sword sect, Xin. Before the flying artifact even landed, someone below called out with a difficult tone, "Sect Master Gu, the use of flying artifacts is prohibited within the sect. Get lost. I want to see the sect master." Gugudun cursed at that person, then steered the artifact towards the palace at the top of Xinjian Peak. On Xinjian Peak, the lights were bright. Through the spacious doors, one could see that at least more than 50 people had gathered inside, all exuding a powerful aura. The weakest among them was at the late Foundation establishment stage, while the strongest was beyond Qin Feng's judgment. Gugudun led the crowd from the Divine Pill Peak directly into the hall, instantly attracting countless gazes. In the crowd, an elderly man in white saw Gugudun rush in and immediately approached with a wry smile. The elderly man was Qin, the Grand Elder of the Chongqing Sword Sect, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from the nascent Soul stage. Although his cultivation was transcendent, he didn't want to easily offend a high-level alchemist like Gugudun and could only force a smile, saying, "Sect Master Gu, we are already fully investigating this matter. Why did you come here in the middle of the night?" With a serious expression, Gugudun clasped his hands in respect towards Qin and said, "Grand Elder, you have seen my dedication to the sect over the years. While I may not have achievements, I have worked hard. I wish to request the sect master to come out of seclusion to use the asking heaven compass to avenge my disciple." Qin wore a bitter smile and reassured him, "We all recognize sect master guest contributions, but the sect master is currently in seclusion collaborating with the Supreme Elder to forge the Divine Sword. This is a significant matter. How can it be stopped easily? How about waiting for another 2 months?" Gugudun's face darkened, his tone filled with anger as he stated, "Since you are unwilling to help me find the culprit, from today onward, all personnel from the Divine Pill Peak will cease pill refining. We will not resume until the true culprit is found." This. Qin's expression showed difficulty, and he looked at the other people in the hall. Everyone understood, and they immediately began to persuade him. "Sect Master Go, we are equally saddened by this incident. Please do not act impulsively. The most important thing now is to maintain the normal operation of the sect. We have already dispatched people to investigate, and we believe results will come soon." Gugudun's expression tightened as he sneered at the crowd, saying, "Among those present, the worst cultivation is at the late Foundation establishment stage. Do you think the people you sent out can investigate faster than you can? I now demand that all of you go out and investigate it. If by dawn you still have no leads, then we can only wait for the sect master to exit seclusion." As he finished speaking, Gugudun's tone softened considerably. He understood in his heart that a person cannot be resurrected and that the sect must continue to operate normally. Seeing Gugudun relent, Qin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly assured him, "We will proceed as Sect Master Gu requests. I will also personally go out to investigate shortly." With unified opinions, many high-level cultivators quickly appeared around the Chongqing Sword sect, traversing through the void as they used various artifacts to search for clues regarding Ling Tian. Several senior brothers and sisters from the Divine Pill Peak also went, but only Qin Feng stayed behind. He was at the 8th layer of Qi, refining with too low a cultivation level. Returning to the Immortal Demon Cave, he closed the stone door. Lying on the bed, Qin Feng's face revealed a joyful smile, for when he wrote to Yanyu Tower that day, he had specifically mentioned the need for funds. As expected, Ling Tian's storage bag was already in Yanyu Tower. "I wonder who took action. If it was my sister, would the asking heaven compass be able to trace it?" After feeling happy, Qin Feng began to doubt their professionalism again. After lying on the bed for a while, Qin Feng got up and went into the alchemy room to continue refining pills. After a night, the waste pills had been combined into over 40 low-grade Foundation establishment pills, the efficiency surpassing that of the other alchemists by a considerable margin. At dawn, sensing that the communication bird was nearby, Qin Feng left the sect and found a secret spot, guiding his flying sword towards the direction of Iron Mountain Square. Qin Feng stood atop the blazing sword, deftly maneuvering it through the void. "Are you anxious?" Qin Feng chuckled as he patted the head of the underworld bird, then opened his hand for it to regurgitate what it had in its mouth. In the letter Taiju wrote, "Brother Feng, the Tai Grand Array set up by the Haoran sect in the Jin Kingdom has been tampered with, resulting in nearly 80% of all living beings in the Jin Kingdom perishing. Now strange occurrences plague the Jin Kingdom with corpses strewn everywhere and an overwhelming aura of ghosts. Countless low-level evil cultivators are gathering, soon it will become a fertile ground for nourishing evil cultivators. I want both the evil cultivators and the souls. Let's meet at Qinghe in a month. Brother Feng, assist me. After reading the letter, Feng wrote a good character on a tree leaf with a stone, then instructed the underworld bird to take the leaf back to report. On the way to Taishanfeng, Feng pondered the events in the Jin Kingdom. How many people could it be for 80% of all living beings to perish? A nation can have anywhere from several 100,000 to tens of millions of people. To say that the corpses are piled like mountains would not be an exaggeration. The key point is that the Howren sect by its name should be a righteous sect, right? To think they would do such a thing. Feng felt relieved that he and his sister had left in time, otherwise they might not have escaped the Tai Grand Array either. 2 hours later, Feng successfully arrived at Taishanfeng. This time, without Ling Tian posing a threat, he directly found a secluded spot to land and confidently walked into Taishanfeng, heading toward the Misty Rain Tower. When he reached the Misty Rain Tower, Qinghe was sitting at the counter, idly flipping through an ancient book. The siblings exchanged smiles and then entered a private room on the first floor in unison. Qinghe took out a dark purple storage bag and handed it to Feng, speaking gently. This was taken off him. There should be no shortage of items inside. Feng glanced inside the storage bag, which contained pills, a pill furnace, various medicinal materials. Additionally, there were quite a few pieces of women's intimate clothing, including the chiffon zhou. Although it was a return to the rightful owner, Feng felt reluctant to keep it. This chiffon zhou had been used by Ling Tian. If he were to use it again, it could bring him trouble. After much consideration, he chose to tuck the storage bag into his bosom, deciding to directly dispose of it later at Qiyuan Pavilion. Right now, Feng was most concerned about whether his sister would encounter trouble, so he spoke up. Sister, this guy had an unusual identity in the Changxing sword sect. It is said that the sect master will help investigate soon. Should you prepare? Prepare for what? I heard the sect master has a powerful Tian Luopan that can locate both corpses and the murderer. Qinghe laughed dismissively and pinched Feng's cheek, confidently saying, we are just here to do business for money. If the sect master of the Changxing sword sect keeps blabbering, we can still make him shut up. Her tone was gentle yet carried an inexplicable confidence. This self-assuredness might stem from Li Qingqing or perhaps from other powerful figures in the Misty Rain Tower. After chatting idly for a while, Feng took out a beauty retention pill and handed it over. She held it in her hand and after a moment asked, what is this? A beauty retention pill. It can keep you youthful and beautiful forever. You speak too much. Qinghe blushed and glared at him, but still elegantly popped it into her mouth, mumbling that she felt nothing. Feng chuckled and asked, sister, when you cultivate, do you need to take pills or something? Qinghe's eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she asked cheerfully, what? Have you learned alchemy? A little bit. Let's go eat, I'm a bit hungry. Qinghe rubbed her flat stomach, stood up and pulled Feng outside the Misty Rain Tower, clearly reluctant to answer the question. After dinner, Feng accompanied Qinghe back to the Misty Rain Tower. When she went upstairs, Feng sneaked to the counter to settle Ling Tian's account. The price quoted by the Misty Rain Tower for assassinating a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator while retaining belongings was 30,000 spirit stones. Feng directly took out 3 Foundation establishment pills as payment. This scene happened to be witnessed by Qinghe, who was coming down. Her expression darkened and she directly tugged on Feng's ear, leading him back to the counter, demanding the person handling the items return them. If you don't retrieve the items, I won't bother with you anymore. Qinghe's eyes glistened with tears as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Feng awkwardly gestured to the person inside to not return the items, then pulled Qinghe to the door, whispering, sister, this time it was my initiative to work for the Misty Rain Tower, so this account must be settled. If I were looking for you, I definitely wouldn't pay. I might even ask you for money to spend. Really? Then next time you have something, just call me directly. Now I'm in charge of the business at Taishanfeng's Misty Rain Tower. In order to cheer Qinghe up, Feng took her out shopping, buying jewelry, candied hawthorn, and scallion pancakes until they were both stuffed before heading back. After bidding farewell to Qinghe, Feng went to Qiyuan Pavilion to buy 32 inferior wooden spirit boats and asked Sealinger to help deal with Ling Tian's Chengquan bag. After all, this girl dared to sell even the evil cultivator's techniques. What are mere deceased belongings? The total value of the items in the Chengquan bag was converted into spirit stones, approximately worth 160,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, the most valuable item was the Xian-grade top-tier flying artifact, the chiffon zhou, which alone was worth 700,000 spirit stones. Adding these spirit stones to those in the Wonia mountain cave, Feng roughly calculated that he currently owned about 3 million spirit stones. His wealth was nearly comparable to that of some small local cultivation families. Upon returning to Wonium Mountain, the sky had completely darkened. Feng first returned to his own cave before making his way to Ding Shuli's cave, standing at the mountain's peak and calling out, "Sister Ding, are you available? I have something to discuss with you." After waiting for a while without a response, Feng tossed a sound transmission talisman inside. After a moment, a puff of white smoke rose, and the void gradually twisted to reveal an opening, exposing the true environment within. Ding Shuli was wearing a white long dress, standing at the door of the house with a blank expression, asking, "What is it?" "I just wanted to come and see my senior sister." Feng grinned and then took out the 9 dragons binding rope from his storage ring, channeling spiritual energy into it. Ding Shuli's face showed an expression of anger as she immediately took out a small shield to block in front of her, scolding Feng. "What do you think I am?" Her question left Feng speechless, but the dagger was already drawn, and how could he easily retract it? Feng steeled himself, saying, "We agreed on 3 times back then." After saying that, Feng directly manipulated the 9 dragons binding rope to sweep toward Ding Shuli. Boom! In an instant, a purple flying sword shot out from Ding Shuli's palm, fiercely slicing into the 9 dragons binding rope. The Xian-grade top-tier artifact was not that fragile. Feng braced himself with his right hand, instantly splitting the rope into 9 segments, attacking Ding Shuli from different directions. Simultaneously, he used his left hand to form seals to invoke the woodvine technique. A glint of killing intent flashed in Ding Shuli's eyes as she directly pulled out a pale gold talisman. The moment Feng saw this talisman, he froze. Wasn't this the fire serpent talisman he gave her? Feng frowned and asked, "Sister Ding, are you sure you want to use this against me?" Ding Shuli was also momentarily stunned, and Feng seized the opportunity to tightly bind her with the 9 dragons binding rope. "You shameless scoundrel." Once she regained her composure, Ding Shuli immediately began to curse. Feng turned a deaf ear, using the Qi observation technique to confirm that there were no traps around before proceeding. "Sister Ding, I apologize." Feng lifted her up and directly pushed open the door behind her, stepping inside. The room was filled with a peculiar scent identical to that of Ding Shuli. Just by smelling this fragrance, Feng felt his head starting to heat up, and he walked straight toward the bed inside. Ding Shuli threatened fiercely, "You are so despicable and vile. Even if you have my body, you will never have my heart." "Sister, don't worry. I'm not greedy. I just want your body." "Bastard." Unknowingly, a night passed. The next day, when Feng woke up, it was already noon. Turning to check on Ding Shuli, he found that she had been awake for a long time, but was bound by the 9 dragons binding rope and could hardly move. Though he wanted to help her untie the ropes and have a good chat, he was worried about her flying sword being too sharp. Feeling someone's still fiery gaze, Ding Shuli angrily turned her head to the other side. Feng showed an awkward smile, then tentatively asked, "Sister Ding, do you know what martial artists cult—" "I don't know." I really don't know." "Then do you know about the Misty Rain Tower?" Upon Feng's reminder, Ding Shuli immediately turned her head back, frowning as she asked, "Have you dealt with people from the Misty Rain Tower?" Upon hearing the words Yanyu Tower, Ding Shuli had a strong reaction, even forgetting her anger from the previous night. Feng looked at her with curiosity and asked, "Is there something special about Yanyu Tower?" "Very special. Although Yanyu Tower appears to be an assassin organization, it is actually quite similar to a sect. Moreover, they are vast in scale and do not cultivate celestial arts, but rather a kind of practice akin to dark arts." Ding Shuli's tone carried a hint of caution, as if Yanyu Tower was even more terrifying than ordinary dark cultivators. Feng asked, "What do they cultivate?" "A practice that revolves around killing. Once they master it, aside from not using magical tools, they can fly and evade like cultivators. However, those who practice this typically do not live long." Feng immediately began to worry. It was said that one cannot benefit at the expense of others. The rise in strength of Qinghe might be related to lifespan, but the people of Yanyu Tower are certainly not fools. They might seek to gain higher realms through these means. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew awkward, and Ding Shuli asked, "Your combat power seems off. Are you perhaps from Yanyu Tower?" Feng did not answer the question, deliberately showing curiosity as he asked, "If the people of Yanyu Tower are similar to dark cultivators, do they have to consume humans during their cultivation?" "Something like that. It is said that they combine the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, miasma, and various toxic mists with souls to refine something called Rakshasa Pill." Rakshasa Pill. Feng silently remembered this name, deciding to try it out when he had the chance. Ordinary Rakshasa pills might have some side effects, but the ones he would refine through synthesis would definitely have no adverse effects. Ding Shuli seemed about to say something, but saw Feng's eyes igniting with fervor. "What do you want to do, eh?" "Senior sister, I have to return to the sect soon, and it will be a long time before I can see you again." Feng grinned and directly covered her eyes with his clothes. "You are too much." Ding Shuli attempted to stop him, but soon fell silent. In the afternoon, Qin Feng piloted the wooden spirit boat away from Dingxiang Mountain, heading straight for the sect. The Chongqing sword sect had returned to normal. The people had searched for clues about Ling Tian for an entire night, but found nothing, so they could only wrap things up hastily. However, the sect was now investigating the people Ling Tian had interacted with before his death. As soon as he arrived at the Immortal Demon Cave, a few disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall approached to inquire about Qin Feng's recent whereabouts. Aside from 2 trips to Iron Mountain Square, Qin Feng had mostly been refining pills in the sect. After the disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall left, Qin Feng pushed open the cave door and walked in with a contented expression. Although the cultivation world was filled with deception, most practitioners preferred to personally kill their enemies or use other means, and very few sought the help of people from Yanyu Tower. Yanyu Tower had only served the mundane world a decade ago and only recently began to enter the realm of cultivation, so no one suspected them. Back in the cave, Qin Feng adjusted his state and entered the alchemy chamber with the materials for refining foundation establishment pills humming a tune as he worked, feeling quite pleased. On the other side, in the main hall of the Divine Pill Peak, Gagodin was currently transferring the daily affairs of the Divine Pill Peak to his 5th disciple Sun Yulan, including various token sect tasks and storehouse ledgers. Previously, Ling Tian was responsible for these matters, and now that he was dead, someone had to take over. Although Gagodin was the peak master of Divine Pill Peak, he was obsessed with alchemy and drinking with old friends, and he usually couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Once he finished instructing on all matters, Gagodin sighed and said, "Yulan, your 3 senior brothers are not interested in handling the affairs of Divine Pill Peak. You must pay attention to this." Sun Yulan nodded, then said with concern, "Rest assured, master. I will manage everything well, but the 6th junior brother might be in trouble right now." "What trouble?" "The 6th junior brother has a stubborn personality. Recently, the eldest senior brother assigned him tasks to refine foundation establishment pills and tranquil mind pills, and the 6th junior brother accepted. He is blindly accepting tasks with high aspirations, so naturally there will be consequences. You don't need to worry about that, just focus on your own tasks." Gagodin's expression darkened, slightly, evidently dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions. A newly inducted disciple daring to accept sect alchemy tasks was somewhat too arrogant. He even felt a bit regretful about accepting him as a disciple back then. "Master, I will take my leave now." Sun Yulan sighed, bowed, and then turned to leave the hall, heading straight for Qin Feng's cave. After tossing in 2 sound transmission talismans, the heavy stone door slowly opened after a moment. Qin Feng was covered in dust, his face smeared with countless black stains. Seeing his current state, it was obvious he had been refining pills, but did he really blow up the furnace too often? Qin Feng clasped his hands in greeting and asked, "5th senior sister, is there something you need? How many times have you blown up the furnace?" Sun Yulan frowned as she looked into the cave behind Qin Feng, where smoke billowed and dust flew, resembling the interior of a kitchen stove. Qin Feng smiled and explained it's normal to blow up the furnace when starting to refine pills. But this... Wait. Sun Yulan had a hint of doubt in her eyes, then sniffed the surrounding air and asked in surprise, "Did you succeed in refining foundation establishment pills?" "How do you know, 5th senior sister? Although there's a burnt smell everywhere, I can still smell a unique fragrance of foundation establishment pills." "Hee, it's just luck." Qin Feng awkwardly shrugged, wanting to argue, but saw that 5th senior sister had already dashed off. It seemed she was going to share this good news with the master. Qin Feng understood in his heart that any cultivator capable of refining foundation establishment pills would be valued in any sect. After all, foundation establishment cultivators were the true backbone of a sect, and foundation establishment pills were naturally of utmost importance. Unable to stop 5th senior sister, Qin Feng turned back to continue refining foundation establishment pills. Each furnace explosion could yield 8 waste pills, just enough to synthesize 2 inferior foundation establishment pills. This kind of efficiency was truly explosive in any context. Qin Feng immersed himself in the joy of exploding furnaces, with dull explosion sounds echoing throughout the cave at intervals. Over time, the stone skin around the alchemy chamber began to crack and peel. Until the evening, the battered Qianhua furnace emitted bursts of medicinal fragrance, and only then did Qin Feng realize that he might have actually succeeded. "Should I blow it up again?" Qin Feng's eyes displayed a conflicted expression. His goal was to create waste pills, and previously, whenever the medicine was about to take shape, he would suddenly increase the flame's temperature to blow up the furnace. Sometimes forgetting to increase the temperature would lead Qin Feng to feel guilty, thinking he wasted time. Now, as the medicinal pill was on the verge of taking shape, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. "They say alchemy is difficult. I've blown up the furnace 60 or 70 times, yet I still succeeded." Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with joy as he began to attempt normal alchemy. Bang! A sudden muffled sound came from the Qianhua furnace, and a crack appeared on the furnace body. Qin Feng didn't want to say anything, only swearing in his heart that if he ever performed normal alchemy again, he would be a dog. After casually synthesizing 2 inferior foundation establishment pills, Qin Feng walked over to the stone table and began to tally his harvest during this period. The quantity of foundation establishment pills reached over 160. Although they were all inferior, they were finally enough to meet the requirements, and he still had over 30 sets of materials left, all of which were his own. After storing the remaining foundation establishment pill materials in his storage ring, Qin Feng began to continue refining Tranquil Mind pills. Tranquil Mind pills can prevent the emergence of inner demons and are beneficial for cultivators, providing calmness and tranquility, so their refining difficulty and value are comparable to foundation establishment pills. However, for Qin Feng it was the same, it was merely a matter of whether the explosions would be severe or not. Taking out his alchemy furnace from the storage ring, Qin Feng began the process of blowing up furnaces again. The time limit for refining pills was 20 days, but Qin Feng completed it in just 4 days. To avoid raising suspicion, after finishing the pills, Qin Feng tidied up in the cave and then began to practice his techniques. 5 Emperor's Qi Absorption Technique, Dao 1 Technique, Thunderbolt Sword Technique. 20 days passed quickly. Unknowingly, it was the day for Qin Feng to hand over the tasks. At the entrance of the warehouse on the peak of Divine Pill Peak, Sun Yulan anxiously paced back and forth, watching the darkening sky. During these days, she had gone to the Immortal Demon Cave to find Qin Feng, wanting to ask if he needed help, but all her sound transmission talismans had vanished without a trace. This batch of pills was urgent, and people from other peaks would soon come to collect the pills. If the pills could not be produced, the consequences would be severe. Sun Yulan was sweating with anxiety, and figures began to appear one after another outside the warehouse waiting to collect the pills. Elder Sun, we have come to collect foundation establishment pills and Tranquil Mind pills as ordered. A newly arrived disciple respectfully bowed to Sun Yulan, followed by the others. Please wait a moment, the person delivering the pills has not yet arrived. Sun Yulan said to everyone, then turned her gaze to the road in the distance. Due to the disparity in status, the pill-collecting disciples could only stand there and wait. Moments later, a figure emerged from the grass beside the warehouse. Upon seeing that figure, Sun Yulan immediately approached and anxiously asked Qin Feng, Jr. Brother, have the pills been refined yet? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng took out 2 silver-white iron bottles and handed them over, saying, Senior sister, I only have 2 of these bottles, you must return one to me. Sun Yulan shot him a glance, took the bottles, and probed them with her divine sense. When she discovered that the 2 bottles contained exactly 300 pills, her eyes instantly revealed a look of shock. In just 20 days, she had managed to refine over 100 foundation establishment pills and spirit calming pills, which Sun Yulan thought would be difficult for her to accomplish. She couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, did you refine all of these? Yes. Qin Feng nodded, glancing around at the others before turning his gaze to the attic beside. The door of the attic was adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Wandan Pavilion, which seemed to be a place for storing pill formulas, but Qin Feng wasn't sure and could only ask Sun Yulan, Senior sister, what is the Wandan Pavilion used for? It contains materials related to alchemy and various pill formulas. Can I take a look? Hearing the mention of pill formulas, Qin Feng immediately became excited. Sun Yulan smiled confidently, took out a black token, and walked to the Wandan Pavilion. After using the token to unlock the attic's restrictions, she said with a smile, You've asked the right person. I'm currently in charge of all affairs of the sect, and with your identity, you can access everything inside. Go in first, and I'll call you when I'm done. As she spoke, Sun Yulan pushed Qin Feng inside, then closed the restrictions once more. The Wandan Pavilion is the most strictly guarded place outside of the storeroom in the Divine Pill Peak. In addition to disciples guarding the surroundings, the entire attic is protected by powerful restrictions set by the sect, ensuring that anyone who attempts to force their way in will be immediately detected. Upon entering the Wandan Pavilion, Qin Feng found the interior completely hollowed out with dense shelves everywhere, each filled with countless books related to alchemy. A rough glance revealed that the contents were roughly divided into 3 categories. One category focused on alchemical techniques, which did not interest Qin Feng. The other 2 categories consisted of commonly used pill formulas and some rare and peculiar pills. After sweeping his divine sense across the entire Wandan Pavilion and confirming that no one else was present, Qin Feng began to quickly browse through the many shelves. Longevity pill. Just as he was about to enter the area of rare pills, Qin Feng spotted a book on an inconspicuous shelf. While the other pill formulas were merely written on yellowed paper, the formula for the longevity pill was compiled into a book thick enough to be the size of a thumb, and the cover was filled with creases, clearly having been often perused. Curious, Qin Feng picked up the book on the longevity pill and took a glance. The origins, effects, ingredients, and refining process were all normal at first, but as he read the refining method for the longevity pill, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, and he immediately put it back on the shelf. To refine the longevity pill, it actually requires the essence blood of cultivators to nourish the alchemy furnace and the soul to nurture the pill. This must be dark sorcery. The longevity grass is a unique herb of the longevity sword sect, and with the name longevity pill, it was clear that it belonged to the longevity sword sect. Combined with what Iron Pillar mentioned in his letter about the sect's elder seizing the Ghost King sect's saintess. If they were righteous cultivators, would they use such things? Qin Feng even began to doubt whether the disciples sent out that night were truly going to battle the Ghost King sect. His face tightened as he carefully restored the book to its original position before walking towards the area of rare pills. In the area of rare pills, most of the pills were used by evil cultivators. Pills like the Harmony Powder Bloodburst Pill and Soul Confusion Pill. These were certainly sinister, but compared to the malevolence of the longevity pill, they were vastly different. After wandering around for a long time without finding anything, Qin Feng was about to call Senior Sister 5 to open the door when he noticed a dark red pill formula at the bottom of a shelf on the edge, inscribed with the words Rascal Pill. Finally found it. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. The formula for the Rascal Pill was tucked away in the most inconspicuous corner, even covered with a thin layer of dust. To avoid anyone noticing that this formula had been disturbed, Qin Feng lay down on the ground to examine it. The Rascal Pill was a human-level pill, but upon seeing the ingredients, Qin Feng's brow furrowed once again. The main materials for refining the Rascal Pill were not herbs, but rather the energies of slaughter, yin, and miasma combined with some rare and obscure ingredients. After taking the Rascal Pill, it could enhance one's physique and nurture the energies of slaughter and killing, but the side effect was that it would cause severe emotional lows, rendering the person cold as ice. Why are all these pill formulas so sinister? Qin Feng sighed, firmly imprinting the Rascal Pill's formula in his mind before sitting down at the entrance of the Wandan Pavilion. Now Qin Feng could roughly guess why his sister had not mentioned the Rascal Pill. She probably didn't want him to worry, or perhaps she also detested her current living situation. Qin Feng silently resolved to attempt to help his sister refine some Rascal Pills in a few days. Coincidentally, the time was nearing the date he had agreed upon with Iron Pillar. Currently, the Jin Kingdom was undergoing bizarre changes, creating a hell on earth. The energies of slaughter and yin would surely be abundant, and miasma could be encountered in the mountains from time to time. The raw materials were not a problem at all. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously spread across Qin Feng's face. After all, it was merely a human-level pill. As long as the materials were sufficient, the worst that could happen was damaging a few alchemy furnaces. After leaving the Wandan Pavilion, Qin Feng steered his wooden spirit boat directly towards the direction of Wenyo Mountain. In the darkness, he stood on the wooden spirit boat, feeling the fierce wind whip against his face, yet his heart remained as calm as water. Cultivation is the pursuit of longevity. Regardless of whether the longevity sword sect is righteous or evil, it doesn't matter, he was merely relying on it temporarily. Even though he had received the sect's favor, he was also a servant and an alchemist, owing nothing to anyone. As he was about to arrive at Wenyo Mountain, Qin Feng suddenly noticed figures battling on the mountaintop 20 miles away, various lights flashing. It seemed to be quite an intense fight. Not one to enjoy the commotion, nor play the role of a bystander, Qin Feng steered his wooden spirit boat straight towards the mountaintop. At that moment, a burst of fiery red light suddenly erupted from the location of the battle. High-level fire serpent symbol. Qin Feng squinted, taking a glance before shifting his gaze to Ding Shuli's cave, ultimately deciding to go take a look. The speed of the wooden spirit boat was not fast, but 20 miles could be covered in just a few breaths. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw 4 latest-stage qi refining cultivators controlling flying swords to attack Ding Shuli, while behind them sat a young man in white clothing with a handsome face on a stone. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the young man were much stronger than those of the qi refining stage, indicating that he was a foundation establishment cultivator. The surrounding area was shrouded in toxic smoke, with several loose cultivators stuffing detoxification pills into their mouths while fighting. It seemed like a stalemate. However, as time passed, the sheer number of attackers would surely provide an advantage. Seeing someone piloting a flying boat to watch the spectacle, the young man in white immediately stood up from the stone, cupped his hands in greeting to Qin Feng, and said, "I am Feng Ping, a disciple of the Extreme Bliss sect. Today, due to a moment of inattention, this girl snatched the foundation establishment pills from my hand. Please do not intervene, fellow cultivator." A disciple of the Bliss sect. How careless to have their elixir stolen. If it were said that Ding Shuli had stolen someone's herbs planted in the ground, I might believe it, but to say he robbed a foundation establishment pill. Why would he need to steal something like that when he has already established his foundation? Clearly just an excuse to forcefully abduct a woman. Moreover, the woman in question is his own. Feng landed the wooden spirit boat gracefully, then smiled and cupped his hands in salute to Feng Ping, saying, "I sincerely apologize, I am actually her man. How do you think we should resolve this?" Ding Shuli, engaged in a battle of spells, paused momentarily upon hearing this, his purple flying sword swinging even more fiercely, smashing back the 4 qi refining stage cultivators like a bamboo being split. Feng Ping, usually gentle and refined, was now furious, his face darkened, gazing coldly with malice, as if calculating how to kill Feng. After pondering for a moment, he sneered and asked, "Then how do you wish to resolve it?" Just as Feng was about to speak, he suddenly shouted, "Senior sister, take this chance to kill him." Feng Ping stood motionless, clearly using his divine sense to check the situation behind him, and disdainfully said, "Is this all you can do?" Having failed his sneak attack, Feng decided to stop pretending, directly pulling out a stack of golden-hued items from his storage ring. Feng Ping squinted for a long time, but found that the items in Feng's hand were too many, at least over 50 pieces stacked together, making it impossible to see clearly what they were. Come. Let me show you my greatest reliance while traveling the martial world." Feng casually drew out a fire serpent talisman and infused it with spiritual energy to activate. In an instant, a small fire serpent appeared above his palm, and upon seeing it, Feng Ping's face changed drastically. He quickly took out a dark wooden plaque to block in front of him, followed by another talisman. The fire serpent talisman itself was not that terrifying. What was truly terrifying was a stack of fire serpent talismans. The black wooden plaque expanded several times upon being infused with spiritual energy, directly shielding him behind it. Once the talisman was activated, it transformed into a golden bell, enveloping Feng Ping within. The golden bell talisman was similar to the golden bell talisman treasure in defensive capability, but its strength was far inferior and could only be used once. Feng Ping acted swiftly, setting up his defensive measures in the blink of an eye just as the fire serpent arrived. Upon contact with the black wooden plaque, the fire serpent exploded, creating several cracks in the plaque and charring it. Even if it wasn't shattered, it was rendered useless. How could a loose cultivator possess advanced fire serpent talismans? Seeing his magical artifact destroyed, fear immediately showed in Feng Ping's eyes. Though just one magical artifact was inconsequential, he still had a whole stack. Why can't I have advanced fire serpent talismans? It's truly amusing. Feng, with a serious expression, activated 2 more fire serpent talismans and rushed towards him. Damn it. At that moment, Feng Ping, in a panic, quickly retrieved a round shield to block in front of him. Looks like you have quite a few magical artifacts. Seeing that his opponent seemed to possess many magical artifacts, Feng decided not to waste any more time and activated 10 fire serpent talismans all at once. Seeing so many fire serpents rushing towards him, Feng Ping's eyes widened, and he turned to run, only to be blocked by the purple flying sword coming straight at him. Boom! In an instant, Feng Ping was completely engulfed by the fire serpents, leaving not a single bone behind. The qi refining stage cultivators who were engaged in battle with Ding Shuli turned pale at this sight and turned to flee. Feng then directly threw 4 fire serpent talismans, sending them underground to reunite with Feng Ping. The mountaintop fell, utterly silent. Ding Shuli, expressionless, looked at Feng for a long time before saying, "Thank you." Feng said nothing, taking out the wooden spirit boat to head back. After all, she had already expressed her gratitude in other ways. At this moment, the night was deep. Yet it was still possible to clearly see the 10 acres of medicinal fields on Wonia Mountain. The fields were devoid of weeds, with countless vibrant green sprouts breaking through the soil, exuding a vigorous vitality. A thin mist enveloped the spirit herb seedlings, and just a single breath made one feel refreshed. Spirit herbs truly can enhance spiritual energy. I'll cultivate some spirit trees when I have the time. As a cultivator with excellent agricultural genes, how could the mountaintop not be filled with spirit plants? Entering the cave-dwelling, Feng stuffed 2 spirit recovery pills into his mouth and then sat within a 5-fold gathering formation. After this period of accumulation, Feng felt that his bottleneck had loosened and he had a chance to break through to Foundation establishment before heading to Qinghe. The spiritual energy on Wonia Mountain was much denser than outside, and with the 5-fold gathering formation, the spiritual energy within Feng was rapidly increasing and his realm was swiftly rising. 2 days later, Feng's realm successfully reached the 9th layer of the qi refining stage, achieving great perfection. Cultivators can be impeded by talent bottlenecks and the constraints of heaven and earth. Various factors can obstruct their path. Even achieving great perfection in the qi refining stage may lead to years of stagnation. But Feng practiced the 5 Emperors qi drawing technique. After reaching the perfected realm of the 5 Emperors qi drawing technique, he merely needed to disperse his energy once and then cultivate again to quickly restore his realm, bypassing any bottlenecks or minor realms. After half a year of silence, I finally awaited this day. Disperse energy. Within the fivefold gathering formation, Qin Feng sat cross-legged as the spiritual energy around him evaporated rapidly like water vapor. In just a moment, he fell from the great perfection of the qi refining stage to the first layer, becoming an ordinary person with no cultivation. Qin Feng remained seated within the gathering formation, his whole being filled with a mysterious aura. As the five emperors' qi drawing technique resumed, the lingering spiritual energy within the cave dwelling was quickly drawn back. Countless spiritual powers, as if attracted by an indescribable force, swiftly converged towards the cave. Qi refining first layer. Qi refining second layer. Qi refining third layer. Qin Feng's realm began to rise steadily, reaching the fourth layer of the qi refining stage in less than a stick of incense. After the energy dispersion and recultivation, the spiritual energy within his sea of qi became increasingly rich and robust, nearly reaching the level that foundation establishment cultivators possess. Qi refining eighth layer. The five attributes of spiritual energy within Qin Feng's sea of qi had become extremely dense, transitioning from a thin mist state to an opaque state where one couldn't see their fingers. Qi refining ninth layer. The five attributes of spiritual energy began to repel each other, seemingly dividing territories in preparation for the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Qin Feng was immensely excited and bit his teeth, stuffing 2 more spirit recovery pills into his mouth to accelerate the process. It was noon. A layer of black clouds suddenly drifted over Wonio Mountain, darkening the sky instantly. Sensing the unusual weather, Ding Shuli immediately walked out of the cave dwelling to investigate. Noticing countless heavenly and earthly spiritual energies rapidly converging towards Wonio Mountain, her eyes were instantly filled with astonishment. What is this guy doing to cause such a phenomenon? Could it be that he is breaking through to foundation establishment? However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Qi refining stage cultivators do not cause phenomena when breaking through to foundation establishment. Even those with monstrous talents only have a chance of attracting such phenomena when breaking through to golden core. Boom! In the void, the black clouds stirred, countless bolts of lightning flickering within the clouds, and soon a torrential rain began to pour down. The surrounding areas received only a light drizzle, while Wonio Mountain was enveloped in heavy rain. What kind of phenomenon is this? Ding Shuli furrowed her brows, reaching out to catch a raindrop and examining it. The raindrop was crystal clear, exuding a faintly sweet aroma, but in an instant it dissipated, leaving only a shallow watermark in her palm. He broke through to foundation establishment, and yet he could attract spirit rain. Feeling the dense spiritual energy from Wonio Mountain, a complex expression appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes. The torrential rain came swiftly and left just as quickly, stopping in less than a stick of incense's time. Inside the cave-dwelling, Qin Feng radiated a surging wave of spiritual power, emanating a mysterious aura that clearly indicated he had reached the foundation establishment stage. In his sea of qi there was now a pool of clear and rich spring water containing extremely pure spiritual energy. Additionally, his divine sense had become more concrete, allowing him to see clearly the objects within 3 zhang around him even without opening his eyes. Is this the feeling of the foundation establishment stage? Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the changes after his breakthrough, his heart brimming with excitement as he stepped out of the cave. Outside, the sun shone brightly and the entire Wonio Mountain was enveloped in rich spiritual energy, while the medicinal herbs in the fields were vigorously absorbing this energy. The herbs that grew relatively quickly had already reached 2 inches in height, and even the weeds on the ground had grown to half a person's height in a very short time. The 5 Emperors Qi induction technique is indeed a top-tier earth-grade cultivation method. It even summoned spiritual rain during the breakthrough. Feeling the changes in the environment, Qin Feng was slightly shocked, but he also understood that this spiritual energy was drawn in by his breakthrough to foundation establishment and would eventually dissipate. As a newly established foundation cultivator, how could my cave dwelling be so shabby? With the powerful spiritual energy circulating within him, Qin Feng felt confident enough to regard himself as a true immortal teacher. Leaving the mountaintop, he saw Ding Shuli standing not far away observing Wonio Mountain. Qin Feng paid her no mind and took out his wooden spirit boat, flying towards Taishan Feng. There were still 31 wooden spirit boats left in his storage ring. Qin Feng planned to buy a few more at Taishan Feng, doing his utmost to equip himself. For instance, flying artifacts should be made to perfection. Furthermore, fire snake talismans must be synthesized to the point where they can threaten powerful beings. Additionally, the cultivation methods, formations, and magical artifacts must all keep up with the standards. An hour later, Qin Feng appeared in the Taishan Feng market dressed in the earth-grade premium black robe he had synthesized. Others had names for their magical artifacts. Qin Feng casually named his black robe Heaven-Blocking Robe. This time he did not go to Qiyuan Pavilion, but directly to the Tongxian Hall, the largest business in Taishan Feng. Upon entering, a cacophony of noises immediately hit him. The Tongtian Hall occupied a vast area with various items arranged by category, resembling a warehouse of a large sect. Esteemed immortal teacher, are you here to sell or to buy? After waiting for a long time, a servant finally had the time to attend to him. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Feng could utilize his spiritual power to control the sounds he emitted. After a moment of contemplation, he directly chose Wang Ting's voice, I wish to buy something. After saying this, Feng handed over the prepared list, which indicated 96 low-grade wooden spirit boats and 128 sets of elementary gathering formations. Upon seeing the contents of the list, the servant immediately realized that this was a purchase by someone from a large sect, and his smile instantly became more pronounced as he respectfully said, Esteemed immortal teacher, please follow me. After saying this, he led Feng into a private room. The Tongtian Hall had at least 5 or 6 similar. Inside sat a woman dressed in a red long gown. Upon seeing the contents of the list, a slight smile appeared on her face as she said, These items are quite numerous, but we can prepare them all within an hour. If you have no objections, I will have someone get the goods ready. How many spirit stones would these items cost? Approximately 280,000 spirit stones. Feng nodded, handed over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a deposit, and then left the Tongtian Hall. Spirit stones deplete so quickly. 300,000 spirit stones were nearly gone in an instant, but earning money was relatively easy for Feng. He rented a room in an inn by the street and casually swept up several spiritual fruits from the stalls, all of the same variety. 16 ordinary fruits could be synthesized into a single 100-year spiritual fruit. The total stock from several stalls added up to over 100 fruits. Upon returning to the inn, Feng immediately began mass synthesis. 10-year spiritual fruits, 100-year spiritual fruits, fire spiritual fruits, 10-year fire spiritual fruits. Feng only stopped when he reached the 1,000-year fire spiritual fruit. 1,000-year fire spiritual fruit, consuming it can elevate one's realm and improve one's foundation with a chance to comprehend the fire spiritual Tao body. Synthesized to the limit, further synthesis is impossible. Looking at the small words added to the description of the fire spiritual fruit, which indicated that further synthesis was impossible, Feng sighed, thinking he could have synthesized 2 10th-year fire spiritual fruits for profit, but he didn't expect to reach the limit after synthesizing to the 1,000-year spiritual fruit. However, Feng also suspected that it was due to the low foundation of these spiritual fruits. Perhaps synthesizing directly with fire spiritual fruits could yield a higher tier. On the table were 5 red translucent fruits, each the size of a fist. These fruits radiated a red glow as if there was magma slowly flowing inside, yet they emitted a refreshing and sweet aroma. 100-year fire spiritual fruit could sell for 300,000 spirit stones. A 1,000-year fire spiritual fruit is surely worth much more than just 10 times that. Anything with a chance to comprehend the fire spiritual Tao body would be irresistibly attractive even to some nascent soul veterans. This item seems quite good, I should sell it and make more. He directly placed the 5 spiritual fruits into his storage ring and leisurely headed towards the Tongtian Hall. After this flurry of activity, nearly an hour had passed. Upon returning to the Tongtian Hall, a servant was already waiting at the entrance to receive him. Upon seeing Feng approach, the servant immediately guided him into a private room. Inside, the woman in the red dress was still there, wearing a neutral smile and holding a dark red storage. As Feng approached, she pushed the storage bag across the table towards him, saying calmly, Friend, the items you requested are all prepared. If you find no issues, we can proceed to the payment. Taking the storage bag and scanning it with his divine sense, Feng found it neatly packed with wooden spirit boats and elementary gathering formations, with the quantity clearly more than he ordered, indicating they had given him some extras. Feng did not rush to settle the bill. Instead, he asked, Can I pay with treasures here? Yes, you can. Then how much is this worth? A fist-sized, completely red fruit exuding a refreshing sweet aroma suddenly appeared in Feng's hand and was placed on the table. Upon seeing this spiritual fruit, the woman's expression instantly turned astonished, and uncertainly she asked Feng, 1,000-year fire spiritual fruit. Yes. The woman's face flushed slightly as she cautiously held it in her palm, examining it carefully before taking out a tool to test the spiritual power. Once it was confirmed to be genuine, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she smiled alluringly as she said, Esteemed immortal teacher, if you wish to use this fire spiritual fruit for payment, our Tongtian Hall will at least give you an additional 8,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Converted, this meant the spiritual fruit was worth 11 million low-grade spirit stones, which was already an excellent price. Sensing her sincerity, Feng calmly replied, No rush, I still need to buy some more items. What would the esteemed one like to purchase? Our Tongtian Hall currently has a few Earth-grade magical artifacts available. If you're interested, I can have someone bring them over for you to see right away. After witnessing this person's financial power, the woman's attitude had changed significantly. Feng casually asked, do you have cultivation methods? We do have cultivation methods. But the highest level is only the earth grade beginner level. The woman tried to introduce other methods, but Feng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I need a substantial quantity, preferably methods that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage or higher, the more the better. The woman puzzled asked, are you looking for a large number of different cultivation methods or a large quantity of the same cultivation method? The same one. Upon hearing this, the woman became even more convinced that the person before her was a leader of a prominent sect or a rising star from a new sect. She quickly said, please esteemed one, follow me to the storage room to select a. You will be able to see the quantity and types clearly. Entering the storage room of the Tongxian Hall, Feng instantly understood why the cultivation methods he had copied could not be synthesized. Because the cultivation books and scrolls here carried a faint mystical aura, as if the will of their creators had been preserved within these items. The stronger one's divine sense, the more clearly one could perceive this. In the library of the Tongxian Palace's cultivation techniques, most methods can only be practiced up to a certain stage, such as from foundation establishment to nascent soul, or from golden core to god transformation. The higher the cultivation stage, the more expensive the price. The two had spent half a day selecting from the numerous techniques without finding a suitable one. The woman seemed to guess what Feng was thinking and said, Master, why not set aside the quantity for now? If you find any techniques you like, the Tongxian Palace can help you replicate them. Quantity is not an issue. Transcribing and replicating cultivation techniques requires powerful divine sense, and will at least a golden core cultivator is needed to accomplish this. As the saying goes, a true transmission is worth 1,000 books. If the divine sense and will are not strong enough, the essence of the techniques cannot be replicated, and those who learn the techniques cannot comprehend their essence. Since the Tongxian Palace can assist in transcribing techniques, things became much easier. Feng directly chose the mid-level yellow rank technique he had noticed upon entering, named 9 Heavens Heavenly Force. This technique can be practiced from foundation establishment to god transformation and comes with a formidable training method for the Heavenly Force sword array. Master, you have good taste. The 9 Heavens Heavenly Force is the most powerful among yellow rank techniques, and a single volume costs 100,000 spirit stones. The woman smiled as she handed the 9 Heavens Heavenly Force to Feng for inspection, while also tentatively asking, how many copies do you plan to transcribe, Master? Currently we have 2 elders available at the Tongxian Palace. 128 copies, please try to have them ready within 5 hours. Upon hearing this number, the woman immediately displayed an embarrassed expression. If it were ordinary magical artifacts, they could find a way to mobilize them, but transcribing techniques requires at least a latest-stage golden core cultivator. To need so many techniques in such a short time, even Elder Liang Ming of the Tongxian Palace would not be enough. Each technique sells for 100,000 spirit stones, adding up to over 10 million. Not wanting to miss such a big deal, she immediately bowed to Feng and asked, Master, may I go discuss this with the Grand Elder? Go ahead. Feng returned to the previous private room, took out paper and a pen from his storage bag, and began adding what he still needed. Besides formations and various talismans for daily use, the spiritual energy in Wonia Mountain is not very rich right now, so Feng felt he needed to acquire some spiritual trees to improve the environment. As for spiritual springs, such things are born where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges, and only great beings have the means to transport them. It's not something to consider for now. In addition to spiritual trees, Feng also wrote down spiritual plant liquid on the list. With so many herbs planted on the mountain, if left to grow naturally, it would take an unknown amount of time. Using spiritual plant liquid to accelerate growth is undoubtedly the best method. Moments later, a middle-aged bald man in a golden robe adorned with gold teeth followed the woman in red into the private room where Feng was. The woman introduced, this is our Grand Elder Master Jin Chan of the Tongxian Palace. Feng nodded and merely glanced at Master Jin Chan without any further action. The other party was at most a latest-stage golden core cultivator. There was no way he could see through the heavenly cloak he wore, so there was no need to say much to him. Sometimes the more one speaks, the more flaws are exposed. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Master Jin Chan cautiously attempted to peer at the black robe Feng wore. Realizing he could not see through it, he immediately understood that the person before him was not simple. He promptly clasped his hands and bowed humbly, saying, I heard that you need a large number of techniques. Although our Tongxian Palace can transcribe techniques, we genuinely cannot produce that many in such a short time. If you are willing to wait a few days, I can offer you a price of 90,000 spirit stones per volume. How does that sound? Each volume of technique would be 1,000 spirit stones, less, equivalent to a direct reduction of 128,000. Qin Feng shook his head and still used Wang Ting's voice to say, the price for each volume of technique is 111,000. I want them by tomorrow morning at the latest. At this moment, Master Jin Chan felt a wave of heat wash over him, and he couldn't help but start to sweat. He had encountered many people who bargained, but this was the first time he had met someone who actively raised the price. He genuinely wanted to make this deal, but to have over 100 techniques transcribed in such a short time, the Tongxian Palace's personnel would definitely not be enough. If they really wanted to do it, they would have to call in people from outside. Then you can come to pick up the goods tomorrow. Master Jin Chan gritted his teeth in agreement. Although there were not many latest-age golden core cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles, as long as one was willing to spend spirit stones, someone would be willing. Additionally, I want the items listed here. How many do you have in stock? Qin Feng pushed the list in his hand to Master Jin Chan, which read a large quantity of spiritual plant liquid, a large quantity of spiritual trees, a large quantity of mountain protection formations, a large quantity of attack talismans and defense talismans. Master Jin Chan looked back at the woman in red behind him, his face filled with confusion, and cautiously asked Qin Feng, "Friend, what does a large quantity mean?" Qin Feng did not answer, but first inquired about the prices of various items. The price for a regular spiritual tree is about 300,000 spirit stones. The most basic mountain protection formation that met Qin Feng's quantity requirement is about 50,000 spirit stones a set. The most ordinary spiritual plant liquid costs 5,000 spirit stones per barrel, while talismans and other items are relatively cheaper. Qin Feng also purchased 16 spiritual trees, 100 barrels of spiritual plant liquid, 128 sets of mountain protection formations, and various other talismans. At this moment in the private room, Master Jin Chan and the red-clad female cultivator, who initially received Qin Feng, were both flushed with excitement. Selling so many high-priced items was already comparable to the Tongxian Palace's profit for an entire year. Rest assured, my Tongxian Palace will prepare all the goods you require by tomorrow morning. Master Jin Chan immediately signaled to the female cultivator behind him, then turned and hurried to prepare the items. Master, we have excellent guest rooms here. If you don't mind, I can accompany you to rest a bit. The woman in red swayed her body as she approached, her clothing gradually slipping down to reveal more, exuding a captivating fragrance, clearly employing some kind of charm technique. In terms of figure and beauty, she was far inferior to Ding Shuli. Most importantly, it was Qin Feng's first time dealing with the Tongxian Palace. What if someone barged in midway and shouted that this woman was his Dao partner? As the woman drew closer, Qin Feng immediately shouted coldly, "Are you seeking death?" "My lord, forgive me. I merely wanted to accompany you, hoping that you would come frequently in the future." Qin Feng stood up and casually asked, "Does the Tongxian Palace sell luocha pills?" Luocha. The woman's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she immediately replied, "We do have luocha pills, but they were bought recently, and now there are less than 20 left, all of which are 2-pattern pills. I want them all." Luocha pills are human-grade pills. Although few cultivators use them, their price reaches 3,000 spirit stones each. After packing 17 luocha pills into his storage ring, Qin Feng left the Tongxian Palace and returned to the inn. It was already afternoon. Qin Feng planned to first combine all the luocha pills before visiting the Misty Rain Tower. Having made a fortune at the Tongxian Palace today, he would need a strong person to help him when leaving Taizhan Square tomorrow. Back at the inn, Qin Feng cast a sealing array in his room, then retrieved all the luocha dan and held them in his palm to examine. Pills for mortal ranks were no longer classed as upper, middle, or lower. Their quality was judged by pill markings numbered 1 to 9, with 9 marked pills deemed peerless. When he held the luocha dan, a line of small characters immediately appeared in his vision detailing the pill's effects. 2 mark luocha dan upon ingestion enhances constitution, augments power and killing intent. Carries a minor toxin that can affect the mind, potentially driving one to madness. Can be synthesized into 6 mark luocha dan. At present, Qin Feng possessed only 17 2-mark luocha dan. After 3 rounds of synthesis, he had obtained 2 top-grade luocha dan. Top-grade luocha dan, non-toxic, no side effects, greatly enhances constitution and cultivation. Can be synthesized into luocha shen dan. The pills were thumb-sized and blood-red, their surfaces etched with 10 mysterious markings that were a delight to behold. The top-grade luocha dan bore no toxin and would not affect one's mind. The inscription indicated they could be synthesized into luocha shen dan. The name alone implied an even greater potency. Yet Qin Feng hesitated. His sister's strength was not yet sufficient. Having her take an overly potent pill might backfire. Better to give her 2 top-grade luocha dan first. After placing the 2 pills into his storage ring, Qin Feng left the inn and hurried to Yanyu Lu. At dusk, a sudden torrential downpour began. Pedestrians hurried for shelter, some unfurled ordinary parasols, while high-level cultivators released spiritual energy outward, keeping the rain 3 feet from their bodies. Qin Feng darted through the rain without a parasol or outward spiritual release for his Jitian robe repelled water. Inside Yanyu Lu, in a training room forged of dark iron, stood 18 lifelike wooden dummies. Qin Yue, clad in black training garb, stood among them with her eyes closed, left hand on the scabbard and right over the sword hilt. Li Qingqing announced next your opponent will be a martial artist at Qi Refinement's great perfection. Li Qingqing stood in the corner and stretched out her hand, sending 18 strands of violet qi into the wooden figures. The dummies' eyes flew open, a purple gleam flaring as they surged toward Qinyu. Qinyu kept her eyes tightly shut, yet her right hand drew the sword with lightning speed. Clang! The blade leapt. Her waist twisted once as her arm thrust continuously. 18 cold flashes struck the dummies' brows with unerring precision, piercing small holes where their heads should be. Clang! The sword returned to its scabbard with effortless grace, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Only then did Qinyu open her eyes, the purple light in her gaze slowly ebbing. Li Qingqing asked, "How is it?" Qinyu radiated an icy aura, her face showing little expression. Li Qingqing smiled and praised, "My daughter is remarkable. It's raining outside, let's rest a while." Li Qingqing forced a smile and arm around Qinyu left the training room to stand by a window in the third floor. Mother and daughter stood at the window watching the hurried figures below. Li Qingqing felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Qinyu's features showed no emotion until she noticed someone hurrying through the rain. A ripple of surprise passed through her eyes. "What's wrong?" Li Qingqing asked, peering at the figure. Though drenched, the robes appeared water-resistant, and she found she could not see through the seals embroidered on the black garment. Footsteps drew nearer. The figure hurried to Yanyu Lu's entrance. A moment later, a maid rushed up to announce, "Master of the tower, Miss Someone requests an audience." "Bring him up." Qinyu spoke first. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. The frosty aura had already faded from her. Her presence was now gentle as water, no different from when they were in Qinghe Feng. What footsteps ascended? When Qin Feng arrived and saw Qinyu and Li Qingqing, he immediately pulled back the hood of his black robe. The nearby training room still held the lingering chill and murderous intent among the scattered wooden dummies. "Sister." Qin Feng took it all and then bowed to Li Qingqing. "Qin Feng pays his respects, aunt." Li Qingqing's face showed worry. She waved him off and turned to look out the window, giving the siblings privacy. "Little brother, why have you come?" Qinyu hurried forward, casting a slightly disdainful glance at his wet clothes before finding a towel to dry him. "Sister, I came to see aunt and to bring you a small gift." Qin Feng pressed a small jade vial into Qinyu's hand. After she wiped herself dry, he stepped to the window and asked Li Qingqing, "Aunt, how many spirit stones do you charge for a single intervention at Yanyu Lu?" "You brat," she chided, "I let you follow little you to call me and you still weren't satisfied. If you want me to act, it will cost at least 1,000 spirit stones." Qin Feng disliked owing favors, hearing that he was secretly pleased, and asked, "Middle-grade spirit stones?" "Low-grade spirit stones," she replied. He could only wonder what difference that made from taking none at all. Still, owing a favor mattered little, as she was his sister's birth mother. He could repay the debt when the opportunity. Qin Feng's demand was simple. When he left Taizan Feng the next day, Li Qingqing only needed to ensure he bore no tracking seals, and that no one trailed him for an hour. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng sat and chatted with his sister until nightfall, then left Yanyu Lu and returned to the inn to rest. Inside Yanyu Lu later, Qinyu examined the little jade vial in her hand, a pleased expression softening her features. Li Qingqing sat beside her and smiled. "There should be something good inside. Take it out and see." "He wouldn't give me something unless it was good," Qinyu said with rare pride. She opened the stopper and poured the contents into her palm. 2 pills, holy crimson and etched with 10 exquisite pill markings, rolled into her hand. They gave off a faint sweet fragrance like candied beans. "These look like Luo Cha Dan." At the sight of the pills, Qinyu's face filled with anxiety. The qi shaoju she cultivated was a path of killing. Its methods and purposes were scarcely different from those of demonic practitioners. She feared Qin Feng's immortal cultivation might make him a zealot against all wrongdoing. She feared he might not acknowledge her as his sister. When Li Qingqing saw the 10-mark Luo Cha Dan, astonishment flashed across her features. The Luo Cha Dan was rare in decades, roaming the cultivation world. Despite knowing countless pill masters and grandmasters, the best anyone could craft was a 2-mark Luo Cha Dan. Yet these 2 that Qin Feng had given were top grade. "Little Wed, this is the first time I've seen top-grade Luo Cha Dan. Your little brother treats you well," Li Qingqing said, with a knowing smile making Qinyu blush. The next morning, when Qin Feng stepped out of the inn in his Jitian robe, he immediately sensed more than a dozen spiritual gazes sweep over him. Though those spiritual glances were fleeting, Qin Feng suspected he had been singled out. In the cultivation world, such things were unavoidable. Qin Feng felt no fear. He strode toward Tongxian Hall, indifferent to how many followed him. After all, those people would soon meet their end. At this moment, there weren't many guests in the Hall of Immortals. When Qin Feng arrived, the woman in red was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing him enter, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Master Immortal, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you with great anticipation. Is everything prepared? It's all ready. The woman displayed an excited smile, immediately twisting her waist to lead Qin Feng to the private room. Inside the private room, besides Master Jinchan, there was also an old man with white hair wearing a Taoist robe. The two of them stood up and cupped their hands in greeting as soon as they saw Qin Feng enter, but Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them and directly said, "Hand over the items, and you can calculate the total amount of spirit stones." Seeing Qin Feng so straightforwardly wanting to settle the bill, Master Jinchan's face immediately broke into a smile as he reached into his sleeve and took out a storage ring, handing it over. "Everything is inside, please have a look, my friend." With a sweep of his divine sense, he could immediately feel that this storage ring was at least of medium-grade quality, with a space equivalent to that of a large household. Inside, neatly arranged, were the formation's wooden spirit boat and the 9 heavens mystic art that Qin. In addition, there were 16 spirit trees, 100 barrels of spirit plant liquid, and 3 types of attack talismans, along with 2 types of defensive talismans, each type containing 400 pieces. Seeing so many items, Qin Feng felt quite excited, as the contents of this storage ring were enough to support a small sect. After confirming that everything was in order, Qin Feng slipped the storage ring onto his finger and then turned his gaze towards the woman in red. The woman immediately understood and quoted the price. "My lord," adding, "in the deposit you provided earlier, the total for all the items comes to 16,350 medium-grade spirit stones. The Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit you provided will count as 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, so you just need to supplement with 6,300 medium-grade spirit stones." Although the price was the same when exchanging low-grade for medium-grade spirit stones, it gave a feeling of being more expensive. Qin Feng was silent for a moment before asking, "What if I provide another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit?" "Another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit?" Before the woman could respond, Master Jinchan immediately stepped forward, grinning widely with his gold teeth, and said in a fawning manner, "Rest assured, Master Immortal, if you are willing to provide another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit, we will count it as 6,000 spirit stones and compensate you with 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Without hesitation, Qin Feng took out another Millennium Fire Spirit Fruit from the storage ring. Master Jinchan and the white-haired Taoist stared in disbelief, prompting the woman in red to fetch the spirit stones. During the wait, Qin Feng spent over 400,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase over 100 low-grade yellow-tier flying swords and received 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng hung the storage bag around his waist beneath his black robe and then left the Hall of Immortals to head to another store selling cultivation items. "My friend, what would you like?" "I would like to exchange for a storage ring." Moments later, Qin Feng had a brand new top-tier storage ring of the Xian grade and a top-tier Qianquan bag. As for the ring and Qianquan bag, gifted by the Hall of Immortals, they had been exchanged for spirit stones. This person is quite vigilant. On the second floor of the Hall of Immortals, Master Jinchan and the white-haired Taoist sat across from each other, with a blue compass placed before them. When they saw the compass pointer remain still, they knew the storage ring and Qianquan bag had been exchanged. A cold smile appeared on the white-haired Taoist's face as he said, "He doesn't wish to reveal his true appearance. He definitely isn't a local powerhouse. I have already spread the news, and regardless of which faction ultimately benefits you, and I can both get a share of the spoils." A hint of melancholy appeared on Master Jinchan's face as he regretfully said, "If I weren't worried about the opponent being too strong, I would have been tempted to take action myself. If he still has a third fire spirit fruit on him, I wonder how much of a stir it would cause in the Zhao country's cultivation world." In the Iron Mountain Market, there were 2 exits, and Qin Feng chose the less direct path. When he reached the market exit, he encountered a black-clad woman with a long sword at her waist. Who else could this be but Qin Yu? She was playing with a small yellow dog waving a dogtail grass, and upon sensing something, she looked up at Qin Feng and then turned her head to glance at the nearby bamboo forest. Although the bamboo forest appeared completely empty, Qin Feng felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. At this moment, Qing's voice rang in his ears. "At least 20 people are following behind you. You haven't robbed the Hall of Immortals, have you?" Hearing only the voice without seeing the person, as expected of someone from the Misty Rain Tower reliable, Qin Feng awkwardly smiled, opening a gap in his black robe to allow her divine sense to check if there were any tracking marks placed on him. In an instant, Qing provided the answer, "No problem. Auntie's kindness is as deep as the sea. Qin Feng will never forget it. Sister, I will come to see you again in a while." After finishing his words, Qin Feng directly steered the wooden spirit boat through the air, while Qin Yu returned to Iron Mountain Market with the small yellow dog. Soon over 10 figures riding flying artifacts soared into the sky at the market exit. However, before they could fully ascend, they were struck by a mysterious attack, exploding into a bloody mess. Even golden core cultivators were not spared. In the blink of an eye, over 10 bloody corpses lay on the ground, causing the cultivators who followed behind to halt instantly. Feng glanced from a distance, confirming that Qinghe had cleared away the trash before he safely descended to the ground. Finding a secluded spot, he combined 2 wooden spirit boats and infused spiritual energy into the celestial cloak, transforming its appearance, before quickly heading towards Nyo Mountain. Back in the cave dwelling of Nyo Mountain, Feng began to synthesize all the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. 9 Heavens Mystic Art medium-grade yellow-tier cultivation method with spiritual power as fierce as giant waves, each level stronger than the last, best paired with the mystic sword formation, ideal for those with fire or water spiritual roots. Can be synthesized into 9 Heavens Divine Tao Scripture. By now, Feng had roughly grasped the rules of synthesis. When synthesizing items like herbs and spirit fruits, their age increases. For artifacts and talismans, their quality improves. As for cultivation methods, synthesizing can enhance both their effectiveness and quality. After the first round of synthesis was completed, all cultivation methods transformed into 9 Heavens Divine Tao Scripture. Then came the second and third rounds. The names and qualities of the methods were rapidly changing: 9 Heavens Divine Tao Scripture, 5 Elements Divine Tao Scripture, 5 Elements Tao Ancestor Scripture. Until finally Feng lost count of how many times he had synthesized, and over 100 methods were condensed into a brilliant golden scroll. The scroll was entirely golden, shimmering with 5-colored light, with 5 small figures of different colors faintly visible sitting cross-legged within the radiance. 5 Emperors Slaying God Scripture. Immortal grade cultivation method can cultivate from foundation establishment to great ascendance, while mastering all 5 attributes. Comes with 1 set each of the slaying immortals, gods, and demons formations. Cannot be synthesized further. As for the cultivation methods beyond great ascendance, they would require higher level synthesis. After all, the 9 Heavens Mystic Art had limited potential. Indeed, the immortal grade cultivation method is extraordinary. Upon seeing the dazzling phenomenon surrounding the 5 Emperors Slaying God Scripture scroll, Feng's breathing became rapid. Let alone cultivating it, just a glance at this phenomenon made him feel invincible, highlighting the method's dominance. As he opened the scroll, a stream of golden light shot out at incredible speed, piercing directly into his mind. Feng felt a surge of dizziness as his mind was flooded with countless dense golden characters, all related to the formations of the 5 Emperors Slaying God Scripture. Soon after, a small figure radiating with 5-colored light appeared in his mind, seemingly in meditation. The spiritual energy absorbed, circulated, and ultimately condensed in the Qi, sometimes as swift as a gale and sometimes as fierce as a wolf. Feng followed the 5-colored figure in synchrony, gradually manifesting a layer of 5-colored radiance around him. Until he completely mastered the invincible Slaying God Scripture, that little figure had already exhausted itself. After a cultivator breaks through a realm, they need to consolidate their new level. Previously, Feng had no cultivation method for foundation establishment, so he had not solidified his foundation. After cultivating for 3 hours, the spiritual energy contained within him had already become over 20 times stronger than when he first broke through foundation establishment. With just a thought, the 5 types of spiritual energy surged like raging waves, instantly filling his limbs and bones, swift and fierce, yet dominated by overwhelming strength. Whether using a single type of spiritual energy or a combination, there was no discernible difference. The synthesized 5-attribute cultivation method felt as if it was tailor-made for Feng. Indeed formidable. Just a slight sensation of his current state already filled him with enthusiasm. Feng felt that if he were to encounter ordinary cultivators like Zhang Shun or Ling Tian again, he could easily defeat them using just his flying sword. Over the next 2 days, Feng focused on synthesizing formations, arranging formations, and synthesizing talismans, flying swords, and flying boats. Ultimately, he acquired a top-tier celestial-level flying sword and a 1,000-mile flying shuttle, along with 2 sets of celestial-level formations capable of resisting great ascendance cultivators, 4 symbols, black tortoise formation, and the heaven-slaying concealment formation. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. Once activated, Nyo Mountain would be as secure as an iron fortress. However, the spiritual energy required to operate the celestial-level formations was terrifying. Just the 4 symbols black tortoise formation consumed nearly 500 medium-grade spirit stones within half a stick of incense. If both formations were operated for a day, it would require around 40 to 50,000 spirit stones, so Feng directly chose to keep them as spare formations. These life-saving items could be set aside, but could not be absent. After completing all this, Feng tentatively took out 2 identical alchemy furnaces. Moments later, Feng was dumbfounded. Because for some unknown reason the alchemy furnaces also showed that they couldn't be fused, but Qin Feng was already quite content as the items he could currently synthesize would last him a long time. Stepping out of the cave dwelling. It was the peak of sunlight outside. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal field had not been watered for several days and were now wilting slightly. The wooden barrel for holding spiritual plant liquid seems ordinary, but in fact it is a specially crafted magical item that possesses immense capacity, the only difference being that it can fit into a storage bag. All 100 barrels of spiritual plant liquid were synthesized by Qin Feng, resulting in intermediate spiritual plant liquid, advanced spiritual plant liquid, and low-grade human-level liquid. After 4 rounds of synthesis, only 6 barrels remained. Human-level medium-grade spiritual plant liquid watering once a day can extend the growth cycle of plants by 100 days. Excessive watering has no additional effect. Can synthesize human-level upper-grade spiritual plant liquid. Human-level spiritual plant liquid is rare in this world, let alone medium-grade. Using this kind of spiritual plant liquid for a year is equivalent to a plant naturally growing for 100 years. Qin Feng immediately took a bit of spiritual plant liquid to experiment by the medicinal field. As the spiritual plant liquid dripped into the roots of the medicinal herbs, the entire plant began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, it would reach the equivalent of a year's growth in just 3 days. The cultivation world is indeed all-powerful. Qin Feng was filled with excitement, but the medicinal field was filled with ordinary herbs unworthy of such spiritual plant liquid. Turning back to the clearing at the entrance of the cave, Qin Feng began synthesizing the 8 10-year-old spiritual tea. After synthesizing all 8, he instantly obtained a 1,000-year-old spiritual tea tree, which he directly planted in the clearing beside the cave. As the spiritual tree was planted, a mist of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire Wonia mountain. In the medicinal field, countless herbs were shrouded in this mist, growing robustly, while also releasing spiritual energy. At this moment, the density of spiritual energy on Wonia Mountain had reached 3 times that of the outside world. Outside the mountain gate there were various protective formations, and within the mountain gate there were medicinal fields, spiritual trees, and caves. Such a thriving scene made Qin Feng contemplate truly settling down in this place for the first time. Qin Feng walked to the back of Wonia Mountain and opened a gap in the Mising Formation, preventing the leakage of spiritual energy while allowing free passage for people. The moment the gap opened, a small black bird immediately flew in. It glanced curiously at the scene on Wonia Mountain and then opened its mouth to spit out a letter into Qin Feng's palm. The letter was written by Taiju, inviting him to meet 2 days later at the back mountain of Qinghe with surprises in store. After putting down the envelope, a hint of anticipation appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Although Taiju was a wicked cultivator, he was undoubtedly a genius among wicked cultivators. His skill in killing, burning, and plundering was instinctive, and he was ruthless as well. Anything he referred to as a surprise should not be trivial. However, before leaving to be safe, Qin Feng made another trip to the Qiyuan Pavilion in Tai's Hanfang, purchasing many Mising formations to upgrade the mountain gates array. Only when the Mising formation reached the level of heavenly grade elite and upgraded to the Mantian Dazan did Qin Feng feel completely secure. The Mantian Dazan consumed little spiritual power, and the spiritual energy of Wonia Mountain was sufficient to support its operation. As for the Zhantian Shin'in formation and the 4-symbol Xuanwu formation, Qin Feng placed 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones at the activation point of the formations. If he was unfortunate enough to be detected by a top-tier powerhouse, he could still remotely control the formation to counterattack. Before leaving, Qin Feng planned to visit Ding Shuli on the opposite mountain, as she often studied various poisons and might have insights into miasma and malevolent energies. As he rode the wooden spirit boat out of the Wonia mountain cave, he happened to encounter Ding Shuli, also heading this way. As they met in midair, Ding Shuli displayed a slightly unnatural expression and said to Qin Feng, "I'm going out to take care of something later. I want to buy 2 fire snake talismans from you." "Sister Ding, I happen to be looking for you too," Qin Feng replied with a grin, flying directly toward the opposite Dingxiang mountain. Ding Shuli showed a helpless expression but still followed. "If you have something to discuss, let's talk here," she said, exuding a cold aura and filled with vigilance. Qin Feng smiled and directly inquired about collecting malevolent energy and yin energy. Ding Shuli remained silent and directly pulled out 2 small bottles from her pocket and tossed them over. Qin Feng immediately took a few steps back, using his spiritual sense to check the 2 small bottles and confirmed there was no problem before accepting them and storing them in his storage bag. Seeing him act so defensively, a fleeting smile appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes as she coldly said, "These 2 bottles are worth at least a high-grade fire snake talisman. If you sell me..." She stopped mid-sentence, because she saw him pull out a faint blue rope-like magical item from his storage ring. The moment she saw the Jiolong Chantian Sua, she realized what was about to happen next. Sister, I might have to leave for a while. I'll give you the fire snake talismans later, Feng said as he directly controlled the Jiolong Chantian Suwa toward Ding Shuli. She did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes and said, in a very cold voice, this is the last time. I hope you keep your promise. Sister, if you don't want to be stranded in this wilderness, please open the formation, Feng said gently. Once the formation was opened, he immediately bound her with the Jiolong Chantian Suwa and carried her off. The cave remained unchanged, but a scarred wooden statue was added to the boudoir with the character Qin carved into its chest. It seems Sister Ding is still very angry with me. Feng sighed, focusing his gaze on those alluring red lips. At this moment, Ding Shuli resembled a trembling little beast, her eyes filled with shyness and anger. The moment their lips touched, he felt a sharp pain in his tongue, but a strong cultivator never complains about the environment. Feng chose not to retreat and instead loosened the Jiolong Chantian Suwa. Though her eyes still shone with murderous intent, she no longer bit or poisoned him. 3 hours later, Feng took out 5 fire snake talismans from his storage bag and placed them on the bedside, then turned his gaze toward her. Ding Shuli was wrapped in the quilt, her back to Feng coldly saying, "You've done what you needed to do. Oh, why aren't— Sister, I have something to say to you. Spit it out quickly. This time doesn't count." After saying this, Feng turned and quickly left the room, feeling a surge of murderous intent erupting from behind, followed by the sound of the wooden statue shattering. Feng dared not pause, taking out the wooden spirit boat and racing toward Qinghe Feng. Taiju had sent multiple letters. He absolutely could not break his promise. As for Ding Shuli, Feng felt that his relationship with her was somewhat unclear. Initially, he had acted out of a desire for revenge, but now she seemed different. Also, his sister Qin Yu's attitude left him puzzled. Although having lived 2 lives, he dared not jump to conclusions. What if he misunderstood, and she actually saw him as just a younger brother? Thus, pretending to be confused was the best way to cope. Behind Qinghe village, the trees on the mountain had already withered and the flowers and grass were yellow and lifeless. A wild wolf with red eyes and white pus oozing from its mouth emerged from the dense forest, its fur patchy and its flesh already decayed. Bang! A fist-sized stone arced through the air, accurately smashing into the wolf's head, causing its skull to burst open. Since you are better off dead, why not enter my Wanhun banner to assist my cultivation? Nearby, at the entrance of a suspended cave, a dark-skinned boy in gray clothes jumped down from the cave. He took out a dark red small flag and waved it gently. A wisp of black energy was instantly drawn from the wolf's corpse into the flag. The boy was none other than Taiju. Now he was increasingly adept at controlling the Wanhun banner, and that dark red flag had turned almost black. Roar! Just then, sounds of howling from monkeys came suddenly from another cave nearby. Following that, a barrage of stones rained down on Taiju like a storm. A wisp of black gas floated out from the Wanhun banner, forming a wall to block the stones. Taiju cursed angrily at the cave. Damn beasts. If I hadn't seen that you have a bit of intelligence, I would have long since sent you into the Wanhun banner. With that, the stones rained down even harder. Taiju gritted his teeth, quickly retreated back into his cave, and lay at the entrance board. Brother Feng used to arrive early. Oh, why hasn't he come this time? Taiju complained gloomily, starting to count the passing cultivators. Since arriving here yesterday, Taiju had seen various cultivators passing by from time to time. There were cultivators from both righteous and wicked paths, with the weakest being at the late stage of qi refining and the strongest even at the golden core stage, though most were foundation establishment cultivators. It was now midday and the number of passing cultivators was increasing. Taiju didn't even bother to look at qi refining and mid-foundation cultivators. Only the pinnacle foundation establishment and golden core cultivators would make him vigilant. He clearly distinguished between those who could take his life and those he could take the lives of. In the evening, several figures landed near the cave, a total of 3 men and 2 women, all at the early stage of foundation establishment. Seeing Taiju lying at the cave entrance, they ignored him and walked toward another cave entrance. The youngest girl among them said excitedly, "I didn't expect to encounter spirit monkeys here. Oh, what great luck." The strongest in the group, a man in black who had reached mid-foundation establishment, smiled and explained, "Junior sister, this is a soil spirit ape. Although they are small in stature, their combat strength is formidable when they grow up." Hearing this, the girl became even happier and whispered, "It's a pity my strength is too low. It should be hard. It's just a first-grade spirit beast. Brother, just help her out later. She will surely shine in the upcoming sect competition." These monkeys were discovered by me first. Upon hearing their incessant chatter about the monkeys in the adjacent cave, Taiju immediately sat up. Noticing Taiju's movement, the man in black looked at him with an arrogant expression and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. If you have nothing to do, you can leave." "These monkeys were discovered by me first. If you have nothing to do, hurry and leave." Taiju mimicked his tone and retorted while one hand slipped into his sleeve, gripping the Wanhun banner. The man's expression darkened as he patted a dark red bag at his waist. A dark red snake about 3 feet long flew out from inside its scales, glistening with a metallic sheen, and its eyes were golden. The moment the snake appeared, the temperature around rose sharply. The man proudly said, "My red fire snake has already reached the level of a third-grade spirit beast capable of contending with early-stage golden core cultivators. Since I'm in a good mood today, if you leave now I can let you off." A third-grade spirit beast is so powerful, may I witness it? Just then a figure shrouded in a black robe emerged from the dense forest nearby. He held a silver-white flying sword etched with thunder patterns. Taiju glanced at the flying sword, repeatedly, a smile appearing in his eyes as he unhesitatingly drew the Wanhun banner and swung it, violently releasing a cloud of black smoke. Taiju taunted the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, "You only think about chasing girls all day and don't work hard on cultivation. I will let you become brothers in my Wanhun banner." Taiju's speed was incredibly swift. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in black mist, causing Qinghe to feel as if his vision went dark. The black mist was filled with malevolent energy accompanied by piercing sounds of ghostly wails, enough to impact one's mental state before the battle even commenced. "Senior brother, he is an evil cultivator." The youngest female disciple of the Spirit Beast sect was immediately frightened, her face paling, while the other 4 swiftly took out their magical instruments to engage. "A mere evil cultivator dares to cause trouble in broad daylight. Behold the might of my scarlet fire snake." The man in black shouted angrily, and the scarlet fire snake immediately opened its mouth to spew flames, forcing back the black mist directly ahead. The other 4 also prepared for battle, whether with spirit beasts or magical tools, easily repelling the encroachment of the surrounding black mist. The disciples of the sect were indeed remarkable both in combat synergy and foundational strength, quickly regaining the upper hand in an instant. However, Qinghe felt indifferent, as he had not yet made a move. Until now it had merely been Taiju testing. "Wind, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Taiju called out to Qinghe, a look of urgency in his eyes. With a grit of his teeth, he activated the 10,000 Souls banner, releasing a swarm of vengeful spirits that encircled them, the wailing sounds growing more piercing. Here it comes, don't panic." Qinghe infused spiritual energy into the thunderbolt flying sword in his hand, then hurled it into the air. Spiritual energy to a cultivator was akin to power, a force capable of manipulating the flying sword or magical tool from a distance. Qinghe had refrained from attacking earlier to observe the cultivators on the opposing side, constantly comparing the disparity in spiritual energy between them and himself. Now Qinghe had a clear understanding, despite being 1 minor realm apart, his spiritual energy was at least 10 times stronger than that of the most powerful mid-foundation establishment cultivator on the opposing side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The powerful infusion of spiritual energy caused the thunderbolt flying sword to emit a continuous buzzing sound in the void, then it shot directly towards a female cultivator in the opposing camp. Because she was the weakest. "Junior sister, be careful." Upon witnessing Qinghe make a move, the man in black revealed a hint of surprise, immediately retrieving a golden bell and tossing it into the air while simultaneously forming a hand seal and pointing fiercely at Qinghe. The golden bell rapidly expanded until it reached a height of 30 feet and a width of 6 feet, then it hovered in the air, heading straight for the thunderbolt flying sword. Boom! The golden bell was pierced by the thunderbolt flying sword, producing a dull sound, yet it continued to advance towards Qinghe unhurriedly. At that moment Qinghe sensed some movement beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered that the opponent had cast a vine technique. Although such small spells were not damaging, they possessed the ability to restrain. Ordinary blades and swords could not cut through them. Initially, he had intended to conceal some of his trump cards, but now he had no choice but to reveal them. With a helpless expression, Qinghe took out a 6-foot-long, 2-inch-wide long sword from his storage ring, its body a translucent white with a groove in the middle. With just a light swing at the vines beneath him, the vines were instantly sliced into several pieces. At that moment, the scarlet fire snake flew in front of him, opening its mouth to bite at his neck. Qinghe brandished the stabbing moon flying sword upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out instantly, and sparks even flew from the body of the scarlet fire snake. Why do these magical tools feel like useless scrap metal without infusing them with spiritual energy? Disgruntled Qinghe immediately began to infuse spiritual energy, and in an instant the stabbing moon flying sword radiated a dazzling light. Seizing this opportunity, Qinghe swung down with the sword again. Splat! The head of the third-tier spirit beast, the scarlet fire snake, was instantly severed, leaving only its crimson body writhing on the ground. The man in black, bonded to the scarlet fire snake, felt the connection severed and immediately spat out a mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden bell spun rapidly as it flew towards Qinghe, attempting to trap him inside from above. At this moment, Qinghe realized that this golden bell was not merely a defensive tool, it seemed capable of attacking as well. However, since the stabbing moon flying sword was already drawn, Qin Feng naturally wanted to test its power. With a thought, the slender stabbing moon sword shot out akin to a streak of light rushing towards the golden bell. Crack. The continuously rotating golden bell was directly pierced by the stabbing moon flying sword, and the sound of cracking echoed from within the bell as it plummeted to the ground, shattering into a heap of broken copper. Splat. As the magical tool was damaged, the man in black spat out another mouthful of old blood, repeatedly sustaining mental injuries. His face turned as pale as paper and fear flickered in his eyes. Qin Feng did not continue using the stabbing moon flying sword, directly switching back to the thunderbolt flying sword. On one hand, the stabbing moon consumed an alarming amount of spiritual energy, depleting nearly half of his energy after just 2 strikes. On the other hand, he was worried about being discovered. At that moment, Taiju used the souls within the 10,000 souls banner to condense into a gigantic black skull, continuously charging at and disrupting the opponents. He himself wielded 2 sharp iron claws, engaging in close combat with the opponent, his entire body shrouded in black energy like a demon. Qin Feng controlled his flying sword to join the battlefield. The strongest opponent had already lost most of his combat capability, and naturally the ensuing defeat was swift, with all falling into a state of near exhaustion in just a moment. Witnessing the prowess of both Taiju and Qin Feng, the man in black immediately begged for mercy. Esteemed friend, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Please show us mercy. Before the fight, stating their sect was a threat, after starting it was a plea, yet the opponent was clever enough to phrase, "You lot, I think it would be better for you to enter my 10,000 souls banner and assist me in my cultivation." Taiju revealed a cold smile, directly throwing the 2 black claws into the void. The 2 black claws grew in size against the wind, aligning with the skull to form a partially ethereal monster. Taiju initiated his grand move. Naturally, the already exhausted opponents could not withstand the onslaught of this monster. In just a few moments, they were all captured within the 10,000 souls banner, leaving behind only mangled corpses on the ground, twitching continuously. The monster chewed on the corpses, producing crunching sounds from time to time, and subsequently spat out some storage rings, bags, and other items. No bones left behind. Qin Feng felt no remorse about killing, but he was quite pleased with the division of the storage bags. Brother Feng, together we can easily dominate against cultivators below the golden core stage. Taiju exclaimed excitedly as he picked up items. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and asked, "You called me here just for this, didn't you? There must be something important, but let's first divide these items." Taiju bundled up all the items he had collected in his clothing and crawled towards a nearby cave, while Qin Feng curiously looked towards the adjacent cave, which was once his temporary dwelling. At this moment, several furry heads poked out from inside, cautiously observing the outside situation. Upon sensing Qin Feng's gaze, they quickly withdrew their heads. Monkeys. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he dashed into the cave. The few monkeys had already climbed up the vines hanging from the cave above. Upon seeing Qin Feng at the entrance, they paused on the vines, unafraid of him. 3 large monkeys and 1 small one hung on the vines, watching Qin Feng warily. "Indeed, it's you little rascals." Qin Feng recognized them at a glance, having become old acquaintances. "Woo woo woo." One of the monkeys called out to Qin Feng, simultaneously pointing at the remnants of ash left in the cave. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and could only think of one possibility. When he had merged the waste pills, some severely broken pills were simply unusable, so he had discarded them. "Could it be that you ate those things?" "Woo woo woo." The monkeys excitedly nodded, and one even gave, "Then you didn't traverse realms, right?" The 4 monkeys looked confused, not comprehending what the bipedal creature was referring to. Though their auras were weak, they at least seemed to have developed some spiritual intelligence to understand human speech. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng asked, "Would you like to follow me to cultivate?" Some monkeys shook their heads while others chattered incessantly, causing Qin Feng to frown. Seemingly realizing that Qin Feng could not comprehend their language, several monkeys looked at him with disdain in their eyes, then fled along the vines. "Crazy, aren't they?" Qin Feng muttered curses, contemplating whether to employ some coercive measures to capture a couple to help him manage the mountain gate, when a furry figure slid down the vines. It was a little monkey barely 4 feet tall with a frail body and sparse fur, yet its eyes were clear and bright. "Woo woo woo." It pointed at the ash marks next to it, then at its mouth, spreading its hands towards Qin Feng, seemingly asking for food. "Would you eat this?" Qin Feng took out a spirit herb that enhanced physical constitution from his storage ring and handed it over. The little monkey's eyes lit up, and it immediately snatched it and stuffed it into its mouth. "Do you want more good stuff?" "Woo woo woo." "Then follow me and I'll let you eat your fill." Qin Feng patted the little monkey's head and turned to walk outside. The people he had just killed were all from the Spirit Beast sect. Their cultivation methods were related to taming beasts, so they naturally possessed materials for raising spirit beasts. The little monkey's eyes showed a hint of hesitation, yet it carefully followed behind. In the adjacent cave, Taiju was enveloped in a dark forbidden energy, refining the storage bags of the recently defeated opponent. Upon seeing Feng enter and noticing a small monkey lurking at the entrance, his face immediately revealed disappointment. Brother Feng, there were 4 spirit monkeys earlier. Oh, why did you only capture 1? Capture. Please, do you think him from the spirit beast sect to contract spirit beasts? Feng rolled his eyes, casually grabbing a refined storage bag from the side. Yellow-grade flying swords, talismans, various herbs, beast contracting techniques, silken transparent clothing. After rummaging for a while, Feng finally found a golden gourd in his storage ring containing a light green pill. Woo woo woo. Upon seeing the light green pill in Feng's hand, the little monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement, running over eagerly to watch. Do you want to eat a? Woo woo woo. Then would you like to become my contracted spirit beast? The little monkey nodded vigorously, and Feng handed it a spirit-raising pill, which it immediately swallowed whole, then looked at him expectantly. Don't rush, I'll give it to you once I learn the contract. Feng leisurely picked up the beast contracting technique he had just uncovered, only to realize that it was not a cultivation method, but a spell specifically for contracting beasts. Fortunately, the difficulty of practicing it was not very high. For the next half an hour, Taiju continuously sat within the barrier, forcefully refining the storage bag he had just obtained, while Feng practiced the beast contract technique. The beast contract technique sounds profound and mysterious, but it is essentially a method to control souls. By using divine sense to extract a portion of the soul of the contracted spirit beast and merging it with one's own soul, it creates a bond where if one thrives, both thrive, if one falls, both fall. Although it is cruel, it is indeed effective. After mastering the technique, Feng turned his attention to the little monkey, saying to it, "Next, I will begin the contract. From now on, we will be one. If I have a piece of meat to eat, you will have a bowl of soup. What do you say?" The little monkey excitedly nodded, its eyes fixed on the golden gourd in front of Feng. Feng activated the beast contract technique, and his formless divine sense instantly transformed into a large hand that reached into the monkey's brain, extracting a thread of its soul. The monkey immediately squeaked in pain, and Feng felt a throbbing headache. Brother Feng, why did you let those monkeys go just now? They are spirit beasts. I heard they are earth spirit apes. Taiju, who had just finished his task, immediately displayed a heartbroken expression upon seeing that Feng had only contracted 1 monkey. Feng, unfazed, replied, "They are not destined to be mine. Forget it, let's divide the spoils." Taiju excitedly dumped everything from the storage bags. The gathered items from several storage bags amounted to over 60,000 spirit stones, and there were 8 items in total, including flying swords and magical artifacts. There were 2 spirit beast bags, over 60 talismans, various medicinal herbs, techniques, spells, and other miscellaneous items. Additionally, there was a small wooden box containing 3 seeds resembling walnuts. We struck it rich this time. Seeing the pile of items, excitement gleamed in Taiju's eyes, while Feng remained indifferent. Brother Feng, let's split it evenly, and as usual, you pick first. I'll take the 3 seeds, the spirit beast bag, and all the spirit feeding pills, you can have the rest. All right, I won't be polite then. Taiju hesitated for a moment, and then began to store the items into his storage ring, while Feng opened the wooden box and took out its contents. Instantly, a line of small text appeared before him. Beast King Tree Crystal Core, a crystal core born from ancient trees in places rich in spiritual energy and teeming with birds and beasts, can sprout when buried in soil with a chance to become a Beast King tree. Can be synthesized Beast King tree seed. Feng calmly placed the crystal core back into the box and then stored it in his ring. At this time, Taiju had already pushed all the spirit-feeding pills and spirit-feeding elixirs in front of Feng, his face showing a guilty expression as he said, "Brother Feng, every time we divide things you let me take the better share. How about this time, once we're done, you come with me to Zhou country, and I'll treat you to some flower wine." As he said this, a strange smile appeared on Taiju's face, clearly indicating he was no longer a novice. Feng tapped his head without saying anything, tossing 2 spirit-feeding pills to the little monkey before starting to refine the spirit beast bag. The spirit beast bag serves a purpose similar to that of a storage bag, except one holds lifeless objects while the other holds living ones. The spirit beast bag still carried the spiritual seal of its previous owner, but the other party's spiritual power was no match for Feng's strength, and it was refined in no time. After putting the little monkey into the spirit beast bag, Feng turned to Taiju with a serious expression, asking, "With the changes in the Golden Kingdom, besides the rampant ghostly aura, what other treasures are there?" Taiju leaned against the stone wall of the cave, still fearful, and said, "I heard that 2 years ago the Howren sect discovered a large spiritual vein in the Golden Kingdom, and the High Elder of the Howren sect is said to be on the brink of death and needs a large amount of blood spirit stones to sustain his life. Thus the Howren sect deceived the royal family of the Golden Kingdom into believing they would assist them in cultivating immortality, and tricked the emperor into helping set up the Tai formation. On the surface the formation seemed fine, but in reality it absorbed the life force of the living beings in the Golden Kingdom to nurture the blood spirit stones. The blood vitality just happened to activate the long-sealed 10,000 demons cauldron, resulting in not only the waste of blood spirit stones, but also the release of the remnants of countless demons, and it is estimated that in about 5 days the 10,000 demons cauldron will emerge. Upon hearing such an absurd statement, Qin Feng immediately frowned and couldn't help but ask, is this news reliable? No joke, I am now a true disciple of the Ghost King sect. The news is absolutely true, Taiju asserted, and Qin Feng asked again, is there anything else besides the 10,000 demons cauldron? The 10,000 demons cauldron is a treasure, a heavenly rank artifact that can seal all evil entities. When the time comes, the demons will belong to me and the cauldron will belong to you. With the emergence of the heavenly rank artifact, aside from golden core cultivators, there might also be nascent soul cultivators appearing to snatch it. Just relying on someone like me and Taiju, we would have to keep our distance to avoid getting splattered with blood. However, Qin Feng had previously seen descriptions of blood spirit stones in ancient texts using blood vitality combined with secret techniques to nourish the spirit stones and promote the transformation of spiritual energy into vitality. Blood spirit stones can enhance physical strength and prolong life, and they are practically not sold on the market. If there were a chance to obtain blood spirit stones, even if they were half-finished products, it would still be a significant opportunity. Seeing Qin Feng silent, Taiju thought he had concerns and explained, the terrain here is remote, and there are only 3 sects: the Changxing Sword sect, the Ghost King sect, and the Spirit Beast sect. Currently, the main forces of the 3 sects are busy snatching a large spiritual vein on the other side of the Qingyun mountain range, so those who come here are just some small fry. Seeing that Taiju was well aware of the movements of the 3 major sects, Qin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Although he was a member of the Changxing Sword sect, he was completely neglected and no one cared about him. Then let's do it. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decided to team up with Taiju and give it a try. Regardless of whether they could benefit, as long as there were no cultivators above the golden core stage, he would generally be able to live comfortably. At that moment, the Changxing Sword sect token in the storage ring began to vibrate again. There is an urgent matter in the sect, return quickly. Damn it. Qin Feng ignored the vibrating token and stood up together with Taiju, heading towards Qinghe Feng. The place where the 10,000 demons cauldron was expected to appear was only about 100 miles from Qinghe Feng, a distance that could be leisurely traveled, and both of them intended to check out Qinghe village. After all, that was once their homeland. On the way down the mountain, there was desolation all around. In the nearby forests, wild beasts could occasionally be heard panting. Most of them were soulless, rotting corpses wandering about, numbly gnawing at the decaying bodies by the roadside. In the village, corpses lay everywhere, as some had already turned into dry bones, while others were not fully decomposed. The stench of rotten flesh hung in the air, and the entire village seemed to be frozen in time, drifting with a sorrowful aura. Above the village, a layer of black gas enveloped it, which was malevolent energy as well as and ghostly energy. The people here died unjustly, and their souls were incomplete. Even if they went to the underworld, they would have no chance of rebirth. Qin Feng activated his spiritual power to isolate the external odors, while Taiju displayed a saddened expression. Brother Feng, if we were ordinary people, we would probably be bones by now, right? Damn Haran sect. Taiju cursed, then took out the 10,000 souls banner from his sleeve and waved it in the air, shouting loudly, villagers, if you are willing to enter my 10,000 souls banner on the day I, Han Taiju, ascend to godhood, I will personally send you into reincarnation and ensure you are reborn in good circumstances. As soon as he finished speaking, gusts of cold wind blew around. From the dim light, many pale blue souls emerged, ranging from elderly individuals to 3-year-old children. They wore tattered, patched clothes and stood nearby with haggard expressions, looking blankly at Qin Feng and Taiju, some souls nearly dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. They were all remnants of souls unable to reincarnate, doomed to become wandering spirits. Entering the 10,000 souls banner to become ghost soldiers might offer a glimmer of hope. Seeing that they seemed to lack spiritual intelligence, Taiju's eyes turned red as he shouted again, villagers, I, Han Taiju, guarantee that on the day I ascend to godhood, I will personally send you to reincarnation. This time they seemed to have heard him and transformed into wisps of black smoke drifting towards the 10,000 souls banner. The energy in the village immediately decreased by more than half. Qin Feng then took out a bottle to collect the malevolent and energy that had gathered within Qinghe village, and only then did he continue on with Taiju towards Qinghe Feng. Along the roadside, countless corpses lay scattered, and many resilient ordinary people had become mere shells, their bodies reduced to skin and bones. Damn Haran sect. Qin Feng mimicked Taiju's curse and then stepped into the market of Qinghe Feng. The stone road in the street was covered in dust, and it was densely packed with recent footprints indicating that many cultivators had come by during this time. In the houses on either side there were occasionally evil cultivators practicing while absorbing malevolent energy, while other scattered cultivators waited in groups for their chance. Not everyone who came here was after the 10,000 demons cauldron, some were here to seek fortune. Besides cultivators, no ordinary people could be seen on the street. After just a quick look around, it felt utterly uninteresting. Feng and Taiju turned to leave Qinghe Feng, heading towards the place where the 10,000 demons cauldron was about to emerge. At that moment, a massive treasure ship suddenly appeared in the air, passing over Qinghe Feng. The ship held at least 100 people, leading with golden core cultivators, while the rest were all Foundation establishment disciples. Upon witnessing the scene, the scattered cultivators below frowned. If a sect intervened, the chances for others would be slim. Feng recognized the ship bearing the Changqing sword sect's insignia, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Your sect has sent people. The Ghost King sect will definitely have someone here as well. I need to hide my identity. Taiju looked gloomy as he pulled out a black robe from his Qianquan pouch and put it on. Feng felt a bit conflicted. After all, blood spirit stones were the most important thing for him. Since people from the Changqing sword sect had arrived, it would be better to search for blood spirit stones before the 10,000 demons cauldron appeared. Thinking of this, Feng immediately patted Taiju and asked, "Can you find those blood spirit stones?" Brother Feng, the blood spirit stones are already ruined and completely unformed. Oh, what do you want that for? I have a feeling they will be useful to me. Then let's go find the blood spirit stones first. Taiju sighed and led Feng forward. The direction happened to align with where the Changqing sword sect had just headed. It was clear that the location of the blood spirit stones was not far from where the 10,000 demons cauldron was about to appear. On the way, besides Feng and Taiju, there were also many scattered cultivators rushing in that direction. The mountains rise and fall, their peaks layered upon one another. At this moment there stands a low hill known as Qianku Mountain, surrounded entirely by natural caverns. A crowd has gathered around Qianku Mountain, divided into 4 factions. The disciples of the Changqing sword sect are all dressed in white, standing with flying swords on their backs or empty-handed. The disciples of the Ghost King sect are clad in black, each wielding different magical artifacts, exuding a strong aura of malevolence. The members of the spiritual beast sect have varied appearances. Their only commonality is that each wears a spirit beast pouch at their waist. The remaining individuals are mostly scattered cultivators gathered in small groups around the area or hiding in the dense forest, waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Feng stands on a nearby small hill, gazing towards Qianku Mountain, already formulating a rough plan in his mind. If a fight breaks out later, even if he cannot obtain the Wanma Ding, he could take the chance to collect some malevolence and energy, and ideally find a few storage bags. Although he is not short on money, some storage bags can yield surprising treasures like those from the disciples of the spiritual beast sect. Brother Feng, stop looking. I've found the place. Taiju, holding the Wandering Soul banner, stands at the entrance of a gorge below. Countless ghosts are now flying back from the gorge, evidently having located the blood spirit stone. The blood spirit stone requires a secret method combined with blood chi for nourishment. Only after successfully converting the spiritual power inside can it be deemed a blood spirit stone. Now, with the failure of Haurensek's operation, not only did they fail to acquire the blood spirit stone, but they also ruined the spiritual vein. Apart from Feng, the other cultivators show no interest in the useless stones. Inside the gorge, the light is dim. Feng and Taiju enter one after another, and the passage becomes increasingly narrow as they go deeper. The surroundings are pitch black, yet for cultivators it feels as bright as day. After walking about 20 zhang, they suddenly come across a cave. The cave is only 3 feet deep, filled with soil within which a dark red stone can be faintly seen. This is clearly a half-finished blood spirit stone. Brother Feng, this should be what we're looking for. Take a look at this. Scrapped blood spirit stone, ordinary in appearance, seemingly useless, and indeed it is useless. Can be synthesized into inferior blood spirit stone. Stone for a careful examination. Scrapped blood spirit stone, ordinary in appearance, seemingly useless, and indeed it is useless. Can be synthesized into inferior blood spirit stone. Upon seeing that the blood spirit stone can be synthesized, Feng suddenly feels a surge of excitement. The effects of a mid-grade blood spirit stone could be at least 10 times greater. This spiritual vein contains quite a few mid-grade spirit stones. If all are excavated, whether for personal use or sale, it would be an immense fortune. Feng is incredibly excited, less inclined to venture out for the Wanma Ding, and only wants to stay here to mine blood spirit stones. Unfortunately, the cave is too small to facilitate excavation. Even using a flying sword would be inefficient and could easily damage the blood spirit stone. Sensing Feng's fluctuating emotions, Taiju immediately asked, "Brother Feng, how is it?" There's some utility here. Do you have any way to excavate these discarded blood spirit stones? Taiju fell silent for a moment, unable to think of a way to mine the spirit stones. Finally, he pointed to the spirit beast pouch at Qin Feng's waist and said, "Your spirit beast seems to be a soil spirit ape. Why not let it give it a try?" Qin Feng felt it was unreliable but still released the little monkey from the spirit beast pouch, intending to let it try. The two of them had now signed a soul contract unilaterally, and whatever Qin Feng thought the monkey could sense immediately. The little monkey squeaked as soon as it emerged from the spirit beast pouch, indicating it wanted to eat a spirit feeding pill. "Then help me dig out a few red stones first," Qin Feng tentatively said, unsure if this little fellow could manage it. Upon hearing this, the little monkey's eyes lit up and it jumped right in. As the dirt in the pit encountered it, it parted like water, and in the blink of an eye its body completely vanished. Through his divine sense, Qin Feng could sense the little monkey traversing through the underground soil layers, much like a fish swimming in water. Truly a spirit beast. Qin Feng felt both happy and envious. For a cultivator to achieve such freedom of movement in the soil, it would take at least a year or two of diligent practice in the earth escape technique to reach perfection. But this creature is a spirit beast. Even just gaining spiritual awareness allows it to use the escape technique far beyond what cultivators can compare to. If I had known, I would have contracted one myself. Seeing how formidable the soil spirit ape was, Taiju sighed, but showed no signs of envy. Instead, he turned and lay down under a nearby stone slab, falling fast asleep. He took a different path than Qin Feng. Lacking something is no big deal, he could just steal it. Raising a spirit beast is too much trouble. Moments later, the soil spirit ape emerged from the mud pit, shaking off the dirt from its body, and placed 4 discarded blood spirit stones at Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng handed it a spirit-feeding pill as a reward and encouraged it to continue searching for blood spirit stones. Enticed by the spirit-feeding pill, the soil spirit ape displayed great enthusiasm. In less than a stick of incense's time, it had gathered a large pile of blood spirit stones, at least over 200. "You did well, keep up the good work." Qin Feng handed it another spirit-feeding pill as a reward, but this time the soil spirit ape revealed a troubled expression, making whimpering sounds and refusing to go. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Qin Feng was puzzled, and Taiju, who had been sleeping soundly, also sat up from the woo-woo-woo. Although they had signed a mental contract, it was still only a first-tier spirit beast and could not express any language. Could it be that it's been working too long and is hungry? Woo-woo-woo. The soil spirit ape shook its head frantically, displaying a fearful expression, pointing at the ground continuously. Could there be something terrifying underground? Qin Feng and Taiju exchanged excited glances. Brother Feng, let this little thing lead the way. Let's dig down and see what's going on. Woo-woo-woo. The soil spirit ape shook its head vigorously, almost speaking human words in urgency. Under the threat of a big stick and sweet dates, the soil spirit ape reluctantly jumped into the pit to lead the way, while Qin Feng and Taiju followed closely behind, wielding flying swords and bone claws to violently excavate the cave. While their magical artifacts were not skilled at mining spirit stones, their tunneling power was still quite impressive. Half an hour later, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged from below the cave they were digging. "We've reached our destination." Taiju's voice was filled with excitement as he swung the bone claw in his hand to break through the soil beneath. Boom! Countless clumps of soil fell down instantly. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely maneuver with his sword to pull Taiju back, both of them would have likely fallen. The little monkey's half-body was lodged in the soil, pointing downward. Qin Feng stored it back in the spirit beast pouch and descended on his flying sword. They found themselves in a vast cavern. At the bottom are bubbling pools of magma. Golden flames erupted from vents, indicating the presence of a fully formed earth fire dragon vein. In the surrounding more expansive magma, 8 red chains, marked with golden runes, extended from within, tightly binding a massive black cauldron above. The cauldron itself was inscribed with dark red symbols, surrounded by demonic energy, and was struggling incessantly as if trying to break free from the chains. The Wanma Ding. Upon seeing this grand cauldron, excitement instantly appeared on Taiju's face. "There's no need to search high and low, this came effortlessly. Brother Feng, I knew following you would bring me luck." Taiju grinned widely, stepping onto the nearby burning red. Smoke billowed up from the soles of his shoes, but he paid no mind, seemingly unaffected. Qin Feng descended beside him on his flying sword. Even with protective spiritual energy, he could still feel the searing heat of the magma threatening to roast him. The Wanma Ding, bound by chains, emanated demonic energy far stronger than both malevolence and Inan. Just by observing it closely, Qin Feng felt uncomfortable all over, while Taiju appeared to revel in it, pulling out 2 bone claws and beginning to attack one of the nearby chains. The Wanma Ding suppressed numerous demonic creatures, and these chains were specifically designed to restrain them. Now, with the demonic creatures inside the Wanma Ding nourished by blood qi, it seemed their power had greatly increased. Even without breaking the chains, it wouldn't be long before they could break free. Sensing the considerable number of demons inside Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, asking Taiju, "Can you handle releasing these demons now?" "Don't worry, my Wandering Soul banner has already evolved into a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. The demons inside are at most at the golden core stage. Capturing them is completely manageable." "Alright then, hurry and prepare to capture the demons." Qin Feng took out the Slicing Moon Flying Sword from his storage ring and also held 20 high-level fire snake talismans just in case. Taiju glanced at the Slicing Moon Flying Sword in Qin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he directly used a levitation talisman to soar above the Wanmading. As the magical power was infused, the Wandering Soul banner instantly expanded, directly covering the Wanmading. "It's up to you now, Brother Feng. Rest assured. These chains are quite strong, but Qin Feng is equally confident in his Slicing Moon Flying Sword." As spiritual energy surged unceasingly into the moon-piercing sword, a silvery white radiance flared across its blade. Qin Feng did not pause. He continued channeling energy into it. To unleash the full might of a heavenly rank supreme tier artifact demanded an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Though the sword was already operational, Qin Feng chose to infuse it with even more energy, striving to awaken every latent facet of its formidable power. Hum, hum, hum. The moon-piercing sword trembled violently, and Qin Feng felt 2/3 of the spiritual energy in his dantian vanish in the blink of an eye. Enough. With a single thought, the sword shot forward, hurling itself toward the iron chain that Taiju had just struck. Clang! A crisp resonant ring echoed as the Reniche chain split cleanly in two. The severed ends were flawlessly smooth. The moon-piercing sword remained utterly unscathed. Truly worthy of its title, a heavenly rank supreme flying sword. A surge of elation swelled in Qin Feng's heart as he guided the blade to cleave the next chain. Chain after chain fell before its edge. Black demonic chi swirled ever more thickly above the myriad demon cauldron. Taiju, gripping the myriad soul banner, unleashed a colossal suction force, drawing every wisp of that dark roiling chi straight into its folds. Taiju's face flushed crimson as he shouted toward Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Seeing this, Qin Feng abandoned all hesitation. He channeled his last reserves of spiritual energy in one explosive surge, commanding the flying sword with absolute focus. Clang! 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 The remaining chains shattered in rapid succession. From within the myriad demon cauldron erupted a cacophony of feral shrieks and guttural roars, followed by torrents of terrifying black mist gushing forth like a breached dam. Taiju slashed his own chest with razor-sharp fingernails, piercing skin and cleaving straight into his heart. A jet of vital heartblood burst forth, splashing fully onto the myriad soul banner. Boom! Instantly the banner convulsed, radiating a suction force far more potent than before. Each humanoid wraith surging from the cauldron was instantly snatched into the banner, as if pouring water from one vessel into another. Though the residual souls of 10,000 demons had long since leaked out, their wills still lingered within the myriad demon cauldron. At this very moment, once the myriad soul banner absorbed every last trace of demonic essence from the cauldron, its entire surface darkened into an abyssal black. The skull motifs etched upon it twisted into ever more grotesque lifelike visages, as if on the verge of awakening. Deprived of its demonic sustenance, the myriad demon cauldron plummeted downward, only for Taiju to snatch it midair with lightning reflexes, then carry it aloft to land beside Qin Feng atop a weathered stone. "Brother Feng, this one's yours." Taiju grinned broadly, tossing the cauldron over. Then, eyes gleaming, he turned his full attention to the now darkened myriad soul banner cradled in his hands. Qin Feng caught the cauldron and examined it closely. Heavenly rank primary ear artifact, capable of alchemical refinement and soul-binding suppression. He had been searching for precisely such a cauldron. Though using it for purifying felt like wielding a celestial hammer to crack a nut, at least it would never shatter under pressure. The myriad demon cauldron bore no master's imprint. With but a flicker of divine sense embedding his spiritual seal, Qin Feng completed its subjugation in moments, and thereafter it answered his will, shrinking or expanding at his silent command. Qin Feng reduced it to palm's eyes and sealed it within his spatial ring, then finally turned his gaze outward, surveying the cavern. Above the churning magma lay a scorched chalk-white stratum, within which faint crimson glimmers betrayed the presence of unrefined blood spirit stones. Unrefined blood spirit stones held little value, akin to failed pills, neither reusable nor desirable to other cultivators. Qin Feng resolved to return and harvest them later when needed. With both the myriad demon cauldron and its demonic essence secured, he and Taiju immediately retraced their steps. Emerging from the ravine, they faintly heard the thunderous clash of battle echoing from Qinghe Mountain, intense, unmistakable, and escalating rapidly. They sprinted to the mountaintop and concealed themselves in a hidden vantage point scanning toward Qinghe Mountain, where dense black miasma now coiled around the entire peak. Every cave mouth along the mountainside exhaled thick plumes of demonic qi. Cultivators from the three great sects were locked in brutal melee, each faction straining to seize the high ground, while roaming independents circled the periphery, biding their time for opportunity. Flying swords and artifacts collided midair, talismans detonated, and spells blazed across the void, casualties mounted by the second. Feng asked Taiju, "Those demonic mists, they're remnants leaking from your myriad soul banner, aren't they?" Heh heh heh. Those demons were too fierce. Letting a bit of their essence escape was merely giving our rivals a whiff of danger. Feng cared little for sect politics, but curiosity nudged him to inquire about the Ghost Witch Holy. Yet the answer left his moral compass fractured beyond repair. For the Ghost Witch Holy Maiden was no human at all, but a ghost sovereign meticulously cultivated by the Ghost Sovereign sect across generations. Dual cultivation with her enabled breakthroughs in cultivation barriers and even extended one's lifespan. Thus the Longevity Sword sect's elder patriarch, seizing her, could hardly be construed as righteous justice. Taiju in turn asked questions of his own about the Longevity Sword sect. After watching the chaos unfold for a while, they concluded there was no advantage to be gained, and parted ways, one returning to the Ghost Sovereign sect, the other to Wonia Mountain. En route, the number of cultivators converging on Qianku Mountain swelled steadily. Like beasts drawn to blood, countless independents raced headlong toward the mountain. Cloaked entirely in black robes, Feng piloted his wood spirit vessel at a measured pace, collecting vials of toxic miasma from the forest en route. Wotowo. Back at Wonia Mountain, Feng immediately released the earth spirit ape. Emaciated yet keenly aware, the ape gasped at the dense ambient spiritual energy and at the ancient 10,000-year spirit tea tree beside the cave entrance, then began pounding its chest in ecstatic awe. Feng tossed it a spirit-nourishing pill. The ape snatched it midair and gulped it down, its face softening into deep contentment. Feng fixed it with a steady gaze. "This is our home now. Obey me and life will only grow richer. Disobey and I'll feast on your brain. Understood?" Wotowo. Though it had no concept of what eating monkey brain entailed, the ape nodded obediently. "Good. Go weed the fields. Every herb plot here belongs to us." With a casual wave toward the medicinal plots before the cave entrance, he assigned the ape its task, then hastened back inside the grotto without delay. His expedition to Qinghe Market had yielded extraordinary spoils: the heavenly rank primary myriad demon cauldron, unrefined blood spirit stones, an earth spirit ape, and 3 myriad beast tree crystals. Among these, the blood spirit stones and myriad beast tree crystals were near impossible to acquire, even with spirit stones to spend. Laying them out, Feng immediately initiated synthesis. Discarded blood spirit stone, unremarkable, seemingly useless, and indeed utterly inert. Synthesizable into inferior blood spirit stone. The unrefined blood spirit stones fell into 2 categories, those formed from mid-rank and low-rank spirit stones, but the synthesis process remained identical for both. Inferior low-grade perfect blood spirit stone. Upon reaching the perfect tier, the synthesis interface displayed synthesis complete. No further progression possible. Complete blood spirit stone grants 1 year of extended lifespan upon consumption, fortifies the physical body and amplifies vital energy. Maximum refinement achieved, no further synthesis possible. The stone in Feng's hand was forged from a low-rank spirit stone, crimson as polished crystal with viscous dark red fluid swirling languidly within. Clasping it tightly, he circulated his cultivation technique, and immediately felt a torrent of vibrant life-giving energy surging from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the vitality within the stone was wholly absorbed, leaving behind only a dull life. Having consumed the stone, Feng sensed a modest increase in raw strength, a subtle enhancement to his physique and vital energy, but no perceptible extension to his lifespan. According to the synthesis interface, low-rank blood spirit stones conferred 1 year of longevity, mid-rank variants 5 years. Feng gathered them all into his spatial ring, planning to gift portions to his elder sister and Taiju on his next visit to the Mistandrain Pavilion. Earlier witnessing Taiju sacrifice his heartblood to empower the myriad soul banner, Feng had concluded demonic cultivators walked a perilous path, their very vitality perpetually at risk of being drained dry. As a Taoist cultivator still in his prime, he felt no urgency regarding longevity or physical resistance. But Qinghe and Taiju were different. One pursued martial cultivation, the other demonic arts, both exhausting their bodies to accelerate advancement. Having stowed away the blood spirit stones, he proceeded to synthesize all spirit-nourishing pills and spirit-nourishing pellets. Finally, he retrieved the small wooden box and withdrew 3 myriad beast tree crystals. Myriad beast tree crystal formed within ancient trees rooted in lands teeming with birds and beasts, saturated with abundant spiritual energy. Buried in soil, it may sprout roots and grow, potentially maturing into a beast sovereign tree. Synthesizable into beast sovereign tree seed. Beast Sovereign Tree Seed blossoms once every century, bears fruit once every century. The Beast Sovereign fruit unlocks latent potential in spirit beasts and elevates their innate aptitude. Maximum refinement achieved, no further synthesis possible. Gazing at the lone remaining crystal, Qin Feng's expression softened with quiet regret. Alas, only 3 crystals remained. One more would have allowed him to synthesize 2 seeds instead of 1. In terms of rarity and value, the Beast Sovereign Tree seed surpassed even the myriad demon cauldron. Already the left side of the grotto housed the 10,000-year spirit tea tree. After carefully assessing the terrain, Qin Feng selected a spot 3 zhang west of the tea tree to plant the seed. Once buried, he merged 6 jugs of human-rank mid-grade spirit plant liquids into 2. One jug became supreme rank, the other upper rank. The upper rank variant applied once daily accelerated growth by 130 days. The supreme rank liquid shimmered with crystalline clarity, like mountain spring water, emitting a delicate natural fragrance. Applied once per day at accelerated growth by 180 days, meaning 2 days of irrigation equaled 1 year of natural development for ordinary flora. Qin Feng dipped a small wooden ladle into the supreme rank liquid and poured half a ladle over the freshly covered earth. The liquid seeped slowly downward until white spiritual energy began to coil and gather around the buried seed. Moments later, a tender green shoot pushed upward through the soil, growing slowly yet visibly to the naked eye. Qin Feng swiftly erected a restraining formation around it, then after brief reflection added one around the spirit tea tree as well. Having completed these tasks, he drew forth the Thunder Rush flying sword and practiced the Thunder Rush sword art upon the open ground outside the grotto. Since breaking through to foundation establishment, his divine sense and spiritual energy had grown markedly stronger, enabling him to execute the full Thunder Rush sword art flawlessly, with proficiency rising steadily. The sword darted across the void, leaving trails of crackling lightning and thunderous resonance in its wake. As the final stance settled, the Earth Spirit Ape came bounding over. It stared astonished. Beside him, the Beast King tree sprouted tender buds, then pointed towards the medicinal field, indicating that the work was done. As a spirit beast, it clearly distinguished between weeds and spiritual herbs. At that moment, there wasn't a single weed in the medicinal field, only lush green herbs. Qin Feng patted its head with satisfaction and asked, "Do you want to eat some high-grade goods?" Woo woo woo. The Earth Spirit Ape nodded furiously. Qin Feng leisurely took out a handful of dark red pills, each adorned with 3 intricate pill patterns. Ordinary feeding spirit pills could only enhance the physical body of spirit beasts, while their spirituality and wisdom relied on their own comprehension. Qin Feng, however, directly combined the feeding spirit pills into the top grade, 3-pattern feeding spirit pills. These could enhance physical strength, increase spirituality, and wisdom. Most importantly, consuming them excessively wouldn't lead to explosive death. They were essential treasures for nurturing spirit beasts. Chapter 54, Summoned by the Master Alchemy. Woo woo woo. Upon seeing the 3-pattern feeding spirit pills, the Earth Spirit Ape's eyes sparkled with excitement and drool began to flow. Qin Feng took a wooden basin from his storage ring, placed the pills inside, and set it before the Earth Spirit Ape. Eat, eat. Granted permission, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately grabbed the feeding spirit pills and stuffed them into its mouth without even chewing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 pills were devoured. After finishing, the Earth Spirit Ape continued to gaze eagerly, showing a desire for more, but Qin Feng decided not to give it any, planning to observe the effects for 2 days. After all, the initial level of feeding spirit pills was relatively low. If the effects were unsatisfactory, he would consider using higher-grade pills. After circling the mountain, Qin Feng returned to his cave dwelling and took out over 100 sets of beginner gathering spirit arrays to begin synthesis. Intermediate gathering arrays, advanced gathering arrays. Xian Kuan Swallowing Heaven Array, a top-tier heavenly array that generates a powerful suction force to gather spiritual energy during operation. The density of spiritual energy within the array can exceed that of the outside world by 10 times, with the maximum absorption range covering a radius of 300 miles. Already at the top level, cannot be synthesized further. With 10 times the spiritual energy, a year of closed-door cultivation would be equivalent to 10 years for other cultivators. It may seem modest, but if placed in an area rich in spiritual energy, the effects would be remarkably significant. Currently, the spiritual energy in Wonia Mountain was already twice as dense as the outside, and with the array enhancement, Qin Feng felt excitement rising. The Xian Kuan Swallowing Heaven Array had no array flags, only 3 circular jade cones engraved with Xian Kuan, adorned with auspicious clouds and resembling a pagoda. They only needed to be arranged in a triangular formation, activate the array, and sit within to experience its effects. Qin Feng replaced the original 5-fold gathering array with the Xian Kuan Swallowing Heaven Array and sat down to feel it. The array's spiritual power could be adjusted freely according to needs, and Qin Feng directly attempted the tenfold spiritual energy. In an instant, the 3 jade cones emitted a bright glow, forming a white pagoda that protected Qin Feng in the center, with ample array spiritual energy continuously growing stronger within. Centered around Qin Feng's spiritual energy continuously gathered from the cave Wonia Mountain and the surrounding mountain ranges visible in every area his divine sense could reach. Those spiritual energies swirled and converged around Wonia Mountain as if flowing water encountered a vortex. This is a bit too against the heavens. While Qin Feng was shocked, he also felt conflicted. Although the speed of cultivation was fast, the risk of exposure was considerable. After continuous testing, Qin Feng ultimately chose to cultivate at 8 times the speed. During the operation of the array, although anomalies still appeared, they only existed within Wonia Mountain, and there were no changes in the outside world. 3 days passed unknowingly. During this time, aside from cultivation, Qin Feng would water the Beast King tree with spiritual plant liquid, feed the Earth Spirit Ape feeding spirit pills, and read books. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Ape had already grown significantly larger than when it first arrived. Standing 5 feet tall, covered in fur, it was both cute and somewhat beastly, with its eyes constantly shining with a longing for feeding spirit pills. The growth rate of the Beast King tree seedling had slowed considerably. After being watered with spiritual plant liquid for 4 days, it had only grown into a small 3-inch tall sapling with 4 tender leaves hanging alone. On the grassy area beside the medicinal field, the Earth Spirit Ape was holding a sickle and cutting grass, doing it quite skillfully. Qin Feng planned to teach it to plow the land, water, and plant spiritual herbs when he wasn't at the mountain gate. After all, the medicinal field couldn't remain empty. At that moment, a sound transmission talisman shot in from outside. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed it. The voice of 5th Senior Sister Sun Yulan echoed inside. Qin Shidi, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. Stepping out of the array, 5th Senior Sister Sun Yulan was standing under a tree, curiously surveying the opposite Dingxiang Mountain. She turned her head only when Qin Feng approached her. Qin Feng cupped his hands in respect and said, Senior Sister, are you looking for me? Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Sun Yulan immediately frowned and said, You haven't been to the sect during this time. Master asked me to inform you to return to the sect tomorrow. He will teach us the Tao of pill refinement. It's a rare opportunity, you must not miss it. There are indeed secrets in pill refining that can only be understood through personal observation, not described. The Tao of pill refinement was clearly a unique skill of Guguden. Don't worry, Senior Sister. I'll return to the sect first thing tomorrow. I won't be late. All right then, I will. Huh. Sun Yulan was about to turn and leave when she suddenly turned back, her face serious as she stared at Qin Feng. Have you broken through to Foundation establishment? Just lucky. I'll treat you to a drink when I have time. After saying that, she took out a flying magical tool and hurriedly left. Qin Feng stood there, a hint of confusion on his face. Didn't that old fellow Guguden say to let me just waste time and not care about anything? Why did he send 5th Senior Sister to convey a message now? Although dissatisfied, Qin Feng still planned to return to the sect tomorrow. Because a couple of days ago, while reading, Qin Feng came across descriptions of the Chongqing sword sect in an ancient book. The truly valuable items of the Chongqing sword sect were not the Chongqing grass, but the Imu sword forged using secret techniques capable of easily slicing through low-grade magical tools. The Imu sword, similar to most flying swords, possessed a rather incredible advantage. It could maintain the sharpness of a flying sword even without infusing spiritual power. This meant that even an ordinary person wielding the Imu sword had a chance to slay low-grade cultivators. When Qin Feng first saw the literature related to the Imu sword, his initial reaction was to get a couple to see if they could be synthesized. If he could synthesize them, he would make a few more to provide his sister with a suitable weapon. The next day, Qin Feng arrived early at the Shinden Peak Great Hall, but it was empty. After waiting for half an incense stick's time, a man in his 30s slowly approached. This was the 2nd senior brother. Qin Feng had only seen him once during his apprenticeship and had no further interactions, not even knowing his name. He glanced at Qin Feng expressionlessly, said nothing, and walked straight into the side passage of the Great Hall. Dressed in a white robe made from the fabric of the sky-shrouding robe, the 2nd senior brother's cultivation was inscrutable, but Qin Feng could see through him at a glance. What was there to be proud of being merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage? In a secluded place, this kind of person could be easily slain with a single sword. Just then, outside, 2 or 3 more figures walked over. The surviving senior brothers and sisters had all arrived. Seeing Qin Feng arrive on time, Sun Yulan smiled happily and pointed to the side passage. Shitty, let's go. A master should be waiting for us in the alchemy room. All right. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and immediately followed. He also prepared to show a friendly smile to the other 2 senior brothers, but their attitudes were cold, just like the previous man looking down on him. At the end of the passage was a spacious alchemy room. The Dan furnace and herbs were all ready and Gugudin was sitting in a chair beside resting with his eyes closed. Only when everyone had arrived did he stand up to control the earth fire, saying, "Next, I will use the Tao of Pill Refinement to concoct 3 batches of Foundation Establishment pills. Whoever learns it will be the future Grand Senior Brother." After finishing, Gugudin began to operate directly. The earth fire erupted and the temperature in the alchemy room suddenly rose as herbs were wrapped in divine scents and tossed into the Dan furnace. Feng couldn't discern what the Tao of Pill Refinement was, and he hadn't even fully grasped the basics of alchemy. After watching the 3 batches of alchemy, he roughly understood the purpose of the Tao of Pill Refinement. If the Tao of Pill Refinement succeeded, the result would undoubtedly be top-grade pills. If it failed, they would be waste pills. Only pills that were mastered to perfection could utilize the Tao of Pill Refinement. Once the 3 batches of Foundation Establishment pills were completed, Gugudin, looking fatigued, addressed the 4 of them. "Now I will give you 3 hours. Whoever can produce a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill or a human-level Foundation Establishment pill will be the Grand Senior Brother." After stating the requirements, Gugudin distributed 3 sets of herbs to each person and then pushed them out. The freshly produced pills still had warmth and a rich aroma, with no concern for cheating. Outside the passage there were several small alchemy rooms, 1 for each person. Aside from Sun Yulon, the other 3 quickly entered their respective rooms, seemingly determined to claim the position of Grand Senior Brother. Feng asked Sun Yulon, 5th senior sister, "What are the benefits of becoming Grand Senior Brother?" "You want to be Grand Senior Brother?" Sun Yulon chuckled teasingly and then said, "Becoming Grand Senior Brother is equivalent to being the Deputy Peak Master. You can move freely throughout the sect except in restricted areas, conduct transactions openly, and have priority in accepting tasks." After briefly explaining, Sun Yulon entered one of the alchemy rooms. Feng chose a corner position, secretly feeling fortunate. When Feng previously synthesized waste pills, he had already grasped the patterns of pill synthesis. As long as he synthesized in time, both the aroma and temperature would be identical to freshly produced pills, allowing him to deceive others. Feng had originally been uninterested in the position of Deputy Peak Master. However, the identity of Grand Senior Brother allowed for unfettered movement within the sect and open transactions. This benefit was simply too tempting. "I am determined to secure the position of Grand Senior Brother." Feng's eyes glimmered as he locked the stone door of the alchemy room and set up a barrier. Finally, he took out the Wanma Ding from his storage ring. Placing the Wanma Ding at the mouth of the fire, Feng then arranged bundles of sorted herbs on the stone table beside it. After completing these tasks, he calmly merged his divine sense into the fire mouth, controlling the earth fire to surge forth and heat the Wanma Ding. Boom! 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 The fierce earth fire burned fiercely beneath the Wanma Ding, taking a considerable amount of time to raise the temperature. Meanwhile, the sound of flames from the adjacent alchemy room had diminished significantly, indicating that it had entered the refining and pill division stage. Feeling somewhat anxious, Feng directly turned the earth fire's intensity to its maximum. In an instant, the entire alchemy room was filled with the roaring sound of earth fire, and the temperature was rapidly rising. Is the Wanma Ding really able to withstand this test? Watching as the Wanma Ding still hadn't reached the appropriate temperature for quite a while, Feng couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Just as he contemplated whether to switch to another alchemy furnace, the temperature within the Wanma Ding finally began to rise. His divine sense enveloped each herb as they were slowly added to the cauldron, continuously burning at high temperatures, killing green, refining juice, condensing liquid, concentrating, extracting, dividing pills. The first half of the alchemy process was something Feng was already adept at, but the pill division stage was when explosions were most likely to occur. However, Feng felt it was of no concern. There was nothing that synthesis couldn't solve. After the pill division was completed, 8 round small pill balls appeared within the Wanma Ding. According to the normal alchemy process, they still needed to be refined in the cauldron to absorb the elements contained in the heavens and earth. But Feng's alchemy method was quite simple. "It's about time, explode." Feng directly lowered the flame temperature at the fire mouth, and the temperature within the Wanma Ding instantly lost balance. The power absorbed by the pills immediately returned. Boom! A dull sound echoed in the alchemy room as Feng's divine sense wrapped around the 8 waste pills, pulling them out before immediately adding a second round of herbs. 8 waste pills could be combined into 1 medium-grade Foundation Establishment pill. To create a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill, at least 4 rounds were needed. After a moment of hesitation, Feng stealthily took out a set of Foundation Establishment herbs from his storage ring and placed them on the stone table. Although it was against the rules, others might not be honest either. For instance, the alchemy room next door where his second senior brother was had already exploded for the second time. Gugudin listened to the continuous sounds of explosions and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Except for Feng, the others had been in the sect since childhood, practicing alchemy under him. After more than a decade, they still couldn't master the Foundation establishment pill completely. What a bunch of useless waste. Guguden angrily cursed aloud. At that moment, another explosion echoed from Qin Feng's alchemy room. The biggest waste. 3 hours quickly passed. Guguden sat expressionlessly in the main hall as the 5 disciples successively presented their pills. Upper grade. Just a bit shy of top grade, such a pity. Medium grade quality far too lacking. Among the 5, the 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, and 5th senior sister were eliminated on the spot. Seeing his second disciple Shenchong holding 2 top-grade Foundation establishment pills, Guguden's expression finally softened a bit. While none were exceptional, at least not all of them were failures. What about yours? Guguden approached expressionless, looking at the pills in Qin Feng's hands, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. The others also turned their gazes over. The Foundation establishment pills in Qin Feng's hands were round and plump, exuding a rich fragrance, with several faint dragon-shaped marks visible on them. This was the most standard top-grade pill, and further refining could lead to a breakthrough to human rank. How could Qin Feng's alchemy room, which had just experienced the most explosions, produce such pills? Guguden furrowed his brow, repeatedly examining the pills in his hands before picking up the Foundation establishment pill refined by Shenchong. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent, lasting for quite a while. Guguden returned to his chair and sat down again, then addressed Qin Feng and Shenchong, saying, Qin Feng has just joined the sect and is unfamiliar with the sect's rules and layout. For now, the position of Master Brother will be temporarily replaced by Shenchong. Qin Feng will enjoy the benefits of the Master Brother position, and after a year you can compete separately for the outcome. How about that? I have no objections. Naturally, Shenchong had no objections to replacing the Master Brother position. He turned his head and glared at Qin Feng with a threatening gaze. If you dare to object, you will regret it. I have no objections either. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Shenchong with a deadpan expression before breaking into a gentle smile. Seeing that both had no objections, Guguden took out the Peak Master token, performed hand seals on it, and then pointed. In an instant, Qin Feng felt that something had been added to his identity token. With this, he should be able to move freely outside the sect's forbidden areas. At this point, Guguden casually said, since you all have no objections, you may leave. Shenchong, stay behind. As they left the main hall, the 2 eliminated senior brothers forced smiles at Qin Feng, but he did not show them a good face and directly chased after the 5th senior sister Sun Yulan. At that moment, she wore a dejected expression, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt as she walked towards the cave residence. When she saw Qin Feng catch up, a faint smile broke through her features as she congratulated, Junior brother, you are impressive. It was just luck. Qin Feng humbly responded, then walked alongside her. As they chatted casually while heading towards the cave area, just before reaching their destination, Qin Feng finally inquired about something important. Senior sister, I heard there is a very powerful flying sword in the sect. Before he could finish, Sun Yulan interrupted, swallowing the spirit fruit in her mouth with an annoyed expression, saying, you mentioning this reminds me. The 300 pills you refined last time have already been credited. Don't forget to check at Tianji Peak. What you are referring to should be the Imu sword, which is unique to our sect. The distribution requirements for the Imu sword seem quite high. The 2nd senior brother has worked hard for years refining pills just to exchange for one. Qin Feng began to have an idea of what the Imu sword was. This item should be the lifeblood of the Chongqing sword sect. It hadn't even circulated within the sect, let alone outside. However, the more precious something is when not easily obtainable, the more valuable it becomes. After bidding farewell to the 5th senior sister, Qin Feng immediately headed down the mountain. The points distribution method for Tianji Peak was quite unique, awarding grades of A, B, C, and D based on task difficulty. Among them, A is the hardest to obtain, and the items that can be exchanged for points are also quite rare. For example, exchanging for a mountain peak to become the sect's peak master, or exchanging for a human-grade pill. The Imu sword is also on the list. This shows how rare this sword is. After wandering around the sect for a while, Qin Feng went to find Wang Pengzi. He took the waste pills collected during this period and asked him to keep an eye out for news about the Imu sword. After leaving a low-grade Foundation establishment pill behind, Qin Feng turned around and left the sect. Returning to Wonia Mountain, Ding Shuli was currently reinforcing formations on the adjacent mountain, apparently setting up a high-level maze formation. At that moment, her aura was quite weak, as if she had sustained serious injuries. Qin Feng maneuvered his wooden spirit boat to fly beside Ding Shuli and asked, Senior Sister Ding, are you alright? You went back to the sect again. Ding Shuli glanced at Qin Feng's direction of return, her expression slightly strange. What's wrong? Qin Feng looked at her in confusion, feeling that Ding Shuli had been increasingly off lately. Moreover, since that incident with the cannon fodder, it seemed he had rarely seen her return to the sect. Seeing Qin Feng's foolish expression, she sighed and began to speak. Actually, I entered the Chongqing sword sect to steal the Chongqing grass. By coincidence, I became a guest elder. That night you gave me the fire serpent talisman. Ding Shuli began recounting what happened that night, and after gathering they indeed encountered people from the Ghost King sect. However, there was no confrontation. Instead, under the guidance of the elders from each sect, they entered a canyon. Upon entering the canyon, a group of individuals dressed in black and wielding long swords charged out, indiscriminately slaughtering both sects, while the strongest elders from both sides simply stood by and watched. Ding Shuli, possessing considerable strength and aided by the power of the fire serpent talisman, barely found an opportunity to escape back. As she spoke, a strong killing intent unconsciously appeared on her face as she indignantly said, "To outsiders, the Chongqing sword sect seems like a righteous sect, but I saw clearly that night. The Ghost King sect's people were dividing souls and malevolent energy, while those from the Chongqing sword sect were collecting the hot blood of the recently deceased." Qin Feng questioned, "Senior sister, how are you so sure they are from our Chongqing sword sect? They were all holding emu swords, I saw clearly." After saying this, Ding Shuli ignored Qin Feng's reaction and continued to reinforce the formation. Qin Feng felt a bit dazed, initially thinking that even if the Chongqing sword sect wasn't righteous, it wouldn't be evil. To his surprise, it was just outwardly righteous, while being insidiously wicked. Ding Shuli discovered the secrets of the two sects. No wonder she hadn't returned to the sect for some time. First, I should find a way to get a few emu swords. Qin Feng sighed and turned to fly back to the cave residence, his sense of belonging to the sect diminishing further. Upon returning to Wonia Mountain, as soon as Qin Feng put away the wooden spirit boat, the earth spirit ape jumped out. Woo woo woo. It squatted on the ground, eagerly looking at the storage ring in Qin Feng's hand. At that moment, all the flat areas on Wonia Mountain had been turned into fields by the earth spirit ape, but it hadn't yet divided the areas or built the ridges because Qin Feng hadn't taught it how to do so. You did well. Later we'll go to Taizan Feng and get you some higher grade supplies. Qin Feng took out a human-grade spirit-feeding pill and placed it in the palm of the Earth Spirit Ape. After consuming the spirit-feeding pill, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately began to obediently pat the wrinkles on Qin Feng's clothes, then pointed towards the unkempt fields beside him. Qin Feng rubbed its head and started teaching it how to divide the field areas and build the ridges. Within moments it had learned. Holding a hoe, it stood on the ground with legs apart, hoisting the hoe high to dig and build the ridges, doing it quite skillfully. Qin Feng stood by supervising. After a while, he turned back to the open space at the entrance of the cave residence, took out human-grade spirit plant liquid, and watered the Beast King tree. At this moment, the Beast King tree had grown to 6 inches tall and had 9 tender green leaves. Although it was still a sapling, it was already capable of releasing spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy around Wonia Mountain increasingly dense. Putting away the wooden ladle, Qin Feng infused spiritual power into his clothes. The cloak of shadows began to change shape immediately with the infusion of spiritual power, transforming into a massive black robe that enveloped his entire body. The journey to Taizan Feng was approximately 800 miles. Qin Feng planned to take this opportunity to try out the Qianli Feisua, which is also a top-grade heavenly artifact. The inactive flying shuttle was only 3 inches long, slender in shape, like a bamboo leaf, and presented a light blue hue. The flying shuttle resonated with Qin Feng's thoughts, instantly transforming into a long wooden boat measuring 2 zhang in length and 3 feet in width. Qin Feng stepped onto it and infused spiritual power, attempting to control the flying shuttle. Hum. A faint vibrating sound emerged. Qin Feng felt that over half of his spiritual power was instantly consumed, and soon the surrounding environment began to blur. Buzzing. The 1,000-mile flying shuttle continuously emitted a vibrating sound, carving a long white streak through the void. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng seemed to catch sight of the outline of Taizan workshop among the mountains. What the heck? So fast. Qin Feng's pupils dilated as he immediately controlled the 1,000-mile flying shuttle to stop. If he continued flying like this, it would surely attract a lot of attention. Finding a secluded spot to store the 1,000-mile flying shuttle in his hand, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had flown directly over Taizan workshop, he would definitely have become an obvious target, drawing the attention of many. With such speed, even a golden core stage cultivator probably couldn't catch up right. Qin Feng patted the flying shuttle in his hand, his eyes reflecting joy. This shuttle could indeed be considered a precious treasure for saving one's life. Upon entering Taizan workshop, Qin Feng made his way straight to the Misty Rain Tower. The top floor of Misty Rain Tower was empty. In the nearby training room, Qin Yu was continuously attacking the wooden dummy with her sword, while Qin Feng stood quietly at the door watching. It had been a while since he felt Qin Yu's presence, and it seemed much stronger now. Qin Feng roughly speculated. If he didn't use the fire serpent talisman and the heavenly grade artifact, he probably wouldn't even be a match for his sister now. However, becoming stronger comes with a price. With a simple glance of the Qi observation technique, Qin Feng could tell that her vital energy had weakened considerably, which might greatly affect her lifespan. While Qin Feng was lost in thought, Qin Yu had already come up to him. She smiled sweetly, pinching Qin Feng's cheek while wiping the sweat off her brow, and said, "You're—" Qin Feng grinned and returned to the hall to cast a restriction, then sat quietly in a chair watching her drink. Qin Yu put down her cup, looking at Qin Feng with a face full of complaints. "During this time you shouldn't be running around. Recently news has spread in Taizan workshop about 2,000-year-old fire spirit fruits, and many people are eyeing the sellers. A large number of cultivators have been robbed every day." "Don't worry, sis, I'll be fine," Qin Feng responded with a smile, and then asked, "Sis, your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. It should have affected your body, right?" Qin Yu paused for a moment, quickly shook her head, and raised her fist, saying, "My body is perfectly fine. Do you think the qi observation technique of a cultivator is useless?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes and took out all the blood spirit stones. "What are these?" "Blood spirit stones. They say they can increase lifespan, but I'm not sure how effective they are." Qin Yu recognized the blood spirit stones, and since Qin Feng didn't know how powerful they were, he asked her to try one on the spot. There are two methods to use blood spirit stones: direct absorption, or using spiritual energy to extract their essence. Uncertain if his sister could directly absorb them, Qin Feng used his spiritual energy to extract the essence from a top-grade blood spirit stone and enveloped it with his divine sense, sending it in front of Qin Yu. The blood spirit stone, having lost its essence, instantly dimmed and even cracked in several places. "I'm starting to doubt if you came specifically to test this on me." Qin Yu glared at Qin Feng playfully and then took the essence and swallowed it directly. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with a white glow as he closely observed the changes in his sister's body. After using the blood spirit stone, the power of her vital energy within her body instantly surged violently, with signs of becoming stronger amidst the chaos. As for whether her lifespan had increased, Qin Feng couldn't tell. He could only ask, "Sis, how do you feel?" Qin Yu remained silent, merely squinting her eyes to feel the changes within her body. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes, a look of surprise appearing as she asked, "Where did you get these?" "That's a secret, but I can get you as many as you want in the future." Qin Feng grinned, feeling extremely pleased. The blood spirit stones from Qinghe workshop come from a mid-grade spiritual vein, and their quantity is astonishing. However, if only Qin Yu and Taizha used them, they could never exhaust them in this lifetime. "You have secrets from me too." Qin Yu rolled her eyes and then quietly said, "Just name a price, and I'll have Misty Rain Tower get you the spirit stones. After all, it's my mother's money. It's not a waste to spend it." Before her words could finish, a figure in a blue dress appeared in the hall. It was Li Qingqing. The moment she appeared, the restrictions set by Qin Feng immediately shattered and lost their effect. "So you're already thinking about your mother's money?" Li Qingqing glared at Qin Yu with affection, then turned her gaze to Qin Feng, finally looking at the red stone on the table. Just a glance, and Li Qingqing's face instantly showed a shocked expression. The hall fell into silence. Qin Feng felt awkward, and Qin Yu wanted to know the value of these blood spirit stones. For a moment no one spoke. After a long while, Li Qingqing finally raised her head, her face flushed, and asked Qin Feng, "These blood spirit stones are all for Yaya?" Qin Feng nodded, and Qin Yu realized that these blood spirit stones seemed to be quite valuable. She immediately stood up, picked up a brilliantly translucent top-grade blood spirit stone, and asked, "Mom, are these blood spirit stones very precious?" "They are priceless treasures. In our southern region's cultivation world, blood spirit stones haven't appeared for decades, and the method to refine them is known only to Howren secta. However, they also failed recently. If we must speak of their value, we can only say they are priceless." Li Qingqing explained a bit, then turned her excited gaze to Qin Feng, saying, "Xiao Feng, where did you get these blood spirit stones? Auntie is willing to pay a high price to buy them." Now it was Qin Feng's turn to be in a difficult position. Judging by Li Qingqing's demeanor, she likely needed blood spirit stones as well, which could make things easier. However, if she wanted to equip the entire Misty Rain Tower with them, that would be a bit difficult. Qin Yu hurriedly tugged at Li Qingqing's sleeve as she immediately realized her gaffe, forced a slightly awkward smile, and then retreated a few steps to sit on a nearby chair. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng asked, "Auntie, you also need blood spirit stones, right?" "Though these blood spirit stones are numerous, they are still not enough for Xiaoyu. I am already old. It's better to leave the opportunities to her." Li Qingqing glanced at the blood spirit stones in front of Qin Feng, revealing a look of regret. There were still 7 mid-grade ones left, and 14 low-grade ones, which indeed weren't many. Noticing the regret on her face, Qin Feng immediately asked, "If my sister wants to use them, how many would be enough?" "At least 200 good ones. If they're of lower quality, then even more are needed." "Just 200. A top-grade blood spirit stone can increase one's lifespan by 5 years, and the more one uses, the effects might diminish. 200 blood spirit stones could conservatively give Qin Yu an increase of at least several hundred years of lifespan." Qin Feng felt relieved and asked, "Auntie, how many do you need?" Li Qingqing smiled and said, "A couple of hundred wouldn't be too few. 300 to 500 wouldn't be too much." Aside from their value, just gathering so many blood spirit stones would take a considerable amount of time, and while Misty Rain Tower has plenty of manpower, Qin Feng didn't want to expose his own abilities. He could only slowly find opportunities to procure them. Seeing Qin Feng remain silently, Qinghe laughed and said, "Auntie is getting old, don't worry about me, just take care of yourself and Xiaoyu. Auntie, you're being too polite. I'll try my best to find more." After some pleasantries, Qin Feng left one top-grade blood spirit stone behind and divided the rest into 2 portions, handing them to Li Qingqing and Qinyu respectively. Li Qingqing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and without hesitation she handed her portion to Qinyu. Since starting to cultivate, her biggest worry had always been her sister. Now that she knew the blood spirit stones were useful for her, Qin Feng was naturally in a great mood. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng finally donned a black robe and left Misty Rain Tower. Before leaving, he reminded his sister to use the connections at Misty Rain Tower to transfer the mid-grade blood spirit stone to Taizhu. By this time it was already evening. The streets were much less crowded. Qin Feng headed straight towards the Qiyuan Pavilion, and as he passed by the Tongxian Hall, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Last time they sold the 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit, and those guys turned around and sold him out. One day he would smash that place. Arriving at Qiyuan Pavilion, Qin Feng did not look for Zilinger. Instead, he directly bought some items under the service of the maid's spirit beast pills, spirit plant liquid, several copies of the same spirit beast cultivation method, and the yellow-grade intermediate 10,000 souls sutra. Qin Feng did not look for Zilinger. Instead, he directly bought some items under the service of the maid's spirit beast pills, spirit plant liquid, several copies of the same spirit beast cultivation method. During this time, aside from not having increased his realm, he had acquired a lot of other items. He couldn't think of anything he was lacking in the short term. By the time he returned, it was already night. From a distance, he could see a white flying boat floating outside Wonia Mountain with several figures standing on it. Qin Feng felt puzzled, but still removed his black robe and leisurely flew over on the wooden spirit boat. As he got closer, Qin Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Among the people standing on the flying boat was Gugo Dan along with 3 older men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be around 40, dressed in black cloth with long hair casually draped behind him. At this moment, he was solemnly staring at a pale purple compass in his hand, seemingly searching for something. Qin Feng inwardly called it bad. Someone who could make Gugo Dan stand back there was either the sect master or an elder. Qin Feng approached. Aside from the middle-aged man intently studying his compass, everyone else, including Gugo Dan, turned their gaze toward him. Qin Feng immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings to my master and to all esteemed seniors." Gugo Dan nodded expressionlessly. The others followed suit, then redirected their attention to the middle-aged man. Her spiritual trace was last detected somewhere nearby. The middle-aged man murmured to himself, then lifted his eyes to fix them upon Qin Feng. "Are you a disciple of this sect?" Qin Feng's face flickered with confusion until Gugo Dan subtly prompted him. He hastily clasped his hands and bowed again. "Disciple Qin Feng at your service, sect master." Li Qingyun cast a faint appraising glance at Qin Feng, stowed away his compass, and asked calmly, "Do you know Ding Shuli, honorary elder of the Divine Pill Peak?" "I do. Have you had any dealings with her?" "Dealings?" Qin Feng could not fathom what sort of dealings the question implied, but the gravity in the air made one truth unmistakable: they had come to silence Ding Shuli permanently. Though his mind raced with countless possibilities, his tongue moved swiftly. "When I was still a menial servant, I once encountered Elder Ding. She appeared to be attempting to steal medicinal herbs and discovered me. Had a passerby not intervened, I would surely have perished at her hands." He wove the lie effortlessly, casting himself as the innocent victim. Moreover, they stood at the very edge of Wenyo Mountain, where the heaven-sundering veil array could be activated at a moment's notice. Thus he stood unshaken, utterly untroubled. Li Qingyun remained silent, his gaze piercing Qin Feng's eyes like twin needles, unblinking, unrelenting, for a long measured interval. Only then did he withdraw his stare and cast a fleeting glance toward Dingxiang Mountain across the way. "A 5-element root cultivator who has broken through to Foundation establishment. You are truly exceptional." With that quiet commendation, he mounted his flying vessel and departed, uttering not another word. Dingxiang Mountain now lay shrouded beneath the Mirage Maze formation, indistinguishable from any ordinary peak when viewed from afar. Qin Feng could not tell whether they had sensed its anomaly, nor did he know where Ding Shuli now concealed herself. After standing motionless for a moment, he turned and walked back toward Wenyo Mountain. Back within his cave residence, Qin Feng began synthesizing the spirit herb essence he had recently purchased. This essence could be refined only up to human rank supreme grade, and a single application accelerated growth by 150 days. He synthesized 1 barrel of human-rank supreme essence exclusively for the Beast King tree. All the rest he refined into human-rank mid-grade essence to nourish the spirit herbs in his medicinal field. The Earth Spirit Ape's intelligence had risen markedly. It was now fully capable of managing these tasks independently. In addition, the Spirit Beast cultivation method had evolved into the Spirit Beast Manual, while the 10,000 Souls Sutra had ascended into the profound rank intermediate soul-nourishing art. The Spirit Beast Manual was a unique cultivation technique accessible solely to spirit beasts, one that stimulated ancestral bloodline awakening. The soul-nourishing art, meanwhile, was devoted exclusively to refining the divine sense. For cultivators, robust spiritual perception conferred immense advantages beyond mere realm advancement. In the days that followed, Feng entered seclusion. Aside from personally administering spirit herb essence to the Beast King tree each day, he devoted every remaining hour to cultivating the soul-nourishing art and the 5 Sovereigns Annihilation Scripture. Bolstered by the Spirit Gathering Array and continual chi pills, both his cultivation base and divine sense surged forward at an astonishing pace. This seclusion lasted precisely 1 month. His realm had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, initial phase poised on the very threshold of the intermediate phase. A bottleneck, at last I may rest. A campfire blazed at the entrance of his cave residence. Feng slowly rotated a rabbit leg over the flames until its surface shimmered golden brown and exuded a rich, savory aroma. Beside him, the Earth Spirit Ape squatted beside the fire, diligently roasting a 200 wild boar, still clad in coarse bristles. It had hunted every one of these beasts itself, though it had yet to begin practicing the Spirit Beast Manual or consume higher-grade Spirit Beast pills. Yet its intellect now rivaled that of a 10-year-old human child. Its physique, too, had swelled dramatically, standing 9 chi tall, its musculature taut and harmonious, resembling a colossal ape more than any earthly primate. At that moment it stared rapturously into the flame, saliva streaming freely despite the pungent charred stench rising from the roasting meat. Woo-woo. The Earth Spirit Ape gestured eagerly toward Feng, signaling the boar was ready to eat. You have my permission to feast alone. Feng waved dismissively and turned to re-enter his cave residence. He had yet to synthesize the Spirit Beast pills he'd purchased earlier, and since the Spirit Nourishment pills were exhausted, this was the perfect opportunity to upgrade his companion's diet. He placed a Spirit Beast pill upon his palm. As he synthesized it, its properties manifested clearly in his mind. Human-rank mid-grade Spirit Beast pill enhances Spirit Beast intelligence and physical constitution. It carries a slight chance of bloodline awakening. Synthesizable into Divine Beast pill. Divine Beast pill, triple-veined human-rank pill. When consumed by a spirit beast, it sharpens intelligence, attunes the body to spiritual energy, and vastly strengthens physical constitution. A prolonged use may awaken ancestral bloodlines. Reached maximum refinement. No further synthesis possible. Though spirit beast taming remained a common practice among cultivators, it held far less prominence than the 4 core arts of cultivation, and spirit beast alchemy in particular suffered from dire scarcity. Spirit Beast pills represented the finest available on the open market. To Feng, feeding the Earth Spirit Ape Divine Beast pills was no indulgence, it was fitting recompense. And when the Beast King tree eventually bore fruit, its share of destiny would assuredly follow. Upon completing the synthesis, he obtained 62 Divine Beast pills. Stepping out of his cave residence, he found the Earth Spirit Ape had devoured the entire wild boar, its belly now round and taut as it sprawled lazily beneath the sun. Come here, time for something truly refined. Feng beckoned with a wave. Instantly the ape leapt upright and bounded to his side in 3 swift strides. Woo-woo. The moment it caught the fragrance of the Divine Beast pills, its breathing quickened, its entire frame trembling with ecstatic anticipation, so violently that Feng half feared it might lose control of its bladder. Truly pathetic. Exasperated, Feng slapped its massive skull, but the blow landed with no more force than a gentle scratch, given the sheer density of its flesh. Handing over the pills, he withdrew the Spirit Beast Manual from his spatial ring. This manual comprised 2 distinct sections, colloquially termed external and internal cultivation. According to its instructions, the master must recite the text aloud to the Spirit Beast repeatedly, much like transmitting Tao principles, until the beast comprehended and internalized its meaning. Only then could formal practice commence. Reading this requirement left Feng utterly flabbergasted. His own time was already stretched impossibly thin, now he was expected to read aloud like a tutor. He sighed, turning his gaze toward an empty stretch of ground nearby. The Earth Spirit Ape, freshly dosed with Divine Beast pills, now rolled gleefully on the earth, its fur matted with burrs and debris. Save for its colossal size, it bore uncanny resemblance to a rustic village dog. Woo-woo. Sensing the lethal intent in Feng's stare, it scrambled over and sat obediently before him. I need to speak with you, this is vital. If you fail to understand or remember, I'll serve your brain as a delicacy. Understood. The ape rubbed its head vigorously, nodding frantically. The external cultivation method proved relatively straightforward, akin to martial artists' body refining disciplines, building strength, tempering sinews and bones. The internal method, however, consisted merely of a short incantation. After reciting the entire spirit beast manual, Qinghe Feng fixed his gaze upon the ape. Have you memorized it? Woo-woo. It clutched its head and bobbed its chin even more wildly. Hopeless. Seeing its vacant, dazed expression, Qinghe Feng felt a sharp pang of headache and promptly abandoned further effort. Emerging beyond Wenyo Mountain's formation barrier, he spotted a portly figure standing on the open ground outside the mountain gate, clutching a voice transmission talisman, preparing to activate it. Spotting Qinghe Feng, Manager Wang's face instantly bloomed with obsequious delight. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Senior Elder Qinghe. News has arrived regarding the matter you entrusted to me. The Emu Sword. Yes, indeed. I received word this very morning the Peak Lord of Luyan Peak has been afflicted by fire poison. Whoever produces the Xianming Ninefold Pill shall receive an emu sword as reward. The moment I heard, I rushed straight here. Qinghe Feng fell silent. The Xianming Ninefold Pill, a nine-veined elixir capable of neutralizing any poison, commanded a value rivaling that of a profound rank minor artifact. Was an emu sword truly worth such a price? Why does he not seek the pill in neighboring markets? Manager Wang's face flushed crimson. He whispered cautiously, it appears no nearby market stock this pill, hence the announcement within the sect in hopes of encountering someone who possesses it. Qinghe Feng nodded. From his spatial ring he withdrew 20 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Manager Wang, then retrieved his wood spirit vessel and sword toward the sect's central mountains. Entering the mountain gate. On the way back to the Divine Elixir Peak, Qinghe Feng overheard many people discussing the matter of the Xianming Nine Turns pill, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Isn't it just the 9-pattern pill? As long as the news is true, even if it's a higher-level pill, I have ways to obtain it myself. There weren't many people in the area where the true disciples lived. Qinghe Feng walked straight past his own immortal demon cave and headed towards the cave of senior sister Sun Yulan. She had planted several pots of pink medicinal herbs at the entrance of her cave, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air. At this moment the stone door of the cave was tightly closed. Qinghe Feng took out a sound transmission talisman and tossed it inside. After a moment the stone door opened and Sun Yulan appeared at the entrance, carrying the scent of a burned alchemy furnace. With a look of dejection she asked, Junior brother, is there something you need? Qinghe Feng got straight to the point and asked, I heard that the Peak Master of the Luyan Peak urgently needs the Xianming Nine Turns pill. Has senior sister heard about this? I've been in seclusion refining pills recently. Sun Yulan looked confused for a moment, as if realizing something. She covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, are you hoping to exchange for the emu sword he possesses? It's just that I happen to have a pill on hand. Qinghe Feng didn't mention the emu sword, instead pretending to be worried, and asked, if I give him the pill will he go back on his word? A smile appeared on Sun Yulan's face as she patted her chest and said, what's there to worry about? Although our Chongqing sword sect doesn't have a good reputation in the eyes of outsiders, we won't go back on our word with our own people. Then I'll trust you this one time. Qinghe Feng thought secretly in his heart. After bidding farewell to Sun Yulan, he headed straight towards the medicinal herb storage at the Divine Elixir Peak. The medicinal herb storage at the Divine Elixir Peak contained all the herbs of the sect and was open to the disciples. As long as one could afford spirit stones, they could purchase them. By the time he arrived at the herb storage, it was already evening. 2 inner disciples stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Qinghe Feng arrive, their eyes immediately revealed flattering smiles. Elder Qinghe, how may we assist you? I want to enter the Wan Dan Pavilion to take a look, and we'll get some herbs later. Elder Qinghe, please follow me. One of the inner disciples immediately led Qinghe Feng towards the Wan Dan Pavilion. Although there were restrictions to enter the Wan Dan Pavilion, they possessed a token to unlock the restrictions. Qinghe Feng searched around in the Wan Dan Pavilion, found the recipe for the Xianming Nine Turns pill, and when he came out he happened to pass by where the Changqing pill had previously been placed. Looking around, the books on the Changqing pill had already disappeared. Exiting the Wan Dan Pavilion, Qinghe Feng handed the copied recipe to the disciple waiting at the entrance and said, please prepare 10 sets of herbs according to this recipe. The Xianming Nine Turns pill. The disciple glanced at the recipe and immediately showed a look of difficulty. Qinghe Feng frowned and asked, what's wrong? Elder Shin already gave a heads up this morning that the disciples of the Divine Elixir Peak are not allowed to use these herbs. The guarding disciple's face revealed an awkward expression, and Qinghe Feng's expression suddenly darkened. The Elder Shin he mentioned was his second senior brother Shinchong. Is this merely my master's intention? Elder Ge didn't say anything, but Elder Shin insisted on using these herbs. Qinghe Feng fell silent. The Xianming Nine Turns pill was a top-grade human pill. Did he have confidence in refining it? However, regardless, he absolutely needed to obtain these herbs. Taking out the sex identity token, he held it in his hand and said, "To the two, my master has stated that my status is equal to Xinqiang's. I'm not making things difficult for you, so hurry and gather 10 sets of herbs." The two responsible for guarding the herb storage immediately showed a difficult expression, exchanged glances, and ultimately decided to help Feng gather the herbs. A moment later, 10 bundles of herbs appeared at the entrance of the herb storage, with each bundle containing at least 100 plants. In addition, there were many other materials, such as ice spirit stones and xianming stones. "Elder Qin, we still lack a rather precious herb, which you will need to collect yourself." "What are we lacking?" "Fire spirit fruit essence." Feng remained silent, directly storing the herbs on the ground into his storage ring, then turned and left. Fire spirit fruit essence requires soaking at least 100-year-old fire spirit fruit overnight to form. This item is rare, but I just happen to have it. As for the cost of the herbs, it would be deducted from his monthly stipend, so there was no need to provide spirit stones. Just as Feng left, Xinqiang arrived. He was leading a man dressed in white, grinning widely as he said, "Brother Qin, if you can help me with this, I'll treat you to drinks in Tianqing City another day." The man in white was about 8 feet tall, with a handsome face and fair skin, exuding a refined and gentle aura. He merely nodded in response to Xinqiang's flattery. After the two arrived at the entrance of the herb storage, Xinqiang changed his demeanor and ordered the guarding disciples to take out all the herbs for the Xianming 9 turns pill. When he saw that only 5 or 6 sets of herbs were left, Xinqiang's face immediately darkened. "Why are there only so few?" In response to Elder Qin came by just now and took away 10 sets of herbs. 5 or 6 sets of herbs are enough." The man in white showed a confident expression, but Xinqiang looked at the two with a darkened face, scolding, "Did I not say that no one is allowed to use these herbs?" His aura was overpowering, and he looked like he wanted to slay the 2 disciples on the spot, scaring one of them into kneeling down hurriedly, saying he said he has equal status with you and has the right to use the herbs. Equal status. A shadow crossed Xinqiang's eyes. While equality in status was true, it wouldn't be for long. After the man in white stored the herbs into his storage ring, Xinqiang finally accompanied him towards the alchemy area of the Divine Elixir Peak. The ground fire in the alchemy area was fierce, making it an ideal choice for refining high-grade pills. On the other side, Feng had also returned to the Oxherding Mountain. The first thing Feng did upon returning to the cave was to take out the 1,000-year fire spirit fruit and soak it in mountain spring water. Soaking it once wouldn't have any impact on the 1,000-year fire spirit fruit. If the fruit were to spoil, the value of the essence would basically be recouped, and no matter how it was done, there would be no loss. While waiting for the fire spirit fruit essence, Feng took a stroll around the mountaintop. The medicinal fields on the mountaintop were well maintained by the earth spirit ape, with no weeds in sight, and even areas outside the mountaintop were devoid of weeds, creating a pleasing sight. The earth spirit ape was playing with a massive stone in an empty medicinal field, and its aura had become increasingly powerful, now far stronger than when it first arrived. This must be its unique training method, Feng thought as he used a technique to observe the aura. Every time the earth spirit ape pushed the boulder, a surge of strong vitality erupted from its body. Although it possessed spiritual power, the earth spirit ape seemed to have not found a way to harness it, relying solely on brute force to push the boulder. After hesitating for a moment, Feng waved at the earth spirit ape. "Woo woo woo." Upon seeing its master calling, the earth spirit ape immediately dashed over, squatting obediently on the ground in front of Feng, waiting for orders. Feng pointed at the young beast king tree beside him and said, "This thing is very precious, do you understand?" "Woo woo woo." The earth spirit ape nodded vigorously, its eyes revealing excitement. Feng then took out the high-quality spiritual plant essence from his storage ring and instructed it, "From now on you must water this little sapling with this essence every day, once a day, understand?" The earth spirit ape turned around and carefully examined the young beast king tree on the ground, its expression serious, as it nodded at Feng. It had observed the young beast king tree countless times before, but unfortunately it had been blocked by Feng's restrictions. "Starting tomorrow, water it once a day, and don't touch it, otherwise it'll eat your brain." "Woo woo woo." The earth spirit ape nodded fervently and then ran off while cradling its head. Now it could clearly understand what eating brains meant. It was about consuming its own brain. Seeing the earth spirit ape's dramatic reaction, Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and turned to enter the cave to begin his cultivation. A night passed. The fire spirit fruit essence was ready. The fruit in the basin remained unchanged, but the mountain spring water had turned into a dark red, somewhat viscous liquid emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Feng took out the remaining genuine fire charcoal from his storage ring and placed it nearby, then took out all the herbs for the Xianming 9 turns pill. Although it was his first time refining such a high-grade pill, Feng felt no nervousness, because all he needed to do was refine a waste pill to consider it a success. Boom! As the true fire coal ignited, a scorching flame erupted instantly, crazily searing the bottom of the Wanma cauldron. Although the temperature couldn't compare to the earth fire of Xindan Peak, Qin Feng felt it was sufficient for refining the waste pills. As the temperature gradually increased, Qin Feng began to add medicinal materials into the Wanma cauldron one after another. In less than half a stick of incense, all the herbs formed a light green medicinal mud inside the cauldron. Only at this moment did Qin Feng add the fire spirit fruit essence into the mixture. Moments later, the medicinal mud had fully formed, emanating bursts of unusual fragrance, indicating it was ready for pill separation. In order to ensure the synthesis could reach the peak quality of human-grade pills, Qin Feng chose to separate the pills to the maximum extent, 12 pieces. A cauldron yielding 12 pills was already the limit of alchemy in this realm, yet it was not Qin Feng's limit. Moments later, the medicinal mud in the Wanma cauldron was divided into 12 portions, and the cauldron began to tremble slightly. Boom! Before he could proceed to the next step, the cauldron exploded. Human-grade pills are indeed remarkable. Qin Feng sighed, immediately taking the discarded pills out of the Wanma cauldron and inspecting them in his palm. These medicinal materials had just been separated and hadn't even had the chance to form into pills before the cauldron exploded. They were now not in a rounded state, but rather as neatly shaped black carbonized crystals. Qin Feng was somewhat worried that they did not meet the standards for waste pills, but before him appeared a line of small characters: unformed Xianming 9 turns pill. Consuming it may cause the body to feel as cold as frost, blood to coagulate, and could potentially lead to freezing to death. Can be synthesized into inferior Xianming 9 turns pill. Is this even possible? Qin Feng's eyes revealed an unexpected expression as he immediately began refining the next batch of pills. Round after round, 5 batches of pills were quickly completed. Before Qin Feng lay over 50 black crystals exuding a burnt odor. These crystals were translucent and differed from ordinary carbonized pills. Human-grade pills are indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng sighed and immediately began the synthesis. One batch of pills had exploded, 2 severely damaging 3 waste pills, leaving him with 57 Xianming 9 turns waste pills. After 2 rounds of synthesis, Qin Feng obtained 14 pills. Xianming 9 turns pill, a human-grade top-tier pill. Consuming it can detoxify all poisons in the world, counteract all fire toxins, cleanse the body, improve physique, and facilitate the absorption of spiritual energy more smoothly. Can be synthesized into Xianming ghost pill. Could it be because the initial quality of the Xianming 9 turns pill is relatively high that it only requires 2 rounds of synthesis to achieve its expected quality? Looking at the 14 Xianming 9 turns pills before him, Qin Feng felt as if he were dreaming. Reflecting on his previous pill refining experiences, he had never encountered such a situation. Of course, the difficulty of refining other pills was much lower than that of the Xianming 9 turns pill. After gathering all the pills, Qin Feng took out a small vial to store 1 Xianming 9 turns pill. After tidying up the discarded materials from pill refining, Qin Feng quickly left the cave, planning to exchange for a emu sword at the sect. It was noon at that time. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he could see the snow falling outside, starting off as fine as grass fragments. Moments later, the snowflakes began to grow larger and a heavy snowfall began to fall. Has winter arrived so soon? Qin Feng stared blankly at the falling snow. Since breaking through to Foundation establishment, he had not paid much attention to the changes in temperature outside, only realizing the change of seasons upon seeing the snow. Time flies. The Chongqing Sword sect had dozens of peaks, among which 7 were closest to Chongqing Peak, known as the 7 Sons of Changqing, with Luyun Peak being one of them. Upon reaching the foot of Luyun Peak, the surroundings had turned completely white, and the heavy snow continued to fall as if the entire world had transformed into white at that moment. Qin Feng found someone to guide him, heading straight towards the main hall of Luyun Peak. The guide was a disciple of Luyun Peak in the 8th layer of Qi refinement, looking only about 17 or 18 years old, carrying a silver-white long spear adorned with red tassels on his back. The aura of this disciple was stronger than most people from Xindan Peak. After all, people from Xindan Peak focused mainly on alchemy, while those from the 7 peaks were primarily combat-oriented. On the way, the young man with a conflicted expression asked Qin Feng, "Elder, do you really have the Xianming 9 turns pill?" Qin Feng looked at him in confusion and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Many people have been claiming to have pills lately, but upon arrival it turned out not to be the case, just similar effects. The Peak Master has been furious several times over this. Is it absolutely necessary to have the Xianming 9 turns pill? He showed a frustrated expression in his eyes, immediately stopping in his tracks, awkwardly saying, "Elder Qin, if you don't have the Xianming 9 turns pill, perhaps we shouldn't go." "I have it, let's go." Qin Feng smiled and waved at him, then headed straight up the mountain. On the summit of Luyun Peak, many buildings were constructed along with a martial arts arena paved with many mysterious stone slabs. Many people were practicing their techniques on it, honing their skills. These individuals exuded a strong aura, and upon seeing Qin Feng dressed in the white robe of Shindan Peak, even without greeting him, they all displayed flattering smiles. The two passed through the martial arts arena and arrived outside a spacious courtyard. The young man respectfully stated, "Elder Qin, this is the courtyard of our peak master. I'll go inform him for you." Qin Feng stood in place watching as he ran to the entrance to negotiate with the gatekeeper disciples, talking for quite a while before handing over 2 spirit stones, then running back. "Elder Qin, everything has been arranged," the young man said, excitedly pointing to the entrance of the courtyard, while Qin Feng felt somewhat frustrated. He had come to deliver life-saving pills to their peak master, yet he had to offer some benefits to get in. "You may enter, our master is inside." The 2 gatekeeping disciples glanced at Qin Feng expressionlessly, then turned away, without any sign of leading him in. Qin Feng shot a glance at the 2, feeling even more annoyed. When did the Foundation establishment cultivators start to act so arrogant? However, their demeanor generally wouldn't allow them to live long. He walked into the courtyard. What he saw were houses made of fine boxwood with various weapons and magical artifacts displayed in the hall. Upon entering the hall, he immediately felt something unusual from the adjacent side room. The surrounding environment was cold, while the temperature inside that room was scorching hot, with large amounts of dark red steam seeping out from the door crack, extremely terrifying. Qin Feng approached the door and knocked, calling out, "Qin Feng, the 6th disciple of God Egg, requests an audience with the peak master of Lun Peak." "What is it?" A hoarse voice came from inside, to which Qin Feng immediately replied, "I've heard that the senior urgently needs the Xianming 9 turns pill, and I happen to have one in hand." The room fell silent. The door opened and 2 young women in white robes of exceptional beauty and wearing veils stepped out, greeting Qin Feng with a bow. "We greet Elder Qin," letting the maids come out to see him. Was this an attempt to test the pill first? Seeing a large amount of red mist wafting from the room, Qin Feng, worried about contamination and not wanting to dwell on it, directly took out the Xianming 9 turns pill from his storage ring and handed it over. In the courtyard, cold winds howled as thick flakes of snow fell, gently enveloping the surroundings in a chill. The 2 disciples at the gate tucked their hands into their sleeves, whispering among themselves about how many new female disciples had arrived at the sect and who was the most beautiful. Qin Feng paced back and forth in the heavy snow, trying to tuck his hands into his sleeves, finally feeling a hint of cold. It feels like winter now." At this moment, a sudden wail echoed from within the house in the courtyard. It was the voice of the master of Lun Peak, for there were no other men inside. "Not good. The peak master has coughed up blood." 2 maidservants rushed out of the house in a panic, quickly darting past Qin Feng and out of the courtyard, while continuing to cry out. The 2 gatekeeping disciples squinted at Qin Feng and without a word drew their flying swords, coldly demanding, "What did you do to our master?" Qin Feng was taken aback. He indeed had given the 9 turns mystic pill, no doubt about it. Soon a large group of Luyun Peak disciples gathered around, each with a fierce expression, coldly staring at Qin Feng. In such a situation, it was basically impossible to explain himself. Qin Feng decided to turn back and check inside. Suddenly a burly figure jumped out from the crowd, launching a silver-white sword towards his back. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and could only draw his yin-yang mother-son shield to defend himself, while a flicker of anger ignited within him. He shouted at the crowd, "What I gave was indeed the 9 turns mystic pill. Now I just want to check on the master's condition. You still want to go in and harm our master?" The burly man who had just attacked spoke, his voice deep like thunder, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Harm your mother?" Qin Feng cursed loudly, gripping the yin-yang mother-son shield. He replied to the crowd, "Then you go in and carry the person out. If the person is dead, I'll accept it. You act before understanding the situation. Is this how Luyun Peak treats its guests?" The crowd fell silent. At this time, if the person were to die, the first to be implicated would surely face trouble. As the crowd hesitated, the burly man said with a calm face, "I will go check." After saying that, he passed by Qin Feng and walked straight towards the house, but stopped just as he reached the door. "What's going on?" Qin Feng frowned and asked, at the same time readying to take out his flying shuttle. If the person really died, he would slip away immediately. To hell with the Imu sword. "Master, are you all right?" The man spoke respectfully to the door of the side room, while outsiders could not see the situation clearly. Everyone held their breath, only hearing the weak voice of the Luyun Peak master saying, "I'm fine, quickly invite." "All right." The burly man's face flushed red, and he immediately turned to walk out of the courtyard, clasping his hands in salute to Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Shidi, I was worried master was too anxious earlier, so I apologize to you." "No worries." Qin Feng waved his hand, putting away the yin-yang mother-son shield, and turned to enter the house. Just as he reached the door, a strong smell of blood hit him. The room was brightly lit. A man in his 40s, dressed in a black robe, was sitting on the bed, cultivating to heal his injuries. Beside the bed stood a huge water vat, emanating a chill with blood all over, both inside the vat and on the ground. The man was the master of Luyan Peak Mo Wenjian. Despite his formidable power, his aura was weak at this moment, clearly suffering severely from fire poison. Junior Qin Feng, I greet you, senior. You are the disciple of Elder Good, just call me Mo Shu. The man opened his eyes, his complexion had already regained a rosy hue. He looked at Qin Feng with a smile and said, the 9 turns mystic pill is quite valuable, tell me what reward do you seek? I wish to have an emu sword. Qin Feng's face lit up with joy as he immediately replied. Mo Wenjian waved his hand and 2 items immediately appeared beside the bed. One was a long sword 4 feet long, 3 inches wide, smooth and extremely sharp. The other was a bamboo scroll, the contents hidden from view. He said lightly, the emu sword is indeed precious, but your pill saved my life. You may also take the Luyan sword technique from Luyan Peak, but you can only cultivate it yourself. Thank you, Shu. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully approached the bedside, storing the emu sword and the Luyan sword technique into his storage ring. Then I shall take my leave, Shitty. And then go on. Stepping out of the room, Qin Feng finally felt a sigh of relief. He had finally obtained the emu sword. The disciples outside had already dispersed, leaving only the gatekeepers and the young man who had just led the way, along with the burly man who had clashed with Qin Feng earlier. The latter seemed to be around 30 years old, with an honest and simple appearance, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, his face full of apology as he smiled at Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng exit the courtyard, he immediately spoke earnestly, Qin Shitty, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. If you ever need assistance, feel free to send someone to notify me. Don't worry, senior brother. I didn't take it to heart. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, retrieving a few low-grade spirit stones to hand to the young man who led the way, and then he left. The snow was still falling. The accumulated snow on the road had already become deep, crunching underfoot. To the left, several female disciples were still playing building a snowman, while to the right, under a pine tree, 2 young men were diligently practicing sword techniques. Qin Feng walked straight down the mountain. Amid the falling snowflakes, he vaguely saw 2 figures in the storm. As he got closer, he realized it was Xinchang, while the other person was unknown to him. Upon recognizing Qin Feng, Xinchang's expression immediately hardened, and he pretended not to know him, walking straight past. Xin brother, does this person have a grudge against you? He isn't worthy. He was merely taken in as a disciple by master out of kindness. Their conversation was not loud, but they did not hold back. Qin Feng curled his lips, silently cursing Xinchang's parents in his heart, then left the sect. At this time, Xinchang with his companions confidently made his way to the top of Luyan Peak. With a blank expression, he addressed the 2 gatekeeping disciples, saying, We want to see Peak Master Mo. The disciple guarding the gate tucked his hands into his sleeves and said coolly, Our Peak Master is currently preparing for seclusion. Xinchang furrowed his brows and asked, Isn't he afflicted by fire poison and in urgent need of the 9 turns mystic pill? Who are you? If you want to see our Peak Master, then. One of them rubbed his fingers together, implying he wanted something in return. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the disciple rubbing his fingers suddenly had a red mark on his face. He covered his face with a hand, a look of resentment on his face. Xinchang rubbed his wrist, coldly staring at the disciple, and asked, Do you know who I am? No. Smack. After delivering 2 resounding slaps, Xinchang walked straight into the courtyard, while the man in white stood waiting at the spot. Moments later, Xinchang stormed out holding a 9 turns mystic pill with a grim face. Xin brother, what happened? That bastard Qin Feng got ahead of me. His name is Qin Feng. No wonder his aura resembles that of my old rival. A subtle expression appeared on the face of the man in white, while Xinchang's expression brightened as he quickly asked, Brother Chen, do you have a grudge against him? I have no grudge against him, but I have enmity with his sister from the Misty Rain Tower. I want her to taste the bitterness of losing loved ones. Misty Rain Tower. Can Brother Chen elaborate a bit more? Learning of Qin Feng's close ties with the Misty Rain Tower, Xinchang suddenly felt enlightened, even beginning to guess the cause of the eldest brother's death. On the other side, as Qin Feng returned to Wonium Mountain, he felt his ears heat up slightly, and he quietly stood at the entrance of the cave pondering. Second brother Xinchang controlled the materials for the 9 turns mystic pill and had gone to Luyan Peak again today, and the person beside him seemed formidable. Calculating the time, it's highly likely that second brother is going to deliver the pill to Luyan Peak, right? He got ahead of me and now he's planning something. If only I could create a talisman to sever causal connections, then even if I killed someone within the sect, no one would discover it. Qin Feng rubbed his hot ears, feeling somewhat unsettled in his heart. Rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to take the initiative. With that thought, Qin Feng immediately went to Taishan Feng to purchase a large amount of materials and related books for making talismans. When Qin Feng returned after shopping, the sky had already darkened. He saw a shadow sneaking towards the foot of Wonium Mountain, particularly conspicuous against the snowy night. Who is it at this late hour? Qin Feng squinted and took a glance before immediately steering the wooden spirit boat to pursue. As he approached, the figure noticed his presence and promptly stopped, turning around. Qin Feng was about to activate his top-tier fire spirit talisman when the other party hurriedly pulled off the black cloth covering her face and shouted, "It's me." A cool voice emerged, and only then did Qin Feng notice the slightly delicate snow-white face beneath the cloth. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng frowned as he looked at Ding Shuli, whose small face was flushed from the cold, breathing heavily, her hair disheveled, appearing quite disheveled. I didn't plan to do anything." Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a hint of panic, and she turned her head to look into the distance, trying to avoid Qin Feng's gaze. "Isn't this inexplicable?" Just as Qin Feng was about to turn and leave, he noticed that there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from her, making her look like an ordinary person. The direction she was heading was precisely a ravine at the foot of Wonia Mountain. The Grand Illusion Array had covered most of the ravine, and anyone who hadn't previously seen Wonia Mountain would never know there was a ravine there. In an instant, Qin Feng guessed her current predicament. The Longxing sword sect was searching for him, so hiding was the safest course of action. However, she had reinforced the array of Dingxing Mountain while hiding at the foot of Wonia Mountain. Oh, what a clever tactic of hiding under the lamp. Although the ravine was safe, the conditions were ultimately lacking. To give her a way out, Qin Feng decided to find a reason to take her back to his cave abode and asked, "Can you make—" "What's wrong?" Ding Shuli showed a look of confusion on her face. "If you can make talismans, come back to my cave abode and teach me how to make them." She stood there with a conflicted expression, not speaking. Qin Feng didn't give her a chance to refuse. He lowered the wooden spirit boat, wrapped his arm around her waist, and directly pulled her onto the boat. As he embraced her waist, Qin Feng realized she was completely cold, her lower body already soaked by the snowmelt. Back at Wonia Mountain, Qin Feng set her down on the ground and then asked, "What about your cultivation?" "I sealed it away. Right now I am just an ordinary person. You don't need to worry about what I will do." Ding Shuli looked at Qin Feng expressionlessly before standing there, unsure of what to do. She was also worried if there were any arrays on Qin Feng's mountain. "It's absolutely safe here at Wonia Mountain. As long as you don't act recklessly, I don't mind you restoring your cultivation." "I'll go change my clothes first." Ding Shuli touched the bag behind her and then turned to walk into the cave. Woo-woo. As the stone door of the cave abode closed, the earth spirit ape jumped out from behind the mountain, pointing at the stone door of the cave incessantly, its eyes showing a curious expression, perhaps wanting to know who the new bipedal creature was. Qin Feng stroked its head and said, "Just consider her a guest, but you must keep a close eye on the things in this mountain. Don't let her mess with them, understand?" The earth spirit ape nodded vigorously. In its eyes, Ding Shuli was just an ordinary human, posing no threat at all. "Go find some firewood to start a fire." Qin Feng sent the earth spirit ape off and then took out the Emu sword from his storage ring. He hadn't had the chance to examine it closely at Luyan Mountain, but now that it was in his hand, he noticed its heavy weight was not much different from an ordinary iron sword. Emu sword, its sharpness is comparable to that of a top-tier yellow-grade flying sword, extremely hard, able to chop and cut, but is prone to breaking when stabbed. Can be synthesized divine wood sword. Indeed, it can be synthesized. As he focused on the Emu sword, a line of text immediately appeared, causing Qin Feng to feel an overwhelming excitement. At that moment, the earth spirit ape returned with a bundle of firewood, a bundle thick enough to be as wide as its waist. Qin Feng stepped forward, raised his hand, and with a single swing of the sword, he cleaved through the firewood. The Emu sword sliced through the entire bundle of wood as smoothly as cutting through flowing water. The severed firewood lost its support and immediately began to slide, making a cracking sound. "Isn't this—" Looking at the neatly cut firewood, Qin Feng was instantly dumbfounded, wishing he could rush back to the Longxing sword sect to get more. If the Emu sword was this powerful, how much more so would the divine wood sword be? After putting the items back into the storage ring, Qin Feng found himself filled with thoughts about how to obtain a second Emu sword. Senior brother heir also has a Emu sword. Perhaps I should find a time to have a heart-to-heart with him. Thinking of Shen Chang's approach to him, Qin Feng couldn't help but entertain the idea of having a heart-to-heart conversation with him. In the realm of cultivation, where the weak are prey for the strong, sometimes one must take the initiative. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng became even more determined to learn talisman making. He took out a book about talisman making from his storage ring. The 4 arts of cultivation include alchemy, formations, weapon crafting, and talismans. These 4 arts are almost the most commonly used tools for cultivators. Talisman making, like medicinal pills, is divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human. Talisman below the human level are called non-rank talismans. For example, the fire serpent talisman is the most basic talisman among non-rank talismans. Talisman seals a spell within it. When needed, one can activate it with spiritual energy and release the spell. In the darkness, the fire crackled as it burned. Qin Feng held a book that recorded many spells going through it. At that moment, Ding Shuli in the cave abode had already changed her clothes. A white form-fitting long dress hugged her slender waist, and although she wore no makeup, she still looked exquisite and charming. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall, and with a blue hairpin inserted it added an elegant touch. After completing all this, Ding Shuli finally had the mind to observe the layout of the cave abode. The stone bed, stone table, training room, and alchemy chamber were all empty, with only 3 jade stones resembling pagodas placed in the training room. Is this guy really this frugal? Ding Shuli scrutinized for a moment before opening the large door of the cave abode to walk outside. Exiting the cave, her eyes were met with lush green medicinal fields, and next to the cave a tree about half her height. She reached out to touch the tender green leaves, and her fingertips immediately felt a cool sensation accompanied by a faint fragrance of tea. Is this a spiritual tea tree? Ding Shuli looked at Feng in confusion. At this moment she had concealed her spiritual energy and could not use the Qi observation technique, completely unaware of the value of the spiritual tea tree before her. Feng nodded in response and then asked, "Sister, do you know of any spells that can block cause?" "What do you mean, huh?" "For instance, if I killed Zhang Shun, the sect could track me down. I want to learn a spell that prevents the sect from finding me. Do you understand what I mean?" Ding Shuli looked at Feng blankly for a long time, not knowing what was on her mind. The 1,000 poison insect technique requires absorbing toxic gas into the body for use as spiritual energy, allowing it to erupt with greater power at any time and place. If merely employing spiritual energy to cast the technique, its power is minimal, only capable of gnawing on corpses. For Feng, as long as the 1,000 insects can gnaw on corpses and carry a scent, the magnitude of power can be left to synthesis. However, upon hearing that the 1,000 poison insect technique requires storing toxic gas within the body to maximize its power, Feng's expression instantly stiffened, feeling a chill run down his back. If she truly retained toxic gas in her body, then had he not been lingering at the gates of death with his previous actions? "What's wrong with you?" Ding Shuli looked at Feng in confusion, thinking he was uninterested in the 1,000 poison insect technique. After a significant silence, Feng finally asked, "Did you retain toxic gas in your body?" Seeing Feng's unusual expression, Ding Shuli immediately understood what he was thinking, revealing a strange smile, but saying nothing. Feng felt an increasing sense of dread, observing with his eyes, nose, and heart, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to check his body status, leaving no area, including his Qi Si and spiritual Si, unchecked. However, after a long search, he found no abnormalities. "Stop looking, I did poison you the first time. Then why can't I find it?" Ding Shuli shot Feng a glance, sitting on a large stone by the fire, impatiently saying, "If you want to learn, then learn, if not, just forget it." "Learn. But I'll only study the weaker version." Throughout that night, Feng was diligently learning the 1,000 poison insect technique. Although Ding Shuli had sealed her cultivation, she could still relay the techniques. The 1,000 poison insect technique is a relatively advanced spell. When perfected, it produces a dense cloud of poisonous insects, devouring everything in its path, leaving nothing alive within its coverage. 1,000 poison ancestor, the Dao Law, is boundless insect lord and insect matron, assists me in ascending to immortality. Feng silently recited the incantation, his fingers gesturing as the wood attribute spiritual energy surged throughout his body, gradually forming a layer of black mist externally. He pointed sharply at a stone the size of a grinding mill. "Release." The black mist seemed to possess sentience, instantly lunging towards the stone. A hissing sound of dissolution and corrosion echoed in the blink of an eye. The smooth stone was riddled with holes created by the poisonous insects formed from the black mist. However, since Feng had not fully mastered this technique, the black mist vanished after merely 3 breaths, leaving behind a pockmarked stone. Seeing Feng manage to cast the 1,000 poison insect technique in such a short time, Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She, with dual water and with spiritual roots perfectly suited for the technique, had taken a full 2 days to cast it. Unexpectedly, Feng, possessing 5 spiritual roots and being of low talent, exhibited such high comprehension. By now the sun had risen. Feng continued tirelessly casting the 1,000 poison insect technique on the stone beside him. After several spells, the stone, along with the weeds on the ground, was completely devoured, even creating a small pit in the soil. At this moment, Feng, with a pained expression, took out the fire sword, intending to test whether the 1,000 poison insect technique could consume scents or similar items. The fire sword was his contracted artifact, deeply engraved in his memory by both scent and intuition. If he could not sense the sword's aura after it was swallowed by the 1,000 poison insect technique, it would likely confirm success. With this thought, Feng immediately placed the fire sword on the ground and began to cast the 1,000 poison insect. The fire sword was a Xian-grade artifact. The spell he cast was not only difficult to consume, but even gnawing at the surface proved challenging. Nevertheless, Feng remained undeterred and continued casting. The day was now bright, and the entire Wenyo mountain was clearly visible. Ding Shuli withdrew her gaze from Qin Feng, starting to carefully observe the surrounding environment. Upon noticing a layer of faint white mist enveloping the spirit tea tree beside the cave, Ding Shuli's eyes instantly displayed a look of shock. She knew this was the spiritual energy released by the spirit tree. This spirit tree can actually release visible spiritual energy. It must be at least a millennium old. While Ding Shuli was astonished, her gaze shifted slightly, and she spotted a small sapling about 7 inches tall. The sapling was a vibrant green with over 10 tender leaves swaying in the wind, also releasing visible white spiritual mist. Seeing all this, Ding Shuli instantly understood why Qin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. These 2 spirit trees could release spiritual energy, and with over 10 acres of spirit herb fields outside, the spiritual energy in the entire Wenyo mountain was at least twice as rich as in the outside world. In such an environment, the speed of cultivation would naturally be extraordinarily fast. Seeing Qin Feng still immersed in the 1,000 poison insect technique, Ding Shuli, feeling bored, walked over to the millennium spirit tea tree to relieve her boredom. As she approached the spirit tea tree, she noticed a large wooden bucket near the stone wall filled with a thick light green liquid. This quality of spirit plant liquid must be at least high grade. Ding Shuli's eyes revealed astonishment as she intended to move closer to confirm the quality of the spirit plant liquid. At that moment, she suddenly felt a rush of heat above her head. Looking up, Ding Shuli was instantly stunned. She saw a monkey's head as large as a grinding mill hanging upside down on the mountain wall of the cave, staring at her. Perhaps due to the close proximity, all she could see was its head. Woo woo woo. The earth spirit ape made sounds from its mouth, nimbly leaping directly in front of Ding Shuli, then extending its hand to protect the wooden bucket containing the spirit plant liquid. At this moment, the earth spirit ape stood nearly a yard tall, its robust figure possessing a graceful beauty, appearing more like a monkey. Its eyes displayed a reproachful expression, preventing her from advancing further. This is the earth spirit ape. How can its intelligence be so high? Seeing the anthropomorphic expression on the earth spirit ape's face, Ding Shuli was once again shocked. Previously, when she was changing clothes in the cave, she thought Qin Feng's circumstances were quite difficult. She never expected him to be so extravagant. With spirit trees, spirit fields, and spirit beasts all present. Woo woo woo. The earth spirit ape gestured for her to step back, then took a wooden ladle to water the millennium spirit tea tree and the beast king sapling with the spirit plant liquid. After completing all this, it picked up the wooden bucket to water the other herbs in the field. Although its size was enormous, it worked with great precision. What on earth is this creature's origin? Ding Shuli was immensely shocked. After discovering that Qin Feng had returned to the cave, she simply released her seal, took out a formation array from her storage ring, casually set up a restriction, and sat down to begin her cultivation. At this time within the cave, Qin Feng sat beside the stone table starting to study talismans. Generally, talisman making involves drawing specific patterns on talisman paper based on the way spells are cast, then infusing it with spiritual energy. It seems simple, but it is quite similar to alchemy. If any breath is unstable, it can lead to failure. These are based on existing talismans production processes, yet no one has made the 1,000 poison insect technique into a talisman before, so Qin Feng now needs to find a pattern that can represent the 1,000 poison insect technique. With a rustling sound, Qin Feng lifted the talisman brush, swiftly writing strange symbols on the talisman paper, then infusing it with the spiritual energy of the 1,000 poison insect technique. Boom! A small flame ignited from the talisman paper, leaving only ashes. Failure is the mother of success. Let's try again. Again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Qin Feng had ruined over 1,000 sheets of talisman paper. The prolonged focus had left his eyes bloodshot. This thing has a low cost-performance ratio. Qin Feng set down the talisman brush, gazing at the talisman paper. He had just drawn a look of disappointment in his eyes. Had he spent these 10 days diligently practicing the 1,000 poison insect technique, he would have likely already reached the minor achievement stage. Not only did he waste time making talismans, but the discarded talisman paper alone cost nearly 10,000. With a gloomy expression, Qin Feng placed the freshly drawn talisman paper in the center of the stone table, then channeled his spiritual energy to cast the 1,000 poison insect technique. Buzz! A glow flickered from the talisman paper, and Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy as he immediately withdrew the magic power he had unleashed. Once the magic power supporting the glow was withdrawn, the light instantly vanished, revealing its dark yellow essence, with the patterns appearing somewhat fragmented. At least it didn't catch fire this time. Qin Feng, overjoyed, held the talisman paper in his hands, and a line of small words appeared in his eyes. Discarded 1,000 poison insect talisman, ordinary and useless, can be used for kindling. Can be synthesized 1,000 poison insect talisman. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. I've finally done it. Other cultivators must meticulously execute each step in crafting talismans. However, Feng is different. He only needs to create a semi-finished product and leave the rest to synthesis. The success rate of crafting a complete talisman is not high and it wastes time. Looking at the discarded talismans before him, Feng felt delighted. He immediately picked up the talisman brush, took out some talisman paper from the side, and began to replicate the runic patterns he had just seen. After practicing with over 1,000 sheets of talisman paper, Feng could now skillfully wield the brush with fluidity. With a few swift strokes, he completed the talisman and then infused it with the 1,000 poison insect technique. Buzz! A dim gray light instantly illuminated the talisman paper. If he continued, he would need to completely infuse the 1,000 poison insect technique into the talisman paper. A moment's distraction could ignite the paper and ruin everything, so Feng naturally chose to stop while he was ahead. As the spiritual power returned to his body, the luminous talisman paper on the table began to dim and instantly turned into scrap. Feng excitedly held the 2 discarded talismans in his hands. Synthesis. In an instant, the discarded talisman papers fused into one, transforming into a dark yellow talisman, engraved with a pattern resembling an insect shimmering with a faint gray light, looking extremely extraordinary. Finally succeeded. Feng held the 1,000 poison insect talisman in his hand, almost moved to tears. He had worked tirelessly for 10 days and nights for this talisman, and now the moment of fruition had finally arrived. After continuing to craft for about half an hour, Feng once again produced 10,000 poison insect talismans. He took the talismans and exited the cave. Ding Shuli was cultivating beside the spirit tea tree. Feng did not disturb him and walked straight to an empty space nearby, taking out 1,000 poison insect talisman and activating it. As the spiritual power was injected into the talisman, the entire talisman instantly transformed into black mist, enveloping a fist-sized stone ahead. This black mist was significantly stronger than the 1,000 poison insect technique Feng had cast, devouring the stone cleanly in the blink of an eye. The insect mist lingered in place, persistently devouring the ground and creating a small pit until all the spiritual power was exhausted before finally dissipating. After the stone disappeared, Feng used the Qi observation technique to check the previous location, only to sense a swarm of insects that had once existed with no trace of the stone left. Previously, when Feng had used the insect technique to devour the fire sword, he had not sensed any trace of it either. Although it seemed safe, Feng chose to return to the cave to synthesize again and see. Although his synthesis ability was somewhat limited, he was highly authoritative in identifying items. Feng returned to the cave and directly took 1,000 poison insect talisman to inspect it in his palm. 1,000 poison insect talisman, intermediate talisman. The toxic mist of insects carries great poison and can devour various substances, including spiritual power. Can synthesize advanced 1,000 poison insect talisman. To test how far the 1,000 poison insect talisman could be synthesized, Feng crafted over 100 semi-finished talismans before beginning the synthesis. Advanced 1,000 poison insect talisman, human rank. Primary 1,000 poison insect talisman, human rank. Intermediate 1,000 poison insect talisman, human rank. Advanced demon devouring talisman. Demon devouring talisman, human rank. Advanced talisman. The insects evolve into demon insects that can devour the laws of the heavens and the demons of hell if there are enough of them. Has reached the pinnacle and cannot be synthesized further. The demon-devouring talisman is different from other talismans. It presents a pale blue hue and is enveloped in a blue glow, giving an oppressive feeling, making it clear that it is not an ordinary talisman. Is a talisman synthesized to its peak really this powerful? Feng cautiously placed the demon-devouring talisman in the center of the stone table, feeling an overwhelming shock in his heart. Although he was unsure if he could sever causality inferring from its ability to devour the laws of the heavens, possessing the demon-devouring talisman would surely allow for rampant killings in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. The relationship of causality is generally mysterious, and even if there are discrepancies, they would not be significant. At least such a powerful being had yet to appear in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. Upon thinking of this, Feng felt an immense sense of relief, experiencing a feeling of being unrestrained, as if the skies were high for birds to soar and the seas were vast for fish to leap. Just then, a sound transmission talisman suddenly shot in from outside the cave, followed by the voice of Shinchong Jr. Brother Liu. At midnight tonight, let's meet at Qingyun Canyon, 300 miles east of the sect. Senior Sister Wu asks for our help in subduing the golden-winged bird. Upon hearing the sound transmission, Feng immediately put away the talisman and exited the cave. Looking through the concealment array, he saw that the surroundings were empty and devoid of anything. Clearly, after delivering the sound transmission, Shinchong left immediately. Meeting me at midnight. Feng's expression revealed confusion as he contemplated the authenticity of this matter. If it was truly senior sister Wu seeking his help, it would be fine, but if this was Xinqiang's scheme, then preparations would have to be made. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng decided to take out the wooden spirit boat to check on the sect. Upon arriving at the sect and inquiring around, there was no trace of senior sister Sun Yulan. After much effort, 2 individuals with knowledge mentioned that she had gone out to capture spirit beasts, but no one knew where exactly. Qin Feng could roughly guess that something was amiss, and being cautious was not excessive. He returned to Wonia Mountain. Entering the cave, Qin Feng directly took out all the remaining talismans he had. Last time when he went to retrieve the Wanma cauldron, he had prepared many items, but had no opportunity to take them out. Now they could be used as trump cards. Currently there were 87 advanced fire snake talismans left, and the flying sword talismans and thunder induction talismans of the same quality both had over 300, but they had yet to be synthesized. To be on the safe side, Qin Feng synthesized 20 premium fire snake talismans, premium flying sword talismans, and premium thunder induction talismans. Premium talismans possess formidable power sufficient to kill mid-foundation establishment cultivators and even threaten late-foundation establishment cultivators. With these 3 items, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of security. Even if he threw out several at once, even a foundation establishment expert like Mo Wenjian would feel apprehensive. In addition, there were the 9 dragons binding sky rope, Yinyang mother and sun shield, moon piercing flying sword, 1,000-mile flying shuttle, spiritual energy recovery pills, detoxification Xianming 9 turns pill, and the demon devouring talisman. Qin Feng carefully counted all the life-saving items to ensure that everything was perfect. Synthesizing the talismans had consumed a considerable amount of time. When Qin Feng exited the cave again, it was already evening. The surrounding mountains were covered in white snow, wrapped in a silver garment, pristine and bright. The snow had stopped falling. The crimson sunset filtered through the clouds, bathing Wonia Mountain in golden light at that moment. Ding Shuli was still sitting cross-legged beside the spirit tea tree cultivating. Qin Feng did not disturb her. On a whim, he took out the Thunderbolt flying sword and began practicing the Thunderbolt sword technique. At this point, Qin Feng had already cultivated the Thunderbolt sword technique to an introductory level. The Thunderbolt sword darted through the void, moving so fast that the sound of it breaking the air was continuous, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Although it was just a flying sword, its overwhelming momentum hinted at a hint of dominance. In simple terms, while its power was uncertain, it certainly looked quite impressive. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but put away the flying sword and turned his gaze to Ding Shuli, calling out to her senior sister, "I have a favor to ask." Ding Shuli opened her eyes, stood up, and took out a purple flying sword from her storage ring. Usually she exuded an aura that was untainted by the mundane world. The moment she grasped the flying sword, an endless brilliance erupted from her. Buzz. Both of them coincidentally infused their spiritual power into their respective flying swords, and the purple flying sword and Thunderbolt sword intertwined like revived spirit snakes, entangling in an instant. Both were using the most ordinary attack methods akin to ordinary people wielding flying swords without any strategy. After adapting to the current intensity, Qin Feng decided to test the Thunderbolt sword technique, while also gauging her capabilities. "Sister Ding, be careful," Qin Feng warned, and as his voice fell, the speed of the Thunderbolt flying sword increased, causing flashes of thunder to flicker in the void. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderbolt sword gained the upper hand, continuously pressing toward Ding Shuli. At this moment, a hint of pride suddenly appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes. She suddenly flicked her hands, and in an instant 2 purple flying swords flew out from her palms. What in the world is happening? When Qin Feng saw Ding Shuli unleash 3 flying swords, immediately suppressing his thunder-rushing sword, he felt utterly stunned, as if his mind had gone blank. The thunder-rushing sword art comprised 27 distinct sword techniques, each more ferocious than the last. To test the limits of his combat prowess, Qin Feng immediately executed the final 10 forms. Boom! Thunder crackled violently where the flying swords clashed. 3 violet blades rotated effortlessly in a pin formation, easily deflecting the onslaught of the thunder-rushing sword. Moments later, the 3 violet flying swords reversed course and converged toward Qin Feng in unison. Thunder roared through the void with growing urgency. The thunder-rushing sword blurred into afterimages, frantically parrying each strike, denying the violet blades any opening to land a blow. Their duel lasted half an incense stick's burn. Gradually, Ding Shuli sensed her spiritual energy waning, while Qin Feng remained flush-cheeked and breath-steady. She abruptly recalled her swords and snapped at him, voice bristling with indignation, "I refuse to fight any longer." "We haven't determined a victor yet, why stop?" Ding Shuli sneered, her expression laced with disdain. "Did you secretly ingest spirit chi pills?" "Spirit chi pills?" Qin Feng blinked in surprise, then instantly realized from her pallid complexion that her spiritual energy was nearly spent. Yet he himself had expended only 1/5 of his reserves. Though mixed spiritual roots hindered cultivation speed and breakthroughs, they granted extraordinary spiritual energy density post-ascension, a cruel paradox perhaps of heaven's imperfection and earth's deficiency. Ding Shuli stomped sullenly to the edge of the medicinal herb field and surveyed the cultivated herbs with sharp. Qin Feng followed shamelessly and asked, "Senior sister, I've just deployed my most formidable technique, yet you still held your ground. Can you truly focus your mind upon 3 blades simultaneously?" "I employed a sword formation." "No wonder." Instantly everything fell into place for Qin Feng. A sword art clashing evenly against a sword formation suggested the thunder-rushing sword art was no mere trifle, and he still possessed talismans as a hidden trump card. Night had fully descended, yet the hour of Z had not yet arrived. Ding Shuli stood motionless, radiating boredom. With nothing else to do, Qin Feng boldly ushered her into the cave residence. 2 full hours later, he finally rose from the stone bed deeply satisfied. A faint blush tinged Ding Shuli's cheeks. She huddled naked against the wall, shielding herself with her robes. Seeing her thus, Qin Feng sighed softly. Though far from virtuous, he felt an unexpected pang of guilt at her quiet, yielding demeanor, and murmured, "Senior sister Ding, if you're angry, perhaps scold me a little. Get out." Hearing her speak, even in fury, eased his tension. He added earnestly, "You may use the spirit gathering formation within this residence, but never exceed 8-fold amplification of ambient chi or celestial anomalies will manifest externally. Please remain inside while I'm away. The Chongqing Sword Sect's mountain gate will soon open. Most likely they'll seek you out again." After hurried parting words, Qin Feng departed the cave residence, mounted his wood spirit skiff, and sped toward Xinchang's appointed rendezvous. Qinghe Canyon lay near the Chongqing Sword Sect, yet its remote location meant few ever passed through. Under moonlight and snowfall, the canyon silhouette loomed like a colossal beast crouching in the distance. Qin Feng activated the Daoi art to conceal both his presence and that of his skiff. 50 li short of the meeting point, he landed in seclusion and continued on foot. His heaven-hiding robe shifted to pure white, and powered by the divine step talisman, he darted through the dense forest like a spectral wraith. He halted just before Qinghe Canyon, pressing himself into a narrow crevice within a gully to observe. Above, the full moon hung high. The hour of Z had arrived. Yet the forest ahead and the canyon itself lay utterly still, no trace of aura, no flicker of life. According to Xinchang, if Senior Sister 5 had truly subdued a spirit bird here, she would have left some telltale resonance to guide them. Absolute silence reigned, unnervingly so. The deeper the quiet, the sharper his suspicion grew. Rushing forth now would surely trigger an ambush. Xinchang himself was unremarkable, but the white-robed man who'd accompanied him that day exuded quiet danger. To avoid entrapment, Qin Feng resolved to remain hidden. In the blackness of night, snowflakes drifted silently downward, soon burying Qin Feng completely beneath a pristine shroud. An entire hour slipped by, still no movement stirred. Doubt crept into Qin Feng's thoughts. Had Xinchang deliberately misled him? Then, crunch crunch, came a faint rhythmic sound from the forest ahead, snow compacting under heavy weight. Qin Feng instantly stilled his breath and intensified the Daoi art to its utmost limit. Footsteps drew nearer, 2 sets unmistakably. Moments later, Xinchang's furious voice erupted from the woods. "Damn it. I distinctly sensed his aura just moments ago. Perhaps our ambush site was too close." He detected no presence in the canyon and withdrew. They advanced through the snow-laden pines, conversing as they walked. Xinchang gripped a flying sword tightly, hacking wildly at branches along the path, leaves and twigs scattering with every furious swing. As they neared Qin Feng's hiding place, Xinchang declared, "So what now? I say we head straight to Wonia Mountain and lure him out, then kill him outright." "Precisely my thought." Having reached consensus, Xinchang immediately retrieved a spirit vessel from his spatial ring and prepared to depart. At that instant, a faint glimmer pierced the gloom of the forest. "Brother Qin, what are you doing?" Xinchang looked up bewildered toward the source of light. 2 crimson serpents, each 3 inches long, shot forward with blinding speed. "Shit." Xinchang's face strained of color. He snatched a defensive artifact from his spatial ring in panic. But before he could activate it, the fiery serpents plunged into his chest. A Foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator, even shielded by spiritual energy, proved powerless against the blaze. Terror flashed across his eyes, then in an instant he was reduced to a charred husk by the exploding fire serpent talisman. The second talisman veered sharply toward the white-robed man. The man moved with astonishing swiftness, vanishing over 30 zhang in a blink, evading the talisman entirely. Not bad, runs fast. Witnessing Xinchang obliterated by a single fire serpent talisman, Qin Feng abandoned concealment. He withdrew a 1,000-li flying spindle from his spatial ring, activated it, and gave chase. The spindle surged forward with terrifying velocity. Within a heartbeat, it closed the gap. One pursued through the air, the other fled across the snow-swept earth. A cold smile played upon Qin Feng's lips as he activated 3 peerless flying sword talismans and hurled them forth. Shryak, Shryak, Shryak. 3 silvery white miniature swords streaked toward the man's back. As he scrambled to deploy a defensive artifact, he cried out, "Fellow Daoist, hold your hand. I am Qin Shaoyang of the Haoran sect. You've mistaken me entirely." His artifact proved formidable. Even high-grade flying sword talismans, capable of threatening late-stage golden core cultivators, were deflected without issue. Misunderstanding. You misunderstand nothing. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, activating all 7 remaining flying sword talismans and clutching the last fire serpent talisman, tightly ready for any contingency. Infused with spiritual energy, the 7 talismans transformed instantly into 7 potent silvery white swords, surging once more toward Qin Shaoyang. Where did you acquire so many high-grade talismans? Panic flared across Qin Shaoyang's face. He hurled a jade sea-like artifact skyward, a square ornate seal shimmering with ancient power. Crack, crack, crack. Violent impacts echoed. 5 of the 7 swords shattered instantly, yet the jade seal too splintered into dust within a heartbeat. As the seal disintegrated, an ancient withered aura erupted from Qin Shaoyang's body. His features twisted grotesquely, and in a voice thick with malevolent possession, he snarled, "Boy, you dare destroy my puppet. Your death is sealed." The ferocious expression on Qin Shaoyang's face grew increasingly terrifying as the remaining 2 flying swords pierced through the protective spiritual energy surrounding him, leaving 2 bloody holes the size of fists in his chest. You're dead for sure, haha. His eyes flickered with madness as he emitted a piercing laugh, taking several breaths before finally falling silent, lifeless on the ground. Qin Feng did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he took out the thunderbolt sword and shot it at Qin Shaoyang's corpse, creating several more holes in his head, dantian, and heart, and severing the tendons in his hands and feet. Seeing no reaction from the corpse, he finally felt somewhat relieved. Daring to threaten me, I'll make it so you have no way to heaven and no door to earth. He retrieved the Wanma Ding from his storage ring and proceeded to infuse it with spiritual energy. Buzz. The palm-sized Wanma Ding suddenly erupted with a wave of black energy, creating a powerful suction at its mouth. The bloody corpse contained nothing, only the temperature continued to drop. Could it be that Taiju was wrong? The Wanma Ding really can't suppress souls. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of doubt as he casually flicked out a demon-biting talisman. The demon-biting talisman instantly transformed into a dense black mist that enveloped Qin Shaoyang's corpse, including the storage bag at his waist, swallowing it whole. After a moment, Qin Shaoyang's corpse, along with the surrounding snow, was devoured and sunk into a depression, leaving only a significant amount of black mist around the storage bag. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed as the remaining storage bag instantly ruptured, revealing various items on the ground: a 3-inch tall jade figurine, 2 flying swords, a dark red alchemy furnace, a scroll, and various bottles and everyday items. The jade figurine was now riddled with cracks, with several small holes punctured in its chest, head, and abdomen. Qin Feng opened the scroll for a glance, finding it blank, likely having been used. After collecting all the items, Qin Feng quickly returned to Shin Chang's corpse, attempting to use the Wanma Ding once more. Buzz. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the mouth of the ding erupted with another wave of powerful suction. From within Shin Chang's corpse came a series of howls, followed by a faint azure aura drifting out, which was sucked into the Wanma Ding. As he probed with his divine sense into the Wanma Ding, he could see Shin Chang's soul thrashing about inside, seemingly searching for a way out. The Wanma Ding can indeed absorb souls, but Qin Shaoyang has no soul. Could he really be a puppet? Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. No soul, and combined with the jade figurine's wounds matching those on Qin Shaoyang's body, it was highly probable he was indeed a puppet. He retrieved the storage ring from Shin Chang's hand and found another storage bag on him. After ensuring he had missed nothing, Qin Feng threw out another demon-biting talisman and swiftly piloted the flying shuttle away. The snow was falling heavily. In just a moment, the large pit created by the depression had filled up, making it seem as if nothing had happened. Half an hour after Qin Feng left, suddenly a thumb-sized green light appeared in the snow forest. Having played the role of an eagle for a lifetime, I never expected to be pecked in the eye by one today. However, that guy is still too inexperienced. He thinks the Wanma Ding can absorb my divine soul. How naive. The light revealed an old man, his face twisted with resentment. Although he could not see the true face beneath the white robe, it was easy to identify his real identity through the flying sword talisman, fire snake talisman, flying swords, and the Wanma Ding. The old man shrank the green light again and quickly darted through the snow forest. Moments later, a palm-sized lark with glowing green eyes flew out from the snow forest. In the vast whiteness of the void, Qin Feng stood on the flying shuttle, quietly watching everything that had just transpired below, feeling a chill run down his back. Fortunately, he had not truly left, otherwise he would have let the old man slip away. Buzz. The flying shuttle emitted a faint vibrating sound as it quickly chased after the lark. The lark was incredibly fast, flying dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Why does it feel off? In the void, the lark showed a puzzled expression, turning its head to glance behind it. Although it sensed nothing, it felt as if someone was chasing it. Don't look back, it's above you. A cold voice echoed from above the lark, startling it, so that its wings stiffened and all its feathers stood on end. The lark looked up only to see a figure in a white robe piloting a flying shuttle, coldly gazing down at it. Fear instantly appeared in its eyes. How could you still be here? Feng said nothing, and the only response was a flying sword crackling with electricity. Although he was unsure of the true strength of this soul, for now his substitute was merely an ordinary lark that could be easily destroyed. Thud. The lark's body was instantly torn apart by the thunderbolt sword, the old man's soul once again exposed in the void. The green light darted away at incredible speed, fleeing more than 10 jung away in the blink of an eye. There's no way I'm letting you escape. A cold smile appeared in Feng's eyes as he retracted the sword and piloted the shuttle to catch up with the green light in an instant. He took out the Wanma Ding from his storage bag to activate it once more. But this time Feng was cautious, holding the Wanma Ding in his hand and directly covering it over the old man's remaining soul. Crack. It was unclear what method that remnant soul had used, but in an instant Feng felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, and his brain fell into blankness. When he regained his senses, Feng felt as if he was in a daze, his head throbbing painfully, while that green light had already flown a couple of miles away. A divine sense attack. A grave expression appeared in Feng's eyes. If it were not for the fact that he had cultivated the spirit-nurturing art to strengthen his divine sense, he might have truly fallen prey to it. Enduring the pain in his head, Feng piloted the flying shuttle to catch up once more. With the Wanma Ding in hand, he forcefully covered the green light, immediately trapping it within the ding. Inside the Wanma Ding, capable of sealing demons and monsters, a mere remnant soul was nothing. At this moment, the green light transformed into an old man frantically searching for an exit within the ding while shouting, Feng, you dare to collect my remnant soul. Do you know who I am, E? You're dead for sure. Once my true self descends, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. And your sister from Yanyu Tower, I will deal with her too. The old man continued to roar in anger within the ding, but Feng did not respond. Only after confirming that the opponent could not escape the Wanma Ding's seal did he store it back in his storage ring. After finishing all of this, a serious expression appeared in Feng's eyes. How did he know I have a sister in Yanyu Tower? Apart from Taiju, no one in this cultivation world knew he had a sister unless someone had meticulously investigated him. Moments later, Feng piloted the flying shuttle towards the Jin Kingdom, seeking out a secluded cave. Feng planned to refine Xinchang's storage bag first, and then inquire with his sister Zhao from Yanyu Tower to see if she had offended anyone. Among cultivators, alchemists generally had stronger divine senses. Clearly, Xinchang had also cultivated some method to enhance his divine sense, making it quite troublesome to refine his belongings. It took a full hour to succeed. Refining someone else's storage bag was akin to opening a blind box. Magical artifacts, techniques, various herbs and elixirs. An array of items dazzled the eyes, allowing one to finally understand why many in the cultivation world liked to kill for treasure. However, these items held little allure for Feng. What he liked most was the Imu sword in the storage ring. Measuring 4 feet long and 3 inches wide, it was entirely black with a metallic sheen, yet not made of metal. Simply holding it made one feel the sharpness of the blade. Feng then took out the Mo sword he had received, combining it with his Imu sword. Shinmu sword, strength comparable to a mid-level Xian rank magical artifact blade, is sturdy and hard to break, can only recognize its master once. Can be synthesized into demon-slaying sword. The Shinmu sword measured 3 feet 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, significantly smaller than the Imu sword, its color darker and resembling charcoal, with no sheen at all. Holding it in his hand, Feng felt the sharp aura from the blade even before his thumb approached it. Had it not been for the protective spiritual energy, he might have been cut by its sharpness. Indeed a fine sword. He stored the Shinmu sword in his storage ring and gathered Xinchang's belongings. Outside, the sky was already bright. Feng changed the color of his sky-covering robe to black, and then took out the wood spirit boat, leisurely flying towards the direction of Taizan workshop. As for the flying shuttle that was used in emergencies, the wood spirit boat was the most low-key choice for every. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower, a group of individuals clad in black entered. Among them, some appeared disheveled while others bore visible injuries, suggesting they were dispatched by the Misty Rain Tower to carry out a mission. Inside the Misty Rain Tower there were currently few patrons, and the number of internal personnel had decreased by more than half compared to before. Everyone inside now wore silver-white masks and dressed in standardized black attire. Qin Feng approached the counter at the entrance, taking out a red token and placing it on the table. The person behind the counter, also wearing a mask, immediately showed respect upon seeing the token inscribed with the character Qin, saying nothing and promptly leading the way, stopping at the entrance to the third floor for Qin Feng to proceed on his own. In the hall at that moment, a masked woman was seated, continuously wiping the blood from her hands and sword. When she saw the figure in a black robe approach, she quickly removed her mask, revealing a warm smile. "You've come, little brother." As Qin Feng walked, he lifted the hood of his black robe and asked, "Sister, have we offended someone?" Qin Yu paused in her actions, her face instantly showing a look of confusion as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone knows I have an older sister in the Misty Rain Tower." Qin Feng's tone was hesitant and Qin Yu's expression grew serious as she began recounting the events that had transpired in the Misty Rain Tower recently. Previously, the personnel within the Misty Rain Tower revealed their true faces, familiarizing themselves with one another, from Qing to the assassins carrying out tasks. Until a month prior, a cultivator sought pleasure in the brothel of Tianqing City, reportedly spending 1800 spirit stones for a night with a female cultivator, only for her to turn around and report him to the city lord's mansion, claiming she was not a brothel girl. The cultivator, having suffered a loss, was naturally unwilling to accept this, but the woman was the beloved of a true disciple of the Howren sect, so he sought the Misty Rain Tower's assistance. Not long after the Misty Rain Tower accepted the task, that male cultivator went missing, and soon the Howren sect had set their sights on the Misty Rain Tower. After hearing her sister's account, Qin Feng had already guessed the general outline of the events. It was likely that the Howren sect had captured members of the Misty Rain Tower, thereby discovering the identities of its. As long as Qing was at the helm, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly, so they focused on targeting him. Qin Yu poured a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feng with a smile, saying, "Mother has already gone to negotiate with the Howren sect, and the personnel within the Misty Rain Tower have been thoroughly cleared. No one should know about our sibling relationship, and no one will dare to cause us trouble, so don't worry. Elderly is negotiating with the Howren sect." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened. The Howren sect was more powerful than the Chongqing sword sect. Did she really dare to go to their territory to negotiate? The Howren sect is just like that. They probably won't tear their faces with my mother. Qin Feng remained silent, starting to ponder just how strongly Qingqing truly was. Currently, the highest known achievement was the assassination of 3 nascent soul cultivators, while the Howren sect had their own nascent soul cultivators stationed. If they were to directly confront each other, both sides might find it difficult to distinguish themselves, but the Misty Rain Tower specialized in assassination. Since Li Qingqing dared to approach the Howren sect, she naturally had her confidence. Thinking of this, Qin Feng became even more curious about the cultivation methods of the Misty Rain Tower, and he couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what exactly do you cultivate?" "The path of killing." Qin Yu's expression turned serious. Seeing Qin Feng's bewildered face, she explained, "Our cultivation method requires absorbing killing intent and murderous aura, similar to how you cultivators use spiritual energy. If you find it hard to understand, you can consider me as a dark cultivator." After speaking, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Perhaps she herself never expected that the hands that once cooked and sewed daily were now engaged in the business of killing. Qin Feng took a sip of warm tea inside, saying, "In this world, what is referred to as righteousness and evil hardly makes a difference. It's just the law of the jungle." She merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, and continued to wipe her sword. "Stop wiping and let me show you a new sword to see if it suits you." Qin Feng took out the divine wood sword from his storage ring, holding the blade and offering the hilt to Qin Yu. She immediately displayed a look of surprise. "This sword is so sharp. Just use blood to recognize the master." The divine wood sword was similar in size to the sword Qin Yu was currently using, but when it came to sharpness and strength, it was on an entirely different level. Holding the sword in her right hand, she gently pricked the blade with her left index finger. A drop of bright red blood instantly oozed from her delicate fingertip, neither too much nor too little, and there was no wound. Casting a divination technique towards Qinhui, he observed a faint purple aura enveloping her, imbued with a sense of murderous intent. "This sword doesn't seem to be an ordinary artifact, does it? What is it called?" Qin Yu cherished the divine wood sword, her face filled with excitement. "Divine wood sword? What an impressive sword. It's even more powerful than the reverse wind sword my mother possesses." She wielded the divine wood sword, performing a flourish that tore through the air, leaving dark streaks in its wake, showcasing extraordinary power. Seeing that his sister liked it, Qin Feng felt relieved. This divine wood sword was just the beginning. He would have opportunities to acquire more Emu swords in the future, and could even forge more formidable weapons. At that moment, Qin Feng felt the identity token in his storage bag start to vibrate again. "Return to the Shindan Peak immediately." This time the token's tremor was much more intense than before, indicating the seriousness of the matter, and a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Being summoned back to the sect so urgently, it was obvious what the matter was. Sister, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Qin Yu excitedly brandished the divine wood sword, and after giving a brief explanation, Qin Feng left the Misty Rain Tower. Upon reaching the street, Qin Feng found a shop to handle the belongings left by Shenchong before leisurely departing. Ties Han Feng steering the wooden spirit boat towards the sect. At the Shendan Peak Great Hall, when Qin Feng arrived, his third and fourth senior brothers were already present, while the fifth senior sister Sun Yulan had yet to arrive. Gugodin sat in the center of the hall, his gaze darkly fixed on the stone cauldron in the open space outside, lost in thought. Qin Feng stood quietly in place, continually glancing towards the door, hoping to see if the fifth senior sister would arrive. If she couldn't make it, things would likely be dire. After a considerable amount of time, Gugodin finally withdrew his gaze to look at Qin Feng and the other two senior brothers in the hall, his expression sorrowful as he said, "Last night 2 more people from our Shendan Peak were killed. The second and fifth have perished." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the other two senior brothers displayed shocked expressions. Qin Feng was aware of Shenchong's death, but how could the fifth senior sister also be in trouble? At this moment, figures began to descend from the sky outside the hall, one after another. Leading them was Li Changfeng, the sect master of the Chongqing Sword sect, followed by elders of the sect and peak masters from various mountain tops. Everyone approached the hall with solemn expressions, and Li Changfeng's face revealed anger. 2 people had been killed overnight. The deceased were both alchemists with foundation establishment cultivation, representing a tremendous loss for Shendan Peak and the Chongqing Sword sect. Bring them in. Li Changfeng coldly instructed someone outside. Immediately 2 sect disciples entered, carrying a large wooden board. Lying on the wooden board was none other than the fifth senior sister Sun Yulan. The body of Sun Yulan was carried to the center of the hall, and everyone approached with heavy hearts to take a look. My dear disciple. Upon seeing the body, Gugodin was filled with grief and rage, trembling as he walked over, the aura of age around him deepening. Li Qingjian's expression was equally grim. The Shendan Peak was an indispensable part of the Chongqing Sword sect, yet it had suffered one misfortune after another recently. He patted Gugodin on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Elder Good, do not be anxious. I have already sent someone to notify the Grand Elder, and he will soon bring the Wenyang Luopan to find the true culprit." Good. Gugodin gritted his teeth and turned to the entrance of the hall, staring coldly outside. Qin Feng squeezed through the crowd to take a look at the body of his fifth senior sister. Her complexion was pale, her lips purplish, and using the gazing technique, he noticed a tiny red dot at her brow, likely a mark left by some sort of needle. Though her clothing was neat, there were numerous bloodstains between her legs, indicating it was far from a simple matter. The crowd recognized that she had died an unnatural death, yet out of respect for the deceased, no one dared to touch the body. After stepping back from the crowd, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he could not quell the rage simmering within him. Who could have killed his fifth senior sister? Since joining Gugodin's faction, his fifth senior sister had taken great care of him, and now seeing her body filled him with immense sorrow and anger. If he knew who the killer was, and if he had the strength to confront them, Qin Feng would not hesitate to avenge his fifth senior sister. After worrying about her, he began to feel anxious about himself. Coming soon is the Grand Elder of the sect, the strongest of the Chongqing Sword sect, and he will also bring the Wenyang Luopan to find the murderer. Would it end up pointing to him? Although he had used the demon-eating talismans when killing Shenchong, the effectiveness of this method was untested, and Qin Feng could not be certain whether the so-called Wenyang Luopan would reveal anything. The Grand Elder is here. I have seen the Grand Elder. Before Qin Feng could clearly see the Grand Elder's appearance, the crowd had already begun to pay their respects, forcing him to bow his head. He heard the Grand Elder calmly grunt in acknowledgement, then approached Sun Yulan's body to examine the situation. Through the crowd, Qin Feng also caught a glimpse of the Grand Elder's appearance. The Grand Elder appeared to be around 40 years old, with a tall stature, looking more vigorous than Li Qinghe. It was rumored that the Grand Elder had reached the late stage of Golden Core 10 years ago, but no one knew if he had broken through to the nascent soul stage. He stood beside the body for a moment, then gently touched the area where the chest cavity was located. With that touch, the clothing over the corpse's chest suddenly caved and instantly soaked by blood, giving the impression that the chest cavity had been hollowed out. This was done by an evil cultivator. He expressionlessly flipped his hand, and a palm-sized purple compass appeared, instantly exquisite and imbued with great spirit. The needle on the compass was trembling incessantly, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. As spiritual power was infused into the compass, a thread of green light appeared around Sun Yulan's body, faintly revealing her appearance. My dear disciple, who has killed you? Gugodin shouted upon seeing Sun Yulan's remaining soul, but at that moment the soul had already been collected into the compass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the remaining soul entered, the needle on the compass began to spin rapidly, pointing in a direction after a moment. Upon seeing this direction, the faces of the Grand Elder and Li Qinghe darkened instantly. Guguden glanced at his face, also showing an expression of anger. Grand Master, what? What place does this point to? A young man in white clothing weakly asked from the crowd. He was Sun Yulan's disciple, with tears in his eyes, looking helplessly at everyone. To the Ghost King sect. Guguden's anger intensified as he asked, what about the body of my sect? The Grand Elder put away the compass, standing expressionlessly to the side without speaking further, while Li Qinghe spoke in a deep voice. Before coming, we already checked the Chongqing Hall. Xinchang's longevity token has completely shattered. Elder Gu, please grieve in peace. Upon hearing this, the aura of age around Guguden deepened again. In the past, he always emanated a spirit of vigor, but now he appeared no different from an old man in his twilight years. Feng also speculated that the complete shattering of the longevity token should indicate that there were no remains left. Xinchang deserved to die 1,000 deaths, but his fifth senior sister was a truly good person. Just as everyone was speaking in low voices, the Grand Elder began to soothe their emotions, saying fiercely, the Xindan Peak is the core of our Chongqing Sword sect. The Ghost King sect is utterly oppressing the core members of our sect. This is simply too much. Everyone prepare yourselves. In 3 days I shall lead all disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect to exterminate the Ghost King sect. The horrific situation before them was all caused by the Ghost King sect, and the heads of the various peaks were already filled with righteous indignation, naturally responding in agreement. Guguden's eyes revealed extreme hatred towards the Ghost King sect, and he immediately cupped his hands to the Grand Elder and Li Qinghe, saying, I have wandered for half my life, pouring my heart and soul into the sect over the years. This time in the expedition against the Ghost King sect, please allow me to join you. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances. The pills refined at Xindan Peak were crucial to the entire sect, and if Guguden encountered any mishap, the sect's supply of pills would falter. After a long silence, Li Qinghe finally nodded in agreement, then led the heads of the various peaks to leave the Xindan Hall. Many true disciples also remained behind, as Sun Yulan's body had not yet been buried. This was a matter for the entire Xindan Peak. Guguden sighed, turning his gaze to Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, although you have not been in the sect long, I firmly believe you can lead the Xindan Peak to greater heights. From now on you will be the Vice Peak Master of Xindan Peak. If I encounter any mishap during this expedition against the Ghost King sect, you will be the Peak Master of Xindan Peak. Master, you will surely return safely, but my qualifications are still shallow. I originally joined just to get by, so the position of senior brother should be left to the other 2 senior brothers. Qin Feng's expression was conflicted, feeling an immense rejection, as the position of senior brother at Xindan Peak was a high-risk role. In less than a year, 3 who were connected to the senior brother position had already died. Guguden did not speak, turning his gaze to the 3rd and 4th disciples. One was obsessed with improving his alchemical skills, while the other was immersed in researching formulas. Perhaps like Qin Feng, they also saw the senior brother position as a high-risk occupation, both shaking their heads in refusal. Then let the 4th disciple manage the peak. You all arrange for someone to bury the 5th disciple. Qin Feng, stay behind, everyone else disperse. Guguden sighed, then waved his hand at everyone. Once everyone had carried away Sun Yulan's body, the hall fell silent once more. Guguden's face displayed an expression of anger as he slammed his palm down, shattering the armrest of the chair. The aura of the golden core stage erupted suddenly, causing many objects in the hall to rattle and fall to the ground as if moved by an unseen force. Qin Feng was stunned at what was happening. Though his body stood still, Qin Feng was already prepared to take out the fire serpent talismans and the 1,000-mile flying shuttle. If this old man dared to attack him, the advanced talismans would show no mercy based on their master-student bond. This is truly too much. Guguden cursed fiercely for a while before turning his gaze to Qin Feng. Qin Feng pressed his thumb against his palm, secretly holding down his storage ring. Qin Feng, do you know why I am so furious? Disciple does not know. Do you really think that the 5th brother was harmed by the Ghost King sect? When evil cultivators kill, they typically obliterate both spirit and form. How could they leave behind a remnant soul for him? They truly believe that I have grown old and blind, unable to discern right from wrong. Qin Feng stood silently, feeling somewhat speechless in his heart. Indeed, the attitude of the Grand Elder and the sect master was perfunctory. They were ready to attack the Ghost King sect at the slightest disagreement. Those unaware would think the sect master and the Grand Elder were men of great loyalty, concerned about the enmity of their disciples. However, as someone in the know, Qin Feng harbored doubts about whether the Ghost King sect had nurtured a new ghost witch, holy maiden, which could explain why the Grand Elder and the sect master were so eager to seize it again. As Qin Feng pondered, Dan took out a jet-black sword, its edge gleaming sharply, and handed it to him. This sword was precisely the Imu sword that Qin Feng had long desired. Gugo Dan sighed and said, I heard that you previously went to Luan Peak to exchange for this kind of sword at the cost of a Xianming 9-turn pill. Now take a good look with your divine sense to see what this sword is truly forged from. After receiving the Imu sword, Qin Feng used the Qi observation technique but could discern nothing. Only by carefully probing with his divine sense could he feel the bloody aura contained within it, causing his expression to change instantly. He had originally thought the Imu sword was forged through secret methods, but unexpectedly the methods were no different from those of evil cultivators. The Imu sword they forge must be made using the heart's blood of cultivators. The higher the cultivator's strength, the greater the power of the Imu sword. In addition to heart's blood, their heart's livers and lungs also have other uses. As Gugo Dan spoke, the hatred in his eyes grew more intense, and Qin Feng immediately understood. The death of the fifth senior sister was not caused by outsiders, but by someone within the Changxing sword sect. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of sorrow as he asked, Master, what should we do now? This time, regardless of the outcome, I will not return alive. 3 days from now you will accompany me to attack the Ghost King sect. After my death you will retrieve my body and bury it alongside my daughter, passing on the Tao of Pill to you. Gugo Dan handed a thick book to Qin Feng, an expression of desolation evident in his eyes. The cover of the book was yellowed, emanating a heavy and ancient aura, clearly an item of long-standing heritage. Qin Feng accepted the book and asked in confusion, Master, which daughter are you referring to? Your fifth senior sister is my bloodline. This time they have thoroughly angered me, I want them dead. Gugo Dan's expression was dark enough to drip water, and Qin Feng felt a mix of emotions. The master was neither good nor bad, but the fifth senior sister was truly a good person. Certain individuals within the Changxing sword sect deserved to die. In response to Gugo Dan's request, Qin Feng could only nod, solemnly agreeing to this matter. After all, his current identity and the Tao of Pill were granted by Gugo Dan, and considering the debts he owed to the fifth senior sister, it was only natural to help with some matters. After leaving the Divine Pill Hall, the core members of the Divine Pill Peak searched for a feng shui treasure site to bury Sun Yulan before dispersing. Upon returning to the sect, Gugo Dan piloted a flying magical artifact far away, while Qin Feng returned to Ox Hill Mountain to prepare for the attack on the Ghost King sect in 3 days. As he was about to enter the formation, he suddenly sensed the aura of the Netherbird. Qin Feng immediately steered the wood spirit boat upwards, hiding himself among the clouds. Moments later, the Netherbird gracefully descended from the clouds and landed on his shoulder. You've worked hard. Qin Feng took out a high-level spirit beast pill and placed it in his palm. The Netherbird immediately spat out a letter and then swallowed the pill in one gulp. The letter from Taiju only mentioned one thing: recently the Ghost King sect was preparing to mobilize all their forces to attack the Changxing sword sect and to remain vigilant about safety. In addition to notifying the sect about the impending war, Taiju also instructed Qin Feng that if he participated in the battle, he must use the Firefly sword as a signal to avoid friendly fire. After reading the letter, Qin Feng felt a bit dizzy in his head. His sect was preparing to attack others, yet the others were also preparing to attack them. What sort of trickery was going on? Could it be that, like the previous incident with Ding Shuli, they intended to use the blood sacrifice of disciples from both sects? But this time the forces deployed were the elite of the sect. Could it be that both sects had agreed on a collaboration, pretending to be weak, while actually seeking to gain from each other? Qin Feng felt that both the Changxing sword sect and the Ghost King sect were not simple. Both sides clearly harbored ulterior motives, and the true purpose would be revealed in 3 days. What he needed to do now was to formulate a comprehensive plan. When the time came, regardless of how chaotic the battle became, he only needed to wave the flag and shout, or simply find a place to hide. After replying to Taiju with a letter, Qin Feng headed straight back to his cave dwelling. On the mountaintop, the earth spirit ape diligently watered the spiritual herbs. Upon seeing the snowflakes covering the herbs, it carefully brushed the snow off onto the ground. When it spotted Qin Feng returning, the earth spirit ape immediately rushed over. Woo woo woo. Qin Feng ignored it, turning to look at the cave dwelling. The stone door was open and the beast king tree sapling, the 1,000-year spirit tea tree, the spirit gathering formation. Everything was there, but Ding Shuli's figure was nowhere to be seen. Has she left? Qin Feng asked the earth spirit ape. Woo woo woo. It nodded and shook its head, gesturing with its hands while making strange sounds, unable to express its meaning. Qin Feng glanced at the opposite Dingxiang mountain, noticing the formation there was still operational. Was she not afraid of being exposed? Qin Feng felt puzzled, but didn't think too much about it, returning to the cave to begin learning how to create fire snake talismans and flying sword talismans according to the techniques in the book. Both of these talismans were beginner level. Following the methods recorded in the book to produce semi-finished products was not difficult at all. Spending money to buy them was merely a temporary convenience. Improving his proficiency was the true way forward. At this moment, inside the formation on the opposite Dingxiang mountain, Ding Shuli stood expressionlessly in place, only retracting her gaze after seeing Qin Feng return to Ox Hill Mountain. Behind her stood an extraordinary-looking old woman. In addition, all the medicinal materials and plants cultivated on the mountain had been uprooted, but the formation was still functioning normally. The old woman stared at Ding Shuli expressionlessly, seemingly trying to see through her, but the gauze dress Ding Shuli wore was a magical artifact that could block divine sense probing, making it impossible to discern any clues. In the end, she could only sigh and say, "Miss, although he is not bad, he is ultimately a person from a small place. In terms of background and talent, he cannot compare to the holy son of the divine sword, sect not even a finger's worth. You should return now. I have already given my body away, I belong to him for this lifetime." Hearing this, the old woman immediately frowned, displeasure evident on her face as she said, "Don't forget your identity. The Ding family raised you. Is this how you repay the Ding family? What does this mean for the Ding family? And what does it mean for the Holy Sun? I have already sent back the formula for the Changxing pill to the Ding family. From now on I owe you nothing. Miss, no matter what, you must return to the Ding family and give us an explanation. Otherwise the wrath of the Divine Sword sect is something the Ding family cannot bear." As she spoke, the old woman's expression had completely darkened and waves of spiritual power surged around her. A pair of hands as dry as tree bark suddenly reached for Ding Shuli's shoulder, but she dodged with a swift movement. Ding Shuli said coldly, "Do you really think you can take me back? Miss, I have already broken through to the golden core stage. Not only you, but even that wild man of yours must be taken back to account." As her words fell, a massive spiritual handprint had already materialized in front of the old woman, fiercely reaching for Ding Shuli. Boom! A dark red small snake appeared, instantly exploding the spiritual handprint into pieces, while Ding Shuli's figure flickered and instantly appeared outside the mountain gate formation. "Miss, don't waste your effort." The old woman wore a disdainful smile, leisurely taking off a silver bracelet from her wrist and tossing it into the air. The bracelet expanded in the wind, quickly transforming into a 7-foot circular ring, and, with a gentle shake, the ring instantly split into 9 pieces. Ding Shuli's expression changed slightly as she hurled her last fire snake talisman at the old woman, while she herself quickly flew toward Ox Hill Mountain. Worried that Qin Feng might not sense the situation here, Ding Shuli also controlled her flying sword to slash fiercely at the mountain protection formation of Ox Hill Mountain. "Stop chopping. I already sensed something was off." As her words fell, Qin Feng's figure had already appeared outside the formation. Seeing Qin Feng appear, Ding Shuli felt a slight relief in her heart and said with a serious expression, "Help me kill her and we can both be safe." As her words fell, the old woman had already controlled the 9 suns ring to chase after them. The 9 circular rings spun in the void and then came crashing down towards the 2. A golden core stage cultivator. The old woman did not hide her strength. The Qin Feng recognized her cultivation level with just one glance. The 9 suns ring did not appear to be a mere attacking artifact. It seemed to have an effect similar to the 9 dragons binding rope capable of restraining enemies. Qin Feng did not dare to be careless and immediately took out a talisman from his storage ring. Fire Serpent Flying Sword Thunder. Qin Feng threw 3 types of talismans at the 9 circular rings as if they were worthless, while also tossing a few at the old woman. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some resources, but the things a mere foundation establishment cultivator can produce should be of no use to me." Seeing the stack of talismans in Qin Feng's hand, a look of disdain immediately appeared on the old woman's face. Boom! 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 A few talismans struck the 9 suns ring, instantly forcing all the rings back. The old woman showed a surprised expression and quickly took out a golden flag from her storage ring, channeling spiritual energy into it. Swish, swish, swish. As the golden flag was activated by the spiritual energy, it instantly expanded, covering the sky with golden fabric, which soon collided with the highval talismans thrown by Qin Feng. A loud explosion sounded. Although the flag remained intact, its surface gleamed much less bright. This was Qin Feng's first battle against a golden core stage cultivator. The richness of her spiritual energy and her control over artifacts were unmatched by a foundation establishment cultivator. Just by her ability to withstand high-level talismans, the difference was clear. Truly a golden core cultivator. Qin Feng was shocked, and Ding Shuli beside him also looked pale, directly taking out 2 more flying swords to form a sword formation. The 3 swords worked together, seamlessly stabbing straight towards the old woman. She wore a cold smile, controlling the 9 suns ring to continue attacking the 2, while maneuvering the golden flag to block Ding Shuli's sword formation. Having reached the golden core stage, she could multitask even more easily. Therefore, facing the 2 siege, she remained unfazed and threatened them, saying, "You might as well give up resisting. If you provoke me, I can take your corpses back." Ding Shuli hurriedly said to Qin Feng, "Don't worry, she must have just broken through to the golden core stage not long ago. Your talismans are powerful. If you keep this up, she won't be able to endure for long. Alright. Feng nodded and activated 10 high-level fire serpent talismans all at once, while also taking out the thunder flying sword to defend against the 9 suns ring. Clang. The disparity in strength was evident in just a moment of confrontation. The thunder flying sword was knocked flying by the 9 suns ring, embedding itself into a distant rock. Feng could only throw out talismans to counter the rings. On the other side, Ding Shuli's 3 purple flying swords were also at a disadvantage. The old woman was preparing to press the attack when she saw 10 fire serpents charging towards her. Her expression darkened immediately. She could only control the golden flag to defend while the 9 suns ring continued its assault. Boom. 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 The moment the flag enveloped the 10 fire serpents, a series of loud explosions erupted, and this time the glow of the golden flag dimmed significantly. This is promising. A hint of excitement appeared on Feng's face as he activated another 10 fire serpent talismans. Gritting his teeth, he also activated 10 high-level flying sword talismans. Since the opponent's artifacts were formidable, he decided to destroy her artifacts first. 10 fire serpents along with 10 silver-white flying swords charged towards the old woman. At this moment, her expression drastically changed as she realized that the young man before her was not an easy target. You have truly angered me. She spat out a few words through clenched teeth, controlling the golden flag to defend while also taking out a shiny white flying sword. Boom. 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 The intense explosions rang out again, but this time the golden flag was shattered into pieces, leaving 4 silver-white flying swords charging towards her. The old woman's face darkened as she had no choice but to control the flying sword to defend. At that moment, Ding Shuli threw several small porcelain bottles in her direction, and as they landed beside her, they instantly exploded, releasing thick smoke. 1000 Poison Insect Technique. Ding Shuli controlled the sword formation while forming a hand seal, and a stream of black mist shot out from her hand, merging with the distant smoke. The black mist was dense and resembled demonic energy. Under Ding Shuli's control, it surged towards the old woman like a giant snake, trapping her in the black. With the high-intensity consumption of the talismans, the old woman had now fallen into a disadvantage, and the attacks from the 9 suns ring were no longer as fierce as before. To prevent any unexpected turns, Feng also threw out 3 demon-devouring talismans into the battlefield, while taking out the last 8 flying sword talismans from his storage ring. Take advantage of her weakness to finish her off. He activated all 8 talismans at once, and the 8 flying swords instantly transformed into afterimages, stabbing towards the old woman trapped in the black mist. After throwing the flying sword talismans, Feng quickly controlled the thunder sword to execute the most powerful move of the sword technique, followed by taking out the 9 dragons binding rope. He unleashed every attack spell he could think of, including golden blade technique and wooden vine technique. Ding Shuli seized the opportunity to continuously unleash spells while controlling the sword formation to strike. Inside the black mist, the old woman felt her spiritual energy being devoured and consumed. Before she could react, several streams of black mist surged towards her. This is truly outrageous. The old woman was enraged, controlling her flying sword to stab at the 2, only to discover that several silver-white flying swords and countless attacks were flying towards her. Damn it. Her face changed drastically as she realized she couldn't withstand this overwhelming attack and immediately tried to evade. At that moment, a dark golden rope had already wrapped around her. What kind of artifact is this? The old woman showed a shocked expression, immediately recalling the flying sword in an attempt to cut it. Clang. The sound of the slash rang out. The rope only suffered a small nick and did not break. At the same time, several more ropes appeared in an instant. This is a top-grade Janitor artifact. How could this kid possess so many high-level items? The old woman was horrified, but at this moment the 9 ropes had merged into one, firmly binding her. Swish, swish. Several silver-white flying swords surged in an instant, creating numerous holes in her body. Following that, the thunder sword and 3 purple flying swords formed a sword formation and launched consecutive attacks. Under the powerful assault, her protective spiritual energy fragmented in an instant, and her body was torn to pieces. This is impossible. I am unwilling. The old woman's eyes filled with rage, but in the blink of an eye, even her head was completely engulfed by the black mist. Through the 9 dragons binding rope, Feng knew that the opponent was already dead. He immediately took out the Wanma Ding and channeled spiritual energy into it, causing a powerful suction to erupt from the cauldron, drawing out a wisp of green light from the black mist. It's finally done. After suppressing the opponent's soul, Feng felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The area where the old woman had been was now shrouded in swirling black mist. Even the 1000 Poison Insect technique that Ding Shuli had cast was instantly devoured by the demon-devouring talismans. Feeling that the black mist Qin Feng had conjured seemed much stronger, Ding Shuli could not help but show a surprised expression. What talisman did you use? A secret. Qin Feng grinned and began to survey the surrounding battlefield. After the old woman's death, only her storage bag and the scattered 9 suns ring remained. In addition, the remains of her body and the shattered golden flag were being devoured by the black mist. To prevent leaving any lingering threats, Qin Feng cast 2 more demon-devouring talismans at the scene. After all, once this thing was devoured, even the sect leader and elders would not be able to trace it, and others would find it even harder to find clues. After thoroughly cleaning the scene, he collected the old woman's storage bag and the 9 suns ring before heading back to Wonia Mountain with Ding Shuli. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, a conflicted expression appeared on Ding Shuli's face. In a low voice, she said, "I plan to go to Lingo." Upon hearing Ding Shuli say she was leaving, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, then he pulled her back into the cave once more. This time, not only did she not use the 9 dragons binding rope, but her face also rarely showed a shy expression. Just as things were about to begin, Ding Shuli suddenly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and softly called out, "Qin Feng. Actually, I am a twin spirit with Dao body. By cultivating with me, you can also become a Wood Dao body. Why didn't I know this before? Because I didn't want to give you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face immediately showed an awkward expression. In the past 2 times, let alone the Wood Dao body, she probably wished to kill him. Yet now not only had he gained her body, but also her heart. After a moment, Qin Feng felt a cool energy flowing from his lower abdomen straight to a sea of qi, followed by a gentle coolness, filling his entire body, washing through his meridians and acupoints. Within the sea of qi, the originally green wood element spiritual energy underwent a transformation, becoming denser. If it were just the wood element spiritual energy, it could now directly reach the late stage of foundation establishment. However, Qin Feng possessed a 5-element spiritual root. Even though the wood element spiritual energy surged, the other types of spiritual energy did not increase. His current realm still remained at the early stage of foundation establishment, but even so, the overall strength of his spiritual energy had increased. When the time comes for golden core formation, even if he cannot form a 9-orifice golden core, he can at least form a large golden core. After a night passed, Ding Shuli, dressed neatly, stood at the edge of the stone bed looking at Qin Feng with a complex expression, preparing to leave. The farewells between cultivators can be short, lasting 3 to 5 months, or long, stretching to many years, so both of their feelings were somewhat complicated at this moment. "Wait for me a moment, I have something to give you. You must wait for me to come back, it will be very soon." After saying this, Qin Feng immediately left the cave, taking out the 1,000-li flying shuttle and quickly heading towards the direction of Taizonfang. Given the urgent situation, he couldn't care about being exposed. Upon arriving at Taizonfang, Qin Feng bought up all the wood vine fruits being sold at the stalls, then purchased dozens of bamboo leaf shuttles, over 100 identical wood element flying swords, and a large quantity of low-grade talismans. When passing by a place called Beast Control Pavilion, Qin Feng went in for a look. This was a shop established by the Spirit Beast sect, selling all the cultivation techniques related to spirit beasts. He waved his hand and directly bought some techniques for the Earth Spirit Ape, and then found an inn to synthesize items. 1 hour later, Qin Feng piloted the 1,000-li flying shuttle back to Wonia Mountain. Seeing that Ding Shuli had not left, he immediately felt relieved and seriously said to her, "Now you can be considered my woman. Everyone has their own path to take. I won't stop you, but I hope you can accept the gift I am giving you." After speaking, Qin Feng pulled her into the cave and directly took out the items he had prepared for her, placing them on the stone table: a heavenly grade high-level flying artifact, the Tianai boat; a heavenly grade supreme Tai demon-slaying sword; 5,000-year wood spirit fruits, and 2 stacks of various high-level attack-type talismans, along with the storage bag left by that old woman, and the 9 suns ring were also placed on the table. Seeing the densely packed items on the table, Ding Shuli's expression became peculiar. Spirit fruits, spirit boats, flying swords, talismans. Any one of these items is extremely precious to most cultivators, especially the heavenly grade artifacts, which are exceedingly rare, with very few people able to possess them. Given that Qin Feng could produce these items in a short time, his identity must not be as simple as it appeared. After hesitating for a moment, Ding Shuli collected all the items, and then stepped onto her flying sword and left. Neither of them inquired about each other's backgrounds, seemingly tacitly choosing to trust one another. Qin Feng turned and returned to the cave, taking out a wood spirit fruit and observing it in his hand. The large quantity of wood vine fruits he had just acquired at Taizonfang had only synthesized 6 wood spirit fruits, and after giving away 5, only 1 remained. The wood spirit fruit is only 2 inches in size, entirely light green and somewhat transparent, emitting a faint fragrance. Just a single breath brings a refreshing feeling. Upon eating it, he felt his mouth and tongue become moist, and the fragrance, dozens of times richer than before, instantly bloomed in his mouth, accompanied by a gentle coolness circulating through his limbs. Is this the taste of spirit fruits? Realizing that this item seemed only capable of cleansing the meridians and enhancing spiritual energy, Qinghe Feng felt a bit disappointed. The records in ancient books about various spirit fruits were overly exaggerated, almost claiming that just one bite could send one to the heavens. Is this really all? The realization of the Tao body felt even stronger than what Ding Shuli had given him. After finishing the wood spirit fruit in a few bites, Qinghe Feng felt unsatisfied and took out a fire spirit fruit to nibble on. It was still about cleansing the meridians and enhancing spiritual energy, and apart from a hint of warmth, there was no other sensation. Something feels off. Just as Qinghe Feng was about to synthesize talismans in preparation for battle, he suddenly felt a wave of swelling pain coming from his sea of qi. Upon inspecting with his divine sense, he discovered that the sea of qi was now filled with vast amounts of spiritual energy surging like waves, while spiritual energy was continuously being generated within his limbs. Damn, I ate too much. Qinghe Feng immediately realized that this was the effect brought on by the spirit fruits. He quickly sat down on the bed and began to operate the 5 Emperors' extermination divine art. 2 days later, Qinghe Feng received a message from the sect on time ordering all disciples to immediately gather at the sect's Tianjian Peak. At this point, Qinghe Feng's realm had already broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his storage ring was prepared with various high-level and supreme talismans. In addition, he also had the stabbing moon flying sword, thousandly flying shuttle, myriad demon cauldron, and Imu sword. Everything he could use was brought along. Qinghe Feng had never considered killing for the sect. Preparing these items was merely to ensure he could safely navigate through the chaos. Tianjian Peak is the main mountain of the Chongqing Sword sect, majestic and vast. Countless disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect dressed in various colored attire were heading towards Tianjian Peak. Although the colors of their clothing varied, all of them wore solid colors and bore the sect's emblem on their chests. When Qinghe Feng arrived at the foot of Tianjian Peak, he happened to run into Gugudun, who seemed to have been waiting specifically there. It was only when Qinghe Feng approached that he took Qinghe Feng up the mountain. Master, is it just the 2 of us for the Divine Dan Peak? Alchemists are precious everywhere. They are not only sought after in battle, but are also protected in times of sect crisis. Gugudun's words were laden with meaning, hinting at the benefits of being able to refine pills. Qinghe Feng nodded and closely followed behind without saying another word. Upon reaching the peak of Tianjian, a large number of disciples from the Chongqing Sword sect had already gathered in the open area, roughly counting at least 20,000. Seeing so many people, Qinghe Feng felt a sense of unease in his heart. If a fight broke out among so many, let alone killing enemies, there might be individuals who would become bloodthirsty and not distinguish between friend and foe. The difficulty of fishing in troubled waters is very high. This was Qinghe Feng's first time participating in a battle in the cultivation world, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous immediately moving closer to Gugudun. The Tianjian Peak was densely populated with people. Disciples of the sect, the Peak Master, and various elders had gathered standing at the edge of the mountain top, gazing into the distance. The sect had become much quieter now. At this moment, several figures emerged from the hall of Tianjian Peak. Leading them was the Supreme Elder Qinghe of the Chongqing Sword sect, followed by Li Qingyun and other inner-sect elders. Qinghe was enveloped in an aura of mystery, making it impossible to discern his true strength, but the few individuals behind him exuded the aura of latest-stage Golden Core practitioners. Upon seeing the top powerhouses of the sect appear, the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect immediately became. Apart from the few individuals behind Qinghe, the various peak masters among the crowd were also at the Golden Core stage, with the weakest being at the peak of foundation establishment. The total number of top powerhouses was around 100. As the group walked into the open space, the scene quickly fell silent. Li Qingyun stepped forward and addressed everyone. Those present are the elite of our Chongqing Sword sect. When we encounter the Ghost King sect later, I hope you will not falter. The Supreme Elder will protect you all, and this expedition against the Ghost King sect will certainly return in triumph. Triumphant return. Triumphant return. Countless voices shouted in unison, many flushed with excitement. Qinghe Feng opened his mouth wanting to join in the shouting, but upon feeling Gugudun's indifferent gaze, he immediately fell silent. Gugudun took out a palm-sized black boat and placed it in Qinghe Feng's hand, then said calmly, I've already transmitted the Yudon Dao to you. During the battle, just follow behind me. If I die, you take my body and leave immediately. Understood. Qinghe Feng nodded, looking down at the small boat in his hand, realizing it was a top-tier flying magical artifact. Although its speed couldn't match the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, it could outrun 90% of the cultivators present. After putting away the black boat, Qinghe Feng recognized that Gugudun was serious. Since he had the intent to die, he was absolutely trustworthy to Qinghe Feng, prompting him to step back behind him. Seeing Qin Feng's timidity, Gogoden couldn't help but show a worried expression, concerned that Qin Feng might bolt as soon as the fight started. At this moment, Li Qing'an had finished the oath-taking ceremony, and Qin Jiuyo, along with several intersect elders, began preparing magical artifacts. 6 massive azure treasure ships continuously expanded in the void, each ship's body intricately carved with auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, with spiritual cranes dancing and fairies playing the lute beneath the rosy light, creating an extravagant sight. Board the ships. At Qin Juyu's command, the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect immediately flew towards the nearby treasure ships, landing steadily on the decks. Once the crowd had thinned out, Qin Feng followed Gogoden onto the treasure ship piloted by Li Qingyun. Besides Gogoden and Li Qingyun, there were 2 other peak masters who were also Golden Core practitioners. Everyone stood casually while Gogoden and Qin Feng chose to stand at the stern of the ship. Once everyone boarded the treasure ship, Li Qingyun immediately took out 2 milky white stones radiating white light and placed them into the grooves in the ship's cabin, causing the massive ship to soar into the air. The 6 treasure ships lined up in formation, soaring through the sky like a dragon, speeding rapidly into the distance. Despite carrying many passengers, their speed was quite slow, even inferior to that of lower-tier magical artifacts like the wooden spirit boat. From dawn to dusk, and then to the deep night where the moon shone dimly, it was only at this time that sounds of agitation came from the treasure ship ahead. We have arrived. Ahead is the Ghost King sect. I will fight for the rise of our sect, shedding blood to slay the enemy. The sect is my home, prosperity relies on everyone. The clamorous voices echoed in the sky, but soon quieted, replaced by a heavy atmosphere. For ahead lay the Ghost King sect. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng immediately perked up and looked around. On the ground were dark rolling mountains, and further ahead countless lights flickered and swayed in the darkness, hinting at many pavilions built around those illuminated spots. Among the many pavilions was a vast open space, at the center of which stood a massive stone statue of a malevolent ghost. From a distance it looked like a fierce and terrifying demon standing in the night, exceptionally eerie. Is this the Ghost King sect? Feeling the atmosphere around him growing heavier, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of conflict as he secretly pressed his fingers against his storage ring. Yesterday, while aboard the ship at Tianjian Peak, Qin Feng sensed the aura of the Yuming bird, which must have been a message from Taiju. However, with the sect's powerhouses all around, Qin Feng did not dare to let the Yuming bird approach directly, sending it back. But it's just another transaction. Gogoden opened his eyes at some point, coldly gazing towards the direction of the Ghost King sect, a flicker of anger appearing on his face. The surrounding disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect displayed puzzled expressions upon hearing Gogoden's words, but due to Gogoden's status, they dared not speak further, eagerly taking out their magical artifacts in preparation for battle. For them, only by achieving merit on the battlefield could they reverse their fate through the sect's rewards. Qin Feng glanced at Gogoden, realizing that he was beginning to take out his magical artifacts. He quietly drew out the Thunderbolt flying sword. Even if he was just muddling through, he had to put on a show. The 6 treasure ships adjusted to a parallel formation, stopping just as they approached the Ghost King sect. A dark shield appeared in the void ahead, which seemed to be the protective formation of the Ghost King sect. Li Qingyun loudly addressed those on the ship, "Everyone, do not panic. The people of the Ghost King sect fear us, which is why they activated the formation. Our Supreme Elder has already made a move. We will soon break through the formation. The Supreme Elder is mighty." Upon hearing that the Supreme Elder was personally handling the formation breach, the thousands of disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect on the ship immediately became excited, each waving their magical artifacts, starting discussions on how many of the Ghost King sect's evil cultivators they would slay. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the treasure ship, unable to see how the Supreme Elder made his move, only witnessing over 100 black swords form a dragon of flying swords in the void, crashing violently against the black shield. This strike caused the formation of the Ghost King sect to shake violently, nearly shattering. Looking through the formation, one could see several red lines glowing at the feet of the malevolent ghost statue in the center of the Ghost King sect's open space. The lines emitted a dark red glow in the darkness, spreading from the feet of the ghost statue in 8 directions until reaching large stone sculptures at the edge of the open space that resembled flower pots. At this moment, the people of the Ghost King sect were also gathering in the open space, seemingly waiting for the attack from the Chongqing Sword sect. Qin Feng used the Qi observation technique to see if the people from the Ghost King sect were mere cannon fodder, but the distance was too great and he could not see. Meanwhile, the other disciples were leaning over the edge of the treasure ship, observing the situation at the Ghost King sect. Seeing Qin Feng's curiosity, Gogoden casually set up a soundproof barrier around them and explained that is a trench specifically used to collect blood. The people sent by the Ghost King sect are also just mere cannon fodder. Master, how can you be sure they are cannon fodder? The Rakshasa statue has already been activated. Even if no one from the Chongqing Sword sect came, the Ghost King sect would kill their disciples to collect blood. I've experienced this kind of thing several times. I just didn't expect this time they would make such a big transaction, betting the lives of the entire sect. At that moment, Feng finally understood why the Chongqing Sword sect was so keen on recruiting scattered cultivators. Even the Golden Core cultivators serving as peak masters hadn't been in their positions for more than 5 years. Because they needed a large number of cultivators to trade or cooperate with the Ghost King sect. However, this time many Golden Core cultivators were included in the bargaining chips, and at that moment the protective formation of the Ghost King sect began to shake violently. Anxious Feng immediately asked Gogodun, then aren't you seeking revenge? If they're all in cahoots, how can you take your revenge? Just follow me later. In front of the deck, Li Qingyun and 2 other peak masters took out their magical tools ready for battle at any moment, while the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect around them looked grave, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Ghost King sect. In the void, Qin Jiuyo controlled a giant dragon formed from black flying swords, crashing once again into the formation of the Ghost King sect. Crack. A cracking sound immediately emanated from the dark shield, which shattered into countless black wisps of smoke, dissipating into the space between heaven and earth. Their formation is broken. Qin Jiuyo shouted angrily, all disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect, follow me to slay the enemy. Kill. I've been waiting for this moment. The Ghost King sect is too arrogant today, we will annihilate them completely. Countless disciples of the sect were filled with righteous indignation, using their magical tools or riding on flying swords to charge directly toward the open ground below. Feng rode the thunderbolt flying sword, closely following behind Gogodun as they rushed toward the edge of the open ground, while also observing the situation around the battlefield. Among the attackers were many elders and peak masters. At this moment, Qin Jiuyo, Li Qingyun, and a few intersect elders were gathering their treasure ships, standing in the void with no intention of charging. When Feng and Gogodun landed on the open ground, those at the front had already engaged in combat with the people from the Ghost King sect. Both sides were numerous, and in the instant of clash countless lives were lost. After many bodies fell, the smooth stone slabs began to emit faint wisps of gray mist, which continuously corroded the corpses, melting them into blood that eventually flowed into the grooves leading to the Rakshasa statue. This scene was too bizarre, but everyone on the scene was already bloodied with killing intent, with no one caring about the changes on the ground. In the Ghost King sect's camp, apart from a few individuals with foundation establishment stage cultivation, most were merely at the chi refinement stage, and there were continuously more disciples of the Ghost King sect rushing over. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Ghost King sect had also instilled courage in them. Despite their low strength, they charged forward with exceptional bravery. Feng maneuvered the thunderbolt flying sword around him, swiftly slaying a disciple of the Ghost King sect before quickly closing in on Gogodun. Master, what should we do now? Feng shouted at him, but Gogodun calmly waved his hand to signal silence, then turned his gaze toward the distant buildings of the Ghost King sect. Surrounding his body were 4 shields to fend off attacks from the disciples of the Ghost King sect, making it impossible for ordinary chi refinement stage cultivators to break through his defenses. Seeing this scene, Feng felt extremely frustrated. Before they came, they had said he only needed to follow, and now he truly didn't care about the lives of others. You find an opportunity to hide here first. If I'm going to die, try to die out there. Just as Feng was about to take out the yin-yang mother shield, Gogodun spoke, pointing to the muddy ground nearby. If one dies on the stone slabs of the open ground, the corpse is very likely to turn into blood. If one dies elsewhere, they might still be able to keep their whole body. Gogodun briefly explained, and then flipped his hand to take out a dark flying sword, infusing it with spiritual power. Buzz. The flying sword instantly began to swell in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant flying sword, nearly 2 zhong long. Whoosh! Gogodun wielded the giant flying sword to sweep through the surroundings, instantly bisecting more than 10 disciples of the Ghost King sect, while shouting loudly to those around him, "Here lies their Blood Mother Grand Formation, everyone follow me," to charge toward their main hall. Blood Mother Grand Formation. The disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect and the 2 peak masters revealed shocked expressions, then looked down at the ground. Countless corpses were being consumed and corroded by the gray mist emanating from the ground, and the surrounding grooves were already flowing with blood, continuously directing the blood toward the central Rakshasa statue of the open ground. Damn, Ghost King sect truly sinister. Disciples of Luyun Peak, follow me. Luyun Peak's master Mo Wenjian glanced at Gogodun and Feng, then immediately rushed over, intending to team up with Gogodun to charge toward the nearby pavilion. Before leaving, he kindly patted Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Just follow behind, I, and your master will protect you." After saying this, he led everyone out of the formation without looking back, directly charging toward the buildings ahead. "Everyone, don't stop on these stone slabs, there's a formation around." The disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect shouted in unison, and the message quickly spread throughout the entire battle. The disciples of the Ghost King sect meanwhile were utterly confused, with some angrily cursing. When did the Blood Mother Grand Formation activate? Are we to be turned to dust? Damn it, it's all the fault of the Chongqing Sword sect. They actually use such a vicious formation in secret. Evil cultivators truly can't change their nature. Although they discovered the formation, everyone shifted the blame onto the opposing camp. Even as they retreated to the side, their fighting grew fiercer. In the void, Qinjuo, Li Qingyun, and several sect elders were observing the battle. Upon seeing everyone begin to relocate away from the Blood Mother Grand Formation, they all frowned in unison. What's going on? Qinjuyu's expression immediately turned cold as he squinted at Li Qingyun and the others, his face dark with fury. Li Qingyun immediately explained, "The news hasn't leaked to someone, must have sensed something unusual." Qinjuyu's face showed anger as he directly dived down to the area, with the most people gently flicking his hands, and instantly two silver-white sword energies slashed into the crowd. These two sword energies did not distinguish between friend and foe, killing many of both the Changqing Sword sect and the Ghost King sect. Seeing a strong figure make a move, both sides were stunned. Who were they attacking? Standing at the edge of the open ground, Qinjuo coldly said, "Those who flee from battle shall die." As his voice fell, a terrifying pressure of divine sense erupted from him, instantly causing the low-tier cultivators nearby to tremble in fear. Everyone, in a panic, could only return to the open ground, filled with the formation, to continue the fight. On the other side, Guguden had already led two Golden Core stage experts and several hundred disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect to the front of the Ghost King sect's buildings. "Kill! Destroy these scum!" Guguden shouted, taking out two talismans to shoot at the nearby pavilion, then took out a large number of talismans to throw toward the surrounding buildings. These talismans, upon striking their targets, immediately detonated, erupting into countless flames that ignited the surrounding buildings. In an instant, the entire Ghost King sect was engulfed in flames, the blazing light illuminating half the sky. While others were killing the disciples of the Ghost King sect, Guguden was roaming around, setting fires and creating chaos. "Master Go, what are you doing?" Just as he was about to throw out all the talismans he held, Qinjuyu's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression as dark as water. "I'm killing the disciples of the Ghost King sect," Guguden exclaimed with a look of indignation, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, saying, "They killed two of my disciples. This matter cannot be left unresolved." Hearing this, the two peak masters and the disciples of the Chongqing Sword sect fought even harder. Qinjuo felt dissatisfied, but was at a loss for what to do. Guguden was the master of the Divine Pill Peak with considerable alchemical skills. If he were to be killed just like that, it would be difficult to find another suitable high-tier alchemist, which would be a great loss to the sect. "Master Go, why don't you take a break? I will avenge you." Qinjuo showed a pained expression, pretending to be sympathetic, as he patted Guguden on the shoulder. After being patted, Guguden's body immediately stiffened in place, still sealed of spiritual power and movement. At the edge of the Blood Mother Grand Formation, Feng was chopping down the surrounding disciples of the Ghost King sect while keeping an eye on the situation ahead. Upon seeing Qinjuo immobilize Guguden, he suddenly thought of escaping. That old man wanted to seek death for revenge today. It seemed he would not get his wish. "Take my claw." At that moment, a figure in black robes from the Ghost King sect charged over. He held two dark claws that emitted a metallic sheen and struck fiercely while casting a glance at the Thunderbolt sword beside Feng, which looked like a spirit snake. "A mere evil cultivator dares to be so rampant. I will use the Thunderbolt sword technique to subdue you." Feng immediately shouted, controlling the Thunderbolt flying sword to meet the attack, but the sword was immediately repelled upon contact with the claws. In order to avoid attracting attention, Feng did not use the Thunderbolt sword technique at all, simply controlling the flying sword to perform ordinary chopping moves. The black-robed man once again blocked the Thunderbolt sword. His figure flickered, and by the time he reappeared, he was already 10 zhong away. "Come chase me if you dare." His crimson-black pupils revealed a provoking gaze as he beckoned his finger at Feng. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Feng smiled, immediately controlling the flying sword to pursue. Their chase-and-escape behavior appeared quite normal amidst the chaotic battlefield, and no one noticed anything amiss even as they disappeared from the range of the Blood Mother Grand Formation. Moments later, Feng followed Taiju to his cave dwelling, closed the stone door, and set up several divine sense seals before Taiju finally revealed a resentful expression. "Brother Feng, were you doing that on purpose?" "The flying sword used so much force that my hand went numb." Taiju tossed the bone claws onto the stone table and began to rub his hands while Feng rolled his eyes. After setting up another divine sense seal, he asked, "What the hell is going on? Did your Ghost King sect cultivate another Ghost Witch Saintess?" "Indeed. However, the Ghost Witch Saintess pales in comparison to the Blood Mother Grand Formation. The Ghost Witch Saintess can only help break through bottlenecks, but the Blood Mother Grand Formation can genuinely break through realms." I estimate that this battle between the two sects is to fully activate the Blood Mother Grand Formation, otherwise, why would they be fighting so fiercely for no reason? Activating the Blood Mother Grand Formation requires a massive amount of the blood of cultivators. Even if the Ghost King sect kills everyone, it wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, the Ghost King sect also has the Ghost Witch Saintess, which is equally precious. This battle is entirely a transaction between the high-ups of the two sects. The Changxing Sword sect exchanges the lives of their disciples for the Ghost Witch Saintess, while the people of the Ghost King sect seize the opportunity to activate the Blood Mother Grand Formation. What do we do now? Tai's expression was conflicted, revealing a look of helplessness in his eyes. For Qinghe, the Ghost King sect was the only place he had found after much difficulty to settle down, yet unexpectedly, he found himself being treated as a sacrificial pawn by the sect. What else can we do? We run. Feng rolled his eyes, took out the 1,000-mile flying shuttle from his storage ring, and then left the cave with Qinghe, who was also wearing a black robe. At that moment, a white figure suddenly flashed through the dense forest beside Tai's cave, heading straight toward the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. Master, isn't he sealed? Recognizing that it was Qinghe, Feng immediately revealed a puzzled expression, while Taiju excitedly said to Feng, "Brother Feng, he must be planning to seize the Ghost Witch Saintess. Our sect master and all the elders are outside supervising the battle. Should we follow and take a look?" "Are you sure?" "What's uncertain about it?" "I brought the Ghost King map from the sect." Taiju proudly took out a scroll from his storage ring, depicting the outline of the Ghost King sect. In addition, there were many densely packed glowing dots representing the positions of cultivators of different strengths within the Ghost King sect. At that moment, there was only one glowing dot representing a golden core stage cultivation at the back mountain. Since Qinghe also had golden core stage cultivation, even if he couldn't instantly kill him, they could at least fight evenly. They could take advantage of the chaos to sneak in and take a look. After Feng put away the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, he exchanged a knowing glance with Taiju, and the two of them dashed toward the back mountain. The light on the mountain was dim, and the sounds of battle echoed from the clearing below. Despite Qinghe's best efforts to control the situation after Dawn prior warning, the flames of war had already spread to other areas. The entire Ghost King sect had fallen into chaos, with scenes of dueling visible everywhere. Feng followed Taiju as they dashed forward, taking the time of half a stick of incense to reach a secluded hilltop. The shape of the mountain was quite peculiar, resembling two large mountains connected together, with a massive natural cave opening in the middle. Standing at the mouth of the cave, faint sounds of magical artifacts colliding could be heard from within, and Feng knew that Dan had already begun to take action. The two of them concealed their presence as they stealthily made their way into the cave. On the other side, in the clearing outside the Ghost King sect, the combined forces of the two major sects numbered over 50 or 60,000. After a brutal round of fighting, only a few hundred remained within the Blood Mother Formation. As they saw countless streams of bright red blood surging in the grooves on the ground, crazily flowing towards the center where the Rakshasa statue stood, expressions of terror appeared on their faces. What on earth is going on? Demons. All of you from the Ghost King sect are demons. The formation has reacted. The disciples of the Eternal Life Sword sect are retreating, trying to leave, but a dark red shield has already appeared at the edges, completely encasing the entire clearing. Is this the Blood Mother Formation? Why has it activated so early? We're still inside. Master. Elders. We're still in the formation. The remaining 100 or so members of the Ghost King sect began to call for help from the outside world, but no one responded to them. Buzzing. Countless gray mists emerged from the stone slabs, beginning to corrode their bodies. Spirit shields, protective artifacts, and spells. At that moment, all defenses seemed as fragile as paper. In an instant, the gray mists corroded them into pools of blood flowing into the grooves before surging towards the Rakshasa statue. Seeing that the timing was right, Qinghe immediately led Li Qingyun and others to the entrance of the only untouched hall of the Ghost King sect. At that moment, two figures emerged from inside the hall. The person in front wore a gray robe and had a pale complexion. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his eye sockets were empty, lacking eyeballs, and his skin was covered in dense tumors with many maggots writhing upon them, making him look nothing like a living person. The figure following him was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern their appearance or gender. The two stopped at the hall's entrance, standing one behind the other, as if the shadow behind was merely an extension of the person in front. The gray-robed man turned his empty eye sockets towards Qinghe and let out a series of eerie cackling laughs before speaking in a hoarse voice. "No wonder you are Qinghe. You would actually be willing to trade the lives of thousands of sect disciples with me. Ghost Witch old Taoist, you are no better off. Hurry up and hand over my things." Qinghe's expression remained stern as he glared at the shadow behind the gray-robed man, his eyes filled with a hint of threat. Li Qingyun and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the ghost witch Taoist, fearing they might. The ghost witch Taoist said in a hoarse voice, "It's rare to encounter trustworthy people like you. 2 ghost witch holy maidens can activate the blood mother formation, and next time I will seek you out again. Cackling, my little darling, come here, I am sending you off again." He let out a piercing laugh, then raised his arm to beckon towards the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. Qinghe Yu's expression softened slightly as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the back mountain of the Ghost King sect, and Li Qingyun and the others also raised their heads to look over. From the mountain they could faintly see the remaining disciples of the sect still fighting, but the back mountain was unusually quiet at that moment. The ghost witch Taoist waved his hand several times, yet there was still no response from the back mountain. His face showed no expression, but Qinghe Yu's face darkened as he coldly questioned, "Are you toying with me? It seems there has been a slight mishap, I will go take a look." Cackling. The ghost witch Taoist's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, and Qinghe Yu gritted his teeth and followed suit, leaving Li Qingyun and the others standing in place exchanging worried glances. Elder Chen Kuan looked awkwardly at Li Qingyun and asked, "Should we go?" "Let's not, our strength is too—" Li Qingyun forced a bitter smile, and the other elders also felt apprehensive. After all, the ghost witch Taoist was ruthless, and the techniques he practiced were extremely sinister. Just a glance from him would make one feel uncomfortable all over. At that moment, however, a violent tremor suddenly came from the direction of the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. Qinghe Yu shouted angrily, "Ghost witch old Taoist, you actually dare to toy with me? But I am the most trustworthy. It seems the ghost witch holy maiden has been stolen." Cackling. The cave in the back mountain of the Ghost King sect. The surroundings were dimly lit, and close to the inside there was a large blood pool with a black lotus platform placed in the center of the pool. At that moment the lotus platform was completely empty, with only a corpse of a golden core cultivator left at the edge of the blood pool. After receiving a strike from Qinghe Yu, the ghost witch Taoist reached down and grabbed some blood from the ground, instantly pulling several drops of blood from the soil. He placed the blood into his hollow eye sockets, and instantly countless black energies erupted from his eye sockets, forming a phantom figure. "This must be one of your Eternal Life Sword sect members, yet you still wish to accuse me of being untrustworthy." The ghost witch Taoist snorted coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving Qinghe Yu staring gloomily at the silhouette formed by the black energy. He reached into his waist pouch and pulled out a wooden figure dressed in robes carved to resemble Gugo Dan. "Gufeng Master, you are truly audacious, daring to steal from me." Qinghe Yu's eyes revealed a chilling, killing intent as he directly left the cave. At that moment, Feng and Taiju had already ridden the 1,000-mile flying shuttle for over 10,000 miles. Taiju held a twisting black bag tightly, his hands gripping the opening, while Feng drove the shuttle with a face full of excitement. "Brother Feng, can you go any faster? I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Tai Dan looked nervously at Feng, his hands tightly clutching the bag's opening as if he was using all his strength. "Don't worry, we should be almost there." Feng grinned, stuffing a few spirit pills into his mouth before extending a hand to help hold the bag's opening. Earlier at the Ghost King sect, when he and Taiju entered the cave, they happened to encounter Gugo Dan battling fiercely with the Ghost Witch Holy Maiden's guardian, and even the Ghost Witch Holy Maiden had been packed up. In the end, Gugo Dan and the guardian perished together, and Feng and Taiju took turns collecting the corpses and retrieving the Ghost Witch Holy Maiden before escaping. The process was far smoother than they had imagined. "We've arrived." Feng steered the 1,000-mile flying shuttle into a Nyo mountain, immediately maximizing the effects of the concealment formation. Entering the cave while holding the bag, Taiju and Feng felt somewhat nervous as they cast dozens of restrictions within the cave before finally opening the writhing black bag. What was contained in the bag was not a living being, but a black solidified demon resembling a human. She was only about 6 inches tall, with an array of exaggerated shapes adorning her body, and there were no coverings whatsoever. The Ghost Witch Saintess twisted continuously within the bag, showing no signs of escape even when the bag was open. Feng blushed at the mere sight of her. Just moments ago they had thought the Ghost Witch Saintess to be fearsome, but here she was so docile. Iron Pill stammered, "Brother Feng, why don't you use this? It's of no use to me now that I'm still in the mid-foundation establishment stage." Iron Pill showed an awkward expression while Feng immediately shook his head in refusal. "What Ghost Witch Saintess?" She looked just like a large Fiji cup. Whether this thing could enhance cultivation through dual cultivation was uncertain, but dual cultivation itself was definitely feasible. Feng immediately pointed towards the alchemy room and said, "You can dig another hole behind my alchemy room, but don't cause any trouble in my cave." Iron Pill's face turned crimson, holding the Ghost Witch Saintess completely at a loss. The greatest use of this thing was to break through realms. Enhancing cultivation was secondary, but if left unused, they feared being hunted down. "Brother Feng, I owe you a great debt of gratitude." "What debt is there between us? Hurry and get lost." Qin Feng shot him a glance while Iron Pill blushing held the ghost witch Saintess in one hand and took out a bone claw to start digging a hole behind the alchemy room. In just a moment he had excavated a new space and set up a restriction. Only when Iron Pill began to use the ghost witch Saintess did Qin Feng step out of the cave, pulling out a brand new storage bag from his waist. This was the storage bag handed over by Gugo Dan before his death for Qin Feng to use to collect the corpse. Although the storage bag could not hold living beings, it could contain corpses. Now Gugo Dan's body lay within the storage bag. Master the Ghost Witch Daoist and Qinghe, you are most likely both nascent soul cultivators. I can't provoke them right now. Once things stabilize, I'll find a way to bury you and senior sister-son together. Qin Feng patted the storage bag, without caring whether the other party could hear him, and hung it back at his waist. With no signs of life or death, Qinghe and the Ghost Witch Daoist were surely searching everywhere for Gugo Dan. Qin Feng dared not approach fifth senior sister's grave. If he went out now and got caught by them, he would undoubtedly die. Anyone related to Gugo Dan might face strict scrutiny. Thus hiding in Wenyo Mountain was the safest option. Adjusting his state, Qin Feng returned to his cave and sat down in the Xian Kuan swallowing heaven array, beginning to cultivate the 5 Emperors extermination god technique. The ice and snow-melted winter gave way to spring and all things revived. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a wave of black smoke emanated from Iron Pill's closed cave, spiraling upward into the sky. If it weren't for the concealment array, this phenomenon would surely attract a lot of attention. I Iron Pill have now reached the late foundation establishment stage, and soon I will achieve great perfection with hopes of forming a core and becoming an immortal. Iron Pill crushed the makeshift stone door of the cave with 1 foot. Seeing Qin Feng still cultivating, he immediately cast a soundproof shield to block the noise. At this moment Iron Pill was surrounded by demonic energy, his skin frightfully pale. He appeared refined yet exuded an inexplicable air of malevolence. Qin Feng opened his eyes and merely glanced at him, causing Iron Pill's face to instantly display a hint of excitement. The invincible aura he had just exuded vanished completely. Brother Feng, my strength has greatly increased. I just need to go out to find some nourishing materials and gather some vengeful spirits into the 10,000 souls banner to have a chance to achieve great perfection in foundation establishment and thus form a core. Iron Pill excitedly approached Qin Feng and plopped down beside the Xian Kuan swallowing heaven array. Qin Feng, full of curiosity, asked what was it like with the Ghost Witch Saintess. Iron Pill's old face turned red as he immediately stood up and ran out of the cave. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched the back of his head, still feeling that the Ghost Witch Saintess was lacking compared to a real person. What the hell? How long have we been in seclusion? What happened outside? Iron Pill's astonished voice echoed from outside the cave, prompting Qin Feng to rush out immediately. Standing at the cave entrance, he gazed outside. The weeds had grown to waist height, creating a desolate scene. All the medicinal herbs in the field had vanished, leaving only disheveled weeds, as if trampled by countless beasts lying scattered throughout the medicinal field. Not far away, curled up among the weeds, lay a frail monkey, seemingly a Tuling Yuan, but it appeared much weaker now. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng felt as if his mind was about to explode. His first reaction was to check on the ancient spiritual tea tree and the beast king tree seedlings. Although all other spiritual herbs had disappeared, these 2 spiritual trees were completely unharmed. Only then did Qin Feng breathe a sigh of relief and called out to the distant Tuling Yuan. Hearing the voice, it immediately raised its head, painfully getting up from the ground. At this moment Qin Feng could clearly see its face, with its fur a waxy yellow and its eyes blood red, resembling a demonic beast. Master. Master. The Tuling Yuan spoke human words, its tone awkward and sounding nothing like a human. Qin Feng and Iron Pill were both taken aback. Spirit beasts must reach at least the 5th tier and refine the horizontal bone in their mouths before they can speak. How could the Tuling Yuan speak so quickly? With the contract of the Tuling Yuan still present in his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng felt assured enough to step forward and asked, what happened to you to end up like this? I wanted to find you to eat sweet elixirs, but you weren't here, so I ate some spiritual. The Tuling Yuan pointed to a wooden barrel beside the cave which contained the spiritual plant liquid. Qin Feng used his divine sense to scan it and found the barrel completely empty, likely all consumed by this fellow. No wonder it had turned out like this. Qin Feng took out 2 spirit beast pills from his storage bag and offered them, but the Tuling Yuan shook its head, a look of sorrow on its face, and said, Master, I no longer wish to eat these things. I want to cultivate like you to grow stronger and become a great demon king. Upon hearing this, both Qin Feng and Iron Pill fell silent. The spiritual plant liquid was meant for irrigating plants. If consumed by living beings, it could lead to diarrhea or even death. The Tuling Yuan was lucky to have survived. However, it was no longer merely a Tuling Yuan, it resembled a mutated demon beast, and an ambitious one at that. Qin Feng took out a technique titled Demon God Supreme Technique and presented it to the Tu Ling Yuan. This was a basic spirit beast technique he had bought when Ding Shuli went shopping at Iron Mountain Square. Initially, he thought the Tu Ling Yuan wouldn't be able to cultivate, but unexpectedly, it had already mutated. Do you want to cultivate this technique? Can you? The Demon God Supreme technique was written entirely in human characters, but there was also a soul intent that could clearly sense the technique. Upon receiving the technique, a streak of golden light immediately entered its brow. The golden light seemed to harbor many things, and the earth spirit ape suddenly revealed an expression of excitement on its face. It immediately said, "Master, I will cultivate diligently. I promise to train hard. Please allow me to descend the mountain, and if one day I become a great demon king and have my fill of freedom, I will surely return to serve you, Master." After saying this, the earth spirit ape immediately knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing repeatedly to Qin Feng. At this moment, it was no longer the earth spirit ape that only knew how to water spiritual herbs and weed the medicinal fields. Now its movements were smooth and standard. Apart from its monkey-like features and yellow fur, it was no different from a human, while its heart harbored great ambition. Seeing the earth spirit ape's newfound intelligence, Taiju immediately transmitted a message hinting to Qin Feng not to let it descend the mountain easily. If it were let go now, it would likely be difficult to bring it back in the future. Qin Feng pondered the cause and effect. He had encountered this little monkey when he first entered the immortal path at Qinghe, and the leftover waste pills had allowed it to gain intelligence and become a spiritual beast. After bringing it to Woniu Mountain, apart from daily weeding and watering the medicinal plants, it had been fed high-grade spirit beast pills every day, never treated poorly. At this moment, if he taught it a technique and let it go down the mountain, it might not be a bad fate. Moreover, there was a master-servant contract between them. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided to fulfill its wish and said, "You can take the technique down the mountain, but you must agree to one condition." The earth spirit ape's eyes lit up with excitement, and it clasped its hands together, bowing respectfully as it said, "Master, please tell me. If you cause any trouble in the future, just don't mention my name. Rest assured, Master, I will not bring you any trouble." Upon hearing this, the earth spirit ape trembled with excitement, knelt before Qin Feng, knocked its head several times, and then got up to walk down Woniu Mountain. Qin Feng stood silently watching it leave, and he felt a vague excitement in his heart. Just then Taiju approached with a look of deep concern. "Brother Feng, this monkey is more intelligent than many third-tier spirit beasts. Are you really willing to let it go? Do you know what it means to meet again at the peak?" Taiju rolled his eyes and fell silent. Meeting again at the peak simply meant reuniting at the pinnacle moment, and letting it venture on its own was undoubtedly better than nurturing it with so much effort. On the mountaintop, the vegetation was lush. Qin Feng controlled his flying sword to cut down all the grass at the roots, then used several fire spells to burn away the gathered weeds before finishing the task. As the mist of the hidden sky grand formation dissipated, the outside environment became clear. It was now spring, a season of revival. The surrounding mountains sprouted tender shoots, and the mist in the area of Lingxiang Mountain had lifted, revealing its true appearance. The small courtyard and buildings on the mountain had long been destroyed, now overgrown with weeds showcasing desolation. "I wonder how things are outside." Taiju looked at the situation outside with a face full of melancholy, and Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. During this time, the sect token of the Changqing Sword sect had vibrated 3 times, all calling him back, but there had been no further news. The matter of promising Guguden to bury him and his daughter together had yet to be completed, and now he was worried about Qin Jiuyo, Li Qingyun, and others, feeling caught in a dilemma. The two sat on the stone slab at the entrance of the cave, aimlessly gazing at the surrounding scenery. Until night fell, Taiju finally spoke. "Brother Feng, I plan to return to Zhou Kingdom to see my parents. It's been so long since I visited them, they must be worried. Be careful, I also need to go out for a while." Qin Feng patted Taiju's shoulder, and they exchanged a glance, both revealing a bitter expression in their eyes. Although cultivating here was very secure, there were times when one had to go out to handle certain matters. After reaching a consensus, the two of them very tacitly took out black robes from their storage rings, donned them, and then each controlled their flying magical tools to leave Woniu Mountain. Qin Feng, dressed in a black robe, operated the Daowen formula as he steered the wood spirit boat towards the direction of the Changqing Sword sect. Woniu Mountain was about 500 miles away from the Changqing Sword sect, and soon Qin Feng arrived near the sect. In the dark night, the buildings within the Changqing Sword sect were still brightly lit, and many disciples in white clothing could be seen rushing about within the sect's grounds. It seemed that the Changqing Sword sect had recruited many new disciples during this time, but it was uncertain whether the previous incidents would occur again. Qin Feng took a hasty glance, then stored the wood spirit boat and swiftly darted through the dense forest, heading towards the grave of his 5th senior sister. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, even without using a spirit travel talisman, Qin Feng could travel 1,000 miles in a day. He quickly traversed the mountain paths, and just as he was about to reach the grave of his fifth senior sister, he suddenly heard sounds of a duel ahead. As he approached, he could see 3 people engaged in battle in an open area ahead. One of the young men was wearing the uniform of an outer disciple of the Qinghe sword sect with a cultivation level around the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The 2 rogue cultivators attacking him were also not weak, one at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 5th layer. Feng took out the thunderbolt flying sword and threw it into the air, then used his divine sense to control the flying sword to join the fray, aiming at one of the rogue cultivators. With fierce spiritual power and aided by the surprise attack, the thunderbolt flying sword instantly pierced through the golden shield of a rogue cultivator, creating a bloody hole in his chest. Upon seeing this, the remaining rogue cultivator's face darkened, and he panicked, losing control of his flying sword. He could only hurriedly take out a talisman and throw it at Feng before turning to flee. Without powerful magical treasures and talismans, how could a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator stand against a foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, facing someone as formidable as Feng, he was pierced through with the thunderbolt flying sword the moment he turned around. In less than 3 breaths since the start of the attack, the battle was entirely over. The surviving young cultivator from the Qinghe sword sect beamed with joy and immediately cupped his hands in thanks to Feng, saying, "Thank you for your help, esteemed senior." Feng altered his voice to sound like Wang Teng's and then asked, "Which peak are you from?" In response to the esteemed senior, "I am from the Xindan peak of the Qinghe sword sect. I came out to gather herbs today and didn't expect to be targeted by evildoers. Fortunately, I received the esteemed senior's assistance." "Who is the current peak master of Xindan peak?" "The peak master is my master Qinghe. Apart from that, are there any other elders?" "Xindan peak has just been established and does not yet have suitable elder candidates." "Just established? No suitable candidates yet." Upon hearing this, Feng immediately felt a pang of fear in his heart. Although the battle with the Ghost King sect had sacrificed the entire sect, Xindan peak was excluded. Both 3rd senior brother and 4th senior brother remained in the sect, yet there had been no news of them, clearly dealt with by Chen Jiao, Li Qingyun, and the others, resulting in Xindan peak needing the Grand Elder Qinghe to personally step in to hold the fort. Seeing the black-robed figure in front of him silent, the young cultivator asked again, "Do you know my master, esteemed senior?" The young cultivator exclaimed, "I am truly overjoyed. If esteemed senior does not mind, I would like to take you to Xindan peak. My master is about to celebrate his 60th birthday and is currently hosting guests from all directions. Your presence would surely please him. You are too early in your happiness." What is the elder cultivator's intention? The young cultivator wore a look of utter bewilderment, only to see the very flying sword that had just slain 2 rogue cultivators now hurtling straight toward him. "I am a disciple of the Qinghe sword sect. If you kill me, my sect will never let you go." Before he could finish his threat, blood gushed from his mouth as the lightning-devouring sword pierced through his forehead, instantly carving a crimson cavity. Feng flicked the flying sword violently through the air, flinging off every trace of clinging gore. After sheathing the lightning-devouring sword, he withdrew a demon-devouring talisman from his storage pouch and cast it forth, then strolled leisurely toward his 5th senior sister's grave. Feng had no desire to kill, but this man had dared invoke his sect's authority as a shield. Such arrogance was already a death sentence. Following a narrow path through the dense forest, he came upon a low, unassuming hill. At its base lay a small weed-choked mound before which stood a weathered gravestone inscribed with 3 characters, "Grave of Sun Yulan." Arriving before the tomb, Feng clasped his fists and bowed deeply in solemn reverence, then drew out an iron spade and began to dig. The blame for the ghost witch saintess had been wholly laid upon Gogo Dan. Burying him here would inevitably draw Chen Jiao's attention. Feng intended to relocate his 5th senior sister's grave, a final act of gratitude for her kindness toward him. Shovel after shovel bit into the earth, clods flew, revealing beneath them the dim crimson hue of the coffin. At the time of burial, disciples from the Divine Pill Peak had dug the grave unusually deep, making the excavation arduous even for Feng. Without spiritual energy reinforcing his strength, he might have labored day and night to unearth it. It took half an incense stick's time before the entire dark red coffin lay fully exposed. As he pushed open the lid, a pale green mist erupted forth, shooting straight toward his face. In that instant, Feng recoiled like a startled cat, leaping backward over Tenjiang. The mist writhed in midair, coalescing gradually into the unmistakable form of a middle-aged man, Chen Jiao himself. Though composed only of vapor, the figure radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Frowning, Feng studied it closely, his intuition telling him this was but a sliver of Chen Jiao's soul, or some arcane projection, not his true body. At that moment, Chen Jiao's face contorted into a snarl. "So, I knew someone would still covet this. You stole my ghost witch saintess, and now you dare seek my own daughter." No matter who you are, kneel and become my blood slave to atone. As his voice fell silent, Qinghe spread his arms wide, the air behind him erupting with countless tendrils of viridian mist. In the black of night, they coiled like a colossal serpent, jaws agape, lunging toward Qin Feng. Bang! 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 Qin Feng hurled 3 high-tier fire serpent talismans into the void. They detonated midair, unleashing torrents of flame that blanketed the green mist, only for the flames to be devoured in an instant. The talismans not only failed, they amplified the mist's potency. Its hue deepened, thickening rapidly until it neared solidification, a vast emerald serpent taking shape. At this sight, beads of cold sweat broke across Qin Feng's brow. He swiftly drew forth a high-tier Thunder Invocation talisman and activated it. Crack! The talisman exploded, summoning a serpentine bolt of lightning that struck the green mist, hidden sizzling violently, yet still failing to dispel it. Was there truly no way to subdue it? Desperation flared in Qin Feng's heart. He seized another demon-devouring talisman and flung it forward. A human-rank high-tier talisman, capable of swallowing celestial Tao principles above and devouring hellish demons below. I refuse to believe you're beyond my reach. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated the talisman, releasing a torrent of inky black mist. The two mists collided, hissing and spitting in the void. Droplets of viscous black fluid rained down, corroding the earth where they struck, leaving behind pitted craters. Within moments, the jade-green mist had dissipated by more than half, while the black mist grew ever denser, showing no sign of fading. You can suppress my demon god curse. Only the Howran sect possesses such power. At this sight, Qinghe's spectral visage twisted in shock and terror. He whirled and fled without. His verdant form dissolved into a streak of green light, vanishing into the distance at blinding speed. Though merely a fragment of soul, his flight still outstripped most Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile at the sight of that retreating light. Moments earlier, he might have hesitated to identify Qinghe's technique, but now he was certain this was a soul fragment avatar. Though nascent soul cultivators could not project true external bodies, they could split their divine sense and fuse it with secret arts to forge simulacra. Clearly, Qinghe had employed precisely such a method, to lie in wait, hoping to capture either Gugo Dan or anyone connected to him. Now that the demon-devouring talisman could suppress his soul fragment, Qin Feng would not let the chance slip away. Strike while he falters, end him utterly. A fierce determination hardened in his heart. He drew forth the thousandly flying skiff from his spatial ring and flooded it with spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy infused into a magical artifact, the greater its unleashed power. Qinghe's soul fragment moved swiftly, but not swiftly enough. With the 10,000 demon cauldron at his command, Qin Feng held firm confidence he could seize it. Stepping onto the skiff, Qin Feng vanished from sight, reappearing just 3 breaths later directly behind Qinghe's fleeing soul fragment. How did you catch up so quickly? Fear contorted Qinghe's spectral face as Qin Feng closed in. And I have something even swifter. Qin Feng's expression turned icy. He manipulated the 10,000 demon cauldron, slamming it down upon the soul fragment with crushing force. This is the 10,000 demon cauldron. Terror flashed across Qinghe's features, but the cauldron's suction had already slowed his retreat. As Qin Feng guided the vessel downward, the soul fragment was sealed within its depths in the blink of an eye. The 10,000 demon cauldron was a tier heaven artifact of mid-grade refinement, capable of suppressing all malevolent entities, including souls themselves. Even if one possessed the strength to break its seal, none at the nascent soul realm could possibly achieve it. Once Qinghe's residual soul was secured inside the cauldron, Qin Feng immediately reversed course, racing back toward his 5th senior sister's grave. Their battle had already drawn attention. He must relocate Sun Yulan's remains without delay. May all proceed smoothly, Qin Feng murmured inwardly. As he neared the grave's edge, he sensed numerous figures converging, most approaching from the direction of the Chongqing sword sect. Landing beside the tomb, he again lifted the coffin lid, only to find no corpse within. Only burial offerings remained. Qin Feng's face darkened with fury. This reeked of the Chongqing sword sect and of Qinghe. Perhaps he had foreseen such an attempt, laying his ambush long in advance. If 5th senior sister's body is no longer here, then it must be within the Chongqing sword sect. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes toward the sect's mountain range, just as at that very moment over a dozen figures soared toward him from that direction. They rode soaring swords, every one a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the void, a disciple of the Chongqing sword sect dressed in white shouted loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble on the territory of my Chongqing sword sect?" As those people drew closer, Qin Feng showed no response and had no intention of leaving. It had been a while since Qinghe's soul was captured in the Wanmoding. If he were at the Chongqing sword sect, he would have surely appeared by now. The arrival of a few disciples only indicated that he was not present, and this was a perfect opportunity to capture a few live witnesses for interrogation. With magical tools, talismans, and spiritual power 20 times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, these were the confidence of Qinghe Feng. Below the nascent soul stage, he feared nothing. Facing over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, Qinghe Feng stood his ground without any intention of retreat. A total of 16 foundation establishment cultivators came, each representing different peaks of the Changqing sword sect in various colored attire. Upon arriving at the scene and seeing Sun Yulan's grave dug up, they immediately surrounded Qinghe Feng. This is the grave of an important figure of our Changqing sword sect. Dare to desecrate it, and I advise you to surrender quietly. Perhaps we will spare your 9 clans. One spoke up while the others descended to the ground, readying their flying swords for action. More than a dozen flying swords shimmered with cold light in the night, their sharp killing intent already pervading the area, just waiting for a critical point to erupt. Qinghe Feng stood quietly, his eyes hidden under the black robe, revealing disdain as he coldly laughed. You may attack. Clang. In an instant, over a dozen flying swords surged toward him, the sound of sword cries reverberating in the void. Qinghe Feng calmly retrieved the yin-yang maternal shield and a yellowed talisman from his storage ring. As spiritual power was infused into the yin-yang maternal shield, the 2 shields, one large and one small, instantly expanded. The large shield was heavy and solid, while the small shield was nimble and resilient, rotating around Qinghe Feng and fending off the attacks of the dozen flying swords. As the flying sword struck the shield, sparks flew everywhere. Qinghe Feng merely held the talisman in his hand, making no other movements. Let's see how long you can hold on. Seeing Qinghe Feng's arrogance and lack of counterattack, several disciples of the Changqing sword sect grew dissatisfied, secretly increasing the intensity of their flying sword attacks, while others took out different magical tools or cast spells. Countless flying swords and spells pelted the yin-yang maternal shield like raindrops, creating a constant clanging sound in the void. After 10 breaths, the larger shield, which bore the brunt of the damage, immediately began to crack with a series of cracking sounds. Everyone put in more effort. Kill him and bring him back to the Shinden Peak. Elder Qin will reward you heavily. Upon seeing the shield about to shatter, the Changqing sword sect members were overjoyed, all increasing their attack power. Crack. Under the powerful assault, the 2 shields were instantly shattered. As the magical tool was destroyed, Qinghe Feng felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, and his vital energy surged uncontrollably. Several more flying swords slashed at him from the surroundings, and Qinghe Feng immediately pressed the talisman onto himself. Buzz. A golden light instantly radiated from him, forming a golden humanoid shield 3 feet away from his body. This was a mid-tier golden light talisman of the human rank that Qinghe Feng had previously synthesized, capable of withstanding the attacks of mid-stage golden core cultivators, so naturally it was more than enough to defend against the attacks of the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators. Countless attacks pelted against the golden light like raindrops, and not only did they fail to break through the defense, they were also rebounded. Some flying swords embedded themselves into the mountains, others into the stones, and some nearly injured their own people. Seeing the formidable strength of this golden light defense, the faces of the 10 or so people on the scene turned extremely grim. I'm merely testing the strength of a mid-tier magical tool of the Xian rank. Did you really think I only had this little trick up my sleeve? A cold smile appeared in Qinghe Feng's eyes as he directly took out the top-grade Tian rank magical tool, the Cuf flying sword, from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. By now, Qinghe Feng had mastered the Cuf flying sword proficiently. Infusing half of his spiritual energy into it allowed him to unleash 60% of the sword's power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver-white Cuf flying sword trembled in the void, resembling a meteor streaking toward the moon, leaving a white trail as it shot straight toward a nearby disciple of the Changqing sword sect. Be careful. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the flying sword, the surrounding people's expressions changed dramatically. The one targeted by the flying sword turned pale, immediately controlling his magical tool to defend while also slapping a golden bell talisman onto himself. His magical tool was a double-curved spinning blade, which appeared to be at least of the initial level of the Xian rank. At that moment, the spinning blade rotated rapidly, emitting whooshing sounds as it fiercely collided with the Cuf flying sword. Crack. At the moment of collision, the spinning blade shattered into countless fragments, shooting in all directions, while the Cuf flying sword maintained its speed, continuing to pierce straight toward that person. A wave of black smoke emanated from Iron Pill's closed cave, spiraling upward into the sky. If it weren't for the concealment array, this phenomenon, puff, puff. The Cuf flying sword, unstoppable, pierced through the iron wall technique and the golden bell talisman, creating a hole in his neck, blood gushing out. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Changqing sword sect all changed their expressions drastically, taking a step back. But by this time the Qinghe flying sword had transformed into a meteor sweeping across the battlefield with thunder rumbling and lightning striking continuously. Everyone be careful. The leader's face turned dark as he desperately controlled his magical tool to defend while also frantically taking out talismans to protect himself. When there is not much difference in strength between cultivators, the deciding factor in battles is the magical tools. The quality of the Qinghe flying sword was far superior to their magical tools, and with the enhancement of the thunder sword technique, no one present could withstand Qin Feng's assault. In the blink of an eye, 7 people had perished on the spot, and the remaining ones struggled to hold on. Do you really want to oppose my Chongqing sword sect? The leader of the Chongqing sword sect, wearing white, was now covered in injuries, threatening Qin Feng while defending against the attacks. In such a moment, he still thought to threaten me. Qin Feng said nothing, enveloped in golden light. After slaying that disciple with a single strike, he used his divine sense to manipulate the Qinghe flying sword, continuously harvesting around him, prioritizing those who attempted to flee. Killing was not difficult, but if they recognized his magical tool and it escaped, that would be a huge problem. At this moment, Qin Feng controlled the battlefield like a reaper, and in less than 10 breaths, only 2 disciples of the Chongqing sword sect remained. They had just taken out their flying magical tools, intending to escape, when the Qinghe flying sword ruthlessly shattered them. With no way to escape to heaven or have a door to earth, they could only stand there pleading, "Senior, spare my life." Puff. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng stabbed one of them to death with a sword, then retrieved the flying sword into his sleeve and asked the remaining one, "Do you want to live?" "Yes. I beg you, Senior, spare my life. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Trembling all over, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly like pounding garlic. Qin Feng asked flatly, "Do you know where the bones in this grave went?" I know. The body is currently in the ice coffin in the main hall of the Shenden Peak." "I've already said please don't kill me." Qin Feng then asked, "Do you know where the Grand Elder of the Chongqing sword sect is at this moment?" In the dark of night, the direction of the Chongqing sword sect was brightly lit, with countless disciples and peak masters rushing quickly towards the tomb of Sun Yulan, situated outside the sect. Qin Feng stood on the stone slab beside the empty grave, interrogating the remaining disciple about various details. The conclusion drawn was that Qin Jiuyu was not at the sect. Only Qin Kuan, the current master of the Divine Pill Peak, knew where he had gone. Since he is not at the sect, there should be no trouble with today's matter. Qin Feng pondered silently. Upon sensing someone approaching from a distance, he flicked his thumb against his middle finger, and the concealed charred flying sword hidden in his sleeve shot out like a streak of light. "You lack martial ethics." Seeing Qin Feng take action again, the remaining disciple of the Chongqing sword sect's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly took out a mid-grade yellow defensive artifact from his storage ring to defend himself. However, the sharpness of the charred flying sword was not something such artifacts could withstand. In an instant, it pierced through the artifact and created a bloody hole in the center of his forehead. After glancing around to ensure there were no oversights, Qin Feng casually dropped a few demon-eating talismans to clean up the scene, and then rode the 1,000-mile flying shuttle away. Just as he left, the main forces of the Chongqing sword sect arrived, leaving behind only thick black smoke and a few remaining corpse remains. Witnessing this scene, the arriving crowd had dark expressions. One cultivator in the Golden Core stage analyzed, to easily kill so many Foundation establishment disciples in such a short time, the opponent must be a Golden Core expert. Others echoed, immediately return to inform Master Qin and strictly investigate the nearby Golden Core loose cultivators. Those who dare to oppose our Chongqing sword sect are doomed. After searching around and finding no suspicious clues, the crowd hurriedly had the grave restored and returned to the sect to report. Not long after the area quieted down, a sudden and powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the void not far away, as if a meteor was streaking across the sky, instantly arriving at Sun Yulan's tomb. The newcomer was an old man clad in a gray robe with numerous black spots on his face. He surveyed the surroundings with a shadowy gaze, revealing a hint of excitement in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he soared toward a nearby mountain, waved his hand, and a terrifying amount of spiritual energy emanated from his movements, instantly carving out a cave several feet wide within the mountain. The old man entered the cave. It was unclear what method he employed, but the mountain's exterior instantly returned to its original state. In a bird's nest on a nearby branch, a group of newly hatched chicks appeared, growing rapidly in the wind and swiftly becoming palm-sized as they flew away in all directions. On the other side, Qin Feng, piloting the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, made a large circle, changed his black robe style, switched to a wooden spirit boat, and leisurely returned toward Wonia Mountain. Upon returning to the cave, Qin Feng immediately activated all functions of the concealment great formation before taking out the Wanmading from his storage ring. Looking into the cauldron, 2 green glows remained. One was the soul of Qin Jiuyu, and the other was the soul of the old man he had previously slain. At this moment, the two souls occupied their respective spaces within the Wanma Ding, unable to affect one another, clearly indicating that the gray-robed old man was also at the nascent soul stage. As for the remnants of Shinchong and others, they had long been completely exterminated by the gray-robed old man. Gazing at the two souls within the cauldron, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotions, realizing that he, as merely a foundation establishment cultivator, had managed to suppress the souls of two nascent soul cultivators consecutively. Such achievements already placed him at the pinnacle among foundation establishment cultivators. I must be more cautious in the future. Qin Feng placed the Wanma Ding in the empty space beneath the stone bed, then took out the storage bag containing Gugun's corpse and placed it inside as well. Having gone through so much recently, Qin Feng felt the need to keep a low profile for a while. Frequent actions might attract the attention of others, and strengthening his abilities was the right path. Moreover, after this period of tempering, Qin Feng sensed that the bottleneck of the early foundation establishment stage had loosened somewhat. After adjusting his mindset, bathing, changing clothes, and burning incense, Qin Feng finally sat within the Xian Kuan devouring heaven formation, guiding the formation to absorb spiritual energy until the density of spiritual energy within the formation reached 8 times that of the outside world before stopping. The Five Emperors Divine Extermination Technique is a celestial method for the transition from foundation establishment to Mahayana stages, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate even more terrifying than the Xian Kuan devouring heaven formation. The amount of spiritual energy gathered within the formation is the same as what Qin Feng can absorb. With the density of spiritual energy combined with the rapid speed of cultivation, Qin Feng's cultivation growth rate at this time exceeded that of ordinary cultivators by more than 8 times. Boom! 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 The formation operated frantically, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Qin Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the formation as the Five Emperors Divine Extermination Technique continued to run. The spiritual energy in his qi was visibly increasing. Time seemed to be forgotten in this secluded cultivation, and he became engrossed in absorbing spiritual energy, allowing the days to swiftly pass in his practice. This time Qin Feng remained in seclusion for a month, and his realm unexpectedly broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. After stopping his cultivation, Qin Feng walked out of the cave and stood at the entrance, gazing at the entire Wonia mountain. Perhaps due to the dense spiritual energy during this period, the grass on the mountain had grown lushly, towering over him. The 10,000-year spiritual tea tree showed no significant changes, only sprouting a few tender shoots. The Beast King tree sapling had grown taller, but without the earth spirit apes daily watering, Qin Feng only remembered to water the spirit plants when he thought of it, slowing their growth considerably. While controlling the flying sword to clear the weeds on the mountaintop, Qin Feng also curiously looked up at the outside of the mountain. He saw a sparrow about the size of a palm with red eyes flitting between Wonia Mountain and Dingxiang Mountain. Its eyes scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Qin Feng was tempted to command the flying sword to chop down the bird, but ultimately held back. Although he had been in closed-door cultivation throughout this period, his divine sense could still detect some scenes beyond the formation. For instance, a sparrow of this appearance had passed by the area around Wonia Mountain 6 times within this month. He was unsure if it was the same one or just a coincidence, but Qin Feng felt that things were not so simple. Could it be that the old fellow Qin Jiuyu is trying to locate me? Qin Feng's expression was conflicted. He felt both nervous and exhilarated. His current situation was akin to playing hide and seek with the Chongqing sword sect, exciting yet perilous. After clearing all the weeds, Qin Feng, inspired, controlled the flying sword to practice the thunderbolt sword technique. In an instant, thunderous roars echoed in the void, and the thunderbolt sword flickered continuously like lightning, changing positions with each flicker, moving so swiftly it appeared to teleport. My thunderbolt sword technique has reached the great completion stage. Once I reach the golden core stage, I will be utterly invincible. Feeling the rapid speed and powerful force of the thunderbolt sword technique, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. To thoroughly maximize his advantages, Qin Feng took out a golden scroll radiating with colorful light from his. This was the scroll of the Five Emperors Divine Extermination Technique, which, besides the cultivation method, also contained detailed information on 3 sword formations: exterminate immortals, exterminate gods, and exterminate demons. As a cultivator, Qin Feng knew deep in his heart that his greatest adversary was not gods or demons, but fellow cultivators themselves. Among the 3 sword arrays, the Severing Immortals array must be cultivated first. He extended his divine sense into the scroll, and instantly beheld a golden miniature figure seated in meditation within its depths. The figure slowly rose, then swept a hand outward. In that instant, 99 violet spirit swords, each inscribed with arcane sigils, materialized within the world conjured by the scroll. Each sword radiated a sharper, more piercing aura than Qin Feng's current moon-piercing spirit sword. As the 99 swords fully coalesced ethereal immortals, strangely clad and each wielding a unique artifact, began to manifest around the golden figure, their auras overwhelmingly potent. A resonant hum filled the air. The 99 swords launched a relentless assault, at times surging forward like an unbroken celestial dragon, at others splitting apart into thousands of gossamer thin blades perfectly aligned. The Severing Immortals array comprised 9 transformative forms, each devastating enough to slay immortals by the score. The final form bore the name Severing Immortals. This ultimate lethal formation unleashed its full power in a single breath. The 99 swords dissolved into a torrent of 10,000 blades, striking as one to obliterate the mightiest phantom immortal standing before the golden figure. A special annotation accompanied the Severing Immortals array. When cast by a celestial emperor, it could shatter heavens and extinguish all immortals across the firmament. Yet if wielded by anyone below that realm, failure to kill instantly meant immediate retreat. No hesitation, no second thought. By the time one could execute this formation, it was already their supreme technique. If even Severing Immortals failed, victory was impossible. Upon completing all 9 forms, the golden figure resumed its meditative posture within the scroll, while the 99 violet swords dissolved into streams of luminous data, merging seamlessly into Qin Feng's memory. A look of quiet satisfaction immediately softened Qin Feng's features. No wonder such a formation was embedded within a celestial tier cultivation manual, and one that even codified pragmatic battlefield wisdom: if you cannot win, flee without shame. Its creator, the sovereign who forged the 5 sovereigns annihilation scripture, must have been a being of extraordinary candor and grace. The formation is mastered. Now comes the gathering of materials. Seated beside a stone table, Qin Feng began contemplating the components required to forge the Severing Immortals sword. Unlike ordinary artifacts, the Severing Immortals sword demanded personal forging. Even its most rudimentary version required the artisan's own soul essence and vital blood to nourish and awaken its latent sentience. Later, 9 rare celestial and terrestrial treasures, including fallen immortal stone essence and dragon-slaying sword core, would be needed to refine and elevate the sword, ultimately ascending it to celestial tier perfection. It would be a long and arduous journey, but Qin Feng was certain even the foundational Severing Immortals array would dramatically amplify his combat prowess. Having inscribed every required material onto parchment, he donned a black robe and mounted his wood spirit skiff, setting course for Taishan Feng. En route, Qin Feng encountered a crimson-eyed sparrow, pursued relentlessly by a man whose foundation establishment had reached the midstage. The man too was bound for Taishan Feng. Chasing the sparrow was merely idle amusement. Yet the sparrow fled with astonishing speed, surpassing Qin Feng's wood spirit skiff in moments and vanishing toward the distant horizon. Wretched beast, where do you think you're going? Sensing Qin Feng's gaze, the man flushed with embarrassment at failing to catch so trivial a creature and instantly drew a spirit sword from his spatial ring, launching it in pursuit. The sword blazed forth like a comet, hurtling toward the crimson-eyed sparrow, while Qin Feng watched the man with unwavering intensity. The moment the sword left his hand, the man's face drained of all color, his eyes rolled back, his limbs locked rigid, and he plummeted earthward, his flying artifact tumbling alongside him. A brutal divine sense assault had claimed him, utterly irrevocably. The crimson-eyed sparrow glanced back once at the falling man, then turned its gaze toward the spot where the black-robed traveler had passed aboard his wood spirit skiff. The traveler was already dozens of li away. Lucky you ran fast. A flicker of disdain crossed the sparrow's eyes before it veered off in another direction. Elsewhere, Qin Feng channeled spiritual energy into his wood spirit skiff with furious intensity, fleeing hundreds of li in one continuous burst until he reached the gates of Taishan Feng before daring to halt. He had long suspected something unnatural about those crimson-eyed sparrows, and the instant he saw the man launch his attack, he had silently prepared to flee. Thank the heavens I fled swiftly. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, scanning the skies behind him, then, assured of solitude, stepped into the bustling streets of Taishan Feng. Passing Tongxian Dian, he found the storefront surrounded by a clamoring crowd, several Foundation establishment cultivators shouting furiously inside. Amidst the din, Qin Feng caught fragments of conversation. Someone had purchased a valuable item here only for word to leak out, triggering trouble. Now they demanded restitution. Rotten shop, you'll be smashed to rubble someday. Witnessing their plight stirred memories of his own fire spirit fruit sale, likewise betrayed by Tongxian Dian's loose tongues. Petty vengeance waits no night, but I am no petty man. Once I form my golden core, if no one else dares shatter the shop, I shall do it myself. Muttering softly to himself, Qin Feng strode purposefully toward Qi Yuanguo. After visiting countless shops, Zilinger remained the most reliable. Inside Qi Yuanguo, a fair-skinned attendant in white robes glided forward with practiced grace, her voice honeyed and serene. Esteemed immortal master, may I assist you in buying or selling? Buying. From his spatial ring, Feng withdrew a list, 80-odd materials, each essential for forging the severing immortal's sword. Though these were foundational components, they could easily yield spirit-tier artifacts of middling quality when used elsewhere. The attendant scanned the list once and instantly recognized a patron of exceptional stature. Bowing respectfully, she hurried off to verify inventory. While waiting, Feng wandered the shop at leisure. Qiyuange had expanded dramatically, its floor space now tripled with meticulously organized sections displaying artifacts ranging from mundane to transcendent. Feng circled the store before pausing before the section dedicated to spirit forging furnaces, studying each model with careful scrutiny. Spirit forging furnaces shared core principles with pyrofining cauldrons, yet one refined elixirs while the other shaped weapons, both demanding rigorous practice and superior equipment. Until now, his innate synthesis ability had diminished his need for refining tools, but forging demanded precision. He wondered whether artifacts he crafted could still be synthesized. Just then the attendant assigned to him returned. She bowed low and said, "Master, we possess all the materials on your list, except ironwood tree crystals. Only 50 remain in our vaults. Indeed, they may be exhausted across the entire Taishan Feng. Ironwood tree crystals out of stock." Feng frowned, perplexed. The attendant offered a wry smile and explained, "Master, you may not know, recently a formidable demonic monkey seized control of Qinghe Mountain, the very source of ironwood tree crystals. Low-tier cultivators cannot defeat it. High-tier ones deem the crystals unworthy of their effort, hence the scarcity." "How powerful is this monkey?" "Rumors say it is at least a 4th-rank spirit beast, with foundation establishment at the early stage." Feng fell silent. An ironwood tree crystal cost 100 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune for novices, yet mere refuse to foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, ironwood tree crystals ranked among the most obscure of base-tier materials, so few bothered to intervene. Unless, of course, compensation increased substantially. Having secured all available stock, Feng departed Qiyuange. He recalled Qinghe Mountain's location from a map, nestled at the northern terminus of the Xuanwu Mountains, roughly 6,000 li north of Taishan Feng. Feng resolved to journey there personally, to gather ironwood tree crystals and perhaps subdue the demonic monkey as a vassal. After Tu Ling Yuan's departure, Woniashan had grown inconveniently unmanaged. Acquiring another spirit beast as a bonded companion would grant him peace of mind during future seclusions. Leaving Taishan Feng, he sought a secluded clearing, then summoned his 1,000-li flying spindle and vanished into the sky. Qinghe Mountain is located at the edge of Lingzhou, serving as a frontier area where usually few cultivators pass through except for those in need of ironwood tree crystals. Moreover, with the recent emergence of a 4th-tier demon monkey on the mountain, the number of cultivators coming here has decreased even further. At the entrance 10 miles away from Qinghe Mountain, 2 young men and women in white robes stood, both adorned with the insignia of spirit beasts on their garments. The man had a rugged appearance, while the woman was fair-skinned and beautiful with red lips and white teeth. Her eyes seemed to shimmer like spring water rippling in the azure waves. The two were Dao partners, both true disciples of the spirit beast sect within the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, having already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Upon hearing about the 4th-tier demon monkey, they rushed over immediately. 4th-tier spirit beasts are difficult to tame for ordinary cultivators, but for those of the spirit beast sect who specialize in beast taming, it is much easier. Despite having reached the peak of foundation establishment, the two did not dare to be overly arrogant, thus they chose to remain here and wait for others seeking ironwood tree crystals to join them. After waiting for a long time with no one arriving, Wang Rong displayed an impatient expression and coldly said to the man beside her, "We've been waiting here for 3 hours. If no one comes, are we supposed to wait here indefinitely?" "Rong, don't be anxious. This demon monkey, while a great opportunity, also requires a certain amount of patience. Just the 2 of us definitely cannot subdue it. We need to wait for a few more substitutes." Zhang Chang forced a flattering smile, but a look of helplessness flickered in his eyes. He had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for more than 6 years. Although he had become Dao partners with the beautiful junior sister Wang Rong, as time passed, she became increasingly averse to dual cultivation and her attitude grew harsher. Now she was even pressuring him to help her subdue the 4th-tier demon monkey. In order to keep Wang Rong by his side, even though the chances of success were slim, Zhang Chang could only grit his teeth and agree. Thus this current scene unfolded. Just as Wang Rong felt dissatisfied, Zhang Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed to the mountain path behind them, saying, Rong, look behind. Someone is coming." In the direction he pointed, a few loose cultivators were approaching together. Upon seeing Zhang Chang and Wang Rong, they all showed expressions of vigilance. "They're just a bunch of foundation establishment novices. What is there to be happy about?" Wang Rong rolled her eyes, her face showing indifference. Zhongchang immediately shook his head, pointing to the person controlling the wooden spirit boat behind the group, saying, "I mean the person riding the wooden spirit boat. Although he is hiding his cultivation, he gives off a very strong vibe." Wang Rong turned her head to look and saw a figure in a large black robe controlling a wooden spirit boat flying straight toward Lingho Mountain without any intention of stopping as it passed by the others. Seeing the confidence of this figure in black, Wang Rong and Zhongchang exchanged excited glances. Such solitary individuals are either true powerhouses or possess some means that they would make excellent substitutes. Zhongchang immediately shouted to the figure in black, "Friend, please wait." Hearing the shout, Qin Feng halted the wooden spirit boat in midair, turned his head to glance at the young couple's attire and at the nearby loose cultivators, then asked coolly, "What is it?" Just as Zhongchang was about to speak, the enthusiastic Wang Rong preemptively offered an inviting smile, explaining to Qin Feng this friend might not know, but a powerful demon monkey has appeared in front at Lingho Mountain. Ordinary cultivators are no match for it. If you don't mind, you could join us. More people is safer, right? While speaking, Wang Rong's gaze constantly surveyed the 5 loose cultivators behind her, eyes radiating in. The loose cultivators were all male, ranging from young to old, looking weary, as if they were specifically there to sell ironwood tree crystals. Those coming to Lingho Mountain were either here for the ironwood tree crystals or drawn by the rumored demon monkey. Traveling together would be much safer, and for a moment everyone focused their attention on Qin Feng. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng ultimately agreed. After all, his main goal was the ironwood tree crystals, which were abundant in Lingho Mountain, posing no conflict with their objectives. If that demon monkey really is powerful, having a few more substitutes wouldn't hurt. With consensus reached, the 3 parties quickly gathered together and moved swiftly toward Lingho Mountain. Though they formed a temporary team, each remained cautious, maintaining a subtle distance from one another. Qin Feng quietly walked at the side of the group, feeling the glances of the female cultivator occasionally directed at him, which seemed to carry a flirtatious undertone, causing him to feel somewhat speechless. Because the man beside her had a dark expression, clearly filled with jealousy, but he could not show his anger before reaching their destination. Everyone remained silent as they traveled. After passing through several hills, their vision suddenly opened. An elderly man pointed ahead toward a great mountain and said, "Ahead is Lingho Mountain." If it weren't for the emergence of a demon monkey, there would likely be many people collecting ironwood tree crystals here. Following the direction the old man pointed, they saw Lingho Mountain towering majestically, covered in lush greenery and ancient trees, leaving a stunning impression. Behind Lingho Mountain lies the endless Xuanwu mountain range. Continuing along the mountain range for tens of thousands of miles across the endless snowfields would lead to the true Lingzhou, which represents the real cultivation world. In a prosperous place, opportunities abound, but the survival rules are even more brutal, so few are willing to risk going to the so-called Lingzhou. Even entering the Xuanwu mountain range, they won't go too deep. At this moment, the sounds of monkeys echoed from Lingho Mountain, and the branches in the forest swayed, continuously, seemingly warning outsiders not to enter. Damn it, these wild monkeys have become bold only because they have a demon monkey backing them. If they had seen cultivators before, they would have fled long ago. Seeing the monkey horde surging in the dense forest, a middle-aged loose cultivator revealed an angry expression and then turned his gaze to Qin Feng and Zhongchang, saying, "We are all loose cultivators from around here, intending to collect some ironwood tree crystals to sell. May I ask what your 3 are planning?" "We also intend to collect ironwood tree crystals," Zhongchang replied immediately upon hearing the other party's declaration. Qin Feng also indicated that he was there for the ironwood tree crystals. "Good. Since we all share the same goal, let's enter the mountain together. If we encounter that demon monkey, please join forces to defeat it, otherwise everyone will have come for nothing and might even lose their lives." After reaching a consensus, seeing that Qin Feng did not plan to organize the group, Zhongchang took the initiative to act as the leader, guiding everyone up the mountain of Lingho. Entering the forest, the ground was covered with dense bushes and grass, while the trees grew tall and sturdy, their roots intertwined and wildly thriving, giving a sense of being overshadowed beneath the towering trees. The 8 of them moved silently, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Just as they reached halfway up the mountain, numerous wild monkeys began to appear, blocking their path.